Chapter 1. A horde of zombies ravenously tore at Lin Yi's flesh, his consciousness gradually fading. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly flew open, bloodshot and wild. The room around him was both familiar and alien, adorned with a soft bed. He touched his face and found no stubble. His arms were pristine, unmarred by wounds. Twisting his arm sharply, he realized with astonishment that this was no dream. He had been reborn. Lin Yi bolted from the room, swiftly pulling open the door to his left. "What the hell, bro? What are you doing?" "I was sleeping." Hearing that familiar voice, a tear escaped from the corner of Lin Yi's eye. He quickly approached and enveloped the hazy-eyed girl in a tight embrace, his tears flowing freely. "Help me, please." At that moment, a mobile phone nestled in the blankets blared in an opportune game notification. Lin Yi shrank her head, her delicate hand gently patting Lin Yi's shoulder. "What's wrong, big brother? Did you get dumped?" The tears swirling in Lin Yi's eyes were forcibly suppressed by the game notification, and he rose to pinch the girl's fair cheek. "Dumped? When have I ever been in a relationship? I just had a nightmare where you died." Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "Is that all? Your emotional resilience leaves much to be desired, big brother." Lin Yi, still grappling with the situation at hand, was unsure how to explain it to the girl before him. Once he confirmed that Xiaoyu was safe, he stepped out of the room, intent on uncovering the truth. As he exited, a handsome face reappeared at the doorway 2 seconds later. "If you want to play, go ahead. Academics aren't that important right now." In the living room, Lin Yi glanced at the time. August 15th, 2020, Saturday, 12:03 a.m. He began to piece together the events. August 17th, 2020, Monday, 12 a.m. A wave of disturbance swept across the globe, plunging the entire blue planet into darkness as all power systems collapsed. Shortly thereafter, zombies emerged, and humanity found itself in a perilous struggle for survival. Lin Yi inhaled sharply, the lingering despair awakening him to the grim reality that this was not a dream. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as apocalyptic scenes flooded his mind. A blood moon rose in the sky, and from that moment on, sunlight was no more. Bang! The wooden door of the small shelter where Lin Yi and Lin Yi hid was shattered by a relentless zombie assault. Lin Yi seized his sister's hand and kicked a zombie whose skull had been gnawed away. The source of his newfound strength traced back to the arrival of the blood moon. That ghastly crimson orb loomed like a watchful eye. Under its ominous glow, everyone's mobile phones underwent a transformation, no longer requiring charging. However, they were left with only 2 functions: communication and illumination. Moreover, the blood moon seemed to reward humanity based on their actions, bestowing prizes every 7 days, ranging from food to various extraordinary abilities. Utilizing the chat feature on his phone, Lin Yi swiftly organized the residents of Happiness Community to effectively fend off several zombie onslaughts. 7 days later, he was granted a commendable great ability, Martial Arts Master. With the enhancements provided by this ability, Lin Yi could withstand the onslaught of dozens of ordinary zombies with relative ease. However, as time passed, the zombies grew increasingly savage and powerful, and he began to struggle against them. At that critical juncture, an unexpected visitor arrived, shattering the fragile balance. Han Feng, an Shrank ability user, made his entrance into Happiness Community. With his prowess, he quickly garnered the support of over 90% of the residents, subsequently seeking to oust Lin Yi from their ranks. This was because Lin Yi stood as the sole potential threat to him. Additionally, he had taken a liking to Lin Yi's sister, Lin Yi. If Lin Yi had harbored resentment towards Han Feng, his feelings towards the residents were predominantly disappointment and heartbreak. He never anticipated that those he had once saved would betray him so easily. Without his careful planning, at least half of the residents would not have survived. Thus, he chose to leave, realizing he was no match for the Shrank ability user, Han Feng. However, he could not abandon his sister. Upon learning that Lin Yi had chosen to follow Lin Yi, an enraged Han Feng resorted to some method to lure a horde of zombies to their hiding place. Even with a great ability, Lin Yi found himself utterly outmatched by the overwhelming number of zombies. In that moment of peril, His sister pushed him away and dove into the throng of zombies, a flash of white light illuminating the chaos as blood and flesh rained down. In that instant, Lin Yi realized that his sister had awakened a self-sacrificing ability. Yet, fearing he would worry, she had kept it from him. Lin Yi survived, no longer needing to hide in fear. He had but one goal ahead: to annihilate every last resident of that community. From that point on, until the day of his demise, an atmosphere of terror enveloped the entire community. Indeed, Shrank ability users were formidable, yet even they had moments of complacency. 35 assassination attempts resulted in the deaths of over 100 residents and left Han Feng with one eye severely injured. He had paid the price with his left arm. The weapon used against Han Feng was a rusty, tetanus-infested blade. Fortuitously for Han Feng, he possessed a bottle of antibiotics. Watching Han Feng's impotent rage in the chat box, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Numbly, he prepared for the next assassination. Yet, misfortune struck as he found himself surrounded by zombies. Flesh was brutally torn from his body as Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the distance, on Han Feng's position. As his consciousness began to wane, another thought pierced through the fog. Once, he had been the lifeline for those brutes in the community. Upon becoming an ability user, he had automatically joined a group chat with other ability users within a 10-kilometer radius. Through the chat channel, he had seen a message indicating that there was a safe house in the heart of the city. Moreover, it was actively recruiting ability users. At that time, under the pleas of those brutes, he had chosen not to go. Later, when they sought to drive him away, Lin Yi had resolved to take his sister there. Rumor had it that it housed the most powerful artifact in the entire city. Lin Yi had seen an image of that artifact, a blood-red hook jade, roughly the size of a fist. In the apocalypse, utilizing that artifact could yield a safe house. This safe house would continuously produce survival supplies and was remarkably sturdy. Its origins were peculiar, seemingly discovered near a stinking ditch in an old mine outside the city. It remained a mystery how its owner had stumbled upon it. If only he and Xiao Yu could possess such a safe house. Hook jade. Safe house. Lin Yi abruptly lifted his gaze to the wall clock. 12:24 a.m. There was no time to waste. He hurried back to his room, shed his pajamas, and donned athletic wear, grabbing the flashlight that was always on hand before dashing out the door. If he could locate that hook jade, it would serve as his greatest asset in the apocalypse. Ding, ding, ding. Just as he burst out of the house, his phone rang abruptly. Lin Yi glanced at the caller ID. It was his boss. He swiftly hung up, having no time to entertain such matters. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again. Lin Yi pressed the answer button. Xiao Lin, there's an urgent document at the office. If you have nothing else, could you handle it? It'll handle your damn business. Lin Yi hung up again and promptly blocked the number. Exiting the community, he spotted a taxi at the entrance, the driver reclining the seat, his feet casually propped on the steering wheel as he idly scrolled through his phone. Lin Yi knocked on the window, then opened the door and slid into the taxi. Driver, take me to the old mine. Sure thing. The driver immediately set aside his phone. The journey to the old mine would take over 20 kilometers, which was a decent fare. As the scenery whizzed past, Lin Yi found himself lost in thought. He and his sister were not blood relatives. They had merely come from the same orphanage. Once, a wealthy lady visited the orphanage, intending to adopt him. However, he was unwilling to part with the little girl who had always followed him. In the end, that wealthy lady simply adopted both of them together. She named them Lin Yi and Lin Wangyu. After being adopted, they had lived in the same community. Perhaps to cultivate her image as a philanthropist, that wealthy lady never returned. Yet, in Lin Yi's heart, he believed she was responsible, as she would send them enough living expenses each year. Until he graduated, the good news was that he did not graduate into unemployment, becoming part of the jobless cohort. The bad news was that he landed a job at a company that promised a monthly salary of 2K 10K, with more learning opportunities and flexible hours. Just moments ago, the call came from the company's owner. The entire organization consists of merely 8 individuals. With no other positions, it is either the owner or the employees. The sound of tires grinding against the ground jolted Lin Yi back to reality. He took out his phone to scan and settle the bill, which amounted to 59 yuan. Under normal circumstances, Such an expense would be quite burdensome for him. However, in these apocalyptic times, money is on the verge of becoming utterly worthless. The taxi sped away, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. Lin Yi turned on his flashlight, the beam illuminating the path ahead, revealing a dense forest. In the midst of the woods lay a dirt road, marked by a sign reading Old Mining Area. A thick web of spider silk cloaked the blue sign, while the ground was strewn with withered leaves, camouflaging the dirt path beneath. It seemed this place had been long abandoned. As Lin Yi proceeded forward, the dry leaves crunched underfoot, producing a series of crisp sounds. The forest was not extensive, stretching nearly 50 meters upon traversing its expanse. He climbed a small, earthen slope. Surrounding the slope was a ring, encircling a pockmarked basin. This gave the area the appearance of a colossal disk. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, but found no ditches. He took a deep breath and began to search along the slope. After traversing about half the distance along the slope's edge, he came across a location piled high with refuse. Lin Yi hurried over, and to his astonishment, behind the mountain of garbage lay a foul-smelling drainage ditch. It was then he realized that an old residential complex was situated adjacent to the old mining area. Confronted with the towering heap of trash, Lin Yi felt a momentary sense of despair. Yet in comparison to the apocalypse, this was hardly a concern. Lin Yi rolled up his sleeves and began to rummage along the edge of the sewage ditch. An hour and a half passed, and after scouring the ditch's perimeter, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the coveted jade pendant. Something was amiss considering the rain and evaporation. The edge of the sewage ditch after the apocalypse might differ significantly from its current state. Additionally, he needed to investigate the garbage pile. Just as this thought crossed his mind, footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. A man dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and yellow shorts approached, holding a flashlight in his left hand and a large white bucket in his right. The man dumped the contents of the bucket onto the mountain of garbage, spat on the ground, and was about to leave when his flashlight inadvertently swept across the sewage ditch. What the hell? Out here in the middle of the night, hunting for treasure. The man was startled. Lin Yi remained silent. Fixated on the man, he could not provide an explanation, only hoping to deter him with his unwavering gaze. What the hell, are you out of your mind? Feeling unnerved under Lin Yi's intense stare, the man muttered a curse and hastily departed, grumbling under his breath. With such a massive pile of garbage, it reeks and no one gives a damn it. A sharp sound rang out from beneath the man's feet, startling him. His pace quickened further, and in mere seconds, he vanished from Lin Yi's view. At that moment, Lin Yi's gaze was ablaze with excitement, for the very object the man had kicked was the blood-red jade pendant. The pendant rolled a short distance, landing perfectly at the edge of the sewage ditch, not far from Lin Yi. He rushed over and grasped the pendant in his hand, the warmth emanating from it bolstering his conviction. Indeed, it was as if he had searched tirelessly only to find it effortlessly. Lin Yi swiftly exited the area surrounding the sewage ditch and settled on the inner side of the slope, directing his light towards the jade pendant for a closer examination. The pendant was shaped like a curved droplet, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen, intricately laced with red, filamentous material, giving it the appearance of a blood-red jade pendant. Uncertain if it was the pendant itself or the coolness of the summer midnight, Lin Yi felt a subtle warmth radiating from within the pendant as he held it tightly in his palm. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that he found it. Lin Yi cautiously tucked the jade pendant into the inner pocket of his clothing, retrieved his phone, and glanced at the time. 5:36 a.m. The sky was beginning to brighten. It was time to return. However, when he opened the ride-hailing app, he realized that at this hour, it seemed impossible to secure a taxi. After all, this was the outskirts of the city, rather remote. Had he been in the city center, taxis would undoubtedly be plentiful at this hour. Realizing his oversight, Lin Yi dragged his somewhat fatigued body toward the nearest bus stop. Since it had come to this, he would take the first bus back in the morning. Upon exiting the forest, the main road remained shrouded in a dim haze, with only a few vehicles occasionally passing by. Passing a public restroom, Lin Yi stepped inside to inspect himself in the mirror, only to notice numerous stains on his clothing. These were remnants from the muddy ditch where he had been searching for the jade pendant. He let out a wry smile. In this state, Even if he managed to hail a taxi, the driver might refuse him entry. After cleaning up as best as he could, he may not have looked entirely pristine, but at least he wouldn't evoke disgust. After crossing the next intersection, a left turn just 200 meters ahead would lead him to the bus stop. A.S. Lin, he checked his phone's map and was about to turn left. He noticed a bustling array of street vendors in a small alley to his right. They were selling antiques and jade artifacts. Whether they were genuine or not was a matter of personal opinion. One could only say that those who understood would know, but Lin Yi had no expertise or interest in such items. Prepared to continue following the map's directions, a sudden flutter of intuition gripped his heart. He felt an inexplicable urge to step inside and take a look. In his previous life, Lin Yi had escaped death numerous times, a feat attributable to his cautious nature and strategic mind. Furthermore, his instincts had proven vital. Thus, he chose to trust his intuition and ventured into the antique street. The vendors appeared to have just set up their stalls, and foot traffic was still sparse. Lin Yi strolled along the street, flanked by numerous vendors and their eclectic displays. Coins, bronze wares, calligraphy, paintings, jade items, and ornaments from various eras dazzled the eye, yet he had no knowledge of these artifacts, making each one appear authentic. What now? After wandering around and expanding his horizons, he found himself empty-handed. With a long sigh, Lin Yi decided it was best to return and prepare for his next steps. As he made his way back along the street, halfway through, his heart jolted. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what was amiss. Patience in his demeanor, he glanced at a nearby stall, where a vendor was selling small jade trinkets. Squatting down, Lin Yi began to sift through the assorted curiosities on display. "Young man, these are fine ancient artifacts. Feel free to pick whichever catches your eye. I guarantee their authenticity." The vendor, noticing the early interest in his stall, eagerly beckoned him over. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't believe a word the old man said. Continuing to rummage through the items, he picked up a jade piece, only to freeze mid-motion. Not due to the jade itself, but because beneath it lay an object that made his heart race. Blood-red silk threads, shaped like droplets of water, reminiscent of the jade pendant he had searched for all night. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and confirmed that the pendant he had found was still there. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Could this be mass-produced? Maintaining an impassive face, Lin Yi picked up the jade pendant to scrutinize it closely. Though slightly different from his own, it too was warm to the touch. He strained to recall the image from his past life. Which one was it? The details eluded him, as the two pendants bore a striking resemblance, save for some minor discrepancies. Lin Yi leaned towards believing that the one in his pocket was genuine. Having been found beside the foul ditch, aligning with the previous owner's description. However, the looming threat of disaster left him unwilling to gamble. He resolved to acquire this pendant as well. With determination, Lin Yi continued to inspect other jade items. Before long, he lifted another jade piece and inquired, "Sir, how much for this one?" The vendor held up 3 fingers. 30,000 you've struck gold, young man. The provenance of this piece is extraordinary. The vendor paused, possibly organizing his thoughts. Were it not for my lack of interest in jade collecting, I would never part with it. Feel free to consult any appraisal agency, if even one declares it a counterfeit. You have my permission to smash my stall. Ironically, Lin Yi had recently come across a news story about a vendor who made similar assurances, only for the buyer to discover that while the jade was indeed genuine, they still lost 5,000 due to the item's low market value. Feigning dissatisfaction, Lin Yi continued to examine other jade items that he had to admit that the vendor was quite dedicated. Every piece came with a unique backstory. After inquiring about 5 or 6 items, Lin Yi picked up the blood-red jade pendant. You, my young friend, are clearly an expert. This piece is remarkable. Here's the deal, if you truly want it. 5,000, and it's yours. I'm just starting out today. I won't take a single cent from you. Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "Sir, that's rather unfair. This piece is worth at most 300. After some back-and-forth haggling, Lin Yi ultimately purchased the blood-red jade pendant for 1,000. The vendor's smile was crooked with delight. Once the transaction was complete, Lin Yi inquired about the pendant's origins. "Young man, this is a treasured heirloom passed down in my family. He could tell that the old man was not speaking the truth, having heard this very line before when the vendor introduced another jade piece. Exiting the antique street, Lin Yi fortuitously caught the first bus of the day. Upon returning home, he found his sister still asleep, that he stepped into the bedroom and retrieved the two jade pendants. Under the light, the blood vessels within the pendants appeared to be flowing. Lin Yi meticulously compared the two pendants, and a thought flashed through his mind. He turned one of the pendants over, only to find that they fit together perfectly. The previously minor differences served to secure their union. Wasn't this just like Tai Chi, only lacking two circular holes, which had initially hindered his recognition? Lin Yi exerted effort to separate the two pendants, only to discover they had fused together and could not be undone. The two pendants began to merge, and the blood vessels within them writhed. This was no longer a mere illusion. The blood vessels were indeed moving. One pendant's blood vessels broke the boundary and entered the other pendant, subsequently intertwining to form a knot as the knot vanished. The entwined blood vessels combined into one. Countless fine blood vessels repeated this process. While the junction of the two pendants began to blend seamlessly, it seemed that Lin Yi had stumbled upon a treasure. He gazed at the pendants with excitement, astonished that both were genuine and capable of merging. Quietly awaiting the fusion, he dared not blink, fearing he might miss some crucial information. Approximately half an hour later, the two pendants finally completed their fusion, transforming into a palm-sized disc. The scar at the junction had completely vanished. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Lin Yi's mind. He was not overly surprised. After all, with the impending apocalypse, nothing could truly astonish him. After digesting the information, he garnered a general understanding of the disc in his hand. This artifact possessed two forms. Point 1 was the pre-fusion jade pendant form, which could directly conjure a steel safe house, akin to the one from his previous life. The other was the complete disc form post-fusion, capable of summoning a small wooden cabin. Seemingly weaker, indeed was weaker. However, post-fusion, the safe house exhibited significant growth potential, lowering its minimum threshold while simultaneously raising its maximum capacity. Moreover, it could be retracted at will. Furthermore, the fused artifact could be utilized even before the apocalypse and could be upgraded. The information in his mind did not specify the conditions for upgrading. Those details would only become apparent after manifesting the safe house. The door creaked open, and Lin Wangyu, bleary-eyed, stood in the doorway. "Brother, have you not slept all night?" Lin Yi nodded and inquired, "Xiao Yu, how much money do you have left?" "Over 30,000. Why do you ask?" Lin Yi let out a sigh. It seemed that his younger sister had been frugal with her living expenses, which allowed her to save up this money. Before Lin Yi graduated, that affluent lady used to deposit 5,000 yuan into their account each month, which was indeed a considerable sum. After deducting the tuition fees for him and Xiao Yu, they could still live like normal children, and, at times, even somewhat comfortably. However, Xiao Yu was never like other girls. She rarely spent money on clothes or cosmetics to adorn herself. Both siblings practiced frugality in their daily lives. As they could not guarantee that more money would arrive the following month, that it was only when Lin Yi secured a job and gained a relatively stable source of income that Xiao Yu began to feel comfortable enough to purchase some clothes she liked. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi spoke, "Please transfer the money you have to me first. Once I finish this busy period, I will explain everything to you." Lin Wangyu nodded, refraining from asking questions. Throughout their lives, Lin Yi had always been responsible for planning their expenses, and she had great trust in her brother. Lin Yi stood up, gently ruffled his sister's hair, and stepped out of the room. Xiao Yu transferred over 32,000 yuan, and he still had a little over 50,000 in hand. The immediate priority was to find a secure location to set up the small wooden house and understand the conditions for upgrading it. Soon, Lin Yi thought of a place not far from their residential community, where there was a cluster of unfinished buildings. It was rather secluded, and hardly anyone would go there. He took a bicycle from a shed, which was his mode of transportation to work. Eco-friendly, economical, and also a great way to exercise. After a brief ride of around 10 minutes, Lin Yi arrived in front of the cluster of unfinished buildings. His residential area was already on the outskirts of the city, and this location was even more remote, with not a soul in sight. Lin Yi located the central unfinished building, brushed aside the spider webs in front of him, and entered, climbing all the way to the 8th floor in one breath. The layout of this building was approximately 120 square meters, with one unit on each side. The space was vast and sufficiently concealed. Cautiously, he took out a disc from his pocket. With a thought, a wooden house materialized before him. Although he had somewhat anticipated this, Lin Yi was still taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wooden house. This structure was modest, only about 10 square meters in size. It appeared to be woven from sturdy vines, closely arranged and quite solid, though its durability seemed slightly inferior compared to concrete walls. Observing the oddly constructed yet reasonable structure of the wooden house, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. If this wooden house were to be submitted to certain design competitions, it would undoubtedly secure first place. He approached the entrance, mentally commanded it to open, and heard the sound of wooden slats rubbing against each other as the vines entwined around the door rapidly retracted. When the last vine shrank, it conveniently pulled the door open. Stepping inside, he found the interior of the wooden house reminiscent of a hotel. To the left of the entrance was a bathroom, with a rather unconventional partition made of entwined vines. The space was small, offering no extra rooms aside from the bathroom. Further inside was a wooden bed, neatly covered with a quilt. Opposite the bed stood a wooden table adorned with several packets of compressed biscuits and a medical kit. The medical kit contained some common cold medications and antibiotics. To the right of the table was a 1-meter-long wooden stick and an iron dagger. Lin Yi picked up the wooden stick. It was not as light as he had imagined, weighing about the same as a solid iron rod. Above the table was a display screen, incongruous with the jungle-themed wooden house. Lin Yi approached, and the screen displayed an introduction to the wooden house. Safe house LV.1. Wooden house. Status. Placed. Retrieve. Next level. Stone house durability. 8. Normal concrete rooms have a durability of 10. Recovery rate. 3. The safe house will self-recover at an extremely slow rate after taking damage. It appeared that the durability of the wooden house was even less than that of his original residential area. However, that was not entirely accurate. This wooden house had recovery capabilities, unlike the residential building, which would not heal in his previous life. When the zombies first appeared, everyone hid in their homes. The concrete walls and iron doors could indeed temporarily fend off zombies, but they could not withstand prolonged assaults. Thus, recovery capability was undoubtedly a crucial factor. Moreover, this was merely a level 1 safe house. Once upgraded, it would surely surpass the sturdiness of the buildings in their community. The display screen revealed even more information as Lin Yi continued to scroll down. Wooden house specifications. 1. Wooden bed bonus. Mental recovery speed 22. Food area output. Compressed biscuits 6. Mineral water 4. Note. Items in the food area will automatically refresh and replenish daily at 0000. 3. Medicine area output. Antibiotics 5. Cold medicine 5. Anti-inflammatory drugs 5. Gauze 3. Note. Items in the medicine area will automatically refresh and replenish weekly on Mondays at 00. 00.4. Weapon area output. Hemlock stick 1. Dagger 1. Shovel 1. Axe 1. Note. Items in the weapon area will automatically refresh and replenish weekly on Mondays at 00. Unless necessary, please refrain from exploiting bugs to accumulate output. Item production will consume the energy of the safe house. An excessive consumption in a short period may temporarily affect the recovery ability of the safe house. Initially, Lin Yi had not paid much attention to the compressed biscuits and medicines on the table, considering such items readily available in supermarkets and pharmacies. However, after reading the introduction, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. These items could be continuously replenished. This meant that he and his sister could obtain a steady supply of food and medicine in the apocalypse. Lin Yi certainly considered taking advantage of the timely updates of various items to stockpile some food, medicine, and weapons. However, it seemed the safe house had already anticipated this, as the final note dispelled his little schemes. At present, the urgent matter was to seize the opportunity before the apocalypse struck and hastily upgrade the safe house. Lin Yi continued to scroll down and soon found the method for upgrading the wooden house. Upgrade conditions: 100 kilograms of raw meat, 0-100, 5 tons of, or 0-5. Place the qualifying items near the safe house for automatic absorption. The upgrading conditions for the primary safe house were not difficult at all. One might even say they were quite simple. Just 100 kilograms of raw meat could easily be procured from a local market. AS for ore. It could be found in old mining areas. The wool comes from sheep, and finding the necessary items would also satisfy one of the conditions for upgrading. Lin Yi glanced at his phone, which read 10:24. There was no time to waste. With a thought, he retracted the safe house. This time, the wooden house did not transform back into a disc, but instead shrank into a stream of energy that entered his forehead. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, but felt no pain. Subsequently, a surge of information filled his mind, and he gained a rough understanding of it. His brow relaxed. With just a thought, he could directly place or retract the safe house. This was far better, as he no longer had to worry about losing the disc. Exiting the unfinished building, Lin Yi hopped on his bicycle. Half an hour later, he arrived at a farmer's market. He was quite familiar with this place. As to save money, the siblings usually cooked their meals at home, but he was responsible for buying groceries, while his sister took charge of cooking. Flashes of past memories danced in his mind, and a faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips. In fact, he used to be the one cooking when they were younger, but Xiao Yu often complained about his culinary skills. Thus, as his sister grew a bit older, the cooking responsibilities fell to her. He knew that she simply wanted to lighten his load, despite his cooking skills being less than stellar. Entering the market, he headed to the fourth stall on the left, where the vendor, a familiar uncle selling pork, greeted him at your back. The uncle acknowledged Lin Yi with a wave. Lin Yi nodded. Since the vendor was not a resident of his community, he naturally had no ill feelings towards him in the uncle's astonished gaze. Lin Yi purchased 120 jin of pork from him and 120 jin from the neighboring stall as well, totaling 120 kilograms of pork. There will be quite a few guests at home in the coming days. Lin Yi, without a flicker of hesitation, concocted a flimsy excuse. Whether the uncle believed it or not was of no concern to him. The uncle nodded, still somewhat bewildered. Surely, one wouldn't require such an abundance of meat for guests at home. Nevertheless, it was of no relevance to him. Lifting half a slab of pork, he inquired, "Shall I chop it into pieces?" Lin Yi shook his head, finding it impractical to have it minced, with the vendor's assistance. The two secured the hefty cuts of pork to the rear of the bicycle using rope. The bicycle creaked under the weight, emitting a squeak as it struggled. The 120 kilograms of pork cost Lin Yi 4,000 yuan. Yet he felt no regret, for soon enough, this money would become utterly inconsequential. "Hey, Shaolin, why did you buy so much meat?" A familiar voice called from behind, causing Lin Yi's gaze to turn icy in an instant. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Wang Lan, who lived across from him. She had been among the crowd that had driven him and his sister away. Furthermore, before the apocalypse, this old hag had frequently bullied the two siblings, taking advantage of their lack of adult supervision at home. Turning around, Lin Yi displayed a smile that oozed danger. Wang Yi, we are expecting quite a few guests at home in the next few days. So I thought I would purchase some pork. Wang Lan smirked derisively. What a motherless child. You've never seen anyone host guests with such a copious amount of pork, then aren't you afraid it will be too much? Silly child, who needs this much meat to entertain guests? Since you have so much, why don't I just take some from you? As she spoke, Wang Lan began to approach the bicycle's rear. Lin Yi stepped in front of her, flashing a radiant smile. Seeing this, Wang Lan's expression soured. What do you mean by this? Does Wang Yi really need to deceive you? Don't be hasty, Wang Yi, Lin Yi replied. Just come over to my house the day after tomorrow morning, and I'll give you whatever I don't use. Now that's more like it. I thought you had grown wings and dared to deny me your Aunt Wang. Wang Lan muttered as she walked away. A glint of sharpness flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. The apocalypse was approaching, and he would not spare any of those who had betrayed him. With the existence of a safe house, he found that he no longer needed to hoard food or medicine. Moreover, there were several warehouses nearby, filled with bread and snacks. Although Lin Yi had no use for them, he certainly would not leave these provisions for those who had turned against him. Leisurely pedaling his bicycle, Lin Yi paid no mind to the curious glances from passers-by. Upon returning to the dilapidated building, he set out the wooden house and placed the two slabs of pork beside it. The meat quickly shriveled away, leaving only a thin layer of skin behind. Upgrade conditions: raw meat 100 kilograms, completed, or 5 tons, 05. Without entering the wooden house, Lin Yi focused his thoughts and gleaned this information in his mind. Collecting her from the old mine would have to wait until nightfall. Otherwise, The noise would be too disruptive. What then should he occupy himself with this afternoon? After some contemplation, Lin Yi made up his mind and hurried back home. "Brother, you're back." As he opened the door, Lin Yi was seated in the living room, engrossed in her phone. Lin Yi approached and sat beside his little sister, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Nizi, would you like to go somewhere fun?" "I'll take you." Lin Yi looked up, blinking in surprise. "What is going on, brother? Did you win the lottery or get promoted? You'll find out soon enough." Lin Yi hugged her pillow, pondering for a moment that I just saw a barbecue place on my phone. It looked pretty good. "Shall we go grab something to eat?" At the mention of barbecue, Lin Yi's stomach growled audibly, and he chuckled. "All right, let us go have some barbecue first for the rest of the afternoon." Lin Yi took his sister out to eat, visit an amusement park, and shop for clothes to his amusement. They even ended up at an escape room. Observing the NPC's costumes, he shook his head. They were far from realistic. He had encountered real zombies, and they were far more terrifying than this. That on their way home, he stopped by a mobile phone store, spending 28,000 yuan on over 10 phones. After the blood moon, phones had mutated as well. Although they were unlikely to break, they could easily be lost. For safety's sake, he purchased 10 as backups. Noticing his sister's puzzled expression, Lin Yi gently patted her head, "That you'll understand when we get back." Once home, the siblings settled in the living room, where Lin Yi recounted a gripping tale. From the onset of the blood moon to the emergence of zombies, the perilous organization of community defenses, the surprise of acquiring the A-grade ability of Weapon Master, and finally, the despair of betrayal. As Lin Yi listened, she felt as though she were living through the events herself, her fists clenching unconsciously. After a long moment, a single tear slipped from her eye. "Brother, the siblings you mentioned, could it be us?" Clearly, his sister had deduced the truth. Lin Yi nodded. "Indeed, I've been reborn. The apocalypse will arrive the day after tomorrow at dawn. This time, all those who have betrayed us must face retribution." Though it was hard to believe, Lin Yi interrupted him, embracing him tightly. "Brother, I believe even as dust descended." Lin Yi rose to his feet. "Come, let me show you something amazing." The safe house. Lin Yi, astute as ever, immediately recalled the safe house mentioned in Lin Yi's story. Lin Yi playfully flicked her nose. "Clever girl." The two descended the stairs, where Lin Yi carefully wiped down the rear of the bicycle before heading toward the old mine. The distance from Happy Community to the old mine was over 20 kilometers, but thankfully, Lin Yi often rode his bike. An hour later, they arrived at the old mine, flashlight in hand, and stepped in the woods Lin Yi had previously visited. Beyond the trees lay a 2-meter-high earthen embankment, with refuse piled in the outer perimeter of the opposite side. The area enclosed by the embankment was the mining zone. Lin Yi located a spot near the embankment and, with a thought, summoned the safe house. Lin Yi's mouth fell open in astonishment. This supernatural phenomenon was difficult for her to grasp. The ore near the safe house quickly dwindled, and 5 tons of ore was not a substantial amount. The ground beside the wooden house only sank less than half a meter. Subsequently, the wooden house began to transform. The vine-covered walls morphed into smooth stone walls, a process that lasted approximately 10 minutes. There was no sound, nor did any mishaps occur during the transformation. Lin Yi received information in his mind. The wooden house had upgraded to a stone house, more than doubling in size. The previously modest wooden house of a few dozen square meters had expanded to over 40 square meters in stone form. Lin Yi took his sister's hand and led her inside the stone house. Upon entering, they found a small living room, as the house itself was not large. Lin Yi surveyed the layout, noting the peculiar arrangement. The stone house was square-shaped. Aside from the entrance, the remaining 3 sides were filled with small rooms. Most of these rooms were recognizable as a kitchen, a bedroom, a weapons area, a medical room, and a bathroom. The left side resembled a dormitory with bunk beds and had an independent bathroom, though Lin Yi could not immediately ascertain the purpose of this room. However, this was not a concern as Lin Yi stood in the living room. He spotted a display screen on the right side near the entrance. Safe House LV.2, Stone House, Status, Placed Retrieve, Next Level, Iron House Durability, 16, Normal concrete rooms have a durability of 10. Recovery ability, 5. The safe house will slowly self-repair after sustaining damage. The sturdiness of the safe house has significantly improved. Its resilience now surpasses that of the residential buildings within the community. Its recovery capabilities have also seen a notable enhancement. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction as he continued to observe further details. Specifications of the stone house. 1. Bedroom. Bonus 1. Mental recovery speed increased by 30. Bonus 2. Resting in the bedroom allows for a permanent and gradual enhancement of physical constitution. 2. Kitchen output. Random fresh vegetables and fruits. Note: kitchen items will automatically update and replenish daily at 00.3. Medical room output. Various types of medicines. Note: medical room items will automatically update and replenish every Monday at 00. 4. Armory output. Various types of iron tools and a crossbow. Note: items in the weapon area will automatically update and replenish every Monday at 00. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from exploiting bugs to accumulate output, as item production will consume energy from the safe house. Excessive energy depletion in a short period will temporarily affect the recovery capabilities of the safe house. The changes in the stone house specifications are substantial. Firstly, the bedroom's mental recovery speed has been elevated to 30, and a new bonus has been unlocked, providing a permanent enhancement to physical constitution, which is particularly crucial in a post-apocalyptic world. The kitchen now offers a daily supply of random vegetables and fruits, nearly matching the configuration of Lin Yi's previous home, the only difference being the absence of a refrigerator. The medical room is stocked with a variety of medicines, though Lin Yi only recognizes a few of the common ones. He speculates about the purpose of the dormitory-like room on the left side. Lastly, the armory is filled with various iron implements, long swords, broadswords, heavy hammers, and more. The most captivating item for Lin Yi is a crossbow, as the safe house has surprisingly generated a ranged weapon. He continues to scroll through the display screen, noticing new information emerging below. Personnel configuration. Master, Lin Yi Companion, 0-1 none. Servants, 0-2 none. Exploration Team, 0-3 none. Personnel within the safe house will not harbor any detrimental thoughts toward the master and must adhere to the master's commands. At the same time, Lin Yi receives a piece of information in his mind, akin to the signing of a contract. As the master of the safe house, he can formalize a contract with anyone who agrees to become his servant or subordinate, thereby joining the safe house. Unsurprisingly, the room on the left is indeed prepared for servants and subordinates. Continuing further, Lin Yi discovers that the safe house has also unlocked a functional module. Functions. 1. Storage space. Without leaving the safe house, the master can directly store items within or absorb materials needed for upgrades. Currently, there is only one function, but it proves to be quite useful. Finally, he arrives at the upgrade requirements. Upgrade requirements. Zombie flesh, 1,000 kilograms, 01000. Corpses of zombies, 202. Steel, 30 tons, 030. Complete personnel configuration, 06. The first two upgrade requirements cannot be met for the time being, but the third one is worth investigating. He still has nearly 50,000 yuan on him and wonders how much he can procure. Having gained a basic understanding of the stone house's information, Lin Yi promptly retracted the safe house and departed the old mining area with Lin Wangyu. Upon returning home, Lin Yi checked his phone. The time read 23:17 on August 15, 2020. That only one day remained until the impending apocalypse. He had not closed his eyes for an entire day, and his mind felt foggy. After a quick wash, he collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. The night was tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the distant sounds of the ghostly youth causing a ruckus. In a hazy state, Lin Yi's bedroom door was opened. At dawn, Lin Yi attempted to turn over, only to find his right arm pinned down by something. Opening his eyes, he discovered that Xiaoyu had somehow nestled into his embrace. Lin Wangyu, disturbed by Lin Yi's movements, slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the serene and adorable girl before him. Lin Yi extended his hand, gently caressing her hair. "Little sister, when did you arrive?" Lin Wangyu blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Brother, do you really think the apocalypse will come?" Lin Yi sighed. "I don't know. Regardless of whether it comes or not, I will protect you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but playfully poke her nose. Xiaoyu was already 19 years old, growing ever more graceful. After a brief wash, Lin Yi headed out, locating a construction materials processing factory on the map that it was a distance of several kilometers. But instead of riding the small bike downstairs, he hailed a taxi from the roadside. After all, he required a substantial amount of steel, and arriving by bicycle would seem rather unprofessional in a short while. The taxi stopped in front of the construction materials factory at the entrance. An elderly security guard was seated in the booth, listening to opera. Lin Yi tapped on the window, and the old man turned a glance at him. "What is it?" "I'm here to wholesale some building materials." "Come in and wait a moment." The old man opened the door, and Lin Yi then noticed that the security booth was air-conditioned. This job appeared to be far better than his own, prompting Lin Yi to mentally berate his foolish boss once more. The old man took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in work attire and wearing a hard hat approached. "Young man, are you here to wholesale materials?" Lin Yi nodded. After some discussion, he learned that unfinished steel costs over 3,000 yuan per ton, and his available fund were only sufficient to purchase a little over 10 tons, far from the quantity needed for the safe house upgrade. However, this was not a significant issue. After negotiations, Lin Yi paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan, indicating he would return the following morning with people to collect the materials and settle the remaining balance. Moreover, the factory was well stocked with unprocessed steel, so there was no need to rush. Lin Yi would be able to collect it directly, provided there was still a tomorrow. Having arranged everything, it was already afternoon when Lin Yi returned home and peered out the window. The sunset was blood-red, casting a crimson glow that seemed to herald the impending blood moon. Many people downstairs gazed up at the sky in awe, taking out their phones to capture the moment. In his previous life, Lin Yi would have been rushing to meet work deadlines at this hour, completely oblivious to the sunset's anomaly. Of course, even if he had noticed, he would not have thought much of it. After all, no one would associate such a scene with the apocalypse. Downstairs, several children were playfully chasing each other, while a few mothers pushed strollers, and a group of men gathered around a card table in the shade of a tree, engrossed in their game. After observing for a moment, Lin Yi redirected his gaze and took his sister downstairs. The apocalypse was imminent. They should enjoy one last evening of revelry. As they exited the elevator, they coincidentally encountered Wang Lan making her way upstairs. For some reason, the sight of Lin Yi caused a flutter of unease within her. However, she quickly reminded herself that two orphans like them could hardly expect anyone to support them. Steeling herself, she spoke. "Little Lin, don't forget, I'll come by your house tomorrow morning to pick up the pork." Lin Yi was taken aback, suddenly recalling the earlier encounter with Wang Lan at the farmer's market. Busy throughout the day, he had almost forgotten about it. A bright smile spread across his face. "Sure thing, Aunt Wang. Don't forget tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you." 4 hours later, Lin Yi and Lin Wangyu sat in a lavish restaurant, their eyes lighting up at the array of delectable dishes before them. During this time, Lin Yi had taken his sister shopping for cosmetics and clothing, followed by a visit to the arcade where they had indulged for over an hour. Leaving them ravenously hungry and no longer concerned about appearances, they devoured the feast before them, drawing disapproving glances from the well-dressed patrons nearby. By the time they returned home, the clock read 10:19 p.m. The countdown to the apocalypse had begun. As the time approached 00:00, whether it would herald the end or merely another ordinary day remained uncertain. Time dragged on, and Lin Yi felt as though each moment stretched into an eternity as he and his sister stood on the balcony. In the distance, the main road occasionally bore witness to a few vehicles hurtling past, only to vanish from sight. The clock in the room ticked steadily, indifferent to its owner's mounting anxiety. At long last, the hour and minute hands aligned at the pinnacle. With a soft click, the two unevenly sized pointers converged, marking August 17th, 00:00, Monday. Suddenly, the outside world was illuminated with a surge of crimson light, as if someone were playing a trick with a red lamp. Lin Yi's breath hitched. This sensation was all too familiar to him. In this apocalyptic realm, devoid of sunlight, an endless blood moon loomed, tainting all it touched with a nauseating hue of red. In the distance, at the heart of the city, the brightest edifice abruptly extinguished its lights. A weary office worker, burning the midnight oil, stared in dismay as his computer screen. After 3 hours of labor, succumbed to darkness on the verge of an outburst, his voice caught in his throat. Positioned on a high floor near the floor-to-ceiling windows, he watched as buildings around him flickered out like scenes from a film. Stunned by the spectacle, he sighed, his expression turning despondent, yet a flicker of resolve ignited within him as he muttered, "Let whoever wants to stay in this damned place do so." He then groped his way through the pitch-black room towards the stairs. From Lin Yi's perspective, the lights began to extinguish from that brightest structure, spreading outward in a circular wave. Within the circle, darkness reigned, shrouded beneath the blood moon, while outside, the world remained aglow. The speed of this encroaching darkness was alarming. Even as Lin Yi pondered, his own neighborhood began to succumb to the phenomenon. An almost imperceptible wave swept through, and the lights in the room suddenly faded. A faint screech of tires echoed from the nearby street, followed by a loud crash, as if something had collided with an object. From that moment onward, humanity was bereft of electricity. Not merely a disruption of a fixed and widespread circuit, but even flashlights would become inoperative. All devices capable of storing electrical energy or connecting to a power source would be rendered useless, and automobiles were no exception. Lin Yi pulled out his phone, only to find it had powered down, signaling the onset of some strange transformation. "Let us go," he whispered, urging his sister Xiaoyu as they hurried downstairs. Upon seeing the darkened elevator, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. At this moment, anyone riding the elevator would surely be doomed. Downstairs, Lin Yi retrieved a bicycle from the crowded bike shed, guiding Xiaoyu towards the building materials processing factory they had visited during the day. Behind the happy community, a narrow road led solely to the neighborhood, seldom traversed by anyone. However, in the evenings, elderly residents often came here to seek solace and engage in conversation. At this hour, the crowd had long dissipated, leaving behind an abandoned wheelchair that a closer inspection would reveal that someone occupied the chair. However, the elderly man's frail form slumped awkwardly, his head tilted in a grotesque manner, rendering him nearly invisible from behind. This man was also a resident of the happy community, a patient confined to a wheelchair, usually pushed out by his spouse for a breath of fresh air. Yet today, it was unclear whether his partner had met with some misfortune, for she had vanished without a trace. The community's residents harbored little fondness for this elderly man, who was notorious for his irritable temperament, often shouting and never offering a kind word. Now, he was accompanied only by a sickly-looking black dog. With the emergence of the blood moon, the man's awareness began to fade, blood vessels creeping into his eyes until they were a deep crimson. Suddenly, his arm jerked, and he sat up stiffly, hunger gnawing at him. His gaze fell upon the motionless dog at his feet. Extending a gnarled hand, his arm resembled a withered branch, thin, wrinkled, and frail. Uncontrollably, he reached for the dog he had cared for over the years, an insatiable craving for flesh overwhelming him. At the moment his palm brushed against the dog's fur, the frail creature sprang to life, drool dripping from its mouth as it lunged at the elderly in the light of the blood moon. Man and beast descended into a frenzied struggle, tearing at each other. Similar transformations quietly unfolded in numerous locations, particularly within the hospital's intensive care unit. Lin Yi guided his sister to the side of the processing factory, where the walls were low, unlikely to attract thieves. Aside from the absence of surveillance, stealing from here would require at least a transport vehicle. The notion of a thief operating a truck to pilfer goods from this place struck Lin Yi as absurd. Shaking his head to dispel fanciful thoughts, once inside the factory, he navigated toward the storage area for unprocessed steel, familiar with the layout from his previous visit. The door was unlatched, merely secured with a wooden stick, not to deter thieves, but because the steel inside weighed several tons. Discarding the stick, they entered the warehouse, where numerous steel blocks lay stacked, albeit the space felt somewhat vacant. An idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind, and he observed as the steel began to visibly wither away. "Don't we need to release the safe house?" Xiaoyu inquired, watching the steel become uneven. Lin Yi explained, "Not necessary. The safe house has unlocked a new feature." When he previously showed Xiaoyu the safe house, he realized the display screen was visible only to him. To her, it appeared as though he were gesturing at thin air. "Look!" Lin Yi exclaimed, picking up a nearly 10-centimeter long metal shard. Then, under Xiaoyu's watchful gaze, The shard vanished without a trace. Storage space, Xiaoyu gasped. Lin Yi, amused, covered his eyes. It's just magic. The child had been reading too many novels, he mused. The safe house absorbed the steel at an impressive rate. And before long, the withering ceased. Lin Yi mentally reviewed the upgrade conditions. The steel category was complete, and he promptly led Xiaoyu back toward the community. If his memory served him right, the residents would not discover the emergence of zombies until noon the following day. Yet, the situation outside remained uncertain. After all, during the last apocalypse, he had never been in this area. Leaving him unaware of its circumstances, the two swiftly scaled the wall and mounted their bicycles, racing home. In their haste, Lin Yi had not taken the time to observe the changes along the route. This area, bordering the outskirts of the city, was relatively tranquil, and no vehicles lay stranded due to the disturbances. Everything appeared normal, save for the ominous blood moon hanging in the sky. The pavement bore an eerie and unsettling dark red hue. The shadows of trees, the uneven surface, and the patched asphalt merging to create a grotesque tableau reminiscent of a giant's flesh. The silhouettes of the trees appeared as monstrous figures, poised to devour passers-by. Having experienced the apocalypse once before, Lin Yi remained composed. Behind him, Xiaoyu clutched his waist tightly, her fingers whitening with tension, yet she remained silent. Lin Yi steadied the handlebars with one hand, turning to ruffle Xiaoyu's hair. "Fear not. Brother will protect you." Xiaoyu nodded, her grip loosening slightly, though her gaze remained fixed on the bizarre scenery. After years of siblinghood, Lin Yi understood Xiaoyu's thoughts all too well, and he couldn't help but sigh. In truth, Xiaoyu was a remarkably resilient and endearing girl, always eager to share his burdens. Such sentimental musings were short-lived. As Lin Yi's pupils constricted, ahead, a car had crashed into a large tree at the curb. Analyzing the scene, it became evident that the driver had suddenly been affected by the wave of energy, causing the vehicle to lose power. While the streetlights extinguished abruptly, in a moment of panic, the driver miscalculated, veering off the road and colliding with the tree. Yet, Lin Yi's concern lay not with the accident itself, but with the fate of those who perished in the apocalypse, who would rise as zombies, those gravely injured or afflicted with illness, their consciousness fading, were at high risk of becoming undead as they drew nearer. Lin Yi's anxiety subsided. The car's front end was embedded in the tree, indicating that the driver was likely no more. Honestly, why drive so recklessly? He lamented. Lin Yi quietly muttered complaints under his breath as he parked his bicycle to the side, instructing Xiaoyu to wait there. Alone, he cautiously approached the car, not out of recklessness, but rather for safety's sake. The zombies were not as sluggish as depicted in the typical films from his homeland. Rather, their speed was surprisingly comparable to a human sprinting at full throttle. More importantly, these creatures exhibited an unyielding endurance. Should Lin Yi choose to accelerate past on his bicycle, a sudden appearance of a zombie would leave him with no time to react. A piece of metal lay on the ground about 4 to 5 meters from the car, its origin unknown. Grasping the warm metal in his hand, Lin Yi deduced that the car accident had occurred recently. He continued his approach towards the car window, drawing upon the skills he had mastered as a martial arts master in his previous life. Although he lacked any enhancements now, the countless applications of those techniques had long since embedded themselves in his mind. As Lin Yi reached the car window, a zombie roared and lunged through the already shattered glass. However, it was thwarted by the seatbelt, preventing its escape. As Lin Yi stepped back, he swung the metal piece down with force, severing the zombie's head. The creature's vulnerabilities lay in its brain and heart, and thus, it fell silent. The safe house received a command, swiftly absorbing the zombie's flesh and blood. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that the seatbelt had restrained the creature, allowing him to dispatch it with such ease. He silently commended the driver for their adherence to traffic regulations. Zombies, as the most fundamental and prevalent threat in this apocalypse, weren't excessively powerful. Their strength and defenses were akin to those of an average adult male, with the advantage of being relentless. Their disadvantage, however, was their usual lack of weaponry. The bearer of corpses, as required by the safe house's upgrade tasks, was a being far superior to the zombies. Lin Yi had encountered one in his previous life, where he, alongside 20 residents, had ultimately sacrificed 5 lives to defeat it, with the safe house now silent. Lin Yi mentally reviewed the upgrade conditions: zombie flesh and blood, 1,000 kilograms, 601000, bearer of corpses, 202, steel, 30 tons, completed, gather personnel, 06, indeed. They were one step closer to upgrading the safe house. Lin Yi discarded the metal piece and returned to Xiaoyu, who appeared unwell. Her complexion paled. It was all right. During his first encounter with a zombie in his past life, he had nearly vomited from the horror. A little habituation would suffice. As he reached out to stroke her hair, he noticed his hand was stained with zombie blood and withdrew it. Lin Wangyu observed this and grasped her brother's wrist, attempting to place his hand atop her head, only to be met with a gentle flick from Lin Yi's clean left hand. Silly child, if this accidentally gets into your mouth, it could lead to infection. After this exchange, Xiaoyu seemed less frightened, pouting at Lin Yi. Besides the dead or severely injured being susceptible to becoming zombies, consuming zombie flesh or being bitten posed a significant risk of infection. The former was a lower risk, while the latter was considerably higher. In the happy community, a tense atmosphere was quietly brewing. Despite the late hour, many young people remain awake. The property management had not issued prior notice, and a sudden power outage left some residents attempting to call for clarification, only to discover their phones were also dead. Though the cause of the outage was unclear, an unsettling feeling lingered that this blackout was far from ordinary. To the left of the happy community lay an intersection, leading north to a seldom-traveled road that ended at the community. In the evening, many elderly residents would gather there to enjoy the cool air. Under the eerie glow of the blood moon, a figure staggered from the northern road toward the intersection that a dark, indiscernible liquid dripped from the person's face. It was an elderly man in a wheelchair, his body smeared with blood, particularly around his sleeves and chest, which were tainted with dark hair. The old man moved slowly forward, his steps seemingly aimless. He paused at the intersection, and moments later, whether by coincidence or compulsion, he turned left, heading toward his home. A few minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the community with his sister, passing the intersection and turning in the opposite direction of the old man. Upon returning home, Lin Yi lit a candle, contemplating whether to move directly into the safe house. However, given its current level, would it be too risky to relocate? For both the community's residents and the zombies, this stone house seemed somewhat unique. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi decided to proceed with the move into the safe house. First, the safe house required zombie flesh for upgrades. Secondly, although it had not yet reached a steel level, its sturdiness was already 1.6 times that of an average residential wall, and it possessed regenerative capabilities. That a notification buzzed in Lin Yi's pocket, signaling that his phone had undergone a transformation. He pulled it out, and like in his previous life, the interface had changed, leaving only two simple functions: chat and flashlight. The flashlight feature was crucial, for under the red moon, humans could barely make out their surroundings. Without a light source, exploring indoors was utterly futile. That a message alert popped up, indicating someone had sent a message. Zhang Liang, what's going on? Why is my phone turned into this? Did it get a virus? Zhou Qiang, I have no idea. I was gaming an hour ago, and then my phone just shut down. Liang, did you guys catch a virus for browsing those late-night websites? Li Yang retracted a message. Lin Yi chuckled softly and activated the Do Not Disturb mode on his phone. The clock had struck 2 in the morning, and both Lin Yi and Xiaoyu were beginning to feel drowsy. After offering his sister some comforting words, they each retreated to their rooms to sleep. When Lin Yi next opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning, awakened by a loud knocking at the door. Reaching the entrance, he heard Wang Lan's voice calling out, "Xiao Lin, open the door. It's your Aunt Wang." It seemed she had been knocking for a while, and her tone grew impatient. "We agreed you would let me pick up the meat this morning. If you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easy." Lin Yi grinned, never having seen someone so eager to rush to their demise. He swung the door open. "How could that be? Aunt Wang, I just woke up." However, he did not invite Wang Lan inside. Instead, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. "Come on, Aunt Wang, I left the pork on the rooftop." Wang Lan was momentarily taken aback. Why would the pork be on the rooftop? Lin Yi didn't give her time to ponder, gently pushing her up the stairs. With the power out, the elevator was naturally unusable. Wang Lan had already noticed the blackout at home, but hadn't thought much of it. The happy community was an old neighborhood, and power outages were a common occurrence. Upon reaching the rooftop, Wang Lan finally realized that the sky, which should have been bright by now, was instead cast in an ominous blood-red hue. "What is going on?" she began, but suddenly felt a chill run down her back. Looking down, she saw the tip of a knife protruding from her chest, a sharp blade having pierced her heart from behind. Wang Lan's eyes were filled with confusion, disbelief, and malice to ensure her demise. Lin Yi withdrew the knife and swiftly slashed across her throat, watching as she slowly collapsed. Having survived for quite some time in the apocalypse during his previous life, Lin Yi's actions were decisive, devoid of hesitation, and his heart remained calm. Though a flicker of anger simmered within Wang Lan in this life, she was merely a person who had oppressed the siblings and gained minor advantages. Yet, to Lin Yi, this group had exploited him, betrayed him, and indirectly led to the demise of both him and Xiao Yu. The sins of the past would be repaid in this life. Having slain Wang Lan, Lin Yi did not depart. In this apocalyptic world, the deceased would transform into zombies, thereby contributing to the fortification of their safe haven. Indeed, mere minutes later, Wang Lan's lifeless form began to contort, her eyes veined with crimson. Lin Yi glanced at her condition and deemed it sufficient. Subsequently, with one hand gripping the hilt of his knife and the other bracing the blade, he severed Wang Lan's head from her body. As she continued to writhe, her form abruptly halted, crashing heavily to the ground, this time irrevocably dead. Soon after, the safe house within Lin Yi began to absorb the remnants of the zombie's blood and flesh, which could be considered a form of obliteration. Upon returning home, Lin Yi washed the blood from his hands with haste, just as Xiao Yu pushed open the door to his room. She had awakened long before, having gleaned from Lin Yi's recounting of their past life that he had ventured out for a grim purpose. Observing her state of mind, Lin Yi sighed with concern. Is this too difficult to accept? The sudden collapse of order and the explosive onset of the apocalypse would inevitably instill fear and disorientation in humanity. However, the adaptability of humankind has always proven to be astonishingly resilient. Xiao Yu nodded, burying her face in Lin Yi's chest. "I trust you, brother." Lin Yi approached the window and looked down, noticing a crowd gathered in the neighborhood, their voices a murmur of discussion regarding the celestial anomaly. "This is indeed peculiar. I have never seen a moon so red in all my years," he mused. Everyone felt the same. Even their phones had been rendered useless, unable to place calls. Worrying proved futile. They would wait. Information spread rapidly in this age, and it was likely that officials would arrive shortly. The crowd congregated, chatting aimlessly, seeking a modicum of comfort in their shared uncertainty. Yet, the events that followed would soon shatter their fragile sense of security. Lin Yi's building was situated at the northwestern corner of the community, adjacent to an intersection where the crowd buzzed with idle chatter. The blood moon cast a dim light, obscuring the figures approaching from the eastern side of the intersection. From Lin Yi's elevated vantage point, he could discern the peculiar gait of the two approaching shapes. However, his demeanor remained stoic and silent. In the past, it was from this very spot that he had warned many below, allowing them to escape a catastrophe. Gradually, he had become their steadfast leader, rallying them against the zombie threat. Lin Yi retrieved a cigarette from his pack, igniting it with a lighter and inhaling deeply. Memories of his previous life felt distant, yet the image of Xiao Yu charging into the horde of zombies remained vivid. This very group he led had once mercilessly condemned and slandered him in an effort to curry favor with an S-rank ability user. As the two zombies drew nearer, someone in the crowd finally spotted them. Had it been daytime, or even a typical night, they would have seen the blood smeared across the faces of the figures from 10 meters away. Yet, under the cover of the blood moon, the crimson stains became an exquisite camouflage. A middle-aged man in his 50s misidentified the two limping figures, chuckling. "Is that you, lame third? Where did you find yourself a hunchbacked wife?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, but a hesitant voice broke through. "Brother Wang, I'm right here." The speaker was indeed the lame third, and upon realizing his mistake, Brother Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, he quickly dismissed the concern. Two cripples posed no real threat. Until that moment, the crowd had not connected the dots to the notion of zombies. After all, such creatures only existed in novels or films. In reality, how could such horrors exist? Some among them had never even seen a zombie movie, As the two figures limped forward, they suddenly broke into a run. This shocking spectacle left the crowd in disbelief. Was a cripple actually running? Brother Wong, seeing one of the figures approaching him, assumed it was anger over his earlier taunt and prepared to retaliate with a punch. What transpired next would be etched in his memory forever, as this marked the end of his brief life. Brother Wong's fist connected squarely with the zombie's face, yet he did not stop there. His arm continued forward, plunging directly into the open maw of the undead. The zombie was momentarily taken aback. Were there still good Samaritans in this world? Then, as if to honor Brother Wong's gesture, the zombie bit down with ferocious intent. The crowd finally comprehended the horror before them. This was no mere person. Half of the face was stripped of flesh, revealing ghastly white bone, bloodshot eyes, and menacing fangs dripping with saliva. Good heavens! A scream pierced the air, and aside from the 2 or 3 who had been bitten immediately, chaos erupted among the remaining crowd. In an instant, several were knocked to the ground, desperately trying to rise but finding their legs utterly weak. Some fled toward the community entrance, while others dashed home. Yet, the zombies moved with alarming speed and relentless stamina. In the fray, nearly 10 more were bitten. Driven by instinct, the zombies did not linger to feast upon a single victim, but sought to maximize their carnage, only consuming after ensuring a sufficient number had been hunted. Typically, a zombie would only gnaw on a part of its prey unless it had been too long without a meal. It was not uncommon to witness even zombies turning on each other in their desperation. From a human perspective, one might assume they were simply too famished. Minutes later, the original 2 zombies returned, beginning to feast upon the fallen. Less than 10 minutes after that, those who had been bitten initially staggered to their feet. Like aging machines, after wandering aimlessly for a time, the zombies began to disperse in various directions. "How terrifying, brother," Xiaoyu remarked. Lin Yi turned to her, enveloping her in a protective embrace. "I am strong. With me here, you need not fear." Lin Weiyu's complexion had improved, regaining some color. She lifted her head. "I want to protect you too." Lin Yi took out his phone, and unsurprisingly, the group chat was in an uproar. Keywords like zombies, mutations, apocalypse, and survival flooded the discourse, challenging everyone's worldview. It was time. Lin Yi powered down his phone. Wang Lan was dead. It was time to move into the safe house. The siblings quickly gathered their belongings and stepped outside. The night before, Lin Yi had contemplated the ideal location for their safe house, determining that the road to the north of the community was most suitable, relatively concealed yet easy to navigate. Even if dissatisfaction arose, he could relocate at any moment. Once they descended the stairs, they stealthily maneuvered around the greenery below, reaching the intersection unscathed. The zombies had departed. The distance from the intersection to their destination was only a couple of 100 meters. Just as Lin Yi thought they were safe, a zombie approached him directly. The two were 50 meters apart, and based on his past experiences, if no noise is made, the safe distance from zombies is approximately 10 meters. Beyond this range, zombies are largely unable to detect humans. That he now faces 2 choices: retreat back home to wait for a chance, or take the risk of walking along the edge of the road, thereby reducing the closest distance to the zombies to about 9 meters, with a chance of evading them. Lin Yi contemplated briefly and made his decision, instructing his sister to lean against the wall and observe the surroundings, while he brandished a sharp knife and charged at the zombie. When he was 10 meters away, the wandering zombie noticed him, let out a low growl, and lunged forward. The zombie's fingers had elongated into sharp, thick claws, reaching for Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi ducked to evade, and his knife deftly plunged into the zombie's throat. He exerted all his strength, but failed to slice through the zombie's neck horizontally. The zombie felt no pain. The knife lodged in its throat had no effect, and it gaped its mouth wide, emitting a hissing sound as it lunged at Lin Yi. After the first strike missed, Lin Yi quickly stepped back, withdrew the knife, and thrust it into the zombie's heart. This time, it went in with little effort. The zombie struggled a couple of times before collapsing, compared to piercing the heart. Lin Yi preferred to completely sever the zombie's head, not out of brutality, but simply for safety. Whether piercing the eye socket or the heart, there remained a slim chance of failing to kill the zombie. And should that minuscule chance occur, it could mean his own demise in that moment. Lin Yi felt akin to a seasoned being in a fantasy novel who had just usurped a gifted body. This vessel was far too frail, damn it. With one hand holding the zombie, he continued forward with his sister. Lin Wangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her brother was incredibly impressive. The zombies did not seem so formidable after all. The two soon reached their destination. The road that extended to the community was lined with creeping vines on the fence. The stone house landed with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yi's mind issued a command, and the stone door creaked open. Under the shroud of the apocalypse, everything inside the stone house appeared surreal, and there were even lights on. Clean water, regularly replenished food, medicine, and weapons. One could only imagine that if the news of the safe house were to leak, countless individuals would fight tooth and nail for such a resource in this desolate world. The weight of this knowledge caused Lin Yi to feel a twinge of fear. Was it possible that this was merely a fantasy concocted by his former self before death? Perhaps, at some point, he had closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, found himself surrounded by blood-red visions. Never truly reborn, but transformed into a zombie that endlessly wandered in search of human flesh. Yet, Lin Yi's expression hardened with resolve, and no matter what, he would never allow Xiao Yu to come harm again. Nor would he permit betrayal in this apocalyptic world. Such a demand seemed utterly implausible. However, the emergence of the stone house rendered it possible, as he pondered. His phone vibrated once more, causing Lin Yi to furrow his brow as he retrieved it. Discovering it was a private message. Wang Xiaoran. Lin, I just saw someone downstairs take down a zombie. Amazing. Was that you? Upon seeing the name Wang Xiaoran, a flicker of anger ignited within Lin Yi. This woman was also on his kill list in his past life. After Lin Yi became the leader of the community at the onset of the apocalypse, she had approached him must be said. She was strikingly beautiful and quite cunning in his previous life. She nearly became his partner until Han Feng appeared. Upon learning that Han Feng was an S-class ability user, Wang Xiaoran promptly turned against him, offering herself to Han Feng. Even Han Feng's attempts to oust him from the community were not without her influence. Lin Yi opened the group chat, scrolled up a few messages, and indeed found Wang Xiaoran mentioning him. Waiting for his reply before sending a private message. This incident had stirred quite a commotion in the group. Zhang Liang. Wow, there really are such fierce individuals capable of tearing apart zombies. I thought only TV shows depicted such experts. He Qiao. Really? I don't believe it unless you post a picture. Zhou Qiang. Boss, please take me with you. Wang Xiaoran. I was too astonished to take a photo. Was that you? Lin Yi swiftly closed the private chat, changed into different clothing, boiled some instant noodles, turned off the lights in the stone house, lit a candle, snapped a photo, and sent it to the group. Lin Yi, no, I've been at home, just eating instant noodles. This statement sparked another wave of discussion. Li Chi. Instant noodles? Aren't we out of power? Where did the hot water come from? Lin Yi thermos. Zhou Qiang. Now that you mention it, I'm really hungry. The supermarket downstairs isn't open. Where can we buy food in this situation? Liang. Me too. There's no food at home. When will this situation end? The government should step in and clear out those things downstairs. We can't survive like this. Li Chi. Under these circumstances, the supermarket owner definitely won't open it if the blood moon lasts for 10 days or half a month. The owner will probably secretly stash away the food for themselves. Lin Yi chuckled softly. Another scheming boy, now trying to incite conflict against the supermarket. Indeed, a group began clamoring below. Some implored the supermarket owner to open. Others begged for food in the group, while some took the moral high ground demanding that the supermarket owner share food with everyone. Soon, the name of the supermarket owner was unearthed. However, even after everyone scoured the group chat members, they found no trace of the owner's name. Chun Gang. I know the supermarket owner. He went back to his wife's family yesterday. It seems his father-in-law fell gravely ill. Currently, it was merely the early days of the apocalypse, and the community members had yet to realize the gravity of the situation, idly transforming into jesters, flooding the group chat with messages. It appeared they did not take the blood moon seriously. However, with memories of his past life, Lin Yi understood the terror the blood moon posed. Not to mention the flesh-eating zombies. Merely the chain reaction caused by the power outage was already terrifying. Water plants incapacitated. Food supplies halted, toilets unable to flush, homes filled with foul odors. Without food and water, humanity could not survive. The reason no one had yet mentioned the issue of water was that nearly every household in the community had a water dispenser, generally maintaining a few days' worth of drinking water. However, it was unlikely anyone had stored 3 to 5 barrels of water at home. Lin Yi turned off his phone. All these issues were inconsequential in the safe house. He enjoyed a refreshing cold shower, feeling utterly revitalized. It must be said, the supplies in the safe house were comprehensive, even lacking essentials like shampoo and sanitary pads. With time on his hands, Lin Yi retrieved a crossbow from the weapons room, the only ranged weapon among them. Compared to a longbow, the crossbow was easier to handle. Lightly plucking the bowstring, Lin Yi assessed that this crossbow had considerable power, capable of effectively dealing with zombies. Provided one could hit the target, the kitchen echoed with clattering sounds, and shortly after, Xiaoyu emerged with a plate of food. Today's dish, stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat. Would you like some more? Lin Yi patted his stomach. Although he had just consumed a tub of instant noodles, he was clearly still hungry. Half an hour later, the two stepped outside armed with their weapons, retrieving the safe house as they left. Lin Yi selected a long knife from the weapons room, while Xiaoyu took a long sword. Simultaneously, each of them strapped a dagger to their waist. Originally, Lin Yi intended to venture out alone, but Xiaoyu insisted on accompanying him. However, this was not the primary reason for Lin Yi's acquiescence. In his previous life, Xiaoyu had always been by Lin Yi's side, helping him coordinate personnel and distribute resources until she awakened a self-destructive support ability. A sacrificial type that he speculated that there might be some connection between the two, and moreover, Xiaoyu was an individual who could not remain idle. She would never wish to stay cooped up at home while Lin Yi braved the world alone. Living this life anew, Lin Yi was determined to prevent his sister from awakening that ability again. Despite his growing confidence in ensuring his sister's safety, the emergence of such an ability instilled a sense of foreboding. The streets lay eerily quiet. At the intersection, the gruesome reports of zombies devouring the living had ignited a frenzy in the group chat, leaving no one daring to venture outside. The purpose of their outing was to retrieve supplies from several warehouses. In their previous life, it was precisely these resources that had enabled their community to endure the apocalypse for so long. After all, these were the lifelines for the residents, and it was far too dangerous to leave them unguarded. It was wiser to safeguard them personally. Though Happiness Community was an older residential area, it housed a considerable number of inhabitants. The community featured 2 main thoroughfares that intersected, forming a crossroad. The North-South Avenue had naturally evolved into a bustling commercial street, encompassing clothing stores, barbershops, supermarkets, snack shops, transit stations, and even beauty salons. Numerous shops lined the vicinity of the intersection, while further south lay several warehouses designated for storage. The street was unnaturally desolate, and 2 figures lurched ahead, undoubtedly zombies. Lin Yi brandished his long knife and charged forward. Zombies were indeed a valuable resource. Not only could they facilitate the evolution of the safe house, but under the blood moon, survivors were rewarded every Sunday for their efforts. In his past life, Lin Yi had experimentally confirmed a strong correlation between the richness of the blood moon rewards and the number of zombies slain by survivors. In simple terms, the greater the number of zombies defeated, the more formidable they became, resulting in increasingly generous rewards. The initial rewards dispensed during the blood moon were the most beneficial, offering various extraordinary abilities. Lin even suspected that under certain conditions, anyone could become an empowered individual. However, the more exceptional one's performance, the higher the potential level of the acquired abilities. The crossroad divided the community into 4 sections, with only single-story shops lining the streets. Alongside several residential buildings, Wang Xiaoran stood by the window, engrossed in her phone, pondering the identity of the individual responsible for slaying zombies. The thought of such a formidable figure made her cheeks flush. Continuously scrolling through her phone, she noted that no one in the group chat had yet claimed credit. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the street below, illuminated by the crimson moonlight. She spotted that silhouette once more. Before stepping out, Lin Yi had donned a blood-stained jacket, allowing him to avoid an extra laundry load. Wang Xiaoran quickly retrieved her phone, capturing a video while fixating on the figure. With a few swift slashes, 2 zombies lunging forward fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene sent a shiver down her spine, and she struggled to suppress the urge to rush downstairs and throw herself into the man's arms. As for capturing the man as heart, she had her own methods. Anything too easily acquired would inevitably be undervalued. After dispatching the zombies, the man did not linger but dragged the lifeless corpses onward. It was then that Wang Xiaoran noticed another figure trailing behind him, presumably a girl. How infuriating! A surge of anger welled within her. The man she had set her sights on had been preempted by another woman. Yet, this fury quickly transformed into disdain. With her skills, she was confident that if she could just get close to the man, she could secure his affection by the end of the night. At that point, the girl following him would merely become a memory. With this thought, Wang Xiaoran's legs involuntarily rubbed together, and she made her way toward the bedroom. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. "Awesome, big guy," a voice called out from the nearby residential building, prompting Lin Yi to glance up but then dismiss it, continuing on his path until he soon vanished from the man's line of sight. Nua, the first person of the apocalypse. This remark came from Xiaoyu, to which Lin Yi chuckled softly, stopped the banter to arrive at the nearest commercial store, surveying it before realizing he was out of sight from the residents in the building, allowing him to commence the absorption of the zombies' blood and flesh without hesitation. This process did not last long, and after a brief glance at the supermarket nearby, he chose not to force the lock. The contents within were far too disorganized, making it impractical to arrange. His objective was the warehouses. With a loud thud, Lin Yi kicked the door, but it did not yield. Instead, he was pushed back 2 steps. These rooms were not true warehouses, but had been repurposed for storage by the shop owners in the community. Observing the double glass doors before him, he noted their Chinese craftsmanship. However, he was not without options. With a thought, the stone house materialized beside him with a resounding thud. Although the stone house boasted a storage space feature, it was limited to holding items, not retrieving them. Lin Yi entered the stone house, extracted a large hammer, and struck the glass doors with a powerful blow. The glass shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Yet, the cacophony seemed to attract nearby zombies. A figure sprinted towards him in haste. Under the dim red moonlight, it was difficult to discern, but the urgency of the approach indicated it was either a shop owner or a zombie. As the figure closed in, a grotesque face became discernible. In a flash, Lin Yi's knife glinted, and the zombie's head was severed. Without bothering to retrieve the stone house, he dragged the zombie's body to the vicinity of the stone house and led his sister into the warehouse. His memories of the past life were somewhat hazy, and Lin Yi could not recall the specific contents of these warehouses, so he proceeded to smash open one after another. Fortunately, he struck gold at the first attempt, as he discovered a supermarket warehouse filled with cartons of instant noodles, rice, cooking oil, and bread. Lin eagerly collected everything into the safe house. Upon opening the last 2 boxes, he exclaimed in delight, a carton of freshly unsealed cigarettes, conservatively estimated to contain dozens, and another box, though half full, still contained cigarettes he had initially intended to quit. But given the circumstances, he decided against it, chuckling as he placed the half carton of cigarettes back into the safe house amidst his sister's disapproving gaze. The subsequent routine was predictable. Break down doors, lure zombies, eliminate them, and select supplies. The residents in the nearby buildings could faintly hear the sound of breaking glass, leaving them trembling in uncertainty about the unfolding events. Far from this commercial street, in Building 28 at the edge of the community, Li Yi lay in bed, rapidly scrolling through the chat records. Had someone truly managed to annihilate zombies in an instant after waking up? Had humanity secretly evolved without his knowledge? Perhaps zombies were not as formidable as they seemed. Li Yi swallowed hard but struggled to convince himself otherwise, recalling the moment when the zombie's claw had been merely a centimeter from him during the initial attack. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back that he scratched it, but something fell off. Bringing his hand to the dim light of his phone screen, his heart raced. There was blood, accompanied by a foul odor. When had this happened? The cinematic trope of being infected after a zombie scratch must be a deceit. He repeatedly reassured himself, though his arm trembled uncontrollably. Antibiotics, surely he had such medication at home. It felt like grasping a lifeline. Li Yi nearly leaped from his bed and dashed into the living room. Where was the medicine box? Thankfully, The translucent white square box was prominently placed on the cabinet. With a clatter, he fumbled, causing the box to drop, scattering its contents across the floor. There was no time to tidy up. He relied on his phone's light to search piece by piece. He found it. After swallowing a mouthful of water, he hastily ingested the medication, ate tea last. The weight on Li Qi's heart lifted as he patted his pounding chest to calm his frantic breaths. Thank goodness. He felt a bit hungry. Lin Yi shattered the final glass door of the warehouse. And this time, no zombies came rushing in. It seemed the nearby zombies had already been dealt with. The warehouse contained little in the way of supplies, merely a few boxes of clothing, likely from a clothing store stock. As per usual, Lin Yi collected the items into the safe house. The supplies from these warehouses were not as plentiful as he had anticipated, diverging from his memories. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi felt reassured. After all, in his past life, a single pack of instant noodles had been a highly coveted resource, and this time he had only breached a few warehouses without raiding a supermarket. A thought crossed his mind, and the conditions for upgrading the safe house materialized in his mind. Upgrade conditions: zombie blood and flesh, 1,000 kilograms, 548, 1000. Corpses of zombies, 202. Steel, 30 tons, completed. Gather personnel, 6. The collection progress of zombie blood and flesh had already surpassed the halfway mark. As for the corpse bearer, I fear it will take a few more days for them to appear in my previous life. After becoming an empowered individual, my phone automatically joined a group chat composed entirely of those with abilities, where members categorized zombies. Ordinary zombies were referred to as level 0 zombies, which an average person could handle, provided they had the courage to do so. The corpse bearer, however, is classified as a level 1 zombie, a type that cannot be dealt with by mere mortals. Without an empowered individual, confronting a corpse bearer becomes exceedingly difficult. The only recourse is to sacrifice lives. But that is a matter for another time. Lin Yi, having collected supplies, returned with his sister to the back road of their community, where he re-established their safe house. What was the name of this road again? It seems to be Qingfeng Road. Upon entering the house, Xiaoyu hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Lin Yi found himself in a state of vexation. Although he wished for Xiaoyu to slay zombies, he was equally concerned for her safety. After all, the strength of a zombie is not to be underestimated. It rivals that of an ordinary adult male. While he appeared to handle zombies with ease, it was merely due to the experience and skills he had acquired in his previous life. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi. In Building 28, a zombie slowly rose, surrounded by scattered medication, devoid of consciousness, driven solely by its insatiable hunger. Half an hour later, a loud knocking reverberated against the door. Hong Qing's heart lurched, and his eyes darted toward the entrance, nerves fraying. "Who is it?" No response came, only the relentless and chaotic pounding at the door. Hong Qing quickly opened his phone. "Hong Qing, help! A zombie is banging on my door. Is there a powerful individual available? Could someone come to my aid? I have food at home. Please save my life, and I'll give you everything." The powerful individual he referred to was none other than Lin Yi, the renowned figure in their group, known for ruthlessly dispatching zombies. Zhou Qiang. Can zombies really find their way to people's homes? He Qiao. Oh my goodness, what do we do? At this rate, we will all perish. The discussions in the group chat swiftly drowned out Hong Qing's pleas for help. Ultimately, the conversation led to one individual, the infamous powerhouse capable of tearing zombies apart, as if finding this person would ensure everyone's salvation. Hong Qing's face turned pale. The chat was ablaze with messages, yet no one mentioned him. The zombie grew increasingly agitated, transitioning from knocking to ramming against the door. Trembling uncontrollably, the will to survive compelled him to rise. He piled all sturdy furniture, sofas, tables, and cabinets against the door, wedging them firmly against the wall opposite. Hong Qing fixed his gaze on the entrance as the doorframe quivered with each impact. The heavy thuds seemed to seize his heart, paralyzing him with fear. The relentless zombie continued to batter the door, and due to its outward swinging nature, a small gap formed in the metal door. Hong Qing's eyes narrowed, cursing under his breath, and in a moment of desperation, he dashed into the kitchen and retrieved a kitchen knife. Damn it, it's just a zombie. If he can kill, so can I. This thought infused Hong Qing with newfound strength. Ultimately, the door was forced open, and the barricade of furniture proved ineffective. The zombie let out a low growl, reminiscent of a dying old man expiring his last breath, and lunged towards Hong Qing. "Damn it!" Hong Qing shouted, bringing the knife down with force upon the zombie's head. The creature convulsed, but before Hong Qing could revel in his triumph, a foul hand reached out towards his face. After a long pause, Li Yang inquired, "Hong Qing, are you still there?" No one replied in the group for an extended period. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all, and emotion named fear spread like wild grass. Proliferating swiftly on the stone table in the living room lay a steaming dish of minced meat and eggplant alongside 2 bowls of rice. Lin Yi scrolled through the group members, eventually locating Hong Qing's avatar at the bottom of the list. At that moment, the avatar had turned gray, an indication of the phone's altered functionality after the incident. The group chat included all residents of the community during the Blood Moon event, should anyone turn into a zombie. Their avatar would become gray. If they were subsequently killed, they would automatically exit the chat. Lin Yi counted, noting that over 20 avatars had turned gray, representing the zombies still wandering the community, despite his efforts in dispatching many. A heavy thud echoed from outside the stone house, signaling that a zombie had come drawn by the scent. Nonetheless, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to test the safe house's defensive capabilities. The zombies outside continued their relentless assault against the door, the stone door reverberating with each impact, yet showing no immediate signs of cracking. After a full 20 minutes, a slight fissure appeared in the stone door. But before Lin Yi could investigate, the crack miraculously healed itself. It seemed that the safe house was well equipped to withstand ordinary zombies, yet if faced with a corpse bearer, it might falter. Upgrading the safe house had to be prioritized. Lin Yi turned to his sister. "Are you ready?" Lin Wangyu nodded, clutching the crossbow, her hand on the trigger glistening with perspiration. After much contemplation, he decided to have his sister take on a ranged role. "Don't worry. Even if you miss, I'll have your back," Lin Yi reassured her, then issued a mental command to open the door. Just as the zombies charged at the door, a bolt from the crossbow flew straight and struck the zombie in the left shoulder, embedding itself halfway before emerging from its back. The immense impact staggered the zombie, pushing it back a step. Before it could regain its footing, Lin Yi brought a long blade down with a glimmering edge. Not too shabby. It was a successful first shot. While it didn't hit its weak point, it still displayed considerable talent. "Really?" Lin Wangyu said, somewhat incredulous, recalling how her hand had trembled on the trigger due to fear. Otherwise, she believed she could have struck the zombie's head. "It should be." Lin Yi chuckled, uncertain about crossbows but recognizing her skill was superior to his own. This was indeed a truth. Lin Yi had tried his hand at the crossbow, only to wildly miss the target, confirming that entrusting ranged combat to his sister was a wise choice. "Brother, I have no food at home. I've been starving all day. Do you have any food left?" Gao Xiaoping sighed as he read the message from Gao Xiangan on his phone. "Xiangyan, come here, I'll get you some." "Thank you, big brother. No need to mention it." Gao Xiaoping turned off his phone, gazing at the meager supply of food he had packed on the table, and sighed. Then he composed a message. "Xiao Yuan, your second uncle has run out of food as well. Dad plans to give him some." Soon, a notification chimed on his phone. "Dad, just do what you need. Save some for yourself." Gao Xiangan, his younger brother, was in his 40s, with no formal employment, spending his days drinking and playing cards. Yet he was still his brother. Any assistance was better than none. A loud knocking echoed at the door, prompting Gao Xiaoping to rush to open it, recalling the warning on his phone that zombies might be outside. Gao Xiangan hurriedly squeezed into the room, having nearly been terrified to death while ascending the stairs, fearing an encounter with a zombie. Fortunately, they lived in the same building but on different floors. Inside, the flashlight illuminated the darkness, revealing 2 red plastic bags on the table. Gao Xiaoping opened one of the bags, retrieving 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 apples, which he handed to Gao Xiangan. "Brother, this..." Gao Xiangan expressed dissatisfaction at receiving such a meager portion, hearing his brother's tone of inquiry. Gao Xiaoping felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily explained, "Xiangyan, that bag is for Xiao Yuan. I don't have much food myself." Gao Xiangan stared at the 2 packets of noodles and 2 apples in his hands, contemplating how long this paltry amount would last. 2 days? 3 days? In this apocalyptic world, it seemed unlikely that the situation would improve. Otherwise, someone would have come to rescue them by now. But a flicker of greed and ruthlessness began to manifest in Gao Xiang'an's eyes. "Brother, I'm not really keen on apples. Could I possibly trade them for some bread? What are you thinking at a time like this? How can you still be so picky?" Gao Xiangping spoke without refusal, turning to rummage through the bag. "Xiang'an, do you want some ham sausage?" Suddenly, a sharp knife pierced through his back, revealing a blade tip a finger's length long. The flashlight's beam struck it, reflecting into his eyes with a blinding glare. In response, Xiang'an felt the agonizing sensation of a knife being withdrawn and thrust back in. Gao Xiangping laboriously turned around, unable to fathom that his brother of 40 years, Gao Xiang'an, would attempt to kill him. Gao Xiang'an plunged the knife once more, narrowly missing Gao Xiangping's eyes as he hastily averted his gaze. That a surge of determination welled up inside him as he met Gao Xiangping's eyes again. "Brother, do you not realize you are just as vile as our father? Every day you berate me. What is wrong with me playing cards or drinking? Why does it concern you?" Gao Xiang'an's voice grew increasingly frenzied. Gao Xiangping remained silent, his eyes brimming with disbelief and confusion as he grasped Gao Xiang'an's arm and slowly collapsed. "You are nothing. I play cards, I drink, I have plenty of friends. What do you have? On what grounds do you judge me?" Gao Xiang'an continued to scream, but the object of his accusations had already ceased to breathe. A cold breeze swept through the mesh window, causing Gao Xiang'an to shiver as the madness in his eyes swiftly faded. Replaced by terror, he had committed murder. The light from his phone illuminated the edge of a red plastic bag. Gao Xiang'an swallowed hard, seizing 2 bags of food from the table and hastily fleeing out the door. A thud echoed as an apple fell to the ground, the very one Gao Xiangping had handed to him. Overwhelmed by sheer dread, he fled without a moment's thought. Aside from that single zombie, no others were drawn to the commotion that night, and Lin Yi slept soundly. He awoke to find it was already 8 in the morning. Upon opening the group chat, he noted that the gray avatars had reached 50, indicating that the number of zombies had doubled overnight. It seemed the residents of the community had not slept well. The chat was markedly quieter. Scrolling up revealed a plethora of desperate pleas for help, with no one left to jest, as they finally recognized that zombies could indeed kill. The seemingly sturdy doors offered no protection against the undead. After a simple breakfast, Lin Yi set out with his sister from the stone house, intending to complete the first requirement for upgrading their safe house. Zombie flesh, 1,000 kilograms, 602-1000, still needing 400 kilograms of zombie flesh, meaning he would have to eliminate 7 more zombies to meet the quota. Once Lin Yi stepped outside, the group chat became lively due to one person's call to action. Tianzhao declared, "Everyone, we can't go on like this. We must unite." That He Xiao responded, "Unite? I can barely stand due to hunger." Tianzhao replied, "As you've seen in the chat, zombies are not unbeatable. However, relying solely on one person's strength is futile. I propose we gather in a single building, assigning dozens of people to each room, which would significantly increase our chances of survival in the event of a zombie encounter." Tianzhao added that individual capable of single-handedly confronting zombies has yet to appear in the group. Either he is unwilling to protect us, or he has not joined the chat. Regardless of the reason, we cannot continue to sit idly by. His words resonated powerfully. In truth, many had already contemplated banding together, but had delayed due to various reasons. Zhang Liang interjected, "It's easy for you to say we should all gather in one building, but which one? My building is on the outskirts, and I wouldn't dare venture too far." Tianzhao's expression darkened at Zhang Liang's objection. He had intended to gather everyone in his own building, not wishing to take risks, as being targeted by zombies was no laughing matter. However, with Zhang Liang's comment, he knew proposing that they congregate in his building would invite backlash. Ma Yuhu questioned, "How will food be distributed?" Tianzhao replied, "Food will be collected and distributed uniformly. This is the only way to maximize survival for everyone." Yuhu protested. "On what basis? I can barely survive on my own rations. And you want me to give them up? That would hasten my demise. Even without zombies, hunger will surely kill me." Once this statement was made, the chat erupted into chaos, with supporters and detractors emerging. Most supporters, like Mayuhu, had some food reserves and demanded that while they could band together, food distribution prior to gathering was not an option. Conversely, the opponents, primarily young individuals with scant provisions, argued that if food wasn't distributed after forming a coalition, what was the point? After nearly 2 days of hunger, they could hardly stand, let alone fend off zombies. Tian Zhao called for silence. "Everyone, please, let me share a way to acquire food." Quickly, someone realized, indeed, there is plenty of food in the supermarket. It wasn't that no one had previously considered raiding the supermarket, but its doors were incredibly sturdy, making it impossible for a single person to breach. Moreover, the streets were rife with roaming zombies. The first person to attempt a supermarket raid had tragically fallen victim to a zombie while trying to break in, and the incident had been captured on video and shared in the group, dissuading others from attempting the same. Now, merely the second day following the blood moon, even those without food reserves were not in immediate danger of starvation, as the terror of the zombies prompted most to feel safer remaining indoors. Humans, it seemed, were averse to risk when no lethal threat loomed. However, if they could band together to fend off the zombies, the supplies within the supermarket could sustain them for an extended period. Zhang Liang queried, "So, which building do we gather in?" Like many others, he felt tempted. He had only a single pack of crackers left, and prolonging the situation would lead to a dead end. Tian Zhao responded, "Building 18, it's the closest to the supermarket." Most people had no objections, as regardless of which building they chose, they would ultimately need to raid the supermarket, so it made sense to gather in the one nearest to it. The remaining dissenters were disregarded by Tian Zhao. If they wished to perish in their homes, so be it. He had no time for the stubborn. He reiterated, those with supplies should gather their things. "We'll set out in 2 hours. This will minimize casualties. When knocking on doors, strike 3 times, not lightly. All residents of Building 18 must open their doors upon hearing the knocks. Anyone who refuses will not be spared. I will be the first to break down the door and throw them out to the zombies." Unlike others, the residents of Building 18 had no choice in the matter. Interestingly, if Lin Yi were to see these messages, he would undoubtedly be intrigued, as he resided in Building 18. However, Lin Yi was currently outside and had no time to check his phone. Beside him, Lin Wangyu held a crossbow, slowing her breathing. With a swift motion, an arrow shot forth, striking the zombie squarely in the forehead, embedding itself to a depth of 2 fingers. The impact caused the zombie to topple, yet it soon rose, standing there in a fit of impotent rage. With 5 arrows protruding from its body, some shallow, some deep, rendering it akin to a hedgehog, the distance between them exceeded the zombie's sensory range, compounded by the creature's lack of intelligence. Thus, it merely stood there, emitting low growls, neither evading nor retreating. Lin Yi stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Even without prior shooting experience, he recognized his sister's prodigious talent. After exiting the stone house, in order to hone Xiao Yu's shooting skills, they had decided not to approach the zombies, but rather to let her shoot from a distance. After exhausting all 6 arrows, Lin Yi would then approach to dispatch the zombie, retrieve the arrows, and look for the next target. In just half a day of practice, they had reached a point where, from nearly 20 meters away, Xiao Yu's accuracy was approaching 60.8 this distance under the blood moon. Lin Yi could only vaguely discern a figure. Lin Wangyu knocked her final arrow, holding her breath and pulling the trigger. As the trigger was pulled, the arrow flew forth, striking once more. Judging by the zombie's reaction, it likely hit its head as it fell to the ground once again. That if it had struck the torso, the zombie would have merely stumbled back or faltered. Impressive. Lin Yi gave his sister a thumbs up. He prepared to approach and collect the zombie's remains, only to find it had yet to rise. Could it be? Lin Yi cautiously approached, gripping his long knife tightly, ever ready for the possibility of a zombie resurrection. However, the undead remained motionless until Lin Yi reached their side. As anticipated, a crossbow bolt pierced the zombie's eye socket, striking its brain. While retrieving the bolt, Lin Yi's mind issued commands, swiftly beginning to absorb the zombie's flesh and blood. 2 minutes later, he returned to his sister's side. A precise hit to the zombie's left eye had resulted in a clean kill. Impressive. Xiao Yu scratched her head. Actually, crossbows are quite easy to operate. Lin Yi shot her a glare, disregarding her seemingly modest yet subtly boastful remark. He glanced up at Building 2-1 in their quest to find zombies. The siblings had ventured deep into the community. Yet the number of wandering zombies on the streets was far less than anticipated. It seemed most of them had already entered the residential buildings. If that were the case, the number of infected individuals would rapidly escalate. Just as Lin Yi was considering moving forward, a figure rushed towards him under the blood moon. Unsheathing his long knife, he focused intently on the approaching silhouette. "Run!" the figure shouted, its voice oddly familiar. Though Lin Yi couldn't place it, the person took a few more strides, pursued closely by three similarly frantic figures. As the figure drew nearer, Lin Yi recognized it. Gao Yuan. In his past life, Gao Yuan had been the de facto second-in-command of the community. Honest, capable, and intelligent. Tragically, during one of the zombie defenses, he had perished while saving a young girl, only to later rise as a zombie himself. A fate Lin Yi had to painstakingly rectify, thanks to his military background. Gao Yuan was physically formidable, making him a stronger zombie upon reanimation. Lin Yi, Gao Yuan evidently recognized Lin Yi as well. They had exchanged a few words before the apocalypse, establishing a nodding acquaintance. Faced with the current scene, Gao Yuan's mind struggled to comprehend. This person was wandering through the community with his sister? Had he slept for 2 days and remained oblivious to the blood moon's arrival? Yet given the recent uproar in their group concerning powerful figures, it quickly dawned on Gao Yuan. "So, you are that influential person." Lin Yi remained silent, tossing him a dagger. "Let's deal with the zombies first. Their weak points are the brain and heart." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yu had already released an arrow, which, given the proximity, struck the last zombie squarely in the eye socket. The zombie faltered momentarily before collapsing. Witnessing this, Gao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, the zombies had only appeared a day ago, yet their prowess suggested they were seasoned players, didn't it? Little did he know. In a sense, Lin Yi truly was a veteran player. With one zombie dispatched, 2 remained, one for Lin Yi and one for Gao Yuan. Lin Yi swung his knife and charged at the zombie to his left, while Gao Yuan, swallowing hard, lunged for the other. The blade gleamed ominously under the blood moon as Lin Yi evaded the zombie's attack, delivering a swift, fatal blow. The zombies, lacking in intelligence, did not dodge or defend themselves. Thus, Lin Yi's strike cleanly severed the zombie's head. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, true to his military training, swept aside the zombie's claws with his right arm while plunging his dagger into its heart with his left. Seizing the opportunity as the zombie fell, Lin Yi decapitated it. Having dealt with the threat, Lin Yi, curious, inquired, "What brings you out here in such perilous circumstances?" Upon hearing the question, Gao Yuan's eyes reddened. "My father hasn't replied to my messages all night. I need to check on him." Lin Yi nodded. "Let's go. Xiao Yu and I will accompany you." "Thank you," Gao Yuan replied, his voice choked with emotion that a night without a response would have been trivial before the blood moon, as elderly individuals often neglected their phones. However, in this dire environment, a mobile device represented the only flicker of safety for ordinary people. The absence of news from his father suggested grave circumstances. Lin Yi's willingness to accompany Gao Yuan stemmed from a desire to recruit him. One of the upgrades for their safe house required a certain personnel configuration, indicating that Lin Yi needed to gather a few subordinates. In his previous life, Gao Yuan had perished before the arrival of the S-Class ability User Han phone, thus missing the ensuing fallout. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt confident that even if Gao Yuan had survived to that point, he would not betray him. This young man possessed both capability and intellect, but more importantly, he valued loyalty, a prime candidate for the role of exploration team leader. Along the way, Lin Yi gleaned the situation from Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan's mother had passed away several years prior, leaving Gao Xiaoping alone at home. Diligent and resourceful, Gao Xiaoping had saved some money, and upon Gao Yuan's discharge from the military, he had purchased a house in the community for his father, intending it for his future marriage. Being elderly, Gao Xiaoping had a modest stockpile of food. However, with Gao Yuan's room now devoid of provisions, his father had texted him yesterday, suggesting he move back. Subsequently, another message had mentioned that his uncle was out of food, and Gao Xiaoping had discussed providing some supplies to him. But after that, contact was lost. Initially, Gao Yuan believed his father was simply asleep, so he didn't panic. However, by this morning, with no replies, he sensed something was amiss. After listening to Gao Yuan's account, Lin Yi harbored a troubling suspicion. Was it possible that, merely 2 days into the apocalypse, some individuals were already succumbing to their baser instincts? Yet, without certainty, Lin Yi refrained from voicing his thoughts. The trio arrived at Building 20, fortunate to find it devoid of zombies. The elevator was long out of service, forcing them to ascend via the stairs. Since entering Building 20, Gao Yuan's anxiety intensified, prompting him to quicken his pace. Lin Yi and Xiao Yu closely followed, one hand resting on the hilt of his knife, cautiously surveying the staircase above, ever prepared to act. Gao Xiangping lived on the 8th floor, a manageable climb for the three of them. Soon, Gao Yuan arrived at the door of the 8th floor, which remained firmly shut, eliciting a sigh of relief from him. He reached out, ready to knock. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from within, as if a heavy object had slammed against the door. "Dad, are you home? What happened?" No response came. Instead, a more forceful impact echoed in reply. Lin Yi forcefully pulled Gao Yuan back a step. Since the door opened outward, it would be much easier to break in from the inside than from the outside. In the blood moon's light, once a person died, they would inevitably rise as a zombie. Even if their demise was not directly caused by one, it appeared highly likely that Gao Xiangping had met with foul play. With a thunderous crash, the door finally gave way, and a zombie burst forth. Its blood-red eyes and grotesque visage unmistakable, despite the tattered clothing and familiar facial features. Gao Yuan could recognize it instantly. It was his father. "Dad, what has happened to you?" Gao Yuan felt as though struck by lightning, unable to articulate his shock as he stared at the zombified figure. Yet, bereft of any intelligence, the creature merely opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the three. Lin Yi had anticipated this moment. He swiftly seized Gao Yuan, flinging him backward while propelling himself forward, his knife gleaming ominously as he aimed for the target he never wished to strike. No. Gao Yuan cried out desperately, but his plea fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, Lin Yi was still an ordinary person. Although he possessed skills from his previous life in dealing with zombies, he was just flesh and blood. If bitten, he would inevitably succumb to the same fate. Thus, he had no choice but to act. The blade sliced through, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. Gao Yuan, witnessing the scene, let tears flow freely from his eyes. Lin Yi remained silent, exhaling softly as he observed Gao Yuan. Overwhelmed, Gao Yuan collapsed onto the staircase, attempting to rise but succumbing to dizziness, failing repeatedly until he nearly tumbled down the stairs, landing atop the corpse. "Dad, it's me, Xiao Yuan. How could you not recognize me?" "Dad." A man may shed tears, but only when he is truly heartbroken. Gao Yuan collapsed upon the lifeless body of Gao Xiangping, his throat emitting soft sobs. Lin Yi entered the room with Xiao Yu, believing it best to grant Gao Yuan a moment of solitude with his father. The room bore no signs of struggle. On the floor lay a crushed apple, and drops of blood stained the ground beside a bloody dagger. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan, in a daze, carried his father's body into the room, laying it gently on the bed and covering it with a blanket. "Lin Ge, why did this happen?" The door was closed. "How could this be?" Lin Yi looked up. In the blood moon, anyone who dies transforms into a zombie, even if they weren't killed by one that moment. Gao Yuan's mind raced. The closed door, the vanished food. The bloody dagger on the floor. His eyes visibly reddened as a terrifying thought dawned upon him, prompting him to rush out of the room. By the time Lin Yi and Lin Wangyu caught up, Gao Yuan stood at the entrance of a room on the 5th floor. He knocked violently on the door. "Who is there?" came a terrified voice from within. Gao Yuan's veins bulged as he shouted, "Gao Xiangyan, open the door." "Xiao Yuan, why are you looking for me? I didn't kill your father." Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan was certain that Gao Xiangyan was the murderer, for he had never mentioned his father's death. Realizing he had misspoken in his fear, Gao Xiangyan quickly tried to clarify. "No, Xiao Yuan, listen to me." With a powerful kick, Gao Yuan slammed into the door, causing it to tremble but not yield. "Gao Xiangyan, come out." Silence followed. Lin Yi restrained Gao Yuan, knowing they were not zombies and could not endlessly batter the door without pain. "Just agree to follow me, and I will help you avenge your father." This was not an exploitation of the moment. There were secrets involved. If he were not one of their own, Lin Yi could not risk exposure, no matter how minuscule. Gao Yuan glanced back at Lin Yi. Nodding, "I agree." As long as you can help me seek vengeance, I will do anything. Upon uttering this, Lin Yi felt an almost contractual bond form in his mind. The inhabitants of the safe house would be unable to harbor thoughts against its master, and servants would invariably obey the master's commands. This was the description on the safe house's display screen, explaining why Gao Yuan dared to reveal its existence once he became one of them. As the contract solidified, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding. The command was not a forceful order, but akin to subconscious hypnosis. From the moment the contract was established, Lin Yi's image in Gao Yuan's eyes grew immensely. And under the influence of the subconscious, the importance of Lin Yi's commands would be magnified. However, Gao Yuan remained oblivious to all of this. Lin Yi felt no guilt. In the apocalypse, caution was never excessive. The two most important people were he and Xiao Yu. All right, follow me. Without further delving into the contract, the trio hurried downstairs, dispatching a zombie drawn by the commotion along the way. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi retracted the safe house from its previous location on Qingfeng Road at the edge of the community and placed it in front of them on the street that do not speak of the safe house to anyone. Lin Yi instructed Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan nodded, stunned by the sight before him. The stone house appeared remarkably sturdy, undoubtedly a treasure of the apocalypse, reminiscent of tales he had read. If others learned of such a treasure, he swallowed hard. While he was fine, Lin Yi had saved his life before, now revealing such a treasure without defenses. This demonstrated Lin Yi's immense trust in him. He resolved not to implicate Lin Yi. Come what may, he would not divulge a single detail about the safe house. Observing the myriad expressions on Gao Yuan's face, which ultimately settled into unwavering determination, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, realizing that self-persuasion was no less effective than coercive orders. Entering the stone house, Lin Yi proceeded directly to the weapons room. Moments later, he emerged wielding a long-handled hammer. At the fifth-floor door, Gao Yuan gripped the hammer tightly and swung it against the closed door. Bang! The door did not shatter, but a deep gash appeared, with one corner even puncturing through to reveal a small hole. Inside, Gao Xiang'an was startled by the thunderous sound, pleading, "Xiao Yuan, I was wrong. Please let me go." "I truly didn't mean to." Gao Yuan offered no reply. Gathering strength for another strike against the door, "I am your uncle. Your father is dead. Even if you kill me, he will not return. I beg you, spare me, and I will return all the food." Bang! Another blow, and the door warped under the force. Gao Yuan delivered a kick that finally forced the door open with a screech of metal. "I'll fight you," Gao Xiang'an roared, brandishing a kitchen knife as he lunged toward Gao Yuan. Yet he was oblivious to the vast disparity between a soldier and an ordinary man, regardless of age. Gao Yuan deftly sidestepped, thrusting his dagger into Gao Xiang'an's right arm. Gao Xiang'an cried out in pain, dropping the knife. Fear overwhelmed him, tears and snot mingling as he babbled, "Xiao Yuan, please spare me." Gao Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He remained silent as he seized Gao Xiang'an by the collar, dragging him into the bedroom like a lifeless dog. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, extinguishing Gao Xiang'an's pleas into the air. Half a minute later, a blood-curdling scream shattered the eerie silence, adding a terrifying hue to the red outside. But a nearby resident upstairs recoiled, fearing another unfortunate soul had succumbed to a zombie's intrusion. Silently, he prayed that the undead would not choose him as their next victim. The howls persisted longer than anticipated, ringing out for a full 5 minutes. Fear crept into his eyes, solidifying his resolve. If the zombies breached his door, he would leap from the window rather than perish at their hands. In truth, the screams had not ceased. They had merely softened significantly. Lin Wangyu's lips turned pale. The cries struck her deeply. "Let us go. Xiao Yu will wait for him downstairs." Lin Wangyu nodded, following Lin Yi down the stairs. The instant they stepped onto the landing, Lin Yi's pupils dilated. 3 zombies staggered toward them from different directions, evidently drawn by the cacophony. "Xiao Yu, prepare for battle." With a click, the crossbow was ready to in just 1 day's time. Lin Yi could distinctly sense Xiao Yu's combat skills had significantly improved. Dispatching these 3 zombies would likely fulfill their task of collecting zombie blood and flesh. Lin Yi surged ahead, charging toward the closest zombie. Dodging its attack, he struck down its arms with the first blow, and with the second, severed its head. Lin Yi's proficiency with the long blade grew ever more adept, his previous combat skills resurfacing from their slight dormancy. Now, as long as he wasn't besieged by zombies, he could handle a single one with ease. The zombie to his left fell to Xiao Yu's 2 arrows. A projectile struck the right zombie's collarbone, halting its advance but not dealing a fatal blow. However, Lin Yi had already closed the distance, delivering a decisive cut that separated its head from its body. One by one, Lin Yi dispatched 3 zombies. Completing the task of collecting their blood and flesh, he accessed the upgrade requirements for the safe house in his mind. Upgrade requirements. Zombie blood and flesh 1,000 kilograms, completed. Corpses of 2 bearers, 02. Steel 30 tons, completed. Complete personnel configuration, 16. Only the personnel configuration and the bodies of 2 bearers remained before the safe house could be upgraded. The appearance of bearers was unpredictable, but it seemed imperative to prioritize the task of gathering personnel configuration. While Lin Yi was deep in thought, Gao Yuan emerged, his face a ghastly white, his pristine clothes splattered with droplets of blood. Lin Yi descended the stairs, but Gao Yuan could no longer hold back. Collapsing beside the greenery on the ground floor to retch, tears streamed down his nose, and Lin Yi sighed, stepping closer to pat him on the shoulder. Words failed him. Lin Yi was at a loss for how to console him. After all, his father had died at the hands of his own uncle, all due to an act of compassion towards others. While Lin Yi had long grown accustomed to such horrors, Gao Yuan was clearly struggling to come to terms with it. And all they could do was wait for him to gradually adapt. Such was life in the apocalypse. Humans consumed by their own kind. After a long moment, Gao Yuan rose, accepting the tissue Lin Yi offered to wipe his face. Casting a grateful glance at him, "Let us go, brother Lin." They walked to the edge of the community, where Lin Yi returned the stone house to its rightful place. The 3 of them entered the stone house, and Lin Yi headed to the kitchen, discovering a case of beer had just been unearthed today. He tossed the case to Gao Yuan, who was not particularly fond of drinking. Subsequently, he led Gao Yuan to the left side of the dormitory-style member accommodations. "You can stay here. There's not much to do today, so rest early. Take care." Gao Yuan looked up, his eyes still red, his voice choked with emotion. "Understood. Thank you, brother Lin." Lin Yi waved and exited the room. The member dormitory boasted a private bathroom, which was quite convenient. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the table, a prize from yesterday's raid on the warehouse, lit one, and took a deep drag. Although only a few days had passed since his rebirth, it felt like an eternity. Today's events stirred something within Lin Yi, allowing him to once again grasp the terrifying nature of humanity unshackled. As memories drifted, he suddenly recalled the days before the apocalypse, when he worked daily and idly scrolled through his phone during downtime. Though he faced a foolish boss, life was relatively peaceful. Had the apocalypse not occurred, perhaps such days would have continued indefinitely. Occasionally, he would come across melancholic stories, and he would join the chorus in the comments with a fitting match. Seizing the moment, he would light another cigarette without a hint of guilt. Feeling a slight burn on his fingers, Lin Yi looked down to see that the cigarette had burned down to the end. "Brother, look!" Lin Wangyu emerged from the bedroom with her phone, standing beside Lin. He took the phone, and the screen displayed a group chat. As he scrolled up, his expression gradually became more intrigued. Had they finally realized that unity was necessary to confront the zombies? However, the situation was far from simple. The distribution of supplies post-gathering could lead to considerable disputes among members. While the phrase strength in numbers held truth, it also attracted more zombies. The supermarket downstairs indeed housed a wealth of supplies. Yet Lin Yi was disinterested in hoarding everything for himself. He wished to offer these people a glimmer of survival hope. Otherwise, if they all turned into zombies, he would be unable to manage them. At that point, a few bears accompanied by hundreds or thousands of subordinates would spell doom for Lin Yi's safe house upgrade. The instigator of this gathering was named Tian Zhao, a young man with a notably ruthless demeanor. For some reason, this Tian Zhao had not made a significant impression in Lin Yi's previous life. That it was only his efficiency that had left a trace in Lin Yi's memory. He had no intention of continuing to slay zombies. The upgrade conditions for the safe house had already been met. Although further killings could yield more substantial rewards on the 7th day, the bounty for defeating a bearer was even greater. Moreover, bearers evolved from zombies, meaning the more zombies there were, the higher the chances of one transforming into a bearer. Most of Lin Yi's knowledge regarding zombies stem from his past experiences during the Resistance. With some insights gained from joining that group chat of empowered individuals in the following 2 days, he had no particular plans and could leisurely pass the time like indulging in a novel. Utilizing the group chat for entertainment, Lin Yi lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Wangyu, and they exchanged a knowing smile, clearly on the same wavelength. Xiaoyu entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Lin Yi reclined on the sofa. Continuing to browse through the chat messages, Yuhu. How many people are ready to go? I've packed my things. Zhou Qiang. Weren't you reluctant to share food? My Yuhu. Xiao Chong. Watch your words. Zhou Qiang. What? Are you going to bite me? Wang Xiaoran. Everyone, stop arguing. We must unite to survive. He Qiao. How long until we start? I feel like I'm starving to death. I think I just saw my grandmother. Tian Zhao. Everyone, don't rush. That will set off promptly at 11:30. After packing, please pay attention to the group messages so you don't miss this time. Wu Xiaodao. I live in building 18, 3RD floor on the left. Priority for those with food or combat abilities. Wu Xiaodao. Ladies are welcome too. Others, please refrain. Yuhu. Why don't you manage that? Treating people differently. Tian Zhao. Wu Xiaodao. Can't you tell I'm joking? Are you that dim-witted? Don't come to my place to Yuhu. Damn it, you joker. Don't let my dad catch you. Tian Zhao. Time is running out. Everyone, get ready. Lin Wangyu returned with a plate of braised pork ribs and 3 bowls of rice, glancing at Lin Yi, who shook his head, choosing not to call for Gao Yuan. He likely had little appetite at the moment. The two of them each took a steaming bowl of rice and enjoyed the braised ribs while propping up the phone in the middle. Eating and watching together, it felt no different from the days before the apocalypse. Meanwhile, as the clock struck 11:30, the community erupted into a flurry of activity, with countless people rushing out of their homes. Merging into the throng. One might have mistaken it for a grand sale. Lin Jiao scanned the area, and, finding no zombies, pushed the door open and dashed downwards. Jiao. Lin Jiao descended to the 4th floor when a voice called out to her. Looking down, she saw her elementary school classmate, Chu Qing. Living in the same building, they often encountered one another and exchanged greetings. Although Chu Qing called out, he did not halt his pace, continuing to run down the stairs, prompting Lin Jiao to hurry after him. This stretch was fraught with danger, and the two could provide mutual support. They ran down to the 2nd floor without encountering any zombies. Perhaps everyone was fleeing, leaving the zombies too distracted. Chu Qing let out a sigh of relief, but his relief was short-lived. Under the dim light of the blood-red moon, he spotted a zombie rushing towards their position from below. Take this route, Chu Qing shouted, bursting through the community building's entrance and immediately veering left onto a sloped walkway, designed to facilitate access for those with mobility impairments or in wheelchairs. This design was a lifesaver. Lin Jiao closely followed Chu Qing, reaching the corner of the slope, where she leaped over the railing. However, during their escape, they inadvertently entered the zombie's detection range, and a low growl escaped the zombie as it ascended the slope in pursuit of them. A sharp, resounding crash drew their attention. Chu Qing glanced back to see the zombie colliding with the sloped railing, which bent into a large V shape, the zombie rebounding from the impact, before Chu Qing could revel in the moment. The next second, the zombie scrambled back to its feet and charged them once more. The V-shaped railing failed to halt the zombie's advance this time. Run! Chu Qing shouted loudly, quickening his pace once more. While Lin Jiao, exerting every ounce of her strength to run forward, glanced back to observe the ever-approaching zombies, completely oblivious to the protruding stone tile ahead. With a resounding bang, Lin Jiao stumbled over the stone, her face scraped and marked with several crimson streaks. This brief pause allowed the bloodshot-eyed zombie behind her to lunge forward. A desperate scream pierced the night sky. Chu Qing turned his head, only to discover that Lin Jiao had accidentally fallen. Not a flicker of conflict crossed his eyes, and in the next moment, he unexpectedly dashed towards the zombie. Lin Jiao watched in horror as the zombie leapt closer. Realizing it was too late to rise, overcome by fear, she tightly shut her eyes. 2 seconds later, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a voice echoed in her ear. Get up quickly. Run. It was Chu Qing's voice, which at that moment bestowed upon Lin Jiao an immense sense of security. Just moments ago, Chu Qing had harnessed his momentum and delivered a powerful kick to the approaching zombie's head, sending it staggering back 2 steps. With Chu Qing's support, Lin Jiao swiftly rose from the ground, and the two raced towards Building 18 once more. She felt that at this moment, Chu Qing's shoulder was remarkably strong. Meanwhile, Wu Yang sprinted to the intersection, with Building 18 in sight. Having narrowly escaped death twice from zombie attacks, he was finally nearing safety. However, the residents behind him were not so fortunate. The zombies, having failed to catch Wu Yang, redirected their pursuit towards the crowd behind him. Had those residents not appeared at that moment, Wu Yang would undoubtedly have fallen prey to the zombies, recalling the gruesome scene of a zombie lunging at one of the residents. Its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth aimed at the victim's throat. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Yet this was not the time for mourning. Wu Yang pressed on, charging toward the western road, now less than 50 meters from Building 18, just as he felt a glimmer of hope. A nightmarish sight unfolded before him. From the flower bed in front of Building 18, a zombie suddenly surged forth, blocking his path and charging directly at him. Bloodstains smeared the corners of the zombie's mouth, suggesting it had just claimed a victim. Liquid blood mixed with saliva dripped from its mouth, chilling Wu Yang to the bone. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, abandoning any thoughts of evading the zombie to reach Building 18. These creatures were far too swift for him to escape. Moreover, having run tirelessly, he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Were it not for his fierce will to survive, he would have collapsed on the ground, motionless. Upon turning, Wu Yang realized the situation was direr than he had anticipated. To the south, the zombie that had just killed the resident behind him was hot on his trail to the east. A couple, seemingly in love, was running toward him, pursued by another zombie. Only to the north was there a temporary respite from the zombies. However, heading north would lead him out of the residential area, leaving him with nowhere to go and likely facing the same grim fate. In this critical moment, Wu Yang had no time to ponder. The zombie blocking his way lunged at him. Heading north would likely be fatal, yet staying put would lead to immediate death at the intersection. There were only the 3 of them, coincidentally matched by the 3 zombies. Alleviating fears of competition over food among the undead, Wu Yang shook his head in disbelief. In such a perilous situation, his mind still had the capacity for humor. He paused momentarily, then with a sudden burst of energy, he lunged toward the north, narrowly dodging the attacking zombie, quickly getting back on his feet and running northward. Behind him, Chu Qing and Lin Jiao also recognized the perilous scene and, under the herd effect, followed Wu Yang in the same direction. Among the 3 zombies, 2 abandoned the chase and turned to intercept others, while 1 remained relentlessly pursuing them. With only 1 zombie in pursuit, the trio felt a slight sense of security, yet they dared not slow their pace. Among them, Lin Jiao, being the weakest, was rapidly losing speed, while the zombie behind seemed tireless. The distance between the zombie and Lin Jiao diminished. Chu Qing grasped her arm and, meeting her grateful gaze, urged her to keep running. The distance was not great, merely over 100 meters, and they were soon approaching the intersection. Residents of the community, they were familiar with this road. This road, named Qingfeng Road, extended left for a short distance, leading to a dead end, while to the right, it opened onto the main road. With zombies in pursuit, they certainly would not head toward the dead end. Yet upon reaching the intersection, all 3 stood in shock. On the left, a stone house had unexpectedly appeared. The stone house was remarkably well constructed, shaped like a regular rectangle, and the material used for the stones emitted a faint, gentle white light under the blood-red moonlight. Upon seeing the stone house, Wu Yang immediately changed his mind and ran toward it. The other 2 hesitated briefly, but soon followed suit. The moment Wu Yang spotted the stone house, his mind raced with possibilities that if the stone house was inhabited and its occupants were willing to open the door, they could temporarily secure themselves from the zombies outside. The structure seemed sturdy enough that the zombies might struggle to break through. Even if there were no occupants, or if the owner refused to let them in, he could circle the house and then dash onto the main road, leaving his fate to chance. quickly reaching the door of the stone house. Wu Liang knocked vigorously, but no sound echoed back. Thus he called out, "Is anyone there? Help!" The door remained tightly shut, but a shout seemed to provoke the zombies, their eyes growing bloodier, their speed increasing, startling Chu Qing and Lin Jiao, who clenched their teeth and hurried to accelerate. The three of them, along with one zombie, circled the stone house. Wu Liang returned to the entrance and shouted once more. The zombies, as if triggered by a switch, sped up even further, compelling the trio to quicken their pace. And so, the three continued to circle the stone house for 5 times. Initially, Wu Liang intended to test whether anyone would open the door before making a break for the main road. However, the intense burning in his lungs and the exhaustion of his muscles clearly indicated that if no one answered the door, he might not escape at all. He had no choice but to place his hope on the possibility that someone was inside the stone house and willing to let them in. Thus, he repeatedly provoked the zombies, calling for help time and again. Just as despair began to creep into their eyes, the door suddenly swung open, a beam of light spilling forth, like the sole sun in a dimly lit crimson world. At that moment, Lin Jiao, running at the back, had just crossed the threshold when she caught sight of the light from the corner of her eye, her heart leaping with joy as she quickened her pace. All she needed to do was make one more turn, and she would be safe. Hot on her heels was the zombie, and as Lin Yi opened the door, he was greeted by the horrifying sight of a bloodied, snarling zombie lunging at him. "Watch out!" Lin Jiao screamed, suddenly realizing a grave issue. Due to the zombies' previous accelerations, they were now dangerously close, and opening the door at this moment could spell doom for the stone house's occupant as well. What the hell? Even having anticipated such a possibility, Lin Yi was startled by the sudden appearance of the zombie's head. Nevertheless, his reflexes were swift. Stepping back, he swung his long knife, severing the zombie's head. Wu Liang spun around, reaching the front of the stone house. And upon seeing the zombie halt in its tracks, he immediately turned to flee. But the next second, his eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the zombie that had been pursuing them for over 10 minutes slowly collapse. His first thought was, could the zombie have died from exhaustion? Chu Qing caught up and gave Wu Liang a push. "Run." He too froze in place until Lin Jiao caught up with them. The three exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with shock. Had this monstrous zombie truly been felled by a single stroke? Dr. Wu Liang. The first to speak was Lin Yi, who had recognized the voice from his earlier cries. Indeed, it is a familiar face that in a previous life, Wu Liang was a highly esteemed doctor responsible for logistics in the community. During the apocalypse, he utilized his expertise to concoct a medicinal formula. After experimentation, it was discovered that consuming this medication post-scratch from a zombie significantly increased the chances of avoiding infection by approximately 20%. Regrettably, just a week after the creation of this remedy, he met an untimely demise under quite absurd circumstances. An elderly woman's grandson, despite taking the medicine after being scratched by a zombie, still succumbed to infection. Consequently, the elderly woman blamed Wu Liang for the misfortune. Seizing a moment when others were resting, she plunged a pair of scissors into Wu Liang's chest. Although Lin Yi later confined Wu Liang's corpse and the elderly woman in a room, ultimately transforming Wu Liang into a zombie before personally ending the woman's life, Wu Liang could never return. "Just call me Dr. Wu," a voice interrupted Lin Yi's reminiscence, eliciting a knowing smile from him. In his past life, many had teased him about Wu Liang's name. The three individuals before him did not recognize Lin Yi and regarded him with a hint of caution in just a few days. They had witnessed numerous treacherous acts within their group, leaving them uncertain of the young man's intentions towards them. Observing the wary expressions of the trio, Lin Yi straightforwardly proposed, "Would you like to join me? If not, feel free to leave." Although he spoke casually, Lin Yi had no intention of allowing any of them to depart. Their choices were limited to either joining him or facing death. At this stage, he could not afford to expose the location of his safe house. As he turned slightly, a glimmer of light illuminated the space, causing the trio to finally notice that this stone dwelling was equipped with electricity. Since the appearance of the blood moon, they had not encountered such brilliant illumination. Their backup flashlights and alternative lighting sources had been destroyed overnight. Could it be that this place remained untouched? Wu Liang swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he was the first to declare, "I am willing to follow you." With the contract formed in his mind, Lin Yi smiled in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the other two. Chu Qing and Lin Jiao exchanged glances before also expressing their willingness. Primarily, they were utterly exhausted from fleeing the zombies, and the thought of returning to Building 18 seemed ludicrous. Why would they want to serve as a buffet for the undead? Sensing that the three contracts posed no issues, Lin Yi stated, "Since you are willing to join, there are certain rules you must adhere to. Firstly, my orders must be followed. Secondly, you must not disclose the existence of this safe house or any matters within it." He refrained from making any harsh statements, for from the moment the contracts were signed, the three were bound to obey his commands. Perhaps due to the existence of the contract, an identical thought emerged in the minds of the three. No wonder he was capable of effortlessly dispatching zombies. It was prudent to remain cautious in such an environment. Subsequently, Lin Yi gestured for them to enter, and as they stepped into the stone house, their astonishment deepened. It appeared entirely unaffected by the blood moon, with bright lights, running water, and an abundance of food. However, unbeknownst to them, the food was not merely plentiful. It was continually replenished every day. A girl sat on the sofa, greeting the trio before returning her attention to her phone. Seemingly engrossed in the group chat, back in the stone house, Lin Yi continued to organize matters. "Dr. Wu, you will take charge of your original duties. That room is the medical facility. Please familiarize yourself with the various medications as soon as possible." He then turned to Lin Jiao and inquired, "Can you cook?" Lin Jiao eagerly nodded. With her parents often away for work, she had been accustomed to cooking for herself and considered her culinary skills quite proficient. "Very well. You shall be responsible for our meals from now on. The kitchen is stocked with ingredients. You three have yet to eat, so feel free to prepare something as the number of individuals in the safe house increased." The task of cooking could no longer rest solely on Xiaoyu. Lin Jiao acknowledged and proceeded to the kitchen, shortly returning with a soft question, "How much should I make?" Lin Yi regarded her with mild curiosity before understanding. "Prepare as much as needed. Do not worry, there is plenty of food." Upon hearing this, the hearts of the three swelled with warmth. In the apocalypse, such reassurances were of immense value. Nevertheless, they wisely refrained from probing further. Lin Yi had not divulged that he preferred they remain unaware of certain details. They increasingly felt that coming here was the right decision, even expressing gratitude for the pursuing zombies. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to continue his arrangements, the door to the dormitory on the left creaked open, revealing Gao Yuan, who had emerged upon hearing voices from outside. "Yuan-go," Chu Qing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, equally taken aback, explained to Lin Yi, "Chu Qing is a fellow student from my university, my junior. After I graduated, I enlisted in the military." Lin Yi nodded and proceeded to assign tasks to Chu Qing. "You will team up with Gao Yuan. Your mission will involve venturing outside, potentially to confront zombies." Hearing the words "confront zombies," Chu Qing's face drained of color, his expression filled with shock. Yet, the memory of Lin Yi effortlessly dispatching a zombie assuaged some of his fear. "I do not harbor any idle individuals here, nor will I allow you to perish in vain. Zombies are not as formidable as they seem," Gao Yuan interjected, affirming, "Indeed, do not worry, Xiao Chu, I will guide you." After a series of arrangements, everyone dispersed to their respective tasks. Lin Yi had not anticipated that the configuration of personnel would come together so swiftly. Partners 0-1 No Servants, 22 Wu Liang. Lin Jiao Exploration Team, 23 Gao Yuan, Chu Qing. The partner position was naturally reserved for Xiaoyu, and now only one member of the exploration team was needed to complete the roster. The progress was rapid, and Lin Yi felt no urgency. The corpse bearer had yet to show any signs. Before long, Lin Jiao emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. Lin Yi and Xiaoyu had just finished eating, so they felt little hunger, while Gao Yuan was fine. But Chu Qing and Wu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. To have a hot meal under the blood moon was a luxury, especially as they had gone without food for 2 or 3 meals. Had Lin Yi not been standing nearby, they would have pounced upon the food. Observing the urgency in their eyes, Lin Yi sighed with resignation. "Stop staring. If you're hungry, just eat." Gao Yuan also approached the dining table, appearing to have regained some vigor. The four dined and conversed, with the three newcomers nearly brought to tears. There was no need to ask why. They were simply overwhelmed with happiness. Xiao Yu curiously examined the crossbow in her hands, while Lin Yi lit a cigarette with a soft click. The other three men instantly turned their gazes towards him, prompting Lin Yi to chuckle helplessly and toss them a pack of cigarettes. In stark contrast to the warm and fulfilling atmosphere of the stone house, outside lay a grim scene. Countless corpses were strewn haphazardly across the community. Particularly near the intersection, dozens of bodies lay, some of which twitched slightly, already beginning the transformation into zombies. Tian Zhao was swift in his arrangements. At Building 18, 7 individuals armed with kitchen knives and shovels stood guard at the entrance, having erected a makeshift barrier with bags of lime and soil piled around them. Clearly, this rudimentary defense had proven somewhat effective, as 3 zombies lay motionless atop the soil bags. The 7 standing by the door were vigilant. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. They had realized that zombies were not invincible and could succumb to fatal injuries, revealing a lack of formidable defenses. Among them, 6 often cast their gazes toward a tall man in the center, whose eyes concealed a fierce intensity as he gripped a blood-stained shovel. 2 of the nearby zombies were his handiwork. The man, named Tian Sheng, was Tian Zhao, his cousin, and the very reason Tian Zhao dared to rally the others and assume leadership. Inside the building, a throng of people gathered on the 6th floor, vocally berating those within while forcefully pounding on the door. Among them were Tian Zhao and Wang Xiaoran. The gathering was prompted by a recent incident wherein someone had scrambled to the 6th floor in a panic, knocking incessantly at the door without a response. That individual had narrowly escaped becoming a zombie's meal, thanks to Tian Zhao and Tian Sheng's timely arrival to deal with the threat. Damn it. Wang Lan, Lin, if you don't come out soon, I'll tear the door down, shouted Zhang Mingho, the one who had nearly perished at the jaws of a zombie, and it was no wonder he was infuriated. Standing at the center, Tian Zhao had quickly become the pillar of strength for the group, bolstered by the brothers' earlier actions against the zombies. Tian Sheng obeyed Tian Zhao as every command. A gleam of satisfaction mixed with a hint of coldness danced in Tian Zhao's eyes as he contemplated whether to forcefully breach the door. However, if the door is forcibly destroyed, it is likely that no one would be willing to reside in these 2 rooms. Although there are guards downstairs, if a horde of zombies were to arrive and breach the defenses, wouldn't the occupants of these 2 rooms be left with their doors wide open, almost inviting the zombies with a casual remark? Are you well fed? Just as Tian Zhao was hesitating, a figure stealthily slipped through the crowd and approached him. I can pick locks, Feng Fei added, following up with an explanation. Out of curiosity, I learned a little bit about it. Tian Zhao remained non-committal and instructed him to unlock the room on the right where Lin Yi resided. Lin Yi had previously shown his face in the group, at that time still indulging in instant noodles. Tian Zhao had already devised a plan. If Lin Yi was at home, he would use his non-cooperation as an excuse to confiscate all of his food. As for Wang Lan, she had not made an appearance since the blood moon descended, either having perished long ago or being absent from the community during the blood moon's occurrence. Feng Fei produced a piece of iron wire from his pocket, the end of which bore a small barb. Since Lin Yi was not in the room and the door was not locked, Feng Fei swiftly managed to open it. Upon the door's opening, the crowd surged into the room, only to find it empty. The items within were neatly arranged, showing no signs of a struggle. Tian Zhao issued a command. It's possible that they were killed by zombies while out. Everyone searched for any food. Upon hearing this, the group became energized and began rummaging through the room, particularly Zhang Mingho, who harbored a deep resentment against Lin Yi for nearly getting him killed. He deliberately knocked jars and bottles to the ground during his search. Wang Xiaoran stood behind Tian Zhao, her gaze contemplative, still pondering the existence of the formidable figure in the group who could tear apart zombies during the early days of the blood moon. This figure was accompanied by a girl. Lin Yi seemingly had a younger sister, and Wang Xiaoran had come this time to ascertain whether the formidable figure was indeed Lin Yi. Observing the empty room before her, Wang Xiaoran felt increasingly convinced that her suspicions were correct. Ate tea that moment. Someone who had not been searching for food stepped forward, presenting their phone to Tian Zhao. Zhao Go, Wang Lan is dead. But Lin Yi is alive. Tian Zhao glanced at the group member list on the phone, somewhat perplexed. The person who stepped forward explained, and only then did they realize that the group chat was not as simple as it seemed. In the member list, the avatars of those who had turned into zombies would appear gray, and if a zombie was subsequently killed, it would vanish entirely. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoran grew even more certain of her judgment. After an exhaustive search, they found no food, prompting a wave of curses to erupt once more. It wasn't until they unlocked Wang Lan's house and discovered a bag of rice that their complaints ceased. Although there was no electricity, at least they had a lighter, and it was feasible to chop some wooden furniture and boil rice in an iron pot, before the group could revel in their find. Tian Zhao's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted abruptly. Without delay, he sent a message to the group calling for reinforcements, then hastened downstairs with those beside him, in front of Building 18. Tian Sheng raised a shovel and swung it, sending a zombie flying. With a crack, the shovel broke in two, but Tian Sheng wasted no time, seizing a kitchen knife from a nearby person and striking a second zombie. However, the zombies were relentless, and the sheer number of them was overwhelming. 4 or 5 zombies charged forward, breaking through the sandbag barricade at the entrance point. One sandbag struck a person on Tian Sheng's right side. As he fell, the heavy bag pinned him down, and he shouted, "Help me!" The other 6 did not hesitate and began to retreat. Just as he managed to shift the sandbag off himself, a shadow lunged at him. Gripping his hands, he realized that the kitchen knife he had held was now taken by Tian Sheng. There was no time to escape. The zombies were upon him, their rancid mouths mere inches away. With sharp fangs glistening ominously, Tian Sheng and the 6 others fought while retreating, reaching the staircase, and the remaining 5 watched with growing fear as one of their own was overwhelmed by 3 zombies. Had Tian Sheng not been there, the 5 would have likely fled long ago. The zombies grew increasingly frenzied, and another person unwittingly had their pants leg grasped by a zombie, causing them to slip toward the waiting maw of the undead. Gazing at the 3 menacing faces before him, he was nearly paralyzed with terror. Closing his eyes, he swung the kitchen knife wildly, striking the zombies again and again. They seemed impervious to his attacks, their gaping mouths closing in. Just as the 4 were about to retreat to the 2nd floor, Tian Zhao finally arrived with reinforcements. Following his command, waves of people surged forward to replace the exhausted fighters, stabilizing the situation at last. Although one person was soon dragged down, the zombies did not advance further. For a full half-hour, the cycle of reinforcements continued, with those who fell to the zombies transforming anew. After the loss of several lives, they finally managed to eliminate all the zombies. Tian Zhao immediately ordered a finishing blow to the bodies of those who had not yet transformed, severing their heads to prevent them from rising again. Zhang Mingho's arm trembled slightly. Having pushed himself too hard in 3 rounds of fighting, a tear slipped from his eye, the result of his exertion. As he relaxed, he suddenly felt an itch and pain in the back of his right leg. Casually reaching back to touch it, he found bright red blood, not from a zombie, but from himself. "Mingho, what's wrong?" a nearby person asked as he suddenly collapsed. Zhang Mingho took a deep breath, his voice quivering. "It's nothing, I just overexerted myself." He dared not speak up. If the others found out, he would either be thrown out of Building 18 or killed outright. Either way, it was a death sentence. Perhaps he could endure. Maybe he wouldn't turn into a zombie. People are often filled with a sense of luck in the face of death that he resolved to keep it hidden, but then a voice struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Everyone who fought the zombies, check yourselves for injuries," Tian Zhao commanded. His gaze swept over the crowd. People began to pair up and examine one another. Zhang Mingho's face turned ashen, contemplating whether to escape rather than face a gruesome fate at the hands of his peers. Just then, he noticed someone nearby, equally pale, trembling uncontrollably. In a moment of inspiration, he forcefully pounded his trembling legs and, mustering his strength, stood up to approach the individual. This person was Zhang Liang, someone he was somewhat familiar with. Having exchanged a few words, "Brother, don't blame me. I have no choice. If one doesn't look out for themselves, they perish," Zhang Mingho muttered as he strode over with a fierce demeanor. "What are you trembling for? Stand up. Let me check for injuries." Zhang Liang, upon seeing someone approach, turned even paler, shaking his head repeatedly, yet refusing to stand, his eyes filled with desperation. Zhang Mingho felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps they could mutually conceal their conditions. Just as he thought this, he looked up to see Tian Sheng approaching. Having noticed something amiss, he steeled himself and shouted, "Zhaoge, Zhang Liang 1T, get up for me to check." Zhang Liang, hearing this, shot Zhang Mingho a venomous glare. In a primal instinct for survival, he summoned a surge of strength and bolted toward the stairs. However, a towering figure was swifter before the crowd could react. Zhang Liang was seized by Tian Sheng as if he were a mere chick. Zhang Liang lost all will to resist, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Zhaoge, don't kill me. I was injured while trying to protect everyone. Please, just let me go." The crowd felt a pang of compassion but remained silent. Releasing Zhang Liang would only increase the danger during the next zombie attack. But none had the courage to execute him. Killing zombies was a necessity, but taking a human life was another matter entirely. They all turned their gazes to Tian Zhao, who had quickly become a pillar of strength for the majority. Though Tian Sheng's imposing presence contributed significantly, it was evident that Tian Zhao possessed considerable capability as well. Sighing, Tian Zhao approached Zhang Liang and placed a hand on his shoulder. "For the safety of everyone, I am sorry." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a kitchen knife had already severed his neck, blood spurting forth and splattering the surrounding residents, who quickly recoiled in shock, clearly unprepared for Tian Zhao's decisiveness. Their eyes now tinged with a hint of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Zhao delivered another blow until the body before him was utterly incapacitated. Is there anyone else?" He lifted his head, his face smeared with blood, resembling a malevolent spirit that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The crowd was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances until, ultimately, they shook their heads in unison, indicating that there was nothing more to be done. Zhang Mingho stood at the rear of the throng, his limbs icy, relieved that no one had noticed him. After the chaos subsided, everyone retreated to their assigned quarters, where soon flickering flames illuminated the rooms. And food was swiftly distributed, half a bag of rice for approximately 10 individuals per room, enough to satisfy their hunger. Many had brought provisions when they gathered, particularly flour and rice. A single 20-kilogram bag of rice could adequately feed dozens for a day. On the 11th floor to the left, Tian Zhao sat before the fire, calculating how many days their food supply would last. He soon arrived at the grim conclusion. Merely 2 days, and if they were lucky, perhaps 3. It became apparent that a trip to the supermarket to procure supplies needed to be prioritized. During his contemplation, Wang Shaoran approached him, her dark hair styled high, her figure curvaceous and poised. She was quite pleased with her appearance, the bloodstains on her clothing rendering her even more pitiable. Leaning closer to Tian Zhao, she softly spoke, "Zhaoge, I've taken stock. Approximately 340 residents gathered here today. And currently, only 232 are alive." Tian Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. So many had perished. It seemed that their plan to assault the supermarket the following day would not be a simple endeavor. Noticing his silence, Wang Shaoran continued her report. "Lin Yi's avatar hasn't turned gray. He is evidently still alive. That I've attempted to contact him, but there has been no response, neither privately nor in the group chat. It is quite likely that he was the one slaying zombies on the streets when the blood moon first rose." Tian Zhao nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames, lost in thought. The dry wood crackled under the firelight, and a pot above it bubbled, releasing steam. Tian Sheng sat nearby, a cigarette clenched between his lips, the atmosphere thick with tension, as no one dared to speak. After today's skirmish, they had confirmed that zombies could indeed be killed, albeit with great difficulty. Each survivor had witnessed death firsthand, seeing others fall victim to the vicious fangs of the undead. Though they had narrowly escaped, the specter of danger loomed large. No one could guarantee they wouldn't face the same fate next. The rice was cooked swiftly, and the hunger pangs shattered the uneasy stillness. Some had gone nearly 2 days without sustenance, and upon receiving their porridge, they disregarded the heat and eagerly drank it down on the 6th floor. Zhang Mingho clutched a bowl of porridge, retreating to a corner, where he extracted a handful of peeled pills from his pocket, medications he had brought from home, which he believed would protect him from infection. Cough syrup, antibiotics, whatever he had, he consumed it all with the rice, then leaned against the wall, awaiting a miracle. As his consciousness began to blur and his nails thickened and sharpened, the absurdity of his thoughts struck him. His last coherent thought was to escape the room. He didn't wish to die, nor did he want to kill indiscriminately. However, once the mutation began, the process unfolded rapidly. He barely managed to stagger to the door before his remaining awareness faded into oblivion. Zhang Mingho, where are you going? Before the words could fully escape, he collapsed forward, and the crowd gasped. Their first instinct was not to rush to his aid, but to recoil several steps back. One individual even hastily grabbed their phone to alert Tian Zhao in the group chat. After all, the day's events had made it abundantly clear that abnormal behavior was nearly synonymous with infection. Meanwhile, Tian Zhao had just finished his porridge when Wang Xiaoran leaned her head against his shoulder. Looking quite forlorn, he found her appealing, beautiful, capable, and exuding an aura that stirred a man's protective instincts. His previously troubled mood began to transform into restlessness. Sensing his unease, Wang Xiaoran lifted her head. Her eyes slightly reddened. Zhao Ge, I'm going to sleep now. Tian Zhao nodded, offering a few words of comfort. Rest well. He remained oblivious to the satisfied smirk that played at the corners of her mouth as she turned away. In dealing with men, one must maintain an air of intrigue. What is unattainable is often deemed most desirable. Initially, Wang Xiaoran had set her sights on the elusive Lin Yi, but as he had vanished without a trace, she redirected her attention to Tian Zhao, the capable leader among the residents. Tian Zhao watched as Wang Xiaoran gracefully entered the innermost bedroom, glancing back to muster a sorrowful smile, which he reciprocated with a gentle smile of his own. Turning away, his expression hardened slightly. In this apocalyptic world, having a beautiful woman by one's side was indeed a coveted luxury. As for sweet romance, Tian Zhao chuckled softly to himself. During his 4 years in university, he had played matchmaker for his roommate's girlfriends. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. He needed to contemplate the details of the upcoming assault on the supermarket to ensure that no errors would occur. The buzzing of his phone in his pocket interrupted his thoughts, and upon glancing at it, he sprang into action. Everyone, grab your weapons and head to the 6th floor. As Feng Fei Pride opened the door with a wire. Zhang Mingho, now a zombie, was seen devouring the 4th corpse, while the others had seemingly vanished, likely hiding in the bedrooms. Tian Sheng surveyed the scene and, without hesitation, charged at the approaching zombie wielding a kitchen knife. The remaining individuals, under Tian Zhao's command, swiftly dispatched the animated corpses lying in wait. With their combined efforts, Zhang Mingho and the 4 corpses met their end. Analyzing the room's condition, Tian Zhao surmised that when Zhang Mingho had transformed into a zombie, he had blocked the doorway, obstructing the escape route for the others inside. Had they managed to burst out and close the door, they might have awaited reinforcements from adjacent rooms. It was likely that Zhang Mingho had not anticipated that his final act of kindness would inadvertently cost 4 lives. Fortunately, the alert had been timely, and casualties were minimal. However, this incident planted a seed of unease within the group. After all, if even those they were close to could suddenly turn on them, who would dare to sleep soundly? Reflecting on Zhang Mingho's earlier behavior, Tian Zhao quickly realized that he must have been scratched by a zombie. There was no choice but to enhance their vigilance and explain the situation to the others in the group, offering reassurances. Once the group confirmed that the zombie had been infected due to a scratch rather than spontaneously transforming, they breathed a sigh of relief, though the lingering fear of such unpredictable mutations remained. Regardless, the group gradually calmed, and those hiding in the bedrooms were summoned to join them. Tian Zhao approached them, casting a glance at the 5 individuals remaining. As anyone infected? In the room, 5 had perished. Leaving 2 middle-aged men and a family of 3, the 5 shook their heads. But one girl hid behind her parents, and the couple's expressions grew tense. Tian Sheng moved forward, roughly pushing aside the couple to pull the little girl into view. The father's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing?" Tian Zhao did not respond, instead staring at the scratches on the girl's arm, rubbing his brow in frustration. "You have 2 choices. Either I kill her, or the 3 of you leave together." At this moment, the others realized the girl had been scratched, and their expressions turned to horror. After all, they were a family. If Tian Zhao insisted on killing the girl, The couple would likely harbor resentment, and it would be unwise to endanger all three lives. The father's expression shifted from one of fear to determination as he grasped the girl's hand. "We'll leave," Tian Zhao nodded, addressing Tian Sheng. "Follow them. Ensure they exit building 18." With that, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Sheng. Tian Sheng nodded, trailing behind the family, who appeared dazed, leaving without even gathering their belongings. Afterward, Tian Zhao ensured the two remaining individuals were thoroughly checked before confirming their safety and leading everyone out. At the entrance of Building 18, Tian Sheng withdrew a kitchen knife from behind him. Before the couple could react, each was swiftly dispatched. He glanced at the little girl, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately delivered the fatal blow. Spitting on the ground, Tian Sheng sighed. This world was truly driving people to their limits. Despite his absolute certainty that the family of three would undoubtedly turn into zombies after their departure, the sensation of killing humans was fundamentally different from that of dispatching the undead. Not to mention, there was a little girl involved. Tian Sheng, who had spent the entire day battling zombies without uttering a single word, now felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His only expression of mercy was to first eliminate the couple and then the girl. Gritting his teeth to suppress his discomfort, he disposed of the trio's bodies into a nearby greenbelt. Standing at the stairway, he braved the cold wind for several minutes, waiting for the unease to subside slightly before shaking off his coat and returning indoors. The two brothers pondered that perhaps one day they could cleanse their community of all the zombies. In the flourishing neighborhood, on the northern side along Qingfeng Road, in the stone house, Lin Yi observed the incessant stream of messages in the group chat, marveling at Tian Zhao's unexpected capability. Yet he found it strange that he had little recollection of this individual. Logically, that should not be the case. That a glance at the top left corner of his phone revealed it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Time for bed. Tomorrow, Lin Yi planned to take action, firstly to bring Gao Yuan and Chu Qing along to acclimate them, and also to help Xiaoyu refine her archery skills. He had noticed her progress over the past few days. In a game, she would undoubtedly be a prodigious archer. Secondly, due to the considerable loss of life today, he intended to search for the corpse bearer, who might have made an appearance by now. Tian Zhao sat on the sofa, completely devoid of sleep, his mind swirling with irritation at the sheer lack of intelligence displayed by so many individuals. He admitted that when he first became the heart of the group, he felt a tinge of pride. However, now, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted with an endless stream of troublesome matters. He truly did not wish to bear this heavy burden. His thoughts were chaotic, and he inexplicably recalled that formidable figure, even more impressive than his cousin. Was it Lin Yi? Suddenly, he was reminded of a teacher from high school who had pointed fingers at them and exclaimed, "You lot are truly difficult to manage." In a state of drowsiness, he finally plunged into the depths of slumber. Time slipped by, and he was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 6 in the morning. Why on earth was someone knocking at such an early hour? No, he realized with a start, it was not knocking at all. It was clearly the sound of a zombie battering against the door. Tian Zhao sprang to his feet, understanding that if the door were to break, it would spell disaster. Peering through, he saw just one zombie. Thankfully, only one. Tian Sheng was similarly awoken, his morning irritability magnified. Seizing the moment while the zombie was momentarily stunned from its assault, he flung open the door and dispatched the creature with a swift strike. The occupants of the room recoiled, silently vowing never to disturb Tian Sheng during his slumber again. Observing the fallen zombie, Tian Zhao shook his head, realizing that personnel assignments needed to be revised. Every room required a night watch, and the entrance must also be manned. Given that zombies had already infiltrated the 11th floor, it was certain that the lower floors were not immune. Without delay, Tian Zhao led the group in a thorough sweep downwards. Fortunately, the numbers were not as overwhelming as he had feared. 1 zombie on the 8th floor, 2 on the 7th, 1 on the 4th, and 4 on the ground floor. What a peculiar distribution, with so many vacant floors. How had the zombies managed to reach the 11th floor? Was it due to Tian Sheng's overwhelming vitality? Noticing his cousin's gaze upon him, Tian Sheng scratched his head. "What's up, bro?" Tian Zhao shook his head and instructed Wang Xiaoran to create a schedule for rotating watch duties, notifying everyone that at least one person must guard each room at night. Once the arrangements were made, it was time for a meal, gathering supplies, lighting a fire, and preparing food, that he also sent a message to the group, informing them that after dinner, they would launch an assault on the supermarket. Assaulting the supermarket? Lin Yi picked up a piece of braised pork and shook his head, realizing he needed to eat quickly. The supermarket was situated at a crossroads that could not be avoided regardless of the route taken. At this stage, it was unwise to expose the existence of their safe house. Observing Lin Yi's shake of the head, Lin Jiaojiao's heart tightened. Did this mean her cooking was unappetizing? That couldn't be right. She found it satisfactory. Picking up another piece, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. It seemed she needed to hone her culinary skills in this place, where sustenance was abundant and comfort reigned. She certainly did not want to be cast out. Moments later, the dim red glow of the blood moon was dispelled by a bright white light as he emerged from the stone house, gripping a long knife in his right hand and a dagger at his waist. Following him were Lin Wangyu, Gao Yuan, and Chu Qing. Lin Wangyu's weapon was, of course, her trusty crossbow, while Gao Yuan opted for a short sword, roughly half a meter in length, which complemented his 1.8-meter stature quite well. Most striking of all was Chu Qing. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate fellow was a powerhouse, wielding a spiked club, if one overlooked the cautious yet fearful expression on his face. He might even be described as imposing. Not long after turning right upon exiting, a trembling figure emerged under the yellowish bloodlight. It was indeed a zombie. Lin Wangyu was the first to act, releasing an iron arrow that whistled through the air and struck the zombie's right arm. Suddenly attacked, the zombie let out a low growl and charged towards them, its right arm swinging limply, clearly rendered useless. Nevertheless, this did not impede its relentless advance. After several days of training, Lin Wangyu found that such distances were easily manageable, and she did not aim for the zombie's vital points. As the purpose of this outing was to help Gao Yuan and Chu Qing acclimate to combating zombies, she and Lin Yi had merely come along to prevent any unforeseen incidents and to attempt to trace the whereabouts of the corpse-bearer. If they were to rely solely on the two of them, what significance would there be in the existence of an exploration team? As the zombie rushed towards them, Gao Yuan tightened his grip on the short sword and charged forward. With Chu Qing gritting his teeth and following closely behind, the sound of metal scraping against the ground echoing ominously. Before Chu Qing could reach, Gao Yuan had already plunged the short sword into the zombie's throat. Withdrawing it, the creature collapsed with a thud. Chu Qing stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that this was the same zombie that had pursued him just a day prior. Was it truly over so quickly? Gao Yuan chuckled at the expression on his face and offered an explanation that in truth, zombies were not inherently terrifying. To put it plainly, while they felt no pain, they also lacked any intelligence, launching fierce attacks without defense or evasion. The only troublesome aspect was the risk of infection as long as one identified a zombie's weak points and utilized the surrounding conditions effectively. Dispatching them was hardly a daunting task in the face of a limited number of zombies. Fleeing was the least favorable option, as zombies were tireless, while humans inevitably exhausted their strength. With this knowledge, Chu Qing's confidence noticeably surged. Before long, the group encountered a second wave of zombies, two of them, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Wangyu, as usual, loosed an arrow at each, striking their knees. The zombies, suddenly deprived of their strength, fell but scrambled back to their feet, limping towards the group without hesitation. Gao Yuan and Chu Qing charged forward again, each targeting one zombie. Gao Yuan executed a straightforward yet precise thrust to the throat, while Chu Qing's assault was far more brutal, raising the heavy spike club high. He brought it crashing down onto the zombie's skull. The impact crushed the creature's head, driving it down into its neck by 3 fingers' length, visibly shortening its stature, leaving a gory mess atop. Yet even then, the zombie remained standing, shaking its head in a daze. Suddenly, a spiked iron rod loomed large in its blood-red eyes. With a resounding thud, the zombie's head was obliterated. Whether smashed or driven into its neck was uncertain. Chu Qing stepped back, his face pale, clearly unsettled by his own handiwork. With 2 waves of zombies appearing in quick succession, and given their proximity, it was evident that many had perished the previous day. The group soon arrived at the crossroads, where Lin Yi contemplated before directing them to the left. The ensuing process was both monotonous and fulfilling. Every few dozen meters, they encountered another wave of zombies. Whether one, two, or occasionally three gathered together at such moments, Lin Yi would directly eliminate one, leaving the others for Gao Yuan and Chu Qing to handle. After a brief bout of nausea, Chu Qing's condition improved significantly as he quickly adapted to the bloody scene under the blood moon. Dividing the area of the neighborhood by the crossroads, the team swiftly scoured the northeastern region, finding little of note. Furthermore, Lin Yi observed that the further they ventured towards the edges, the fewer zombies there were, indicating that the majority of the casualties from the previous day had occurred in the central area of the community, specifically around the crossroads. Let's proceed to the southeastern area and continue our search. Lin Yi issued a command, and just as everyone was about to turn back, a sudden sound of crunching food echoed from behind. The direction of the sound seemed to originate from the spot where the last zombie had perished moments ago. Turning to look, he saw no trace of a figure, but as Lin Yi squinted to inspect the spot where the zombie had fallen, he noticed a chunk of meat appearing to writhe, based on his memories from his previous life. Lin Yi found it difficult to ascertain the situation before him. This did not resemble the evolution of a zombie. Cautiously, he took a few steps forward, and the outline of the bloodied mass became clearer, revealing what appeared to be a dog. This left Lin Yi even more perplexed. The neighborhood was not lacking in stray dogs. In his past life, he had encountered infected corpse dogs, which were more troublesome than zombies. They were smaller, swifter, and difficult to detect under the blood moon. By the time one realized their presence, it was highly probable that they had already lunged at you. However, stray dogs and similar creatures seemed inherently terrified of zombies, possessing great speed and the ability to hide in every nook and cranny. Thus, in his previous life, Lin Yi seldom encountered corpse dogs, but whenever he did, the team invariably suffered casualties. The creature before him should be a stray dog rather than an infected corpse dog. Otherwise, it would have likely pounced by now. He had never observed stray dogs feasting on zombie corpses before. While he pondered this, the stray dog cautiously approached him, appearing ready to flee at the slightest provocation. Lin Yi did not retreat, but tightened his grip on the long knife. Should this stray dog exhibit any signs of abnormality, he would not hesitate to as the distance between man and dog diminished. Lin Yi aimed his crossbow at the stray dog, prepared to shoot at a moment's notice. The stray dog emitted a soft whine, its sound seemingly imbued with a plea and a sense of submission. At last, Lin Yi was able to discern the dog's appearance. Its black fur unmistakably identified it as a typical Chinese rural dog. However, he noticed some subtle dark red stains of blood on its body, spreading like branches in a complex pattern, clearly not scars resulting from injuries. Moreover, Lin Yi observed that the dog's eyes were peculiar. The irises were blood red, identical to those of a zombie. The only distinction lay in the fact that a zombie's entire eye was blood red. While this stray dog had only its pupils transformed, a term suddenly sprang to Lin Yi's mind: mutant. This nomenclature was something he had gleaned from the discussions within the group of abilities users. Whether human or animal, there existed a high probability of infection, turning them into zombies after being scratched by one. Nonetheless, this probability was not absolute. A small portion would not succumb to the transformation. Among this fraction, the majority possessed high resistance, rendering them immune to zombie infection, while the remaining minority exhibited lower resistance. Even if they did not transform into zombies, their bodies would still undergo certain mutations. Those who experienced such mutations were referred to as mutants. The vast majority of mutations were classified as malignant mutations, such as a limb becoming rigid or the brain becoming sluggish. The term malignant mutation naturally implied the existence of benign mutations, which would cause the mutant to evolve in a direction conducive to survival, albeit with a very low probability. Specific examples of this were not provided in the group chat, leaving Lin Yi uncertain. However, observing this dog, it appeared quite intelligent, perhaps indicating a benign mutation. "Hello," Lin Yi tentatively greeted, while the three others behind him wore expressions of confusion. "Woof," the stray dog barked. The sound seemed to lack a hint of wariness, infused instead with a touch of familiarity. Yet, this was not conducive to communication. Humans could not comprehend a dog's barks, nor could dogs understand human speech. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. Another resident had been breached by a zombie. And under the ghastly red moon, a figure stood on the windowsill, despairingly leaping down, taking with it a zombie that had lunged and grasped its ankle. Startled by the scream, the strayed dog vanished into the greenery in the blink of an eye. The four waited for a few minutes, but the stray dog did not return for them. This was merely a brief interlude, and they proceeded southward as planned. Not long after the team departed, the stray dog's head emerged from another patch of greenery, hurriedly snatching a piece of flesh from a zombie, rapidly chewing a few bites before swallowing and chasing after the direction the group had taken. Along the way, Lin Yi shared the concept of mutants with the three others, and they expressed astonishment, realizing the bizarre nature of the blood moon. As they approached the east-west main road, the number of zombies began to increase again. The discussion about mutants was hastily concluded as Gao Yuan and Chu Qing flanked either side. Charging towards two zombies ahead, in Building 18, Tian Zhao led a team of 40, finally clearing the zombies that had been roaming in front of the 18th building, sacrificing two individuals, a loss deemed entirely acceptable. This team comprised over 20 young adults and a dozen elderly individuals, with a clear objective. The former were the elite, while the latter served as fodder. However, this classification was known only to Tian Zhao. The role of the fodder was straightforward. If the zombie numbers became overwhelming, these elders would undoubtedly be the slowest to flee, thereby buying time for others. That it was not that he was heartless. Food was limited, and the more people there were to share it, the less time they would be able to endure. That it was impossible for them to fight for their lives while unnecessarily supporting these individuals. In other words, the death of fodder would not significantly impact them. Rather, it would alleviate the burden of food. However, if the elite were wiped out, the building would inevitably fall to the zombies. Although unspoken, one or two elderly individuals with mobility issues caught on to the underlying implications. Among them, one particularly vocal elder, when the zombies charged, tripped over someone else's foot, failing to evade the onslaught. Tian Zhao cast a glance at the group behind him, who were to varying degrees stained with blood. Their fear of zombies had lessened somewhat, which was crucial in confronting zombies. The most vital element was not strength, but rather courage. Previously, these individuals had been paralyzed with fear at the mere sight of a zombie. Based on his estimations, an adult armed with a weapon encountering a single zombie, while protecting their throat and remaining unshaken, would have at least a 60% chance of prevailing. Of course, this disregarded the possibility of infection. Regardless, this team had begun to exhibit a modicum of combat capability, which brought him some comfort. Building 18 was conveniently located near a supermarket. Upon descending, the intersection lay to the left, with a supermarket just 100 meters away. They were fortunate, encountering not a single zombie along the way. The group soon arrived at the supermarket entrance, where the locksmith Feng Fei stepped out of the ranks and illuminated the glass door with his phone flashlight. After a short while, he raised his head with a grim expression. "Zhao Ge, this U-lock isn't difficult to pick, but there's another lock on the door with a higher security level that I can't breach." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir uneasily. "Silence," Tian Zhao barked, his face darkening as his earlier sense of accomplishment evaporated. This group was utterly disorganized. Lacking discipline, they had to deliberate over every little issue. Being the leader was proving to be quite burdensome. As Tian Zhao's roar subsided, the crowd gradually quieted down, though a few youthful voices remained unconvinced, exchanging a few more words before falling silent. Tian Zhao said nothing. He had no time to indulge these individuals at the moment. He had anticipated the possibility of being unable to pick the lock, and the solution was simple: break down the door. They had no choice but to resort to this. The noise would undoubtedly attract zombies. Once the door was smashed open, they would immediately retreat, waiting for the zombies to disperse before returning to gather supplies. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd descended into chaos once more. Numerous voices of dissent emerged, roughly divided into three factions. The conservatives proposed to postpone any action, arguing that there was currently enough food. And perhaps in a couple of days, help would arrive from the authorities, rendering any risks unnecessary. Tian Zhao felt no desire to explain himself. The radicals contended that once the door was breached, a portion of the group should stand guard to fend off zombies, while others should enter to gather supplies, reasoning that once the supermarket was broken into, it would likely be looted by those who had not joined them. This argument held some merit, considering their gathering comprised only about 200 individuals, while over 1,000 still inhabited the community. The remaining residents either harbored certain fears, resided too far from the 18th floor to take the risk, or had sufficient food reserves at home, thus choosing not to join. When the sound of the door being smashed echoed loudly, the news would inevitably spread. If just 2 or 3 outsiders caught wind of it, the entire crowd would be alerted. However, he could not afford such a risk. Should too many zombies be attracted, they would find themselves surrounded, with none likely to survive. The third faction was the "it does not concern me" group, suggesting that those unwilling to break the door should retreat first, leaving behind a strong individual to smash the door and then escape. This proposal seemed reasonable, yet it was evident that the one remaining would have to be the brawniest of them all. Tian Sheng. Without the crowd's protection, he would be left to fate. Perhaps it would be manageable to contend with 2 or 3 zombies. But what if dozens came? After all, many had perished just the previous day. Tian Zhao could only patiently explain until he had persuaded most of the crowd. Just when a semblance of calm was restored, an incongruous voice rang out. "Why should we listen to you?" However, before the speaker could finish, he felt a large hand press down on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the impassive Tian Sheng. "What? Do you have an objection?" The man swallowed hard and shook his head. Tian Zhao issued his final command. "Everyone, obey the orders. Otherwise, I assure you he will surely die," with the fearsome Tian Sheng standing nearby. His words carried considerable weight, and regardless of their opinions, the crowd fell silent. Seeing that the crowd had ceased its unrest, Tian Sheng took a heavy hammer from someone beside him and struck down forcefully at the edge of the glass door. With one blow, the glass did not shatter. Instead, the heavy thud in the night elicited a few low growls. The woman who had first suggested the rest should run was so frightened by the surrounding growls that she immediately broke away from the crowd and dashed toward Building 18. This action instigated panic among those on the periphery, but before they could react, Tian Zhao had already seized a stone brick lying nearby and hurled it with precision, striking the back of the woman's head. She collapsed to the ground before she could even scream, seemingly losing consciousness. His decisive action quelled the crowd's thoughts of fleeing. Yet the ominous sounds of footsteps began to echo ominously, growing louder, mirroring the rapid beats of their hearts. Tian Sheng, having missed his first strike, swung the hammer again, causing several cracks to spider across the glass door. There was hope. With another blow, a hole the size of a fist was created, the intricate web of cracks spreading across the entire door. A swift kick sent the entire pane crashing down. This, Tian Zhao bellowed, "Retreat." The crowd immediately sprang into action, rushing toward Building 18, while several figures stealthily slipped away from the throng, those who had previously opposed Tian Zhao's arrangements. They had already conspired to take advantage of the chaos to draw the zombies' attention, making a beeline for the supermarket to gather supplies, then switch to another building to establish their own dominion. Free from the brothers' oppressive rule, in an instant, as everyone fixated on escape, no one noticed the peculiar behavior of these few individuals. The crowd fled swiftly, but the zombies were even faster. One zombie leaped with alarming speed, tackling a person on the edge, sending a wave of chaos through the group as others scrambled to rise and continue fleeing. The person who had been knocked down could not get back up. The number of zombies grew, and the pandemonium amongst the crowd intensified. Under the blood-red night, 2 zombies suddenly appeared directly in front of them. Those facing the undead instinctively attempted to halt, yet they were propelled forward by the throng behind them, forced to confront the gaping maws of the zombies. Fortunately, a complete encirclement by the zombies did not occur. Apart from a few who were brought down, the rest managed to reach the building unharmed. Upon entering the stairwell, Tian Zhao immediately ordered everyone to halt. The staircase was narrow, allowing only 2 zombies to pass through at a time. The tide had turned. Tian Sheng, now wielding a kitchen knife, swung fiercely at the approaching zombies. With one decisive strike, he sent a head flying. Beside him stood Mayu, who, while not as tall as Tian Sheng, exuded a similar strength. The two held their ground at the staircase entrance, successfully fending off the zombies. They dispatched 8 zombies before exhausting their strength, at which point they were replaced by 2 others, gradually stabilizing the situation. After several tense minutes, a zombie fell with a kitchen knife lodged in its neck. And finally, the staircase was cleared of the undead. The group, drenched in sweat, did not fully relax their expressions. They formed groups of 4 to check each other for wounds, until this ordeal was truly over. They were unwilling to let their guard down. A few individuals felt vague, phantom pains on their bodies, but dared not touch them, fearing the discovery of something amiss. After the inspections, the results were mixed. One person was found to have scratches. Chun Hao retreated to a corner, clutching a sharp knife in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Damn it. Why? I barely escaped from the zombies. A crowd gathered around him, reluctant to take action, yet no one dared to let him go, opting instead to silently listen to his lamentations. I killed 4 zombies on my own just now. I barely made it through, and yet how can I still face death? No one answered. They too were uncertain of the answer. Indeed, after such a harrowing struggle to survive, why did a mere scratch mean certain infection? Zhao Ge, I can make it. You must believe me. I've always been healthy. My resistance is surely strong. In that moment, Tian Zhao found himself enveloped by a profound self-doubt. Was it truly the case that a scratch inevitably led to infection? He had never heard of anyone surviving after being scratched. Why not give it a try? Tian Zhao resolved. I can give you a chance. I will lock you on the first floor. And if you remain uninfected by nightfall, I will release you. The first floor, being directly accessible to zombies, was quite perilous and had no residents. Okay, I will definitely endure. Thank you, Zhao Ge, I can do it. Upon hearing that he would not die for the time being, at least not at the hands of his own people, Chun Hao collapsed to the ground in emotional relief, repeatedly assuring his resolve. This method did not present too great a danger. Even if he turned into a zombie, with Tian Sheng around, it would merely take one swift blow. Of course, 2 additional factors played a role. First, many had died the previous day, clearing out the more dangerous first floor. Second, Chun Hao was indeed a robust young man. Perhaps he could pull through. Tian Sheng descended to lock Chun Hao in a room on the left side of the first floor. The rest of the group conducted another thorough check, especially after the incident involving Zhang Mingho's concealment the previous day, prompting everyone to be meticulous. Following this, Tian Zhao addressed the group. Gather supplies. Everyone responded in unison, their sadness and fear dissipating. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, a sudden urgent voice broke through. Zhao Ge, look at the group chat. Our supplies have been stolen. What? Hearing this, Tian Zhao immediately pulled out his phone, and after a glance, his grip tightened, producing a cracking sound. Wang Xiao. Tian Zhao, we are withdrawing from the 18th floor settlement. Farewell. Attached was an image, featuring 4 bags of rice and 4 boxes of mineral water. These supplies were sufficient for them to endure several more days. These despicable creatures, Tian Zhao seethed with rage, yet he dared not delay any further. Once the message spread in the group, everyone who had not joined the settlement would surely covet the supermarket supplies. Neglecting the need to safeguard their home, Tian Zhao promptly dispatched 2 individuals to notify all residents of Building 18, summoning everyone to action with the intent of depleting the supermarket's resources. Subsequently, he assigned several robust men to maintain security, outlining 3 critical points: to confront the zombies, to prevent outsiders from taking advantage of the chaos, and to ensure that the residents of Building 18 did not abscond with supplies. Soon, a lengthy line of individuals streamed from the entrance of Building 18, encountering a couple of stray zombies along the way, all of which fell victim to Tian Sheng's blade, if alerted by the commotion. 4 or 5 people emerged from the supermarket, clearly seizing the opportunity while the others were preoccupied with the zombies blocking the staircase. Tian Zhao found himself momentarily breathless, hastily leading his group into the supermarket. Once inside, he extracted his phone and activated the flashlight, illuminating the space with a stark glow that revealed a hunched figure in the shadows. His heart raced as he raised a hand to halt the advance of his companions for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, it was an elderly man, clutching 2 heavy bags of rice, clearly struggling to carry them, yet refusing to relinquish his grip. With a silent signal, Tian Sheng approached the old man with an air of authority, snatching the rice from his arms and discarding the man as if he were a mere child. What do you think you're doing? This supermarket isn't yours. Why should you prevent me from taking food? No one paid him any heed, as several young men on the periphery brandished knives, their eyes fixed on the old man with predatory intent. "Please, return my rice. I haven't eaten in 2 days." Even one bag would suffice. The old man fell to the feet of one of the young men, clutching his pant leg in desperation, filled with regret for not having taken just one bag and followed the others out. Greed had led him to this empty-handed fate. The young men, showing no mercy for the elder, kicked him aside without a second thought. Respect for the elderly? What a joke. In these dire times, such considerations were cast aside. Besides, this old man had just attempted to pilfer their supplies. Although the supermarket was not theirs by claim, they had fought tooth and nail to breach its doors. Where was he when they needed assistance? Inside the supermarket, the members of the gathering worked tirelessly to transport supplies. Food, drink, utilities, and entertainment were all swiftly carted away. Despite being merely a local supermarket, its size was substantial due to the isolated location of the happy community. With no other stores nearby and a considerable population within the community, the gathering at Building 18 was proving to be a resounding success, having scoured the southeast direction without finding any trace of the corpse bearers. Lin Yi's gaze shifted toward the intersection, the only route leading to the remaining southwestern and northwestern areas. An hour had passed since the sound of the supermarket door being smashed open, and it was likely that Tian Zhao's group had concluded their venture. He soon realized he might be acting overly cautious. Even if they had not yet finished, it mattered little. He was not heading towards safe house. As long as the location of the safe house remained undisclosed, he had little to fear. Moreover, even if it was exposed and sought after, with so many people on the other side, it would take them at least 2 hours to breach the safe house. Given its regenerative capabilities, in 2 hours, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The zombies drawn by the noise would suffice to keep them occupied. With this thought, Lin Yi no longer hesitated and, accompanied by a few others, made his way toward the intersection. Beneath the crimson moon, shadows intertwined in an unusual spectacle. The substantial haul of supplies had alleviated much of the anxiety and frustration among the residents of Building 18. In this apocalyptic world, food was paramount. With this newfound bounty, they would be well fed for the week ahead. Rice, flour, and oil could sustain them for an extended period, though their supply of drinking water was limited. Otherwise, they would not need to worry about food for a month or two. A long line of individuals extended from the supermarket to Building 18, with vigilant adult males armed with knives or other sharp implements stationed every 2 meters along the flanks of the line, on guard for any suspicious movements both inside and outside the procession. Occasionally, a zombie would lunge forth, only to be swiftly dispatched by the collective blades of the group. Several furtive figures could only watch from the shadows, anxiously biding their time, as Tian Zhao had cordoned off the area to deter any opportunists who had not allied themselves with the gathering. The collective sentiment among the members of the gathering was surprisingly unanimous. There was no room for compassion in these desperate times when resources were scarce. It was a matter of survival. Let the dead fall, but not the living. The tension among the hidden figures grew palpable as they observed the dwindling supplies being moved from large sacks of rice and flour to increasingly meager plastic bags. Unfortunately, they found themselves powerless to act, as there was only one gathering at Building 18, and their numbers were few, with some being mere families of 4 or 5. The earlier attempts by a few individuals to feign desperation for a morsel of food had all ended in harsh rebukes and swift ejections. The only path to sustenance was to join the gathering at Building 18. However, with food now a valuable commodity, Tian Zhao's scrutiny became more discerning. He accepted only the young and strong, dismissing anyone who appeared to seek a life of leisure. Zhang Dong, hiding behind a shrub, sighed, acknowledging that he would have to join the gathering. At least he was young, tall, and strong enough to gain acceptance. Just as he prepared to retreat, he noticed a group heading straight for the intersection. Initially, he merely glanced, but his gaze became fixed. Good heavens! Zhang Dong inhaled sharply, questioning his own eyes. What were they carrying? Amidst the blood moon's murky light, one figure clutched what appeared to be a massive stone, while another brandished a long blade. And to the right, someone seemed to wield a short sword. Most striking of all was the person at the rear, who, if he was not mistaken, bore a spiked club upon his shoulder. Zhang Dong felt as though his understanding of reality had been shattered. This was utterly absurd. Was this truly not a scene from a historical drama? Just as he was about to stand up and leave, he crouched down again, sensing that something intriguing was about to unfold. This group was undoubtedly headed toward the intersection, likely drawn by the supermarket as well, though their numbers seemed scant. Zhang Dong surmised that the gathering had a higher chance of success. Lin Yi had also noticed the densely packed group ahead, astonished by their slow pace. There was no alternative. The intersection was an unavoidable passage, just as he took a couple of steps forward. A voice halted him. "What are you doing? Go back." It was evident they were being mistaken for scavengers attempting to pilfer food. Upon hearing the command, Lin Wangyu instinctively raised her crossbow at the speaker, only to be restrained by Lin. This girl was fiercer than he had anticipated. Gao Yuan and Chu Qing also kept a watchful eye on the individual, noticing the four of them had ceased their advance. The speaker approached, saying, "You four, return from whence you came. The supplies in the supermarket belong to our gathering." Lin Yi was about to offer an explanation when the figure drew nearer, revealing a familiar visage. "Ah, so it is Lin Yi." Lin Yi neither acknowledged nor denied it, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Tian Sheng, who stood behind Tian Zhao. Past experiences had enabled Lin Yi to discern at a glance that this individual was the only one among them who posed a significant challenge. The others did not warrant his concern in the twilight of the blood moon. Lin Yi grasped a profound truth. The primary distinction between humans and zombies lies in the capacity for fear. Upon observing the weapons in the hands of the four, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tian Zhao's eyes. Knives, swords, and a spiked club. If he was not mistaken, the girl at the back was wielding a crossbow. Was she not? Before Tian Zhao's arrival, during the standoff, Lin Wangyu had stealthily positioned herself at the rear. Once combat commenced, she would retreat with utmost swiftness to engage the enemy from a distance. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Tian Zhao's mind had already conjured an answer. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity about this young lad's audacity to confront zombies head-on at the onset of the blood moon. Furthermore, from whence did these individuals acquire their formidable weapons? Though brimming with questions, Tian Zhao refrained from voicing them. It was evident that the opposing party would not divulge any answers after a prolonged silence. Tian Zhao redirected the conversation to the recent events. Why did those who attacked us do so? Lin Yi regarded Tian Zhao, sensing that this man was distinct from those behind him. Bluntly put, he possessed intellect. There were past grievances. I merely passed through. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. At least the individuals were not here to plunder resources. Observing the weapons in their hands and the menacing aura radiating from Lin Yi, Tian Zhao harbored no intentions of engaging in a conflict. Should a battle ensue, regardless of the outcome, he and Tian Sheng would undoubtedly be primary targets for that girl, especially if she truly wielded a crossbow. "Would you care to join us?" Tian Zhao's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard with his sudden proposition. Lin Yi was also taken aback, yet he shook his head resolutely. "If you do not intend to pursue this matter further, we shall take our leave." Tian Zhao nodded. His inquiry had merely been a test, and he had anticipated this outcome. Just moments ago, tensions had been poised to erupt into violence, yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had dissipated. The spectators among the survivors scoffed quietly, some choosing to bide their time, while others simply retreated. However, a few residents of the encampment were unwilling to let the matter rest. "Zhao Gu, are we truly letting them go? They have harmed our people." Another voice, lowered in volume, added, "Moreover, there are only 4 of them, and they possess real weapons." The implication was evident. Killing and looting, the long knife wielded by their leader surely outclassed the kitchen knives they bore. Beneath the dim moonlight, had the individual discerned the weapon held by Lin Wangyu, his excitement would have been even more palpable. Tian Zhao furrowed his brow, internally cursing, "Fool," before he could voice his thoughts. Someone interjected on his behalf. A swift arrow sliced through the air, striking the ground mere inches from the eager individual, the projectile rebounding off the lime-coated surface to strike the person's calf. Though the force had been mitigated by the ground, the arrow still inflicted a notable wound, eliciting a scream that pierced the night. "Apologies, a misfire," came a voice from the periphery, as the gathered crowd turned their attention to the injured individual and the arrow. One member rubbed his eyes, having caught a fleeting glimpse of something darting past. yet uncertain if it had truly been there. The four moved towards the southwest, with Lin Yi elucidating the characteristics of the corpse-bearers as they walked. The corpse-bearers were mutated zombies. Some individuals, upon being scratched, could, for reasons unknown, transform into more advanced corpse-bearers. They constituted the most common type of level 1 zombies, possessing attributes superior to ordinary zombies, lacking any specific weaknesses, and endowed with a degree of combat instinct. These level 1 zombies bore 3 bony protrusions upon their backs, utilizing them to carry level 0 zombies, absorbing them until the latter were reduced to mere skin. Enveloping the corpse-bearer, level 0 zombies are simply referred to as zombies. The more zombies absorbed, the more powerful the corpse-bearer becomes, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Having shared this information, Lin Yi abruptly halted, sensing an unsettling presence shadowing them. However, when he turned to look, he was met only with a vast expanse of sanguine hue. The group stood still, silently observing the rear. After approximately half a minute, a small figure materialized within the team's line of sight. It was the previously mutated stray dog. Lin Yi waved at the stray, which appeared quite intelligent, likely a result of its beneficial mutation, evidently comprehending Lin Yi's intent. Yet it remained cautious, approaching Lin Yi in hesitant steps, pausing intermittently, as if deliberating. The group exhibited patience, awaiting its arrival, until the stray finally stood before Lin. Adopting a mutated Chinese rural dog as a pet seemed a commendable choice. An idea struck Lin Yi, and he addressed the stray, which gazed back at him with its blood-red pupils. "Would you care to follow me?" The contract was initiated, and under this inexplicable influence, although the stray dog did not comprehend the words being spoken, it strangely understood Lin Yi's intent. Woof! The contract solidified, and Lin Yi received feedback in his mind. He had not anticipated it would truly succeed. He promptly recalled the conditions for upgrading the safe house. Upgrade conditions: zombie flesh and blood. 1,000 kilograms completed. Corpse bear bodies. 202. Steel. 30 tons completed. Complete personnel configuration. 556. The last item had evidently become 5 individuals, suggesting that this stray dog was now considered a member of the exploration team. The current count stood at 5 because Lin Yi and his sister had yet to finalize their contract. He sensed that the bond with his companion would be somewhat different, though he had yet to discern precisely how at that moment. The group resolved to name the stray dog. After deliberation, they unanimously agreed to adhere to the most traditional naming convention based on fur color, thus bestowing upon the stray the name Xiao He. Woof woof. Xiao He barked twice, seemingly discontent with the casual name it had been given, but it had no say in the matter. After playfully engaging with Xiao He for a while, the four discovered that Xiao He exhibited high intelligence. Aside from being unable to comprehend their speech, it quickly grasped most nonverbal cues they expressed. Currently, the only condition pending for upgrading the safe house was the requirement for 2 corpse bearer bodies. All other conditions were either fulfilled or could be completed at any moment. Lin Yi was eager to locate a corpse bearer, slay it, absorb its essence, and subsequently upgrade the safe house. As the four took a few steps forward, they heard another call from behind. Turning back, they realized Xiao He had not followed, lying in place and gazing up at them, seemingly urging them to accompany it. Lin Yi frowned, hesitating for a moment before deciding to follow Xiao He. Unbeknownst to Xiao He, they were in search of corpse bearers. It had no understanding of what a corpse bearer was. The reason it had halted them was based on its observations of their actions, concluding that they were hunting zombies, and it knew of a location where zombies were plentiful to be by sheer coincidence. Ordinary zombies did not congregate in large numbers. Driven by hunger, they might even turn on one another. Only level 1 zombies possess the ability to command groups of zombies. In a building situated in the northwest corner of the community, a dozen zombies had gathered, amongst them a notable corpse bearer. Under the corpse bearer's command, this group of zombies had just cleared the building before them, indulging in a feast. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the corpse bearer. The corpse bearer was easily distinguishable among the horde. Towering significantly over the surrounding zombies at approximately 2 meters tall, its body was enveloped in a layer of withered bark-like skin, an accumulation from absorbing ordinary zombies. Its form was robust, with 3 bony spikes protruding from its back. One could vaguely discern a zombie impaled by the spikes, its flesh and blood intertwined with that of the corpse-bearer. The zombie on its back had evidently been absorbed for some time. Its body shriveled and emaciated, it would not be long before it transformed into a layer of skin, merging with the corpse-bearer to further augment its defenses. A veritable humanoid monstrosity. For individuals, and a dog sought refuge behind a barricade. As Lin Yi swiftly articulated the battle plan, Lin Yi was tasked with distracting the corpse-bearer, while the other three aimed to eliminate the zombies with utmost efficiency, subsequently turning their attention to the corpse-bearer. A crossbow stealthily emerged from behind the cover. With a swift whoosh, an arrow was released, coinciding with Lin Yi and his companions charging into the horde of zombies. The arrow, propelled with remarkable speed, aimed directly at one of the corpse-bearer's eyes. Should it find its mark, it would undoubtedly diminish the corpse-bearer's combat effectiveness to some degree. In a split second, the corpse-bearer abruptly twisted his head to the left, causing the arrow to graze his cheek, leaving a deep gash. The sudden assault ignited the corpse-bearer's fury. He let out a low growl, and the surrounding zombies, receiving his command, charged madly towards Lin Yi and his two companions who had just emerged from their hiding place. The corpse-bearer, however, did not pursue them. He remained cautious of the unexpected projectile. Had he not reacted swiftly, one of his eyeballs would have been obliterated. As he surveyed his surroundings, trying to locate the source of this dark weapon, another arrow soared toward him. This shot was timed precisely as the corpse-bearer turned his head, leaving him with insufficient reaction time to evade. Nonetheless, at the last moment, he sensed the impending danger, craning his neck back, but the arrow still penetrated his left cheek. Embedding itself deeply, he yanked the arrow out, snapping it in two, and let out a furious roar, his blood-red eyes burning with rage as he gazed in the direction from whence the arrow had come. Yet his vision was shrouded in a crimson haze, rendering Lin Yi, concealed behind the barricade, invisible to him. While he might have relied on his sense of smell to locate the assailant, the closer sense of the humans overwhelmed the faint trace of the distant presence. In the next moment, the corpse-bearer executed a move that took Lin Yi and his companions completely by surprise. Deducing the direction from which the dark weapon had been fired, he sought refuge behind a stone pillar. This pillar, erected for aesthetic purposes, unexpectedly became the corpse-bearer's shield. However, this worked to their advantage, as Lin Yi's group had already felled 4 or 5 zombies. Lin Yi stepped back to evade a lunging zombie and then leaped forward, delivering a decisive blow that severed the zombie's head. In that moment, the trio faced the onslaught of a dozen zombies with relative ease, a testament to the day's rigorous training, during which over 30 zombies had perished at the hands of Gao Yuan and Chu Qing. Now, confronted with these singularly focused zombies, they had gained valuable insights into their behavior. Rather than charging into the throng of zombies while encircled, they maintained their positions. Even Lin Yi could not guarantee evasion from every attack. Thus, they spread out, waiting for the zombies to approach, knowing full well that these creatures lacked intellect. Theoretically, as long as they struck quickly enough, it would remain a one-on-one engagement. Although Gao Yuan and Chu Qing had yet to achieve such precision and efficiency in their strikes, they could still fight while retreating, dividing the zombies into thirds. Each would manage 4 zombies, which was sufficient. Furthermore, the occasional disturbances caused by Xiao He diving into the zombie horde alleviated some of the pressure on the two. Moreover, Lin Yi, armed with a crossbow, consistently aimed for the eye sockets, skulls, or knees of the zombies, ensuring that each shot was effective. After a series of harrowing encounters, the team naturally dispatched all the zombies, turning their gaze towards the corpse-bearer lurking behind the barricade. Upon hearing the cessation of battle, the corpse-bearer cautiously peered out, and anyone unaware of the situation would find it hard to believe that this was, indeed, a zombie. Upon emerging, the corpse-bearer realized that all his minions had been vanquished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, not out of fear, but because his battle instincts told him he was no match for these humans before him. Lin Yi, having labored to exterminate the horde, could not allow him such an easy escape. The group swiftly positioned themselves to block the corpse-bearer's path. Simultaneously, an arrow shot forth, striking the corpse-bearer in the calf. Although zombies lack pain perception, the tremendous impact caused the corpse-bearer to falter, nearly causing him to stumble. However, as a level 1 zombie, he reacted quickly, bracing himself against the ground and propelling himself upward with considerable force. Before he could catch his breath, blades and clubs rained down upon him. Even Xiaohei lunged at him, attempting to bite the zombie's other leg, though it was largely ineffective, with no time to evade. The corpse-bearer crossed his arms to shield his head. The long knife and short sword descended, striking not flesh but layers of resilient skin that remained from the zombies he had absorbed, granting him substantial defensive capabilities. Lin Yi assessed that this corpse-bearer had consumed 3 zombies, by the time the long knife and short sword cut through the thick layers of skin, they had lost much of their cutting power, leaving only a thin, elongated wound on the zombie's AR. In contrast, the wolf-toothed club wielded by Chu Qing performed remarkably well. With a mighty strike, it punctured several blood holes in the skin. Peering through the openings, one could see a gruesome mass of flesh and blood within. A flicker of rage ignited in the corpse-bearer's eyes that him. Humans were merely food, and the audacity of these humans to dare attack him provoked his wrath. Now, all he desired was to shred this group of humans before him into pieces, sweeping aside the wolf-toothed club that bore down upon him. The corpse-bearer swung his right arm, his elongated claws tearing towards Chu Qing. After a day's encounters with ordinary zombies, Chu Qing had become adept at delivering lethal strikes, typically requiring no more than 2 or 3 blows. This proficiency, however, caused him to overlook a crucial fact: zombies do not feel pain. Thus, although his heavy blow had mangled the corpse-bearer's right arm, it did not impede the zombie's subsequent actions. Just as the corpse-bearer launched a sudden attack, Chu Qing hesitated for a split second. Realizing he could not evade the strike, in a moment of peril, Lin Yi kicked Chu Qing in the waist, propelling him out of harm's way and narrowly avoiding the zombie's claws. While it may sound like a prolonged sequence, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lin Wangyu had just finished reloading the crossbow and quickly aimed, releasing another arrow. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air prompted the corpse-bearer to immediately shield his head with his arms. The arrow embedded itself in the corpse-bearer's arm, nearly piercing through it, demonstrating the arrow's formidable power. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi thrust his long knife toward the corpse-bearer's throat at the moment he raised his arm. Despite the protective layer of skin, the neck remained a particularly vulnerable area. Moreover, Lin Yi exerted tremendous force, driving the knife through the corpse-bearer's neck. With a decisive slash, the corpse-bearer's neck was severed halfway. Remarkably, the corpse-bearer still did not perish, and he lashed out with his claws once more. Yet Lin Yi easily evaded the strike that the eyes of the four. The corpse-bearer began to sway precariously. After all, with his neck nearly severed, it was implausible for him to remain unaffected. Seizing the moment of the corpse-bearer's attack, Lin Yi maneuvered to his rear and delivered a decisive strike, finally decapitating the corpse-bearer. As the corpse-bearer fell, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, especially Chu Qing. Although the battle was brief, it had been fraught with peril. Had that fierce claw struck Chu Qing, he would likely have met his demise on the spot. Even if he survived, he would almost certainly succumb to infection and transform into a zombie. Xiaohei, upon seeing the corpse-bearer's lifeless body, became agitated, eager to pounce and bite. Throughout this ordeal, the group had come to understand that Xiaohei fed on zombies. Lin Yi hurriedly pushed Xiaohei aside, cautioning him that this particular corpse-bearer was essential for absorbing to meet the upgrade conditions for their safe house. Should Xiaohei consume even a small portion, they would risk failing the upgrade requirements. When the time came to assess the conditions for advancement, there would be no place for lamenting the loss of the corpse-bearer's remains. Xiaohei was set aside. He stared with wide eyes, appearing quite aggrieved, which elicited laughter from the group. Do not feel wronged. I have my uses for this body. In the future, there will surely be more for you to feast upon. Lin Yi gently patted Xiaohei's head, offering a few words of comfort. Subsequently, he seized the corpse of the corpse-bearer and with a mere thought began to absorb its power. Indeed, the corpse-bearer was formidable. The absorption process was 2 to 3 times slower than that of an ordinary zombie. However, with Xiao Yu and 2 bodyguards vigilantly by his side, there was little to worry about. Once the absorption was complete, the group made their way towards the safe house, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. Prior to their return, Messages had already been sent, and upon arriving at the safe house, Lin Jiao had prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. After dinner, the group took the time to closely observe Xiao Hei's appearance. With its sleek black fur and a pair of blood-red, otherworldly eyes, Xiao Hei exuded an air of eerie charm. The thick black fur on its back concealed faint traces of blood, extending beneath the hair in patterns reminiscent of lightning, branching out from its neck like the limbs of a great tree. It appeared both fierce and somewhat handsome. "All right, you all have had a long day. It's best to rest early," Lin Yi remarked, leading Xiao Yu back to their bedroom. His sister took the bed while he slept on the floor, a routine established since their arrival, though fatigue weighed upon him. Lin Yi did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he began to mentally analyze the personnel configuration. Personnel configuration. Owner: Lin Yi. Partner: 01 Nun Servants, 22 Wu Liang. Lin Jiao Exploration Team, 33 Gao Yuan. Chu Qing, Xiao Hei. Note: residents of the safe house will not harbor any harmful thoughts towards the owner. Servants and subordinates are bound to obey the commands of the owner. He had always sensed that the position of partner was distinct from the others, which had delayed his contract signing with Xiao Yu. Of course, there was also a certain embarrassment in articulating his feelings. "Brother, are you asleep?" Xiao Yu's voice interrupted his contemplation. "Not yet. What's the matter, Xiao Yu?" "I just feel like there have been so many changes these past few days." Lin Yi initially assumed his sister missed the pre-apocalyptic life, and he sighed, offering comfort. "Indeed, surviving in the apocalypse is quite challenging. You've worked hard these last few days that in just a short span." His sister had transformed from a typical homebody who preferred gaming and eschewed study into a warrior wielding a crossbow, traversing the desolate world alongside him. This transformation was glaringly evident, and he had certainly noticed. "That's not it," Xiao Yu replied, her voice slightly anxious, her words quickening. "What I mean is, this feeling is actually quite nice. It's like entering a game world, and being able to fight side by side with you and being of help to you is actually pretty great." "Why are you laughing, you idiot?" Lin Yi. At the gathering point of Building 18, everyone had neatly organized all the supplies. A few patient survivors, waiting for the residents to leave, immediately rushed into the supermarket only to discover that it was completely bare. Not even a crumb of cookies or bottled water remained. Not even a half-pack of laundry detergent was left behind. Regardless of its usefulness, they resolved to take anything they could find, in stark contrast to the frowning survivors. The residents of the gathering point wore expressions of excitement. Even Tian Zhao, who typically wore a worried frown, bore a slight smile. Wang Xiaoran quickly tallied the various supplies, producing a list in no time. Tian Zhao glanced over it, satisfied, though the only downside was the scarcity of water resources. As an essential supply, water was even more crucial than food. Moreover, without water, the piles of rice and noodles nearby were utterly useless. "By the way, how is Chun Hao?" Tian Zhao suddenly recalled the young man who had been scratched by a zombie that morning, wondering if he could withstand the infection. Tian Sheng picked up the key to the first floor, saying, "I'll go check up. Be careful." Tian Sheng gave his cousin an okay gesture. Among the gathering point, he was the least fearful of zombies, having dispatched no fewer than 30, if not 50, descending the stairs to the first floor. The 3 men stationed at the entrance greeted Tian Sheng, Brother Sheng. Though Tian Sheng was younger than them, his strength far surpassed theirs, so it was not at all demeaning for them to address him as Brother Sheng. Tian Sheng nodded and casually inquired, "Is there any commotion in the rooms on the first floor?" The 3 shook their heads. Since their arrival, there had been no sounds whatsoever from within, as if it were utterly uninhabited. Not a flicker of concern crossed Tian Sheng's mind. Could it be that he truly survived? With this thought, he quickened his pace. If it were true, it would undoubtedly be good news for them. He softly knocked twice on the door, but received no response. "How strange," Tian Sheng murmured to himself. Even if Chun had not been infected, it was unusual for him to remain completely silent. Subsequently, Tian Sheng slowly inserted the key into the lock. He didn't turn the key right away, but pressed his ear against the door. Still, there was no sound within. No longer hesitating, Tian Sheng twisted the key, and as he opened the door, just a crack, a forceful impact struck him, causing him to stumble and collide against the wall. Then, a face marred by cracks appeared before him. It seemed Chun Hao had not managed to survive after all. Without a moment's delay, he raised the kitchen knife in his hand and swung it towards the zombie before him. However, what transpired next left him wide-eyed in disbelief. This zombie actually raised an arm to block the knife aimed at its neck. With its other hand, it lunged towards Tian Sheng, its thick, sharp claws rapidly magnifying in his vision. What on earth? A zombie capable of defense. With no time to ponder further, Tian Sheng kicked out, sending the zombie crashing against the opposite wall. The three men stationed at the entrance, sensing the commotion, rushed toward him. Be careful. Before they could comprehend the situation, a shadowy figure lunged toward them. In an instant, the zombie's claws effortlessly pierced the abdomen of one of the men. The remaining two seized their weapons, striking at the zombie, but failed to inflict any significant damage. After enduring 2 blows, the zombie did not turn back. Instead, it hoisted the fallen body onto its shoulder and fled. Tianxin quickly drew out his phone and snapped a photo of the zombie disappearing into the night. As it turned its back to him, he noticed with astonishment that 3 bony spikes protruded from its back. If Lin Yi were present, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, for this was yet another corpse bearer. Fortunately, this particular corpse bearer had only recently mutated and had yet to absorb any zombies, rendering it not particularly powerful. Otherwise, Tian Sheng would surely have met his demise today. Brother Sheng, what was that? The 2 men, having caught sight of the spikes, swallowed hard, stammering their inquiry. Tian Sheng shook his head, patting one of them on the shoulder. You should call a few more people to take over the watch. Be cautious. I need to report this to Brother Zhao. His heart raced with unease. The zombie that Shun had transformed into was far too peculiar. It was stronger, faster, and alarmingly, this zombie could evade attacks. If all the zombies outside had evolved in such a manner, their chances of survival would multiply in difficulty. There was no time to waste. He needed to urgently inform his cousin. With this thought, Tian Sheng dashed back upstairs. Upon his arrival, he discovered a girl named Su Qing had joined the room. She was rather shy, rarely engaging with others, and was considered a marginal figure within the gathering point. At that moment, Su Qing was in deep conversation with Wang Xiaoran about something. Seeing his cousin return, Tian Zhao approached and asked, "How's Chun Hao?" Upon noticing his cousin's expression, he surmised the news was not good. After Tian Sheng recounted the events that had transpired downstairs, Tian Zhao realized the situation was even more severe than he had imagined. Is this an evolution of zombies? Tian Sheng shook his head. I don't know, but I managed to take a picture when it fled. He located the photograph and handed his phone to Tian Zhao. In the image, a zombie was nearly blending into the night. Yet the 3 prominent bone spikes protruding from its back were particularly striking. According to Tian Sheng's description, although this zombie was significantly stronger and faster than the average, it was not insurmountable. Despite its ability to defend, fight, and flee, if there were only one, it could be manageable. However, Tian Zhao's perspective quickly shifted. The phone buzzed twice. Wu Xiaodao. A horde of zombies is rushing towards the building entrance. Come quickly for support. Just as that zombie had fled, a swarm of zombies arrived in rapid succession, which could hardly be a coincidence. Tian Zhao immediately gathered the team in the chat group and then rushed downstairs with Tian Sheng. By the time they arrived, there was no trace of zombies left on the ground floor. Alongside the vanished zombies, several guards stationed downstairs had also disappeared. The only evidence remaining was the still fresh bloodstains, sporadically leading from the ground floor up to the 3rd. This was highly unusual. Typically, even if zombies attacked a person, they would not carry the body away. The only plausible explanation could be linked to that peculiar zombie. Tian Zhao's mind raced. For the time being, he dubbed that zombie the Evolved One. Shortly after its escape, a horde of zombies surged towards Building 18. Therefore, it was highly likely that the Evolved One possessed the ability to communicate with and even command the zombies. Judging by the behavior of ordinary zombies, they appeared devoid of cognitive skills and thus incapable of communication. Most probably, the Evolved One could indeed command them. Subsequently, the Evolved One led the zombies to raid the stronghold and took away all the bodies. A bold hypothesis sprang to mind. Could that zombie be seeking to form a team like theirs? A sudden gust of wind interrupted Tian Zhao's contemplation. At present, it was more crucial to arrange the follow-up. Following the previous plan, 12 individuals were to remain on guard downstairs, vigilant for any anomalies and to report immediately in the group chat. The tension within the team was palpable, yet fortunately, no one defied orders. Tian Zhao chose not to disclose his earlier conjecture, knowing it would only incite panic. Nonetheless, he shared the photo of the Evolved One in the chat, outlining its characteristics: greater strength, enhanced speed, defensive capabilities, and the ability to flee. As the information disseminated, the chat erupted with chatter, particularly among the guards, who felt increasingly uneasy. Tian Zhao paid little attention to the subsequent messages. He merely hoped that the Evolved One would not launch another assault that night. His sleep was restless, yet fortunately, no zombies returned. At T9 in the morning, Lin Yi groggily awakened, only to be startled by a pair of large eyes nearly pressed against his face. "That you're awake, bro. What were you doing yesterday? Waking up so late?" Lin Wangyu greeted him. Lin Yi chuckled and scolded. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Last night, he had pondered for half the night and finally grasped the positioning of the partner within the safe house. Unlike other positions, the partner was not a subordinate who followed his commands, but possessed a certain degree of control over the safe house. Essentially, they were akin to a co-master of the safe house, able to command the doors to open and view the display screen of the premises. The reason for being a partial master was that the partner could not utilize the safe house's functions nor retract it at will. Now that he had discerned the partner's role, it was time to sign the contract. "Xiao Yu," Lin Yi called out to his sister, who was about to leave the bedroom. "It's time to sign the contract." He had mentioned this matter to her earlier, so Xiao Yu quickly understood and nodded, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Lin Wangyu, would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" As soon as the words left his lips, her face flushed crimson. She then replied, almost inaudibly, "I would." Lin Yi playfully tapped her on the head. "What are you blushing for?" Contrary to his expectations, she did not scold him back, instead softly uttering, "Bro." Hearing her voice tinged with emotion, Lin Yi realized the situation and turned to embrace her tightly. You've developed quite nicely." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden pinch at his waist caught him off guard. Moments later, Lin Yi led Xiao Yu out of the bedroom, where Gao Yuan and others were already up. Chatting on the sofa, "Boss," they greeted as Lin Yi entered, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the two holding hands, quickly replaced by smiles. During breakfast, Lin Yi casually scrolled through the community chat group, unexpectedly discovering a message that filled him with delight. That he immediately unlocked a private chat and sent a message to Tian Zhao. Detail, in the gathering place. Tian Zhao's phone vibrated suddenly. Upon checking, he found Lin Yi had messaged him. Glancing at the content, he wondered, does this big shot enjoy playing with memes too? Lin Yi retracted a previous message. Lin Yi, elaborate. Tian Zhao, are you familiar with this creature? Lin Yi, I refer to this type of zombie as the backbearer. The 3 bone spikes on its back can absorb other zombies, and the more zombies it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Tian Zhao, have you dealt with a backbearer? Lin Yi did not respond, but instead inquired, where did you encounter the backbearer? Tian Zhao, someone in our gathering place was infected and turned into a backbearer. IT escaped once, then quickly returned with several zombies, killing all the guards on duty and taking them away. Lin, which direction did it escape during the first instance? Tian Zhao, it seemed to flee south along the intersection. Lin Yi, okay. Tian Zhao was puzzled by Lin Yi's response, wondering what in it. Was Lin Yi planning to confront the backbearer? Why would he do that? Tian Zhao felt utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend it all. Lin Yi, however, paid no mind to Tian Zhao's thoughts. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them armed themselves and set out, followed by a sleek black-haired Chinese rural dog. That Wu Yang was still engrossed in the medical room, researching something. The most relaxed among them was Lin Jiao, who only had to focus on cooking. However, she had not been idle these past few days. For some reason, she spent her free time experimenting with various dishes, rapidly improving her culinary skills. The 4-person team soon arrived at the intersection. Unlike the aimless wandering of zombies, the position of the backbearer was relatively fixed, in the absence of danger, and with ample food, the backbearer typically would not relocate its territory. Hence, Lin Yi had asked Tian Zhao which direction the backbearer had fled. Just south of the intersection, nearly 100 meters away, they spotted a horde of zombies. 11 zombies and 1 backbearer were present, the zombies still exhibiting their wandering demeanor. However, under the backbearer's command, they only wandered within a small designated area. The backbearer's sensory range was considerably broader than that of the zombies, and as Lin Yi surveyed the zombie group, the backbearer stiffly turned its head in their direction. Whoosh! Two sounds echoed simultaneously, the sound of Xiao Yu releasing an arrow and the command of the backbearer to attack. Immediately, Lin Yi and the other three charged towards the zombies. This arrow was evaded by the backbearer, and unlike the previous encounter, this time, the backbearer led the zombies to charge forward as well. Undoubtedly, this significantly increased the difficulty for the group. Yesterday, merely dealing with a crowd of zombies had been fraught with peril. Now, with the backbearer joining the fray, the battle became all the more arduous. Lin Yi issued the command. I'll hold off the backbearer. You two focus on resolving the others. Understood. The two spoke in unison. Their task was indeed formidable. Facing 11 zombies together posed a significant challenge, far exceeding the difficulties encountered the previous day. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves, recognizing the necessity for swift resolution, as the situation with their leader grew increasingly perilous. Lin Yi slowed his pace, allowing Gao Yuan and Chu Qing to charge toward the horde of zombies. He circled around in an arc, deftly dispatching a nearby zombie with a swift swing of his blade, then advanced toward the last of the corpse bearers. This particular bearer was burdened with a deceased zombie on its back, its outline still discernible, suggesting it had only recently begun the process of absorption. Based on the timeline of this bearer's mutation, it was reasonable to infer that the absorbed entity was the second corpse, indicating that the current bearer was not overly strong. With a distance of merely 2 steps from the bearer, Lin Yi launched his attack, his long knife slicing horizontally toward the bearer's waist. With a resounding clang, the bearer's arm fell, obstructing the sharp blade. The knife sank into the arm, penetrating to the bone, yet it could advance no further. While this appeared to be a successful strike, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the reality was far from it. After all, the bearer felt no pain. The severed flesh was of no consequence to it, failing to impede its momentum. Indeed, the next moment, the bearer raised its arm, its immense strength effortlessly deflecting the long knife. It then lunged forward, leaping into the air, aiming for its quarry. Lin Yi promptly withdrew his knife, capitalizing on the bearer's outstretched arms to thrust toward its throat. The airborne bearer displayed no sign of panic, once more sweeping its arm to dismiss the long knife. Given that the attack was a direct thrust, it failed to slice through even the thin layer of flesh enveloping the bearer's arm. Lin Yi had no choice but to roll away to evade the bearer's assault. Zombies may lack weaponry, but their claws and fangs serve as formidable instruments, akin to the most lethal blades of tetanus. Once struck, escaping the fate of infection was nearly impossible. The bearer landed, immediately twisting its ankle at an unnatural angle, charging toward Lin Yi without granting him a moment's respite. However, Lin Yi had regained his footing, executing a diagonal slash with his long knife, targeting the bearer's left claw. The bearer did not evade. Instead, as the knife struck its palm, it tightened its grip, attempting to wrest the weapon from Lin Yi. It had discerned that this human had repeatedly withstood its attacks, largely due to that long knife. Yet the blade was not so easily seized. Lin Yi exerted force, yanking the long knife from the bearer's grasp with a nauseating sizzle as it withdrew, now smeared with the blood it had drawn from the bearer. Under the eerie glow of the red moon, the blade reflected a sinister dark crimson. Withdrawing the long knife, Lin Yi swiftly turned, channeling his strength into a decisive strike aimed at the bearer's neck. The bearer immediately folded its arms in defense, but Lin Yi unexpectedly altered his assault, pressing down with the long knife before sharply lifting it again. The blade aimed for the bearer's armpit, seeking to sever its arm entirely. At this moment, it was too late for the bearer to defend itself. The long knife shot upward but became lodged. Despite all efforts, Lin Yi's strength proved insufficient against the bearer's formidable defenses. The long knife failed to sever the bearer's arm, and without hesitation, Lin Yi forcefully withdrew it to prevent the bearer from counterattacking and disarming him. With his current strength, unless he struck at the bearer's most vulnerable point, the throat, he had little chance of vanquishing this creature. However, the bearer's throat was well guarded, leaving Lin Yi with scant opportunity to exploit it. It appeared he would have to await Gao Yuan and Chu Qing's assistance after they dealt with the remaining zombies. As the bearer charged once more, Lin Yi's combat style shifted from offense to defense. He adeptly evaded the bearer's attacks while creating distance between them. The techniques from his previous life were deeply ingrained in his mind, and fortunately, these combat skills and experiences allowed Lin Yi to consistently dodge the bearer's assaults. What seemed perilous was, in truth, a display of ease on Gao Yuan's side. The situation was fraught with danger. After all, they faced a full 10 zombies. While individually weak, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Moreover, engaging zombies without sustaining injury was critical. A single wound could spell doom. Fortunately, with Xiaoyu coordinating from a distance, they managed to navigate through the chaos with relative safety until the onset of the battle. Xiao He plunged into the throng of zombies. Perhaps due to its identity as an aberrant, the zombies harbored far less animosity toward it than toward the two preceding humans. Furthermore, Xiao He's small stature and swift speed allowed it to evade danger. Throughout the skirmish, Xiao He and Chu Qing displayed remarkable synergy. As the zombies surged toward Gao Yuan and Chu Qing, Xiao He positioned itself at the forefront, seizing one zombie by the ankle and dragging it down, creating an opening for Chu Qing's charged attack. With a single swing of her wolf-toothed club, the zombie's head was obliterated. As the battle against the horde progressed, it became increasingly manageable, with the number of zombies dwindling rapidly. Soon, the last zombie fell to Gao Yuan's short sword as it sliced through its neck. The two did not dare to linger and immediately rushed toward Lin Yi's position. Xiaoyu had been keeping a watchful eye on the battle from a distance, and with the horde dispatched, she swiftly readied her crossbow. Lin Yi delivered a forceful kick to the bearer, using the momentum to stagger back a few steps and narrowly avoiding another assault from the zombies. Just then, Gao Yuan and Chu Qing arrived at his side, exchanging no superfluous words. Lin Yi coldly uttered a single command: attack. Having endured enough humiliation at the hands of the bearer, they shifted from defense to offense. The increasingly frenzied bearer remained oblivious to the shift in power dynamics. The trio positioned themselves around the bearer, preventing its escape. However, this particular bearer seemed either enraged from prolonged human engagement or inherently defiant, showing no inclination to flee. With a roar, it charged once more at Lin. Lin Yi executed a horizontal slash, leaving a crimson trail on the bearer's body while deftly evading its counterattack. As the bearer aimed to strike again, a gust of wind brushed past its head, prompting it to pivot for defense. Lin Yi would not allow this. He thrust his long knife directly at the bearer's throat and on the other side. Gao Yuan wielded his short sword, attacking the bearer's side and neck. At this point, the bearer finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. It crouched to evade the long knife and short sword, then rolled away just in time to narrowly avoid the wolf-toothed club grazing its scalp. Before it could rise, Lin Yi's long knife was already descending toward its neck, prompting the bearer to raise its arm to block the strike. In a series of evasive maneuvers, the bearer failed to notice the hidden figure lurking nearby. This time, it could not evade. The arrow flew true, piercing the bearer's eye and embedding itself deep within its skull. As the arrow penetrated the back of the head, the bearer's body stiffened in response to the impending doom. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi stepped forward, positioning himself behind the kneeling bearer and delivering a powerful downward slash with his long knife. With a sickening thud, the bearer's head rolled away. The battle was concluded. Lin Yi immediately grasped the bearer's body, beginning the process of absorption. This particular bearer's corpse fulfilled the final requirement for upgrading the safe house. Upgrade requirements: zombie flesh and blood, 1,000 kilograms completed. Corpse bearer, 12. Steel, 30 tons completed. Personnel configuration, completed. Minutes passed, and the bearer's body gradually diminished until it entirely vanished, leaving behind only a few tattered garments stained with deep red blood, their colors indistinguishable. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi received feedback in his mind, confirming that the upgrade conditions for the safe house had been met, and the upgrade could commence at any moment. Without delay, Lin Yi led everyone back to the safe house, summoning two individuals, one engrossed in pharmaceutical research and the other in culinary studies. During the safe house upgrade, internal changes were inevitable, and Lin Yi was concerned for their safety if left inside. Before long, a group emerged, some clutching cans of beer, others carrying snacks, and a few with cigarettes dangling from their lips. What awaited them next would be an astonishing spectacle. Aside from Lin Yi and Lin Yi, none of the others had ever witnessed the upgrading of a safe house, the presence of electricity, water, and the scheduled replenishment of supplies within the safe house was already enough to astound their perceptions. What thoughts would arise if they were to witness its upgrade? Thus, with a hint of mischief, Lin Yi initiated the enhancement of the safe house. With a subtle rumble, the safe house began to function like a colossal machine. Its appearance transformed as the stony walls gradually revealed a metallic sheen. The surfaces became impeccably smooth, and the shallow grooves and patterns on the stone walls were entirely flattened during the metamorphosis into steel. Concurrently, the safe house expanded in size, compelling the onlookers to step back repeatedly. The transformation was extravagant, yet the noise was minimal, accompanied only by a series of muted, rumbling sounds. Hiss! Unbeknownst to him, the cigarette butt in Chu Qing's hand was nearing its end, the heat at his fingertips rousing him from his astonishment. "Wow! Incredible, boss!" Chu Qing exclaimed, taking another drag before discarding the cigarette onto the ground. Gao Yuan swallowed hard. Having heard such expletives, he pondered what he could possibly say. Even Lin Yi found himself somewhat taken aback by this transformation. His eyes sparkled with delight, akin to an old farmer witnessing the golden waves of ripe wheat in his fields during harvest. The upgrade of the safe house lasted for over 10 minutes. And even after it concluded, the group remained in a state of shock. It felt as though they had been transported into a science fiction film. The experience was truly breathtaking. The transformed safe house now spanned nearly 300 square meters, its width nearly obstructing Qingfeng Road. Upon entering, they found themselves in a small courtyard, albeit one that was certainly covered overhead. At the center of the yard lay a circular platform, the purpose of which remained a mystery. However, they were confident that a display screen would eventually elucidate its function. Of the far left upon entering was a bedroom, the dwelling of him and Xiaoyu, needing no further elaboration. The next room, upon being opened, left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Wasn't this a convenience store? What was it doing in his home? Wow! The others followed suit in exploring, and upon seeing the snack shop, Lin Jiao burst into cheers. Although the previous safe house could refresh snacks, the selection was limited and the quantities scant. The convenience store was a different matter altogether, with an array of snacks, beverages, fruits, and even various prepared cakes lining the shelves. Even Xiaoyu couldn't resist picking up a plate of cake, indulging while she continued to explore. Continuing onward, they encountered a medical room, stocked with a wide variety of medicines, even delineating areas for traditional and Western medicine, alongside some common medical instruments that Lin Yi couldn't name, but it was fine as long as Wu Liang knew. Directly opposite the entrance at the far end lay the dormitory. Stepping inside, they found a series of standard double rooms on either side, though not expansive. They were adequate and featured en-suite bathrooms. To the right were 2 additional rooms designated as a canteen and an armory. Lin Yi quickly scanned the canteen, noting the abundance of various ingredients. Before moving on to the assistance, the armory. Upon entering, Lin Yi discovered that the armory had expanded significantly, even partitioned into multiple rooms. The first room still housed an assortment of melee weapons, but in much greater quantity. Furthermore, these weapons appear to have a more subdued texture, their weight slightly increased, and they were sharper. On the wall racks hung 2 crossbows and 6 recurve bows, with arrows laid beneath. The arrows for crossbows were shorter than those for recurve bows. The second room contained numerous pieces of protective gear, which Lin Yi had not anticipated as part of the armory's upgrade. Nevertheless, he was pleased. The addition of such equipment would substantially reduce the risk of injury during combat. Upon reaching the final room, the group could not contain their astonishment. Lin Yi had initially speculated that the safe house's next upgrade might lean towards firearms, only to find the first room still filled with melee weapons. However, he felt no disappointment, being content with the current enhancements. Yet the last room revealed a striking surprise: a sniper rifle. Could it be genuine? This final chamber, smaller than the preceding ones, proved to be the most shocking. Under the bright lights, a sleek black sniper rifle hung steadily on a gun rack. The light reflected off it, emanating a cold, metallic sheen, its lines flowing seamlessly, every detail indicating exceptional precision. The barrel was slender and straight, equipped with a silencer, while the scope was securely mounted above the firearm. The entire rifle resembled a voracious serpent. Poised to strike as though once targeted, escape would be impossible. Lin Yi picked it up for a test, pleasantly surprised to discover that the scope was a night vision type. This meant that wielding this sniper rifle would allow one to disregard the darkness's interference with visibility. A tremendous advantage during a blood moon. But that was not all. Beneath the sniper rifle was a knife rack, upon which lay a similarly dark long knife. Its smooth lines coupled with the blade's piercing glint offered a unique aesthetic appeal. The long knife's material was unknown, but its length was comparable to the previous one, yet its weight had doubled, feeling somewhat heavy in hand. After some experimentation, Lin Yi found that this long knife's sharpness had improved by more than fourfold, and its blade was exceptionally resilient. Though the enhancement of the long knife paled in comparison to the sniper rifle, Lin Yi was entirely satisfied that in the forthcoming days, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly become the most formidable firepower in their team. The only drawback of the sniper rifle was its overwhelming firepower, which would inevitably lead to significant noise. Even with a silencer, firing it would likely attract zombies from at least 100 meters away. After exploring the safe house, Lin Yi was filled with delight. Yet he remained curious about the function of the circular platform in the courtyard. He then proceeded into the bedroom, where, as expected, a display screen awaited at the entrance. Eagerly, he began to examine it, wondering if the platform might once again bring him unexpected surprises. Safe House LV.3, Steel Safe House, Status, Placed Retrieve, Next Level, Alloy Safe House Durability, 50, Normal concrete rooms have a durability of 10. Recovery ability, 10. The safe house will recover slowly after sustaining damage. The enhancements to the safe house were equally impressive, with durability soaring from 16 to 50 and recovery ability doubling. Specifications of the safe house: 1. Bedroom bonus 1. Mental and physical fatigue recovery speed increased by 50. Bonus 2. Remaining in the bedroom will gradually and permanently enhance all physical attributes. 2. Dormitory bonus 1. Mental and physical fatigue recovery speed increased by 15. Bonus 2. Remaining in the dormitory will gradually and permanently enhance physical strength. 3. Snack shop output: various snacks, beverages, and fruits. Note: items in the snack shop will automatically refresh at 0000 daily. 4. Canteen output: various fresh vegetables, meats, and grains. Note: items in the canteen will automatically refresh at 0000 daily. 5. Medical room output: various types of traditional and Western medicines, along with equipment. Note: items in the medical room will automatically refresh at 0000 every Monday. 6. Armory output: various melee weapons, protective gear, recurve bows and crossbows, semi-automatic sniper rifle 1, high-quality long knife 1. Note: items in the armory will automatically refresh at 0000 every Monday. Consumables, such as arrows and bullets, will be replenished instantaneously. 7. The Wheel of Sacrifice points: 0 exchange rate, 1 sacrifice point for sacrificing a level 0 zombie, 10 sacrifice points for sacrificing a level 1 zombie, 50 sacrifice points for sacrificing a level 2 zombie, 200 sacrifice points for sacrificing a level 3 zombie. TO upgrade from D level to C level requires 50 sacrifice points. From C level to B level requires 200 sacrifice points. From B level to A level requires 800 sacrifice points. From A level to S level requires 2,000 sacrifice points. From S level to SS level requires 10,000 sacrifice points. From SS level to SSS level requires 500,000 sacrifice points. The effects of the Wheel of Sacrifice astonished Lin Yi, as it could enhance ability levels. Could he not, therefore, artificially create a legion of high-level abilities? This capability was undeniably extraordinary, and correspondingly, the consumption of sacrifice points was equally astounding, culminating in a staggering requirement of 500,000 points, 50 times the previous level S increase, translating to 50,000 level 0 zombies. The mere thought of 50,000 corpses at his doorstep was daunting. Even moving such a number would exhaust a group of individuals. Nonetheless, the earlier requirements were somewhat acceptable. The transition from D level to C level could be achieved within a day, taking a deep breath to dispel the fervent fantasies swirling in his mind. Lin Yi continued to read. Personnel configuration owner. Lin Yi partner. Lin Wangyu members 530 Gao Yuan, Chu Qing, Wu Liang, among others. Note: members of the safe house will not harbor thoughts detrimental to the owner. Members must obey the commands of the safe house owner. The requirement for the exploration team has risen to 30. Well, that is unremarkable. On to the next point. Functions. 1. Storage space. The safe house owner can directly store items or withdraw required items for upgrades. 2. Guardian. The safe house owner can deploy or retract the safe house without causing harm to those within. 3. Goddess perspective. While inside the safe house, the owner can observe the surroundings within a 200-meter radius in third-person view, unaffected by visibility conditions. 4. Counterattack. Any attack on the safe house will inflict equivalent damage of 30. Each of the 4 functions possesses its unique merits. The first function, storage space, is an upgraded version of the original, allowing for the withdrawal of items that were previously confined to the safe house. Guardian guarantees that Lin Yi can deploy or retract the safe house at will without harming its inhabitants. For instance, if Lin Yi encounters a formidable foe at a considerable distance from the safe house, he can swiftly deploy it, secure the area, and retreat without delay. Goddess perspective prevents ambushes, while counterattack defends against group assaults. Each skill is undeniably commendable. Lastly, the upgrade conditions. 20 tons of zombie flesh, 0.20, 5 tons of level 1 zombie flesh, 0.5, 1,000 kilograms of level 2 zombie flesh, 0.1000, 1 level 3 zombie, 0.1, 30 tons of high hardness alloy, 0.30. Complete personnel configuration, 530. Good heavens, the road ahead is daunting. Except for the final requirement, none of the other conditions are easy to fulfill. He shifted his gaze and glanced at his phone. It was already Saturday. With a day and a half remaining, they were poised to receive the first reward after the blood moon. Everyone, rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will raid the neighboring community. Lin Yi commanded decisively. A chorus of acknowledgement rang out, their expressions reflecting contemplation. Adjacent to the happy community lay the Fuan community, mere steps away across a road. However, following the onset of the blood moon, the streets were teeming with zombies, and it was unlikely anyone would risk their lives to visit one another. At least Lin Yi had yet to encounter any residents from the neighboring community. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin, prompting him to call out to Gao Yuan. Having served in the military, you should know how to handle a sniper rifle. Right? Teach Xiaoyu the basics of using a sniper rifle shortly. Understood, boss. While Gao Yuan took Xiaoyu to learn about sniper rifles, the others dispersed to rest. Wu Liang dove into the infirmary, embodying the essence of a researcher. Chu Qing accompanied Lin Jiao to explore a snack shop. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, and the newly upgraded double room was timely for this young couple in love. Lin Yi retrieved the ebony long knife, admiring it in his hand. Gathering place. Tian Zhao glanced at his phone, his expression tinged with exasperation. The group chat buzzed with messages, primarily from members of the gathering place, voicing their discontent with Tian Zhao's recent decisions. One incident involved their assault on the supermarket. After Tian Zhao ordered a retreat post-breach, other survivors seized the opportunity to abscond with a significant amount of supplies, particularly Wang Xiao and his group. While they were not currently lacking food, they were in dire need of drinking water. Wang Xiao's group alone had carted off 4 whole cases of bottled water, not to mention the other residents who had taken advantage of the chaos. Tian Zhao struggled to justify his decision. He had prioritized minimizing personnel losses at the time, but the moment had passed. Initially, he had intended to risk transporting supplies and withstand the zombie onslaught. But now everyone believed they could single-handedly combat 2 or 3 zombies. Another decision that drew scrutiny was his failure to eliminate Chun Hao immediately after infection, resulting in Chun Hao's transformation into a zombie, claiming the lives of 5 or 6 members of the gathering place. This was even harder to defend. They were right. His choice, viewed through the lens of hindsight, was undoubtedly flawed. Yet who could have predicted that Chun Hao would morph into a back-bearer instead of a mere ordinary zombie? At the time, everyone had hesitated to take action, and now, when disaster struck, the blame fell squarely on him. Nearby, Tiansheng was fervently defending him, but to no avail. The residents of the gathering place, emboldened by the distance of the phone call, argued their points vigorously. Tian Zhao discerned that this was merely a facade. In reality, there were those who resented his position of leadership and sought to unseat him. Who could it be? Zhao Ge. Hu Shaokai has set a trap. Wang Xiaoran's voice interrupted Tian Zhao's thoughts. Nodding slightly, Tian Zhao replied coldly, "Prepare to depart." The day before yesterday, during their assault on the supermarket, Wang Xiao had betrayed the gathering place along with a few others. Upon returning, Tian Zhao immediately summoned a girl who had little presence within the gathering place. With Wang Xiaoran's assistance, she feigned being a solitary survivor and discreetly communicated with one of the defectors. Just a touch of pity and a few hints were all it took, easily managed by Wang Xiaoran. Thus, Tian Zhao had enlisted Wang Xiaoran to assist Su Qing. The two quickly extracted the hiding spots of the defectors. Such tactics may not work on astute individuals, but they sufficed against the likes of Wang Xiao and his gang. 4 cases of bottled water were no trifling matter, especially in their current predicament where every resource was invaluable. The gathering place was critically short on water resources. Of the water they had procured from the supermarket, half consisted of beverages that did little to quench thirst. Time was of the essence. Any delay could spell trouble. Tian Zhao swiftly instructed the members within the building to head downstairs, calling out to each room. Soon, over a dozen capable men gathered on the second floor, crowding the hallway. At this moment, they remained unaware of Tian Zhao's intentions that a man nearest to Tian Zhao inquired, "Zhao Ge, what is the matter?" With a chilling expression, Tian Zhao responded, "We are going to reclaim our supplies." As the crowd descended the stairs, hastening towards their objective, a few zombies occasionally lunged at them, only to be effortlessly dispatched. After several battles and experiences, they had acquired some combat skills. Dealing with a mere couple of zombies was child's play. Regrettably, as members continued to fall, the ratio of personnel within the encampment had begun to skew alarmingly. Currently, there were 168 individuals remaining, but only 50 capable adult males were left to fight. The location where Wang Xiao and his companions were hiding was merely separated from the encampment by a crossroad, situated in the northeastern section of a building. After eliminating a few zombies, they successfully reached building number 5, where Wang Xiao resided on the east side of the 4th floor. Stealthily ascend the stairs. And refrain from making any noise, Tian Zhao cautioned, leading the group upward. Inside the room, several young men were gathered, fixated on Hu Shaokai's phone screen. "Xiao Qing, come on, I have plenty of supplies at home," Hu Shaokai said. Moments later, a message arrived from the other side. "Thank you for your willingness to help. Kaigot, I'll tidy up and be there shortly," Su Qing replied. She agreed. One of the boys exclaimed excitedly. Startled, Hu Shaokai swiftly punched the boy in the chest, chiding him with a scowl. "Damn it, why are you shouting so loudly? You'll attract the zombies. I'll knock you out." The boy rubbed his chest. Chuckling sheepishly, "Oh, Kaigo, I was just too excited." Indeed, it was hard to blame Qingzi. There were just a few guys cooped up with no women around. Who could blame us? Damn it, a bunch of grown men. Not a single woman in sight. Hu Shaokai, not truly angry, jested, "When that girl arrives, you'll be at the back of the line." "No way, Kaigo." The boys erupted into a raucous, lewd laughter, completely oblivious to the doorknob slowly turning at the entrance. Feng Fei crouched at the doorway, cautiously twisting the wire he held. Tian Zhao and his companion stood on the stairs behind him, unervingly silent, controlling their breathing to the bare minimum, fully prepared. With a sudden click, the door swung open, and everyone rushed inside. The occupants of the room were caught off guard and swiftly subdued. The supplies, which had appeared in the photo that day, were carelessly piled on the ground. There were still 3.5 boxes of bottled water. Worth the trip? Tian Zhao scanned the scene, noting that only 5 were subdued, and Wang Xiao was not among them. Frowning slightly, Tian Zhao inquired of the restrained individuals. "Where is Wang Xiao?" Hu Shaokai glared, cursing, "Damn it, Tian Zhao, what the hell are you doing? If you got the guts, let me go." The next action taken by Tian Zhao left everyone wide-eyed, before Hu Shaokai could finish his sentence. A kitchen knife had already plunged into his neck. Hu Shaokai's eyes widened in disbelief before he twitched a couple of times and fell silent. "Zhao Ge?" The man holding Hu Shaokai was stunned by the scene. He merely intended to reclaim the supplies, not to commit murder. Ignoring the shock, Tian Zhao asked again, "Where's Wang Xiao?" Seeing who Xiao Kai killed, the others no longer dared to act tough, trembling as they replied. Wang Xiao and Yu Changping went to the restroom. On the rooftop. The speaker nodded. Tian Sheng immediately led a few individuals toward the rooftop. Tian Zhao glanced at the supplies on the ground, coldly ordering, "Kill them all." Zhao Ge. That might be a bit excessive. A commotion arose among the crowd as several men stepped forward. A hint of helplessness flickered in Tian Zhao's eyes as he regarded the men before him. Are we to allow a group of individuals harboring resentment against us to live? Or can we not bring ourselves to take their lives, merely hoping they perish at the hands of the zombies? This is Blood Moon territory. A flicker of struggle crossed their eyes before they sighed. Falling silent. After executing the five, Tian Sheng returned, shaking his head at his cousin. No luck. Time rewound a few minutes. After finishing their business, Wang Xiao and his companion were whistling as they descended. Fortune smiled upon them. As they came down, they coincidentally encountered Tian Zhao's group breaking through the door, and one noticed the footsteps above. Instead, the two became alert and stealthily descended to discover their home had been ransacked. The buildings within the community were tightly clustered, with rooftops connected. They hastily ran to the rooftop of another building to escape. Tian Zhao sighed, not expecting two to escape. Thus, the group could only carry the supplies back. Just as they descended, they spotted a horde of zombies charging towards them from the crossroad. In truth, this horde had been attracted when Wang Xiao and his companion, in their panic, accidentally collided with the iron gate at the building's entrance, creating a commotion. Armed with some experience in dealing with zombies, the group quickly formed a defensive line. The zombies were numerous, but they could not flee as the undead blocked their only route back to the encampment. Although there was another entrance to the east, escaping from there would require running outside the community and circling half the area to return to the crossroad via another gate. Most of the group lacked the stamina for such prolonged running. And with the zombies in pursuit, many more would inevitably be drawn in. They could not run. They had to fight. Yet in past encounters, they had faced at most 3 or 4 zombies charging at once. And while guarding the building, only 2 or 3 could stand at the staircase's forefront. Thus, they were unprepared for the terrifying sight of a horde of zombies rushing towards them. They were unaware that the appearance of nearly 10 zombies often indicated the presence of a level 1 zombie commanding them. Otherwise, zombies typically did not gather in such numbers. Roaring, the zombies surged toward the crowd, and the members of the encampment raised their weapons without mercy. In a clash, 3 zombies were struck in the neck and collapsed. However, there was no joy among the group, as 2 more zombies, unharmed, were already closing in on them, extending their claws. Tian Sheng, quick-witted, swung his knife and dispatched one. Yet, the remaining zombie pounced on a man, sinking its teeth into him. The group immediately retreated a few steps, filling the gap left by the fallen individual. Simultaneously, a second wave, merely the slower zombies that had been pushed to the back, charged forward. Tian Sheng struck down another zombie. But his peripheral vision caught sight of the last zombie, which appeared different from the others. Unlike its counterparts, it did not exhibit an impatient demeanor, but allowed the frontline zombies to rush forward, seizing their prey. Only after the first wave of zombies fell did it amble toward the fray, its 3 bone spikes faintly emerging from its back. Be careful. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the back attacker lunged forward. The targeted man instantly raised his knife, aiming for the creature's neck. What transpired next left him bewildered until his last breath. This zombie remarkably raised its arm to deflect the man's knife. In the next moment, an immense force sent the man tumbling into the crowd. The formation was instantly disrupted, and amidst the chaos, other zombies surged in mere moments. 2 individuals fell victim to the zombies, one with claws piercing his abdomen, the other with fangs sinking into his throat. As the group began to panic, Tian Zhao bellowed, "The 2 closest to the zombies, stay behind to deal with them. The rest focus your attacks on the one in front of Tian Sheng. That's a mutated zombie. It can defend itself and dodge attacks." The shouts brought a semblance of clarity to the panicked crowd within the ranks. They had endured their fair share of battles, and in the process, a flicker of courage had ignited within them. Most managed to suppress their fears and began to act in accordance with Tian Zhao's commands. 6 men positioned further from the zombies. immediately charged towards the backer. The backer let out a low growl, one arm deflecting Tiansheng's assault, while the other hand pierced through the side of a nearby man. Simultaneously, Tiansheng delivered a swift kick that sent the backer stumbling 2 steps back. At that moment, the 6 men reached Tiansheng's side. Enraged by the kick, the backer prepared to pounce, only to realize that 6 individuals had now gathered around Tiansheng. Scanning the battlefield, he noted that his own subordinates were dwindling in number. With a low roar, he cast a fierce glance at Tiansheng and unexpectedly turned to flee. Tiansheng grasped the arm of one man who had intended to pursue, shaking his head in dissuasion. The remaining zombies that rushed into the fray fell one by one, leaving a chaotic array of bodies strewn across the ground, some belonging to zombies, others to their comrades. The battle had finally concluded, yet no one felt any joy. They were merely fortunate for the moment, aware that death loomed inevitably. Whether by the hands of the undead or through starvation, a natural demise seemed the least likely outcome. The survivors began to silently deliver finishing blows, severing the heads of their recently fallen companions. They then hoisted the supplies and made their way back to the gathering place. However, danger was far from over. To the west of the intersection, beneath the 18th gathering point, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the approaching group from within the gradually yellowing greenery. The prey drew ever closer, but a rustle in the underbrush heralded the emergence of a shadowy figure. Lunging towards its target, a hefty creature seemingly capable of sustaining itself for many days. Tiansheng was abruptly startled, his instincts kicking in before he could fully comprehend the nature of the threat. Years of combat experience propelled his right leg into action. With a solid thud, his foot connected with the dark figure, sending it flying, that a whimper echoed as the shadow, having missed its mark, swiftly retreated into the foliage. The rustling sounds receded into the distance. Tiansheng pondered. Could have been a stray dog. This twist of fate had not incurred any losses, yet the group remained more cautious, quickening their pace. Tiansheng and Tianzhao, however, lagged behind. Zhao Tiansheng began, but was halted by a firm grip on his arm from Tianzhao. Yet it was too late. The last man in line noticed the two had fallen behind. And as he turned to call out, he spotted 3 varying depths of blood streaks on Tiansheng's right leg. Meeting Tianzhao's gaze, the man's expression became complex, a mix of helplessness, reluctance, hesitation, and a hint of pleading. The man hesitated, yet soon his resolve solidified. He could not go in, the individuals ahead. Hearing the commotion, turned in confusion, only to discover that Tiansheng had been injured. The very figure regarded as a god of war among the gathering had sustained wounds. In each of the slightly larger skirmishes that had transpired recently, anyone could have been absent, but Tiansheng had always been present. The crowd's expressions varied: shock, despair, sympathy, and perhaps a few barely perceptible smirks. One by one, they fell silent, their expressions differing, yet their consensus was clear: they could not venture in. Among this group, there may have been supporters of Tianzhao, but that did not imply they were willing to take risks. Tiansheng nudged his older cousin ahead, forcing a smile despite the tremor in his voice. "Brother, you should head back." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I will not perish at their hands, nor will I succumb to you. I wish to survive. Perhaps I can endure. I'm stronger than Shun. How doubt if all goes well, I will return to find you." After a long pause, Tianzhao turned around. "I will accompany you for a while." With that, he began walking in the opposite direction. "Zhao," a voice from the group called out, yet faltered, unsure of what else to say. Tianzhao waved a hand dismissively without looking back. Tiansheng hesitated for a few seconds before following suit. The blood moon hung deep red, casting a hazy light. The two sat the roadside, facing north at the intersection. Tianzhao spoke first, his tone heavy. "I am sorry." Tiansheng smiled faintly, gazing at the sky where a blood-red moon loomed, nearing fullness yet appearing somewhat lacking. "I remember how foolish I was back then. It was the summer of his second year of high school." In his room, Tianzhao sat on the bed, engrossed in a mobile game. The door swung open suddenly, and a tall boy stepped inside. "Zhao, my name is Tiansheng. My father said I could stay at your place for a few days." Tianzhao, preoccupied with his game, barely glanced up, casually warning, "Just don't touch my things." After 2 days, Tianzhao had developed a fondness for this cousin who was even taller than him. Honest, obedient, he never touched what he was told not to. Unlike the mischievous children one often encountered online. Moreover, he was diligent, eager to wash the dishes after meals, thus sparing his mother from pestering him. He often volunteered to run errands for Tianzhao to buy cigarettes. Thus, the cousin who had initially planned to stay for just a few days ended up residing there until the summer vacation concluded, as his father's return was repeatedly delayed. It was only 2 days before the end of the summer that Tianzhao learned his cousin had been accepted into the same high school as him. In the second week back at school, Tiansheng messaged him, saying he was being bullied. Tianzhao gathered a group of friends and went to the first-year dormitory to confront the bully. Tiansheng was quite honest, yet that honesty was often mistaken for weakness, and his height only fueled others' desire to challenge him. Eventually, when those bullies learned Tiansheng had an older cousin in the 3rd year, they ceased their direct harassment, resorting instead to underhanded tactics, isolating him and inciting others to bully him without their knowledge. Tianzhao took on the role of strategist, teaching him how to handle the situation. Back then, in Tiansheng's eyes, his cousin was a genius, and no matter what issue Tiansheng faced, within 2 minutes, his cousin would devise a solution that in truth, even now, I still regard you as a genius. Tiansheng muttered as the cold wind roused memories. Tianzhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he chuckled to himself. In his 3rd year, he was seen as a problematic student by teachers, a rebellious child by parents who deemed him uninterested in his studies, and a difficult person to interact with by classmates. Yet to Tiansheng, he was a genius. Unbeknownst to Tiansheng, the group of friends Tianzhao had brought along that day had cost him a week's worth of living expenses to invite. Tianzhao, too, had no inkling that Tiansheng's father had not been on a business trip that summer. It was Tianzhao's mother who had sought him out, wishing for her well-behaved child to spend time with her son, who was ever reluctant to communicate with his parents. Reflexively, Tiansheng reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty. Damn it, I wonder which scoundrel took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the supermarket, leaving without food or water, but stealing every last cigarette from the shelves. Tianzhao helplessly fiddled with his lighter before standing up. Stay with me a little longer. Brother, you should head back. Not so fast. They walked north to the intersection. When did they build this steel house? Tianzhao immediately thought of the name Lin Yi. Apart from the elusive Lin Yi, he could think of no one else. Perhaps due to a complete lack of options, Tianzhao felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing the steel structure. He tentatively knocked on the heavy iron door, which emitted a dull thud. Before long, a resounding clang echoed, indicating that someone was indeed inside. Lin Yi appeared, wielding a dark long knife, while behind him, Xiao Yu raised her crossbow, aimed at the two further back. A circular structure in the yard radiated a white light, illuminating the entire area. What is it? In truth, thanks to the god's perspective, Lin Yi had already seen them when they were seated by the roadside. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tianzhao's eyes. There was electricity here. Finally, he swallowed hard and posed a question. If someone is scratched by a zombie, will they definitely become infected? It is highly probable, though not guaranteed. Tianzhao let out a sigh of relief and inquired, do you have any antibiotics or similar substances here? What reason do I have to provide them to you? You may propose a condition, as long as it is within my capability to fulfill. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, entirely a loss as to what he could possibly gain from the other party. His gaze shifted to the towering, robust man behind Tianzhao, yet he had no recollection of him, which was quite unusual. Was he not a resident of the happiness community? Tianzhao, perplexed by the question, nodded affirmatively. Where does he reside? Over by the old mine. This revelation likely clarified matters. Prior to the apocalypse, he had visited the old mine twice. Perhaps this had triggered a chain reaction, leading to the arrival of Tiansheng when the cataclysm commenced. Following the onset of the apocalypse, with Tiansheng as the combatant, the otherwise unremarkable Tianzhao had ascended to the role of leader within the encampment. Please wait a moment, Lin Yi remarked, and with a clang, the iron gate closed once more. During this interval, Wu Yang had tirelessly conducted research, yielding some results, although their efficacy had yet to be empirically verified. 2 minutes later, the iron gate swung open, and Lin Yi emerged with 3 small packages wrapped in paper, their outline suggesting they contained some form of pills. They should all have some effect. But it's uncertain which one is superior. Feel free to choose any. Can I consume all of them? If they were all meant to be taken, why would I divide them into 3 portions? Tian Zhao chuckled awkwardly and turned to Tian Sheng, who pointed at the middle package. Subsequently, Lin Yi produced 2 cans of beer and handed them to the 2 men. Thank you. Tian Zhao deeply bowed to Lin Yi and then asked, by the way, what is your condition? Let us see if the 2 of you can survive the night first. With a clang, the iron gate resounded shut. Based on Tian Sheng's physique, Lin Yi estimated his chances of surviving the infection exceeded 40%, which was already a considerable probability. Now, with the anti-infection medication provided by Wu Liang, perhaps he could indeed pull through. Outside, the 2 men returned to the roadside where they had initially Saturday. A gentle breeze swept by, and they fell into silence, awaiting the outcome. After approximately half an hour, Tian Sheng felt his body begin to heat up, his consciousness gradually dulling. Brother, you really should head back. Tian Zhao shook his head. There's no point in my returning. Without you as my enforcer, those people will not heed me. Tian Sheng ceased speaking, his body growing increasingly feverish. Despite the relatively cool weather, he was drenched in sweat. He let out a groan, feeling as though his head was heavy while his legs felt light, and soon, pain began to manifest throughout his body. The sensation of pain was bearable, yet unpredictable. A sharp pang shot through his arm, and before he could clench his fist in response, his heart seized violently. With his head bowed, he noticed veins of blood emerging in his eyes, and his ears resonated with a throbbing rumble. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat in the infirmary, also observing the situation outside, occasionally describing it to Wu Liang beside him. Wu Liang diligently recorded notes on paper, as these pre-infection reactions were crucial for him. From these reactions, he could better delineate the direction of his future research. After all, effective treatment hinges on accurately diagnosing the ailment. The previous 3 medications have been concocted based on various infection pathways. Hence, their efficacy depended on whether Tian Sheng's selection aligned with his condition. Time stretched on for over an hour. Tian Sheng kept his eyes tightly shut, his arm trembling slightly, his palm clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, nearly drawing blood. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain, as the incessant stinging within his body tormented his nerves. He could only count silently in his mind to distract himself. Just as he began to lose track of the number he was on, he suddenly felt the sharp pain start to subside. Lin Yi, observing Tian Sheng's reactions from a god's eye view, leisurely munched on sunflower seeds. Noticing that the intensity of Tian Sheng's tremors was diminishing and his fingers were no longer clenched, he spat out the seed shells and remarked to Wu Liang, "He has made it through. He hasn't been infected. That's wonderful." Wu Liang exclaimed with joy, nearly leaping in exhilaration. Oftentimes, a person's happiness derives from the realization of their self-worth. For Wu Liang, as a doctor, healing a patient was undoubtedly the most significant expression of his value. Boss, we could subsequently seek out individuals who have been scratched by zombies. With practical verification, my research would advance much more swiftly. Lin Yi nodded, having already contemplated this notion, though he was reluctant to expose the safe house before its upgrade. Exiting the infirmary, Tian Zhao had already escorted Tian Sheng to the entrance. With a mere thought, his jet-black long knife materialized in his hand. It must be said, the updated storage space was incredibly convenient. Not only within the safe house, but also outside. As long as he concentrated, he could retrieve items from the safe house without the hassle of extracting them and then re-entering. The iron gate opened, and Tian Zhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. "Have you decided on your condition?" he inquired. Lin Yi stroked his chin and replied, "Are you too interested in joining my faction?" Tian Zhao appeared bewildered. "Is this the condition?" He emphasized the word condition heavily. This was hardly a condition, it was clearly a reward. Tian Zhao understood that the encampment had no future, a group of people banded together merely to survive temporarily. And once the food was exhausted, no one knew what would transpire. But this place was different. In Lin Yi's eyes, he could see the confidence to thrive under the blood moon. This steel structure was filled with anomalies. Living in this community, he was clueless as to when this steel abode had been constructed. Even more astonishing was the presence of lights. Were they powered by a generator or something? How had they not malfunctioned? In such a place, how could joining be considered a condition? He had always assumed that Lin Yi's team was already established and would not recruit others. After all, while an increase in numbers enhanced combat capability, it also escalated food consumption. Take the encampment, for instance. The elderly, children, and most women had become burdens, a predicament that had plagued him more than once. Lin Yi nodded. I suppose so. Of course, if you prefer not to join. I have alternative conditions. Tian Zhao glanced at his cousin, and the two solemnly declared, We shall join. The contract was established. Lin Yi smiled as he extended his hand. Welcome aboard. He then gestured towards the building directly opposite the main entrance. That is the dormitory. Find an unoccupied room to settle in. Get some rest. We have operations planned for tomorrow. Tian Zhao nodded and led Tian Sheng to the dormitory, utterly astounded by the bright lighting, the availability of water and electricity, and even a snack shop. Everything appeared as though it were on the brink of apocalypse, as if the darkness of the blood moon had never besieged this place. However, this state of affairs did not endure for long. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, the two individuals suddenly succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness. After a brief tidying up, they retired to bed. Lin Yi retracted his god's eye view, mentally exclaiming in astonishment that he had just conducted an experiment, activating a contract that commanded the two to sleep early, and was surprised by the immediate efficacy of his directive. Lin Yi surmised that the process involved the subconscious sending signals, prompting the body to secrete certain hormones that induced a state of fatigue. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 3 in the morning. After yawning, he too returned to his bedroom to sleep. By 10 o'clock the following morning, the occupants of the safe house had finished breakfast, and with the addition of 2 new individuals, Lin Jiao found herself quite fatigued. During the meal, Tian Zhao casually announced in the group chat his withdrawal from the gathering place, prompting a flurry of messages in response. Some questioned, some expressed curiosity, and others attempted to persuade him to stay. Tian Zhao ignored them all, shutting off his phone to the group had gathered in the courtyard, where Tian Zhao and Tian Sheng, amidst their surprise, selected their weapons. Tian Sheng chose a heavy sword, exuding a formidable presence. Tian Zhao opted for a recurve bow, and it was only through his explanation that the others learned he had previously been a member of an archery club. Unlike crossbows, recurve bows are lighter and, lacking an automatic loading mechanism, they boast a faster shooting speed. However, they are more challenging to master, requiring extensive practice to achieve precision, something that posed no problem for Tian Zhao. Xiaoyu still held onto her crossbow and had not retrieved the sniper rifle. Although she had figured out how to operate it the day before, she had never practiced. Moreover, the recoil of the sniper rifle was substantial, making it difficult for someone of Xiaoyu's current strength to handle. She would have to wait until after tonight, when the first reward distribution concluded, to begin her training. At this moment, Xiao He was nuzzling against Lin Yi. Having gained considerable weight since joining a few days prior, its form appeared more ferocious, its black fur fluffed up, and the bloodstains on its back were nearly invisible, thanks to Lin Jiao giving a bath. Therefore, in the safe house, apart from Lin Yi, Xiao He favored Lin Jiao the most. Why Lin Yi first? This fellow was clever enough to know who truly held authority in the safe house. Since the mutation, Xiao He had ceased consuming ordinary food, subsisting solely on zombies. Lin Yi speculated this was indicative of the evolutionary path of mutated beings, casting a glance at the others, who were now fully prepared with their protective gear. Lin Yi noted that the set of armor effectively shielded most vulnerable areas of the body and was constructed from a certain composite material, making it relatively lightweight. Our task was to venture into the neighboring community to hunt zombies, aiming to slay as many as possible, for the night would bring unforeseen rewards. Except for Xiaoyu, the others were puzzled by the notion of rewards for killing zombies. Let us set off. From the safe house, they walked along Qingfeng Road to the stretch of road separating the two communities, eventually reaching the entrance of Fuan Community. The distance was not far, merely a couple of kilometers. Along the way, they dispatched a few mindless zombies that stumbled toward them, hardly sufficient for their efforts. The group arrived at the entrance of Fuan Community with ease. This community differed from Xingfu Community in that the commercial street lay outside its periphery. With the entrance flanked by streets on either side, as they passed a supermarket, they noted that its entrance had been shattered, the interior cloaked in darkness. It was evident that no supplies remained. Bloodstains marred the ground, intermingled and staining the stone tiles a dark red. While the air was thick with a putrid stench, it appeared that the level of devastation in this community was no less than that of Xingfu community. Along their route, they encountered beverage shops, bakeries, snack stores, and supermarkets, all of which had been forcibly breached, their contents thoroughly looted. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, they noticed to their left a hardware store. Its glass door bearing marks of heavy impact, yet remaining intact. In comparison to food and water, the allure of a hardware store for survivors was undeniably diminished. It was likely that one or two individuals had attempted to break in, but upon failing, had quickly given up. However, Lin Yi found himself intrigued by this hardware store due to one of the conditions for upgrading the safe house. High-hardness alloy, 30 tons, 030. Although the quantity of alloy within this hardware store might be insufficient, Lin Yi did not mind. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With a mere thought, a heavy hammer materialized in his hand, which he handed to Tian Sheng, instructing him to break down the door of the hardware store. The others stepped back a few paces, forming a simple defensive line, prepared for the commotion that would ensue. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck, producing several fine cracks across the glass door. Tian Sheng continued to strike vigorously. And true to its nature, the door proved sturdier than expected. Soon, a horde of zombies was drawn to the noise, their low growls signaling their approach from various directions, totaling around a dozen. The group remained unfazed. An arrow and a crossbow bolt were swiftly unleashed, each finding their mark in the nearest two zombies, resulting in immediate kills. Chu Qing and Gao Yuan, not to be outdone, charged into the fray. Xiao He plunged into the swarm of zombies, its low priority in their eyes, allowing it to evade attention thanks to the presence of Gao Yuan. Even if a couple of zombies targeted Xiao He, it could nimbly evade their grasp. Each time it opened its jaws, it seized a sizable chunk of flesh, simultaneously thwarting the zombie's advance. Gao Yuan wielded his short sword with precision, dispatching a zombie with each strike. With time and practice, his movements had become increasingly stable, accurate, and fierce. The scene with Chu Qing, however, was less graceful. As he swung his spiked club, it whistled through the air, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. While Gao Yuan merely severed the heads of the zombies, Chu Qing's blows obliterated their skulls into a rain of gore, leaving even the zombies themselves unable to find their own remains. In short order, the dozen zombies were vanquished, and Tian Sheng had successfully shattered the glass door. Lin Yi stepped inside, confirming the presence of numerous alloys available for absorption, following the upgrade of the safe house. The absorption speed had significantly increased, and the range had expanded as well. There was no need for direct contact with the zombies. Anything within a 5-meter radius could be absorbed directly. The various small components eligible for absorption weighed around 100 kilograms. In mere seconds, he had absorbed all the high-hardness alloy available. The quantity was too meager for the numbers required for the upgrade to even change, yet Lin Yi harbored no dissatisfaction. He was in no rush. Upon exiting the hardware store, Lin Yi began absorbing the zombies outside. Seeing the number of zombies dwindle, Xiao He hurriedly approached one and took a few bites. "And I need to rush. You 1T starve." Lin Yi chuckled, patting Xiao He's head. In just half a minute, all the zombies lay absorbed, leaving only streaks of dark red blood on the ground, just as they were about to enter the community. A horde of zombies materialized under the hazy moonlight. Another dozen, but this time they approached from a single direction, indicating the presence of a first-tier zombie in the rear. Indeed, the zombies were evolving at a rapid pace. At the onset of the blood moon, Lin Yi had previously smashed the warehouse door of a community to collect supplies, which had only drawn a few ordinary zombies. Later, when Tian Zhao led a group to break into a supermarket, they attracted dozens of common zombies. This time, however, a first-tier zombie had been summoned. Tian Zhao, Chu Qing, and Tian Sheng handled the horde of zombies. Gao Yuan, come with me to deal with the first-tier zombie, while Xiao Yu supports us. Lin Yi quickly strategized, feeling not an ounce of tension. The zombies were rapidly evolving, and their strength was continually increasing. The combat techniques that had once felt vaguely familiar in his previous life were becoming increasingly clear with each encounter. Chu Qing and Tian Sheng following the mission's assignments, charged toward the horde of zombies. Their approach was brazen and reckless, and in an instant, the front lines were engulfed in a shower of blood and fragments of skin and bone. 3 zombies fell, and the only intact corpse had an arrow embedded in its eye socket. What a thrill! Tian Sheng let out a hearty laugh, recognizing that Chu Qing's combat style mirrored his own. Relying on brute strength to overcome finesse, it had been a long time since he had engaged in such an exhilarating battle. Previously, in a gathering place, he had to be mindful of those around him. Unable to unleash his full potential, he wondered what kind of sustenance had contributed to Chu Qing's growth. Despite standing just over 1.80 meters and appearing rather unassuming, his strength was on par with Tian Sheng's. Not bad, Chu Qing remarked, acknowledging that Tian Sheng's power was truly commensurate with his muscular physique. That you're quite impressive yourself. In the midst of their exchange, it seemed as if a silent rivalry had ignited between them. As they wielded a wolf-fang club and a hefty sword, their strikes growing increasingly rapid. With every ounce of energy they could muster, they fought fiercely, eager to outpace one another. The zombies in the front line bore the brunt of their ferocity. Any unfortunate creature that strayed into their attack range was met with either the spiked wolf-fang club or the formidable sword, akin to a thick door. Those who fell beneath Tian Zhao's arrows fared slightly better, at least receiving a whole corpse. As the battle raged on, Lin Yi and his companion were not idle. They maneuvered around the horde of zombies to intercept a level 1 zombie at the rear. It was yet another common, yet the thickness of its flesh suggested it had consumed 5 or 6 zombies already. It stood its ground, its blood-red eyes fixated on the 2 men before it. Emitting a series of unintelligible gurgles from its throat, a bolt from a crossbow whizzed towards this face, which deftly evaded the attack, prompting both men to strike from opposite directions. It crossed its arms to shield itself from Lin Yi's slashing sword. Despite being encased in layers of flesh, the sword sliced through with relative ease, leaving 2 deep gashes that exposed bone, truly a blade worthy of being paired with a sniper rifle. Its sharpness had clearly been enhanced significantly, exceeding Lin Yi's expectations. As the defended against Lin Yi's sword, Gao Yuan was not idle either. With a swift step forward, he gripped his short sword and thrust it downwards with great force towards the snape. Sensing the impending assault from behind, it could only roll to evade the attack. Before it could rise, another bolt was shot at it. The timing of the shot was impeccable, as it was momentarily drained of energy. Unable to evade, it twisted its body desperately, causing the bolt intended for its head to strike its shoulder instead, the sharp tip piercing through the flesh. In the next instant, the gleaming sword descended once more. Though Lin Yi could not comprehend the growls, he could sense the fury behind them. This was undoubtedly the first time they had suffered at the hands of humans, despite their combined efforts. It found itself unable to retaliate. Faced with the encroaching blade, the enraged ceased its attempts to dodge, raising its arm to strike at the sword from the side. The blade grazed its forearm, failing to cleave its head but instead severing a thick layer of integrated flesh and sinew. However, it felt no pain, swiftly turning to confront Gao Yuan, who had sought to ambush it from behind with his short sword. The blade pierced through his palm, yet Gao Yuan felt no triumph, his body prickling as though stung by needles. In that moment, his eyes glinted with a crimson light. One hand gripped the short sword, attempting to withdraw, while the other arched like an eagle's talon, reaching for Gao Yuan's head. The wind howled fiercely as the claw descended. Should it connect, Gao Yuan would at the very least be gravely injured. Without hesitation, he released the sword, delivering a swift kick to this abdomen, narrowly escaping the deadly grasp. Now, Gao Yuan called out as he regained his footing, catching another short sword thrown by Lin Yi. What did it matter if weapons were seized? Lin Yi had an abundance in the safe house. He glanced down at the sword embedded in its palm, then up at Gao Yuan wielding a matching weapon. A flicker of confusion crossing its eyes, it suspected foul play. At that moment, 2 conflicting emotions warred within it: rage at the audacity of these humans daring to provoke it repeatedly, and fear of the strength displayed by the 2 men before it, as well as the arrows that occasionally zipped in from afar. Caught in this internal conflict, that was torn between wanting to pounce and shred the humans before it, and the urge to flee and strengthen itself for a rematch later. To this day, it still believed itself the hunter. Regardless of his thoughts, Lin Yi was determined not to let the opportunity for points slip away. With a glance, he and Gao Yuan charged towards them simultaneously. In the distance, another crossbow bolt sped towards them. They aimed a kick at Gao Yuan, who deftly dodged, only to be met with a stab from the short sword into its calf as the arrow approached. Gao Yuan tightened his grip on the short sword, summoning all his strength to momentarily halt this evasive maneuvers. It was this fleeting moment that allowed the bolt to pierce this head from the side. The tip emerging on the other side, already coated in a thin layer of white cerebral fluid. With a swift slice, the long sword severed this head, which rolled away with a soft gurgle. Though it may seem prolonged, the battle had lasted no more than a minute. Meanwhile, the fight on Tianzhao's side was still ongoing but nearing its conclusion. The two chose not to join, instead lighting a cigarette and relishing in the post-battle relaxation. Despite the brevity of the encounter, each of their strikes had been executed with full force, for the strength and defenses far surpassed their own. Thus, while short, this skirmish had been intensely fierce. As they finished their cigarette, Tianzhao's skirmish concluded. Tiansheng patted Chu Qing on the shoulder in encouragement, indicating that in the contest of zombie slaying, he had emerged victorious. Lin Yi called out to the little black dog, who was fervently digging deep into the zombies, pointing toward the distance. There's a level 1 zombie over there. Go eat that. Woof woof. The little black dog sprinted excitedly towards its target. Initially, it had sought to consume but recalling Lin Yi's prohibition after the last encounter, it had refrained in less than half a minute. It absorbed over a dozen zombies, allowing the group a brief respite. Once the little black dog finished its feast, Lin Yi did not waste the remaining half of it, absorbing it entirely. Well fed, it was time to get to work. Lin Yi gently patted the little black dog's head. The little black dog, a mutated entity, exhibited high intelligence, having learned to understand their conversations over the past few days. Woof, it barked earnestly, though it found Lin Yi's words somewhat peculiar. It had not slacked off. Soon enough, however, it grasped the true meaning behind Lin Yi's admonition. Lin Yi took 10 minutes to thoroughly explain to it the genuine essence of the phrase to work. Ugh, the little black dog huffed in protest. Be good, work hard, and you can feast on level 1 zombies at will in the future, Lin Yi coaxed. Ultimately, the little black dog had no choice but to accept the task assigned by Lin Yi to lure the zombies. Fast and agile, it was the ideal candidate for the job. Indeed, the allure of mutated entities was not as potent as that of humans when both were present within a zombie's sensing range. However, the mutated entities still held considerable appeal to the zombies. After enjoying 2 large pancakes, personally drawn by Lin Yi, the little black dog let out a rallying howl and dashed forward. In less than 5 minutes, it sped back with nearly 20 zombies in hot pursuit, as the horde approached the entrance of the residential complex. Sensing the presence of Lin Yi and his companions, they became even more agitated, adjusting their focus and charging toward the group with claws and teeth bared. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of Building 18, a gathering of representatives from various rooms convened in silence. A middle-aged man, around 50, switched off his phone and surveyed the room before speaking up. Tiansheng was not infected. We should not have kept him out yesterday. Regardless, before he could finish, a young man interrupted. What is the point of second-guessing now? At that time, who knew if he would get infected? After Tianzhao announced his withdrawal, the group opened a member list, only to discover that Tiansheng's avatar remained lit, indicating that he had not been infected. They initially believed that Tianzhao's departure was due to feeling disheartened after being turned away by the members of the gathering place the previous day. Yuhu cleared his throat, exchanged a glance with Wang Xiaoran, and spoke. Regardless of whether yesterday's arrangements were appropriate, it is now in the past, and discussing them further is futile. Wang Xiaoran continued. Indeed, we have sent numerous messages to Zhao Ge without any response. It seems he is unlikely to return. After a brief pause, she added, the pressing matter at hand is to elect a new leader. After all, the outside world is fraught with zombies who may attack the gathering place at any moment. This statement went unchallenged, as the gathering place had already faced 2 or 3 attacks since Tianzhao's departure. The chat was chaotic, and the organization of personnel progressed at an agonizingly slow pace. Fortunate that the number of zombies during those attacks was relatively small. With the conversation having reached this point, The previous matters were effectively concluded, yet the atmosphere once again fell into silence. A question loomed before them. Who would take on the role of leader of the gathering place? Noticing the lack of response, Wang Xiaoran spoke again. I believe my Yuhu is a suitable candidate. Hu Ji's strength is certainly on par with Tian Sheng, a fact that is evident to all, and he possesses both courage and strategy. And Yuhu quickly waved his hand. Nonsense, such matters should be decided by everyone's opinions. Regardless of who assumes the leadership, as long as it benefits the group, I, my Yuhu, will wholeheartedly devote myself. A young man scoffed. You say he is capable, but I could claim the same for myself. It is just a matter of speaking. ISNT that right, sister. Xiao Hao, what do you mean by that? We are gathered here to discuss, not to bicker. A middle-aged man couldn't help but interject. Xiao Hao let out a cold snort and ceased speaking. The others began to express their opinions as well, though they mostly spoke over one another. The individuals present were not fools. The position of leader appeared to wield considerable power, yet without support. It would be futile, just like Tian Zhao, who, despite demonstrating considerable intellect, could not have assumed the position without Tian Sheng as his enforcer. Moreover, even with top-tier figures like Tian Sheng and Tian Zhao, the gathering place had only been established for less than a week before dissenting voices began to emerge. If any of them were to take on the role, who could possibly perform better than Tian Zhao? The discussion lingered for nearly 10 minutes, with voices gradually dwindling into silence. Wang Xiaoran seized the moment to propose. How about we decide through a vote? Seeing no objections from the others, she continued, I still believe my Yuhu is the best candidate for the leader of the community. With her leading the way, others also began to nominate their supporters. Ultimately, Ma Yuhu received 7 votes. The middle-aged man garnered 4, and the young man obtained 2. Based on the votes, it was evident that Ma Yuhu would be elected. The outcome stemmed from 2 factors. Firstly, Ma Yuhu was indeed the highest combat power in the gathering place aside from Tian Sheng. Regardless of his strategic capabilities, he was undeniably courageous. Additionally, Wang Xiaoran's remarks today had undoubtedly swayed some opinions. She had previously served as Tian Zhao's assistant, responsible for statistics and organizing various tasks. Having interacted with most of the community, leaving a favorable impression in their minds, Yuhu stood up, his face slightly flushed. Since you all trust me, I am willing to give it a try. Of course, if I falter in any way, please do not hesitate to point it out. With the decision reached, the group gradually returned to their respective rooms. Yuhu, however, remained in the room on the 11th floor, which seemed to have become the designated quarters for the leader. After Tian Zhao and Tian Sheng's departure, the room had only been occupied by Wang Xiaoran, and now it welcomed Ma Yuhu. Once the door was closed and assured that no one was lingering outside, Ma Yuhu eagerly embraced Wang Xiaoran. To his surprise, everything had come so easily. Wang Xiaoran pushed him away, letting out a soft sigh as she lay back on the sofa. It's only because I support you. In truth, the two had been secretly communicating for some time. During Tian Zhao's tenure, the dissenting voices had been closely linked to their actions. The reason was simple. Wang Xiaoran found herself lacking any privileges under Tian Zhao. While he had shown a modicum of interest in her, it was hardly substantial. With limited resources to share among so many in the gathering place, how long could they sustain themselves? As Tian Zhao's assistant, she had worked tirelessly each day, yet her share of food was meager. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept this. However, before they had finalized their plan to oppose Tian Zhao, he had withdrawn from the gathering place due to the events of the previous day. Wang Xiaoran and Ma Yuhu conferred and decided to seize the moment, aiming to establish leadership first. Of course, my little treasure is a significant factor, Ma Yuhu thought with a mischievous smile, reaching out to embrace the beauty beside him. Wang Xiaoran deftly evaded his grasp, unwilling to surrender herself to Ma Yuhu so easily. Yet, she overlooked the transformations in human nature amidst the apocalypse, and Yuhu took the opportunity to lift her from behind, intending to head towards the bedroom. Wait, what are you doing? Her words were cut short as Ma Yuhu covered her mouth. With a cold chuckle, he replied, What am I doing? Obviously, I'm attending to important matters. At the entrance of Fuin community, after dispatching another wave of zombies, the group collapsed onto the ground, disregarding their image. They had dealt with 4 waves of zombies, successfully eliminating 66 of them. including 3 first-tier zombies. Except for Xiao Yu, everyone was drenched in sweat. Xiao He sprawled on the ground, his paws splayed, with a first-tier zombie laid out in front of him as a reward from Lin. Xiao He occasionally lifted his head to take a bite, experiencing a mixture of pain and pleasure. After resting for an hour, they decided to change locations. The zombies in the vicinity had been mostly cleared. Lin Yi finished speaking and lit a cigarette, surprisingly realizing that it was the cigarettes that had consumed the most resources during their zombie-slaying efforts. Over the course of an hour, the group of men had smoked through 1.5 packs. Thankfully, there were cigarettes in the snack shop. Otherwise, given his dwindling supplies, it was uncertain how much longer they could sustain their efforts. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lin Yi recalled the upgrade requirements for the safe house and checked their gains. Upgrade requirements: zombie flesh and blood. 20 tons, 420. First-tier zombie flesh and blood. 5 tons, 0.5. Second-tier zombie flesh and blood. 1,000 kilograms, 1.0. Third-tier zombie flesh and blood. 1.0. 1. High-hardness alloy. 30 tons, 0.3. Complete personnel configuration. 7. 3.0. The accumulation of zombie flesh and blood had reached 4 tons, while the first-tier zombie flesh and blood fell short of 1 ton. Like the high-hardness alloy, the numbers remained unchanged. Beneath the blood moon, a gentle breeze stirred a few withered yellow leaves from the ground. Although autumn had yet to fully arrive, the prolonged absence of sunlight had rendered most plants on the verge of death. Xiao Yu approached Lin Yi from behind, gently kneading his weary arm, causing the onlookers to feel a pang of sorrow. The group's stamina was rapidly recovering, and upon full restoration, their strength and speed appeared to have been enhanced to a certain degree. While the blood moon heralded calamity, it seemingly shattered the limits of the human body, though they remained blissfully unaware of this transformation. Lin Yi glanced at his phone to check the time. It was almost time. The group rose, their energy restored, and made their way toward the residential complex to the entrance of Fuan Community in the 3rd building inside, on the left side of the 3rd floor. Wang Xiao stood by the window. This location served as a gathering point within Fuan Community, albeit with only a handful of people, merely a dozen or so. The leader of this gathering was a middle-aged man nicknamed Fat Wang, a so-called seasoned thug who had just been released from prison a month prior to the Blood Moon's arrival to Haiti that time. Wang Xiao, along with a group of friends, had even welcomed Fat Wang back. Thus, when their hideout was discovered, Wang Xiao immediately thought of seeking refuge with Fat Wang. The journey from Xingfu Community to this place, while not far, was still a couple of kilometers away. Despite Wang Xiao and Yu Chongping taking every precaution, they were still spotted by 5 zombies. Given their physical condition, they could not run 2 kilometers in one breath. Consequently, Wang Xiao, lagging behind Yu Chongping, resolutely shoved his brother forward, seizing the opportunity while the zombies lunged at Yu Chongping. Wang Xiao ultimately managed to reach Fat Wang's residence, this small gathering point. Fat Wang had looted a considerable amount of supplies from a supermarket and naturally welcomed this loyal little brother who came to him for refuge. The bedroom door creaked open, and Fat Wang emerged, tugging at a woman's hair, his steps somewhat unsteady. The woman's expression was numb, her attire tattered and thin, clearly a victim brought in either by force or deceit for their depraved desires. Moreover, she was not alone. In the bedroom, a younger girl was pinned beneath a man. For Fat Wang, the onset of the blood moon provided an even more fertile ground for his kind. Little brother, don't fret. If the opportunity arises, I will surely avenge you, Fat Wang said, then shifted the subject. But you know how perilous it is out there, and the enemy is numerous. After a brief pause, he grinned wickedly. Why not indulge a bit first? With that, he callously shoved the woman toward Wang Xiao, who stumbled forward, nearly falling. Yet, her gaze remained devoid of any emotion, evidently having been tormented to the brink of numbness. Wang Xiao turned his attention away from the window, his anger not stemming from the death of his brother, but from the fact that he had nearly fallen into Tian Zhao's hands. Grabbing the woman who had been thrust towards him, a surge of wicked desire ignited within him. Brother Wang, given the current situation, would you still accept me? From now on, I, Wang Xiao, will never question your orders. In a bid to express his loyalty, Wang Xiao clutched the woman and was about to enter the bedroom when his peripheral vision caught sight of something downstairs, under the dim red moon. A group was making its way along the path. While the faces of the individuals in front were unclear, Tiansheng's towering figure stood out prominently. Wang Xiao squinted, his gaze fixating on the person beside Tiansheng, growing increasingly familiar. Was that not Tian Zhao? Brother Wang, he exclaimed, shoving the woman aside and calling out to Fat Wang. That person is Tian Zhao. It was this brat who killed our brothers. Wang Zhao's eyes burned with rage upon seeing this recurrent adversary, wishing nothing more than to dash down and tear Tian Zhao apart. He did not even contemplate why Tian Zhao was here. Fat Wang leaned in for a closer look and indeed spotted 7 or 8 figures, some seemingly wielding long weapons. Xiao Di. This Fat Wang hesitated. Revenge was merely something he had mentioned casually before. He never anticipated the enemy would truly appear in their community. Wang Xiao discerned the implication in Fat Wang's words, fixating on the approaching group. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Brother Wang, there's a girl in that group? It's been ages since our brothers had a change of taste, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Fat Wang's interest was evidently piqued, his plump face nearly pressing against the glass. Indeed, he could discern a girl among the group, her figure appearing quite appealing, recalling the pitiful, pleading expressions of the 2 women in the room when they were first captured. Fat Wang grew exhilarated. Brothers, new merchandise has arrived. Let us go. In another bedroom, a few individuals were still lounging on the bed, holding their phones' flashlights while playing cards, oblivious to the unfolding events. However, upon hearing the words new merchandise, they instantly perked up. The man atop the girl hastily pulled up his pants and emerged. Those who could join Fat Wang's crew were certainly not the best of individuals, and soon, everyone converged in the living room. In the grand scheme of things, there are only 7 or 8 of them, and we have a full 15, Fat Wang thought. And no matter how formidable they are, we should be able to prevail with our numbers. After glancing at the crowd crowded in the living room, 15 individuals packed tightly, his confidence swelled. Brothers, follow me and seize the goods. Beside the window, the woman who had been shoved aside watched blankly as the group rushed out of the room, her lifeless eyes finally flickering with a glimmer of doubt. Confirming that no sound remained in the room, she limped into the bedroom, ignoring the girl on the bed and the filth on the floor, and prostrated herself to search for something. After a long while, she withdrew her hand, revealing a sharp knife. Seemingly resolute, she tucked the knife behind her, the blade slicing through her skin. Frowning slightly, she cast a warning glance at the girl on the bed, signaling her not to report anything. Is there more? The girl inquired, her voice hoarse. The woman shook her head and exited the bedroom. This moment, Lin Yi and his companions were still unaware of the unfolding events. They vaguely heard a shout from the adjacent building, but paid it no mind. However, soon after, a group burst from the building, blocking their path. Fat Wang pushed through the crowd, assessing the opposing configuration. Goodness, long swords, spiked clubs, great swords. Where did they get these? If not for Xiao Yu and Tian Zhao being situated in the center, concealing their bows and crossbows, Fat Wang would have been even more astonished. Thankfully, the opposing group appeared to be quite young. Even armed, how could they possibly pose a threat? They probably hadn't even killed a chicken, let alone dare to take a life. Unlike him, who had a storied history of glorious achievements. With this thought, Fat Wang felt emboldened and shouted at the leading Lin Yi kid, hand over your weapons, and what about that little sister, and who else? Tian Zhao. Wang Xiao added from behind Fat Wang. Upon hearing the name, Tian Zhao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance here. Fat Wang continued to holler, all right, if you're wise, quickly leave the goods behind. Otherwise, Lin Yi regarded the group before him, noting that a few wielded kitchen knives and some even carried wooden sticks. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how they dared to confront them. Thus, he followed up on Fat Wang's remarks, asking otherwise what? Otherwise, don't blame us. Fat Wang's threat was cut short as several individuals, under Lin Yi's silent command, launched their assault. Xiao Yu and Tian Zhao, positioned for ranged attacks, were the first to release arrows toward the opposing crowd. At this distance, and given the density of the enemy, aiming was unnecessary. They simply lifted their bows and shot, ensuring hits were guaranteed. This moment, the advantages of the recurve bow became evident, as its firing rate far surpassed that of a crossbow. Lin Yi stepped forward, wielding his long sword to slash at one of the opponent's abdomens. The blow severed him cleanly in half. Originally, the target had been Fat Wong, but sensing the danger, Fat Wong instinctively retreated. Seizing a nearby individual as a human shield, Chu Qing swung the spike club, capable of smashing a zombie's skull to smithereens, let alone a human's. Before the opponents could react, the foremost figures armed with iron weapons were either dead or incapacitated. The remaining group was left with only wooden chair legs and a few who had come empty-handed. What chance did they have? Fat Wong regretted his earlier bravado. This was a formidable bunch. With a curse muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Wang Xiao. That scoundrel. I swear I'll flay you alive when I get back." Little did he know, amidst the chaos, Wang Xiao had already been thrust forward to take the blow for him. There was no time for vengeance. Retreat was imperative. With this thought in mind, Wang Pengzi once again maneuvered through the throng. However, this time he was thwarted, as the crowd had condensed into a chaotic mass. And at this juncture, no one cared about your status as the leader, as he was allowed entry. The adversary's primary target shifted from him. The long blade swept through the air once more, severing Wang Pengzi's arm. He let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Fortunately, the nearby zombies had been mostly cleared by Lin Yi and his companions, and for the time being, no new undead would be drawn to their location. Yet another strike followed, snapping Wang Pengzi's other arm, as he stepped over the body, rolling in despair. The crowd was in disarray. Tiansheng and Chu Qing had plunged into the fray, wielding their formidable weapons like human meat grinders. Each time Lin Yi swung his blade, it found its mark on the neck of an opponent, and this group, devoid of fighting spirit and solely focused on escape, proved far easier to dispatch than zombies. Tian Zhao and Xiao Yu were tasked with eliminating those who fled at the forefront. Without the need for commands, the group had developed a certain synergy through their experiences in battle. The skirmish concluded swiftly, with Wang Pengzi lying on the ground, howling in distress, while one individual managed to escape into the stairwell. Lin Yi charged after him, calling out, "Leave that fat one alive, but deal with the others." Zhang Ji scrambled into the stairwell, using hands and feet to propel himself, only to look back and find not a single person had followed. Damn it, the entire squad has been wiped out. He dared not linger, immediately racing up the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Zhang Ji pounded on the door with fervor. Lacking the key, he could only pray that the two women inside would not dare defy his orders. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from below, suggesting someone was in pursuit. Zhang Ji's heart raced as he hesitated, contemplating whether to flee upward like a tea that moment. The door swung open. A woman stood in the doorway, blocking his path. "Move aside, damn it!" Zhang Ji shouted, delivering a kick toward the obstruction. To his surprise, the woman dodged deftly and then clung to his leg, pressing against him. A chilling sensation coursed through Zhang Ji's abdomen. He realized that the disheveled woman had, unbeknownst to him, seized a fruit knife. Again and again, she struck. Zhang Ji felt his eyelids growing heavy as excruciating pain surged to his brain, yet he could not scream. It wasn't until the woman's fruit knife shattered, the blade fracturing and inflicting a significant wound on her hand, that she finally ceased her assault. Tears streamed from her sunken eyes, long deprived of moisture. When Lin Yi arrived, he found only a woman weeping in despair. Recognizing the torment she had endured, Lin Yi understood her plight. Upon noticing someone approaching, the woman's sobs abruptly halted. The broken fruit knife remained poised in front of her. Her gaze fixed warily on Lin. "Why, is anyone else inside?" Lin Yi inquired. The woman shook her head. Despite realizing that Lin Yi had come to hunt down Wang Ji, she still dared not lower her weapon. "This head must be severed, otherwise he will turn into a zombie." The woman sank to the ground, attempting to crawl back 2 steps to clear the way. Without further ado, Lin Yi brought his blade down. Severing Wang Ji's head, he cast one last glance at the woman and gently remarked, "Everyone else has perished." He then turned and descended the staircase. A faint voice echoed in the corridor, "Thank you." Upon reaching the ground floor, the others had already disposed of the bodies. Only Wang Pengzi remained, still alive but wailing on the ground. His lips were pale from excessive blood loss, and his body had ceased its frantic writhing. Lin Yi crouched down, revealing a set of pristine white teeth as he smiled. "What did you want me to hand over?" Wang Pengzi had long lost his senses, grunting on the ground like a pig. Lin Yi drew a dagger from his waist, plunging it into Wang Pengzi's left eye socket. The grunts grew louder, and then Lin Yi withdrew the dagger, plunging it into the right eye. After extracting it, he discarded the stained blade and returned it to his waist. Wasting no more time, he brought the blade down once more, severing Wang Pengzi's head. For them, this was merely a minor interlude, and the group pressed deeper into the area. Soon, they arrived at the central district of the community. Before Xiao He could step out to attract the undead, a corpse bearer approached, accompanied by a dozen zombies. Lin Yi didn't even need to intervene. The others seamlessly coordinated to dispatch the threat. The cycle of Xiao He drawing zombies, the team clearing them, Xiao He feeding, and the others resting continued until the fifth wave of zombies, when Lin Yi and the others finally encountered a new type of undead. Another variant of level 1 zombie, the crawler. These zombies are primarily the result of animals being infected and mutated, such as stray dogs and cats. Xiao He lured two at once, and judging by their size, they were likely mutated stray dogs, followed by a pack of corpse hounds. Although the corpse bearer possessed superior overall strength, the crawlers were remarkably swift. Their smaller size and agility made them difficult to defend against, rendering them quite troublesome to handle. It was a crawler that had previously ambushed Tian Sheng while hiding in the greenery. However, the crawler's weaknesses were also apparent. Its strength and defense were relatively low compared to the corpse bearer. Xiao He dashed towards Lin Yi and the others, this time not by its own volition, but rather pursued by the crawlers. Among the team, Xiao He was the fastest. Yet even so, the distance between it and the crawlers continued to diminish. "Be cautious. The two ahead are level 1 zombies, crawlers, very fast," Lin Yi warned. Simultaneously, Xiao He successfully returned to the group, whimpering as it nestled behind them. Hearing Lin Yi's caution, the group remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly as they focused intently on the rapidly approaching corpse hounds. The moment the hounds entered their attack range, Tian Zhao and Xiao Yu swiftly readied their bows and arrows. The sharp whistling of 2 arrows sliced through the air as the 2 leading crawlers leaped aside. Evading the incoming projectiles, their speed and reflexes were evident, yet the hounds behind lacked such evasive capabilities. Point one of the arrows struck a hound squarely in the head, killing it instantly, while the other pierced through its abdomen. Though it did not kill, it sent the hound crashing to the ground. The 2 crawlers, having dodged the arrows, showed no signs of slowing down as they barreled toward the group. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with malevolence. Drool dripping from their mouths, forming threads in the air. They fixated hungrily on their prey, eager to close the distance and sink their teeth into them. With their limited intellect, they could not fathom that Xiao He was intentionally released to lure the zombies. While the remaining members were an experienced zombie hunting team, Gao Yuan and I will handle 1 crawler each. Tian Zhao, Xiao Yu, team up. Chu Qing and Tian Sheng will deal with the hounds, focusing on defense until we finish here. Lin Yi swiftly issued the combat orders that he and Gao Yuan, both skilled and armed with relatively light weapons, were best suited to confront the quick crawlers. Meanwhile, Chu Qing and Tian Sheng wielded heavier weaponry, which was slower to wield, putting them at a disadvantage against the crawlers. Their weapons were more appropriate for slower, larger, and more resilient zombies. Just as they finalized their battle strategy, the crawlers, accompanied by a throng of corpse hounds, charged forward. Lin Yi and Gao Yuan each swung their long blades, rushing toward the nearest crawler, while Chu Qing and Tian Sheng flanked the sides to intercept the oncoming hounds as the crawler closed the distance to within 3 meters of Lin Yi. It leaped forward, paws striking the ground with force. Lin Yi executed a horizontal slash aimed at the crawler's claws. The crawler lowered its body, narrowly evading the strike, but before it could regain its balance, a crossbow bolt shot forth. Their coordination was impeccable. The crawler stumbled, desperately twisting its body, yet its abdomen was still grazed by the bolt. Immediately, Lin Yi's blade struck again. However, the crawler, true to its reputation as a swift level 1 zombie, once again evaded the lethal long knife. It lunged toward Lin Yi, who quickly retracted his knife and positioned it horizontally in front of him, blade facing outward. The crawler's front paws landed on the blade. The force pushing Lin Yi back a step. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Yi's mind. The crawler's strength was even less than he had anticipated. Thus, it appears that the crawler struggles to breach the armor adorning its form. Its forelimbs failed to rend the flesh of its prey, while its body writhed, powerful hind legs kicking out forcefully. Ding Lin hastily raised his sword, colliding with the crawler's paw. Once more, he was forced back 2 paces, while the crawler's hind paw was nearly severed. Yet, for the undead, as long as their bones remain unbroken, their combat efficacy is hardly diminished. The sword flipped, gaining momentum as it swiftly descended once more. Simultaneously, a crossbow bolt soared forth, targeting the crawler from 2 directions. In this perilous moment, the crawler could only twist its head to evade the bolt aimed directly at its forehead, before its claws could fully rise. The sword gleamed with a cold light, approaching rapidly. With a swift stroke, one of the crawler's forelimbs was entirely severed. This was exceptionally lethal for the crawler. A creature known for its speed, the crawler, now bereft of one forelimb, struggled to maintain its balance, let alone exploit its advantage in swiftness. Indeed, after receiving Ding Lin's strike, the crawler lost its equilibrium and collapsed onto the ground. If one were to overlook its grotesque exterior, it might resemble a pet dog rolling about playfully with its master. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Lin pressed the attack, delivering another strike while the crawler had yet to regain its balance. The crawler evaded. Living up to its reputation, another strike targeted its hind limb, and with one final blow, he ultimately dispatched the crawler before him. With this crawler vanquished, Ding Lin immediately rushed toward another crawler. 2 ranged attackers and 2 melee fighters focused their attention on it. The crawler had long lost its will to fight, seeking only to flee. Yet, no matter how swift it was, it could not escape the encirclement of the fort. Ultimately, it was brutally slain by a flurry of blades. Its demise a pitiful sight, with 4 arrows embedded in its back, 2 feathered arrows and 2 crossbow bolts, along with 3 penetrating wounds to its abdomen and its head lying aside. The remaining corpse dogs posed little threat. A minute later, the group successfully eliminated the corpse dogs. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 in the evening. After a day of battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Ding Lin had no intention of continuing. He would absorb this batch of corpse dogs and return home. The group cheered, while only Xiao He whimpered in grievance. "I haven't eaten yet. Why did you absorb them all?" It was only then that Ding Lin realized and tossed over the 2 severed legs of the crawler. After a day of effort, they had drawn closer to upgrading the safe house. Upgrade requirements: zombie flesh, 20 tons, 920. Level 1 zombie flesh, 5 tons, 15. Level 2 zombie flesh, 1,000 kilograms, 01000. Level 3 zombie, 101. High hardness alloy, 30 tons, 030. Complete personnel configuration, 730. The accumulation of zombie flesh had reached nearly half, marking remarkable progress. Level 1 zombie flesh finally accumulated to 1 ton after absorbing the 2 crawlers. Fortunately, Level 1 zombies weighed more than ordinary zombies. For instance, a single carrier zombie could weigh on average twice that of a typical zombie. Moreover, as the carrier absorbed more zombies, its strength and weight would increase. Quite satisfactory, the harvest was substantial. Naturally, there were no obstacles on the way back. 2 or 3 zombies that obstructed the path were swiftly dealt with by Xiao Yu and Tian Zhao from a distance. Upon returning to the safe house, dinner was prepared. Aware of everyone's exhaustion after a long day, Lin Jiao had especially made several extra dishes, and a large pot of rice was steamed. After a hearty meal, Ding Lin felt it was time to explain the concept of abilities to them. According to his memories from past life, they seemed to have been unwittingly drawn into a game where death was all too real. The blood moon in the sky loomed like an eye, observing every move of humanity. The apocalypse began on August 17, 2020 at midnight. Every week, the blood moon would distribute rewards based on everyone's performance. It resembled a point-based game, where points determined the richness of the rewards. Slaying ordinary zombies would yield points, while eliminating level 1 zombies would yield even more. However, there were various ways to earn points. For instance, escaping a horde of zombies would also grant a certain amount of points. Alternatively, like Ding Lin and Tian Zhao, becoming a leader of a faction would also provide a significant points bonus. In his previous life, Ding Lin was not the individual who killed the most zombies during the first week. After all, he had many matters to attend to and could not remain on the front lines at all times. Nevertheless, when the first round of rewards was distributed, he was the only one in the entire gathering place to receive an A-grade ability. The first round of rewards following the onset of the apocalypse was the most stable. As long as points reached a certain threshold, one would undoubtedly receive a specific ability. Furthermore, becoming an ability wielder not only granted various powerful capabilities, but also significantly enhanced one's physique. The enhancement provided by abilities of the same grade was fixed. Regardless of the aspect of ability, it would consistently elevate one's physicality, with only slight variations due to differences among individuals. However, the disparities in enhancements between different grades were considerable. For example, the physical improvements gained by a C-grade ability wielder compared to a B-grade ability wielder would be markedly different. The higher the grade of the ability, the more powerful it became, and the greater the enhancement to physicality. After the first wave of rewards, additional rewards would be distributed every Monday at midnight. But these rewards would be more diverse, including various supplies, weapons, and even seeds capable of surviving under the blood moon. Moreover, one could still receive various abilities, though they would become rare items, attainable only by the luckiest of individuals. Nonetheless, the principle of points remained. The higher the points, the greater the probability of obtaining higher rewards. For instance, an individual with low points might only receive a pack of peanuts, while someone with high points could obtain a box of instant noodles. For Ding Lin in his previous life, the second reward from the blood moon was likely more practical, as there was a severe shortage of supplies at that time. However, for the current Ding Lin, supplies were the least of his concerns. Thus, he exerted himself before the arrival of the first wave of rewards, as it guaranteed a 100% chance of earning an ability. The group was taken aback by Ding Lin's explanation. Theories they had occasionally stumbled upon online before the apocalypse now seemed plausible. Could it be that higher beings existed above humanity? In their eyes, perhaps humans were akin to ants, or this catastrophe sweeping across Blue Star was merely a simple experiment conducted by those superior beings? Such thoughts were deeply unsettling. There was no need for excessive despondency. At least they were alive and well. And if they persevered, they would inch closer to the truth. Hearing Ding Lin's comforting words, the group's thoughts settled somewhat. Regardless of the conjectures, they were not in a position to address them. Becoming stronger was the fundamental reality. Since it was still early, Ding Lin allowed them to rest. Merely stating to regroup at 2 in the morning that he needed to comprehend everyone's abilities, and the 2 o'clock assembly was necessary as the physical enhancement brought about by the abilities required some time to manifest. And the process was not particularly pleasant. In Happy Community, Building 3 on the first floor, Xiaji Xian sat on the sofa, cautiously unwrapping a package of beef jerky and taking a bite. The rich flavor of the beef made her salivary glands go into overdrive. She had never found beef jerky so delectable before. Discarding the thought of consuming the remaining jerky in one go, she swallowed, placing the rest back and folding it neatly. Then, from her nearby black backpack, she retrieved a half-empty bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and tightly screwed the cap back on. Despite still feeling quite hungry, Xiaji Xian forced herself to resist looking at the package of beef jerky. With her energy and hydration replenished, it was time to get down to business. Rising to her feet, Xiaji Xian began searching the room. One hand held her phone while the other rummaged through the contents. In the drawer of the living room table, she found a few pens and newspapers, of little use. Another container held a multitude of fragmented items, yet remained of little use. All she yearned for were food and water. Subsequently, she retrieved a plastic stick, patiently sweeping beneath the table. The sound of plastic scraping against the floor echoed. Xiaji immediately perked up, directing the light from her phone beneath, revealing merely an empty snack bag. She continued her meticulous search, and a slight resistance at the stick's tip reignited her hope. Yes, she unearthed an object of some weight. She raised her phone to inspect it, and to her astonishment, she had indeed found food. It was a packet of small biscuits, unopened. Although the contents had been crumbled, Xiaji treated it like a treasure, carefully wiping the dust off the biscuit packaging with a cloth from the sofa. Afterwards, she pressed her face to the ground, using her phone's light to ensure there was nothing else below. before turning towards the kitchen. After a thorough search, she found nothing of value. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the bedroom. However, the scene before her elicited a sigh. The room was in disarray, clothes and blankets strewn across the floor and bed. Clearly, the previous occupant had rummaged through the supplies before leaving. Disheartened, Xiaojixin accepted that no further provisions would be found. Yet she remained resolute in her search. As expected, she discovered no additional resources. Just as she was about to turn away, the beam from her phone's flashlight swept across the cabinet diagonally opposite the bed. It was an old-style cabinet with small legs containing bedding and some clothes. Beneath the cabinet, a blue bottle cap caught her eye. Xiaojixin quickly bent down, retrieving the bottle, which indeed was a mineral water bottle. Remarkably, it contained half a bottle of water. She opened it and sniffed. There was no discernible odor. Oh, what a stroke of luck! This would allow her to endure another day. After cleaning the mineral water bottle, she stowed it in her backpack. Her bag was filled with small snacks, yet drinking water was scarce, with only 1.5 bottles remaining. With hope rekindled, she searched once more, but found no overlooked supplies. In truth, this house was not her home. She had entered it through the window while being pursued by zombies that on the third day of the apocalypse, the door to her residence had been violently struck by the undead. Fortunately, her abode was not too high, allowing her to quickly gather her belongings and escape through the window. Ever since, it felt as though she had been ensnared in some curse. No matter which house she fled to, whether for a day or merely half a day, zombies would inevitably track her down. Why now? She had lost count of how many houses she had moved through. Thankfully, her home had always been stocked with various snacks, and she had fortuitously taken up parkour for a brief period 6 months prior. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a noise erupted outside. Thud, thud, thud. Unfazed, Xiaojixin consumed a small packet of snacks and took a sip of water. Zombies were unable to breach the door in a short span. With her energy replenished, she donned her black backpack, approached the windowsill, and skillfully opened the window, jumping out. The entire process produced only the faintest sound. While outside, zombies continued to pound against the door. Xiaojixin stealthily traversed the lawn, feeling her way in a specific direction. This time, luck was not on her side. As she passed several buildings, either security bars were installed, or the windows were firmly locked. Eventually, after attempting several buildings, she discovered one without security bars and unlocked windows. Gripping the window ledge with both hands, she leapt, easily landing on the sill and entering the room. Inside, a few wilted potted plants adorned the space, as she cautiously surveyed the room's layout with her phone's light. As the flashlight swept across the floor, her heart raced as a pool of dried blood lay on the ground, prompting her to dash to the door, where the worst possible scenario unfolded. The door of this room had been battered into an irregular shape, leaning against the frame. This house had already been visited by zombies. Just then, a sound of running feet drew near. Outside, a zombie, perhaps sensing her presence, howled and charged towards Xiaojixin. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and sprinted back to the windowsill, leaping down while simultaneously shutting the window to obstruct the zombie. Thud! The zombie collided with the glass, producing a loud noise, though the glass held firm. Xiaojixin was unaware that the number of zombies in the vicinity had significantly increased. If given another chance, she would certainly refrain from closing that glass window. The noise instantly attracted 4 or 5 zombies, blocking her escape route. With no other option, she had to run along the edge of the building, stepping on the greenery as she retreated. The zombies relentlessly pursued her, and she soon reached the perimeter of the community. With a powerful leap, she grasped the top rail of the community fence, vaulting over it and landing on the street outside. This place seemed to be called Qingfeng Road. The zombies banged against the fence one after another, but fortunately, the structure was robust, showing no signs of collapse. She quickly made her way westward along Qingfeng Road, hoping to return to the community via the northern exit. In her peripheral vision, she noticed a shadow beneath the moonlight. Upon stepping closer, she found it was a building made of steel. Curiously, she glanced at it but chose not to knock, instead turning back towards the community. After all, she lacked the ability to discern whether the occupants of that building were good people. As she ventured into the hurried night, Xiaojixin suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She hastened her pace, grateful that this time, fortune was on her side. The very first room she turned had an unlocked window, and the door posed no issues. Just as she lay down on the sofa, intending to rest outside, the atmosphere was reminiscent of the day the blood moon had first risen, but a sudden wave surged through her. A sharp pain erupted within her, nearly causing Xia Zhixin to tumble off the sofa. Uncertain of the cause, she clenched her fists, enduring the onslaught of pain. Fortunately, the ordeal did not last long. Upon opening her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. Just moments ago, it seemed she had acquired something extraordinary. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted her senses, and she realized that along with the wave of pain, dark, viscous matter was being expelled from her skin. It reeked, yet her body felt somewhat strengthened. Thankfully, her backpack contained a pack of wet wipes. Meanwhile, in the safe house, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the floor. As the familiar wave washed over him, his body stiffened as if struck by lightning. An energy surged through him like an electric current, causing his cells to feel as though they were splitting, muscles tearing apart. The intense pain compelled Lin Yi to grit his teeth. He could sense that this enhancement was substantial, enough to potentially render him unconscious. As he braced against the sudden surge of pain, Lin Yi attempted to regulate his breathing. While the agony spread, his body was simultaneously being fortified. Every muscle and even every cell felt increasingly potent. His heart began to beat with strength, each thump resonating like a drum. Indeed, had he grown stronger? Wait, it seemed not. The heart's vigor appeared to stem from the energy within him that was intensifying the pain. This was not good. Just as this realization struck him, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted. T1. 50 m. All members of the safe house gathered in the yard, their faces alight with expressions of joy. Their enhancement had not taken long, but once it concluded, the expulsion of dark, foul substances necessitated a thorough cleansing before they dared emerge. Creak! The bedroom door swung open, and Lin Wangyu stepped out. That's sister-in-law. How is the boss? The most unpredictable of the group, Chu Qing, inquired curiously upon seeing only Lin Wangyu emerge. There was a glimmer of concern in Lin Wangyu's eyes, but more so, a sense of jubilation. It seemed he had fainted and was still undergoing enhancement. The others exclaimed, "What the hell?" 2 hours had passed, and he was still in the process of enhancement. How astonishing! They essentially took only a few minutes, at most half an hour. However, no one was particularly concerned about Lin Yi's safety. After all, this was a reward from the Blood Moon. It was inconceivable that there could be any life-threatening danger involved. Indeed, in the bedroom, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. His initial sensation was one of utter exhaustion. It was unavoidable. The pain had rendered him numb. Remaining in his position, he lay there for a while, and that feeling of fatigue quickly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of vitality. First, there was an enhancement in his vision, which was crucial during the Blood Moon. The scene before him appeared revitalized, with every detail sharper than before. Moreover, he could sense a significant improvement in his eye's ability to capture light. This adaptation suited the Blood Moon's dimness perfectly, allowing him to see farther in such conditions. Then, every part of his body felt extraordinarily powerful, akin to having taken a stimulant. More importantly, he had acquired an SS-level ability, a rank he had never even heard of in his past life. He had thought that S-level was the pinnacle. The SS-level ability, Slayer, utterly surpassed his previous A-level talent. This SS-level talent brought a tremendous boost to his physicality, eliminating the need for him to play it safe in the early stages. Furthermore, this talent would only become more formidable as time progressed. Simultaneously, it was a perfect match for him, because he was already meant to continuously slay zombies to accumulate the conditions for upgrading the safe house. Now he could also enhance his attributes in the process, truly ideal. Interrupting the fantasies swirling in his mind of future supremacy, Lin Yi's peripheral vision caught the dark substance on his arm. He glanced down and immediately dashed into the bathroom. The others had been waiting outside for nearly an hour. During that time, Xiaoyu had gone in to check and found Lin Yi awake and taking a shower. Before long, Lin Yi emerged, and everyone turned their attention towards him, eager to compare the changes in someone who had experienced the 2-hour enhancement. It seemed there was no significant change. Perhaps he just looked a bit more handsome. Wu Yang stroked his chin. analyzing from a professional perspective and reaching a conclusion. Chu Qing chuckled. Boss has always been this handsome. All right. Lin Yi paid no mind to their banter, surveying the group. Every face bore a smile, suggesting that they had all fared well. Lin Yi's gaze settled on Xiao Yu as he inquired, "What ability did you acquire?" Xiao Yu smirked coolly. S-level ability. Precision Strike. The summary of the S-level ability. Precision Strike indicated a substantial enhancement in proficiency with various ranged weapons, along with the ability to discern weaknesses. Quite impressive, this ability constituted two highly practical skills. The improvement in proficiency with ranged weapons would enable Xiao Yu to wield that sniper rifle more effectively. This meant that for the time being, Xiao Yu could potentially become the strongest combatant with that sniper rifle. The second ability, the insight into weaknesses, might not be immediately useful, but when the time came, it could be a lifesaver. They hadn't even encountered a level 2 zombie yet, but they certainly would in the future. As zombies continued to evolve, both their appearance and abilities would become increasingly complex. That would be the moment when the ability to discern weaknesses would prove invaluable. More importantly, Xiao Yu did not receive the self-destruct ability from her previous life, which relieved Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at the few members who seemed eager to speak. Smiling, "Don't just stand there. Show off your abilities." Gao Yuan, a level ability, Sword Mastery. This ability was similar to Lin Yi's in his past life, enhancing combat skills, though Gao Yuan's was more specialized, focusing solely on short swords. Chu Qing, a level ability, Super Strength. Reflecting Chu Qing's straightforward and brute personality, this ability was uncomplicated and powerful. Now, even a level 1 zombie might not withstand a full strike from Chu Qing. Tian Zhao, a level ability, Enhanced Senses. A strong supportive ability. It could identify not only zombies, but also humans that in fact, among the group, Tian Zhao had killed the fewest zombies, likely earning this A-level ability due to his prior role as a leader in the settlement. Tian Sheng, a level ability, Hardening. His skin gained a hardened quality, rendering him immune to zombie bites and scratches. This made him the most suitable candidate for the tank role in the team. The members of the safe house had obtained 1 SS-level ability, 1 S-level ability, and 4 A-level abilities. Their lineup was unprecedentedly strong, but it wasn't over yet, as auxiliary personnel of the safe house, Wu Liang and Lin Jiao also received abilities, albeit of lower rank. Wu Liang, C-level ability, Pharmacology Mastery. Although Wu Liang did not engage in combat, his role was nonetheless significant. While becoming an ability user greatly enhanced his physicality, reducing his chances of infection, he still couldn't afford to be careless. In the event of a scratch, even a medicine that merely reduced the infection probability by 10% would be extremely valuable. It was time to consider finding some patients for Wu Liang. Without clinical trials, his research had hit a bottleneck. Lin Jiao, D-level ability, Culinary Skills Enhancement. Upon hearing Lin Jiao's ability, the group couldn't help but laugh. The brief summary could only be described as better than nothing. Just cook well. The position of chef is yours for the taking. Woof woof. Xiao He squatted nearby, barking anxiously as the group prepared to disperse. You have one too? Lin, he was somewhat taken aback. He had no idea if animals or mutated beings could also acquire abilities. Woof. Perhaps due to the bond of their contract, Lin Yi intuitively understood Xiao Hei's ability from its bark, the B-level ability, Agile Movement. This ability enhanced its reaction speed, allowing it to dodge enemy attacks with greater ease. Excellent. This was a perfect conclusion. Every member of the safe house had received an ability. Now let's head back and rest. Tomorrow I'll take you all for some testing. Upon hearing this, everyone was exceptionally excited, eager to rush out and slay zombies at once. Ultimately, under Lin Yi's stern gaze, they obediently returned to sleep, but a notification pinged on Lin Yi's phone. He and the others had joined a new group chat filled with nearby ability users. Only a few people had spoken up, and Lin Yi recognized most of the names. For now, there was no useful information. Lin Yi also muted the notifications and disabled private messages. The next day, all members of the safe house awoke early, each eager to test their abilities by encountering a zombie. During breakfast, Lin Yi realized he had been mistaken. He had thought Lin Jiao's culinary skills enhancement was just a filler. Tea turned out to be quite the opposite. The deliciousness of the meals had skyrocketed. After eating, Lin Yi led the team to the Fuan neighborhood. Xiao Yu finally strapped on that sleek black sniper rifle, The S-level ability Precision Strike had significantly improved her proficiency with ranged weapons, and the physical enhancement from the S-level ability allowed her to master the sniper rifle effortlessly. Even without practice in the central area of the Fuan neighborhood, Lin Yi glanced at Tian Zhao and asked, "Can you sense the surrounding zombies?" Tian Zhao nodded. Within the range, there are 8 level 1 zombie groups, all possessing similar energy levels. They should all be corpse bearers. I haven't detected any other types of level 1 zombies. After speaking, he turned around. In that direction, about 100 meters ahead, there's a corpse bearer with no buildings obstructing the view. Lin Yi nodded, looking at Xiao Yu. "Give it a try." Xiao Yu raised the sniper rifle, aiming in the direction indicated by Tian Zhao. Indeed, through the scope, a group of zombies came into view, with a corpse bearer in the center, sporting 3 bone spikes protruding from its back, clearly visible. Placing her finger on the trigger, the ability granted by the Blood Moon proved to be remarkable. Although she had never touched a gun before, she now felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Calming her breath, she aimed, bang. Even with a suppressor, the sound reverberated, startling nearby zombies within 100 meters, fixated on the view through the scope. As the gunfire rang out, the corpse bearer's head exploded like a watermelon. There was no struggle. Its body was propelled backward by the bullet's tremendous force, falling motionless. The surrounding zombies immediately went into a frenzy. Charging toward the team's direction, it's down. Xiao Yu raised her head and grinned. She was thoroughly pleased with the power of the sniper rifle. "Boss, 5 corpse bearers are charging towards us with zombies in tow." Upon hearing this, the others displayed no trace of panic. Rather, they were all eager to engage. Lin Yi chuckled softly, feeling as though every cell within him craved blood. "Perfect, we are 5. 1 for each." Tian Zhao, "Your ability is supportive. Team up with Xiao He to handle the dispersed zombies." With that, Lin Yi executed a diagonal slash with his long knife, creating a sharp, slicing sound as he charged towards the nearest group of zombies. His overall physical enhancement had significantly improved his ability to perceive light, thus greatly extending his visibility during the Blood Moon. This exhilarating sensation of power was utterly intoxicating. "Charge, brothers!" Chu Qing shouted, rushing toward another group of zombies. Gao Yuan and Tian Sheng also found their respective targets and dashed forward. Observing his passionate companions, Tian Zhao chuckled helplessly, feeling a tinge of regret. His supportive ability meant he had no part in the impending confrontation with the 5 corpse bearers. "This is exhilarating," he murmured with a quiet laugh, picking up a recurved bow to launch an assault on the nearby zombies. Xiao Yu stood her ground, pivoting the rifle to locate the remaining corpse bearer, and once more squeezed the trigger. The bullet spiraled forth, exploding the head of the corpse bearer. Lin Yi charged into the throng of zombies, forcefully stomping the ground, executing a horizontal slash that effortlessly bisected the first 2 zombies. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of energy coursing into his body. Although the enhancement was modest, the relentless tide of zombies was unyielding that a wave of joy washed over Lin Yi as he withdrew his blade and plunged back into the horde. His augmented strength and speed sending severed limbs and body parts flying. The sight of his unstoppable onslaught instilled a sense of dread in the corpse bearers yet to join the fray, prompting thoughts of retreat. However, Lin Yi was determined not to grant them such an opportunity. He executed a sweeping arc with his blade, dispatching the nearby zombies before charging towards the corpse bearer. With an enraged roar, the corpse bearer lunged at Lin Yi, its claws arched like a hawk's talons. The clash of Lin Yi's long knife against the corpse bearer's claws was devoid of the anticipated metallic clang. Instead, the knife glided smoothly into its palm point. 2 severed hands flew through the air as Lin Yi gripped his knife and thrust forward. The corpse bearer barely managed to evade to the left, only for Lin Yi to transition from thrusting to slashing, sending the corpse bearer's head flying. An even denser energy surged into Lin Yi's being. The remaining zombies posed no challenge on Gao Yuan's side. A short sword danced in his hands, each strike opening a gaping wound in the necks of the zombies. With a swift pull, one zombie collapsed to the ground. A swarm of zombies encircled him. Yet none could graze the hem of his clothing. Bloodied and grimy, Gao Yuan swiftly advanced towards the corpse bearer. With deft precision, he drove the short sword into a zombie's throat, then kicked it aside. Propelling himself toward the corpse-bearer. Dodging the corpse-bearer's claws, his short sword sliced through the air at an uncanny angle, aiming for the beast. Unlike the zombies, the corpse-bearer raised its hand to block the sword. Stepping forward, its foul, sharp teeth bared in a menacing snarl. Yet Gao Yuan remained composed, deftly evading to the left while rapidly countering with his sword, the blade clashing against the corpse-bearer's claws. After several exchanges, Gao Yuan seized an opening, maneuvering behind the corpse-bearer, and with a decisive thrust, severed its head from its body, then turned to face the remaining zombies, in stark contrast to Gao Yuan's agile dance through the chaos. Chu Qing relied purely on brute strength in his combat. With sheer force, one can shatter all techniques. The wolf-toothed club in his grasp was stained a deep crimson. Fragments of flesh clung to him, rendering him a sight more ghastly than the zombies themselves. With a sweeping motion of his club, not a single intact corpse remained nearby. As the last of the zombies fell, Chu Qing turned to face the corpse-bearer. Striding forward, he leaped high, the club imbued with tremendous force. Crashing down upon the corpse-bearer, the creature crossed its arms above its head, but if given another chance, it would surely have opted to evade rather than confront such an impulsive attack. Empowered by might, the blow shattered the corpse-bearer's arm. A broken bone protruding horrifically from its elbow, a spike on the club embedded itself into the corpse-bearer's skull, yet the creature's crossed arms cushioned the impact, preventing a fatal blow. Chu Qing withdrew the club from the corpse-bearer's arm and head, gathering momentum for another strike, sweeping towards the beast, though the corpse-bearer sustained severe damage, particularly to its brain. It failed to respond promptly, merely watching as the club drew nearer, eventually hearing the ominous whistle of wind and the sound of its own crumbling intellect. Tian Sheng lacked considerable combat finesse and the might ability. Yet he faced the horde of zombies without a trace of fear. Drawing his heavy sword, he charged into the fray, clearing a path through the zombies. Ignoring the claws swiping at him, he pressed directly towards the corpse-bearer. Witnessing a human so unafraid of death, the corpse-bearer let out a low snarl, nostrils flaring with rage as it sprang into action. Its claws aimed for Tian Sheng's chest, but Tian Sheng remained undeterred. Raising his heavy sword to strike at the corpse-bearer, the claws struck first, raking across Tian Sheng's chest, yet instead of the anticipated carnage, only a white mark appeared, failing to breach his defenses. The corpse-bearer momentarily froze, realizing too late that a heavy sword was descending from above, and quickly raised its hand to block. Although Tian Sheng lacked might, his inherent strength was considerable. Before awakening his abilities, he had been on par with Chu Qing. Hence, when the sword collided with the corpse-bearer's hand, its palm bent outward, and with a resounding crash, the sword severed one of its hands. Tian Sheng lifted the heavy sword once more, and the corpse-bearer roared in defiance, charging at him in a moment that would frustrate the corpse-bearer. Tian Sheng disregarded its attacks entirely, each of his strikes inflicting substantial damage. This isn't right, the corpse-bearer thought, its small eyes wide with confusion. Had humans not always avoided its assaults? With no time to react, Tian Sheng grew bolder, the heavy sword raining down blow after blow upon the corpse-bearer. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the corpse-bearer was left bloodied and battered, reduced to a mere defensive stance. Yet, Tian Sheng sensed something ominous. Although the corpse-bearer appeared grievously wounded, it had yet to sustain a fatal injury. Meanwhile, he, despite his enhanced physique, was nearing exhaustion, the heavy sword swings growing increasingly sluggish. "Boss!" Tian Sheng shouted. He could fight no longer. At this rate, he would tire long before the corpse-bearer succumbed. Harden was a formidable defensive ability, yet it did not augment one's combat strength. Lin Yi was slaughtering zombies amidst the throng, and the gunfire had attracted a considerable number of them. Upon hearing Tian Sheng's voice, his expectations were confirmed. It seemed this fellow was destined to serve as a tank. Without delay, Lin Yi carved a bloody path towards Tian Sheng. Eliminating the corpse-bearer would yield a far greater enhancement than dispatching zombies. Xiao He darted through the horde, effortlessly evading the zombies' attacks. This should have been a pleasurable experience for it, yet it felt nothing but discontent. When had they become so formidable? These humans were rampaging through the zombies, exuding far more authority than it did. This simply wouldn't do. Xiaohei leapt from the horde, locating a slain corpse-bearer, and began to tear into it. Having transformed into a mutated form, it could grow stronger by consuming the bodies of zombies. However, this process was rather slow, and now it felt a sense of urgency that it was akin to witnessing one's comrades unwittingly ascend to positions of power while remaining the same old worker. The sensation of abandonment lingered. Yet, none of the others noticed Xiaohei's turmoil. Throughout this week, they have narrowly escaped death countless times. Now, suddenly endowed with such formidable powers, it is only natural for them to thoroughly unleash the pent-up emotions they had previously suppressed. With the absence of the corpse-bearers, the swarms of zombies posed no threat to the group. Before long, the surrounding zombies were completely annihilated. Within a radius of 30 to 40 meters around them lay severed limbs and broken bodies, the scene resembling a hellish landscape. However, several among them had already grown accustomed to such sights and felt no discomfort. In a nearby building, a middle-aged man stared wide-eyed out the window, transfixed. Those terrifying zombies, including the powerful variant with bony protrusions, appeared as fragile as paper in the hands of these individuals. He had first-hand experience of their formidable abilities. The man was a member of a small gathering, and just yesterday, their supplies had been depleted. The leader had no choice but to lead them out in search of more resources. Along the way, they encountered a zombie with bony spikes on its back. Surrounded by dozens of others, the group attempted to carefully circumvent the zombies, well aware that the zombies' sensing range was only about 10 meters long. As they remained outside that range, the zombies would not become agitated. Yet, for reasons unknown, the mutated zombie detected them, letting out a roar that sent all the nearby zombies charging towards them. Ultimately, every member of the gathering was bitten to death by the zombies, leaving him as the sole survivor, narrowly escaping their pursuit. It was not merely luck that spared him. There had been another individual running ahead, observing that his companion showed no signs of fatigue. The man felt his own stamina waning, and the zombies were closing in a desperate bid for survival. He seized a brick mid-flight and hurled it at his teammate. In the end, amidst the disbelief and resentment in his companion's eyes, he successfully evaded the deadly grasp of the zombies. The sounds of screams and curses echoed behind him, but he dared not look back, only stopping to catch his breath once he reached the safety of the gathering. Reflecting on yesterday's events, a complex expression crossed the man's face as he muttered, "Old song, do not blame me. I had no choice. Humanity is inherently selfish. I merely wish to survive. What wrong is that?" His gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Yes, if one does not act for oneself, one invites ruin. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall on Old Song for his misfortune. It has nothing to do with him. The man snapped back to reality, continuing to gaze outside. Where he saw Lin Yi and the others had dispatched all the zombies, he immediately rushed downstairs. As the battle concluded, Lin Yi was preparing to absorb the zombies, but noticed that Xiaohei appeared somewhat unusual. Earlier, in a fit of rage, Xiaohei had consumed an entire corpse-bearer and now lay listless on the ground. Lin Yi approached and gently patted Xiaohei's head, asking, "Xiaohei, what is the matter?" "Woof!" Xiaohei struggled to lift his head, barking weakly at Lin Yi, his tone lacking vigor and sounding somewhat languid. From Xiaohei's bark, Lin Yi sensed that it did not seem to be in grave danger. Could it be on the verge of evolution? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The mutations of the variant types were notoriously unstable, potentially shifting in unpredictable directions, since Xiaohei had begun to feed on zombies after its mutation. It appeared that its growth trajectory might indeed mirror that of the zombies. However, just yesterday, Xiaohei had evidently gained a power. Perhaps its path of growth could encompass both facets, obtaining reward from the blood moon, while simultaneously strengthening itself through the consumption of zombies. Noticing that Xiaohei was neither panicking nor displaying discomfort, Lin Yi felt reassured. He ruffled Xiaohei's fur, saying, "If you're tired, take a moment to rest," just as he was about to commence the absorption of the zombie corpses. A middle-aged man came rushing towards him. The man had not received the blood moon's rewards, and his physical constitution had not been enhanced, resulting in a limited field of vision. Fearing that Lin Yi and his companions might leave after finishing off the zombies, he hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait a moment. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the approaching as the middle-aged man drew closer and observed the vitality of Lin Yi's group. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that these individuals were not lacking in sustenance. "Can I join you?" he awkwardly inquired, noticing Lin Yi's silence. Lin Yi shook his head. His safe haven was not open to just anyone. He aspired to forge a team capable of navigating the apocalypse, not to establish a refuge for the weary. The middle-aged man, not surprised by this rejection, recognized that it was not the reason for his approach. After all, each of these individuals exuded incredible prowess, and it was entirely reasonable for them to refuse his inclusion. "Could you spare me some supplies? I haven't eaten in quite some time." To his astonishment, Lin Yi shook his head once more, coldly retorting, "We have no supplies to give you. Now, be on your way." Lin Yi found the situation somewhat amusing. Why should he offer resources to this man, a complete stranger? Moreover, based on his past experiences, he understood that once he provided supplies to the middle-aged man, the latter would take it for granted and continuously demand more. Seeing the man's impudence ignited a flicker of anger within the middle-aged man. Yet, intimidated by the display of strength from Lin Yi and his companions, he refrained from expressing it. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, they fell upon the sleeping Xiao He sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Xiao He had transformed significantly since joining the safe haven. Its fur had grown considerably longer, and after being bathed by Lin Jiao, it had become fluffy and smooth, completely concealing the bloodstains on its back. "Then can I have that stray dog?" the middle-aged man reiterated, eyeing the corpse of the dog on the ground with a hint of annoyance. "Will you leave or not?" Lin Yi's patience had worn thin. He grasped the hilt of his knife. "What is wrong with you? We are all human. Should we not help one another in times of hardship? Do you think your strength gives you the right to disregard the lives of others?" The middle-aged man attempted to position himself on a moral high ground to chastise Lin Yi, unaware that the world had long since ceased to be a peaceful one. "Are you done?" Lin Yi sneered. "You had better provide me with food." The middle-aged man felt a sudden chill at his neck, as if a gust of wind had blown through. His vision began to blur. After disposing of the man, Lin Yi commenced the process of absorbing the corpses strewn across the ground. The haul of zombies was significant and would undoubtedly elevate the conditions for upgrading his safe haven. Once the absorption was complete, Lin Yi summoned the requirements for upgrading his safe haven in his mind. Upgrade requirements: 20 tons of zombie flesh and blood, 1720, 5 tons of first-level zombie flesh and blood, 15, 1,000 kilograms of second-level zombie flesh and blood, 01000, 1 third-level zombie, 01, 30 tons of high-hardness alloy, 030, complete personnel configuration, 730, to his astonishment. The 20 tons of zombie flesh and blood were nearly fulfilled. Lin Yi turned to Tian Zhao, asking, "Can you sense any second-level zombies?" Given their current strength, he believed hunting second-level zombies should now be well within their capabilities. Tian Zhao shook his head. "Not yet. We have not detected any traces of second-level zombies." Nodding, Lin Yi glanced at the others. Aside from Xiao Yu and Tian Zhao, the rest bore remnants of zombie blood and flesh, including himself. "Our abilities have been sufficiently tested. Let us return." The absence of second-level zombies was inconsequential. Lin Yi had other plans in mind. Second-level zombies evolved from first-level ones, and he was uncertain about their precise nature or abilities. As Chu Qing carried Xiao He, the group made their way back to the safe haven. Their spirits considerably elevated. In the past, they had to approach zombies with extreme caution, struggling to master a few methods to combat them, only to face the emergence of even more powerful first-level zombies. Moreover, according to their leader, first-level zombies were merely the beginning. There would likely be second-level and even third-level zombies in the future. This realization left them feeling somewhat despondent, pondering how mere flesh and blood humans could contend with such formidable foes. Yet the rewards from yesterday had ignited a glimmer of hope within them. It became clear that not only zombies could evolve, but humans could as well. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Yi took a quick shower and then retrieved his phone. Opening the group chat to peruse the members, he produced a piece of paper and a pen. 10 minutes later, Tian Zhao was summoned to the courtyard, gazing at the 20-odd names inscribed on the page with a hint of surprise. "Boss, these aren't all people with past grievances against you." Are they? Lin Yi, possessing both formidable strength and a kind disposition, seemed an unlikely target for such animosity. Tian Zhao racked his brain, but could not fathom that these individuals were all those who had previously crossed Lin Yi in another life. Lin Yi compared the names with those still alive in the group, finding only a handful remaining. Take a look and see how many are in the gathering place, he prompted, furrowing his brow. Tian Zhao began to recall. Soon, he circled 8 names on the paper. Just these, he stated. Lin Yi nodded, inhaling deeply. It was time for vengeance. He would not find peace until these individuals were dealt with. Now, he possessed sufficient strength to easily overpower everyone in the gathering place, and had no fear of their refusal to surrender those he sought. The enhancement provided by his SS-level abilities surpassed his expectations. Accompanied by Xiao Yu, the two made their way directly to the gathering place, to the entrance of Building 18, for guards stood watch. Upon noticing 2 figures gradually materializing in the distance, they immediately tensed. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Judging by their gait, these individuals appeared not to be zombies. It wasn't until Lin Yi and Lin Yu approached the entrance that the guards could clearly discern their identities. For convenience, Xiao Yu had opted not to bring her sniper rifle, instead wielding the crossbow she had previously utilized. Lin Yi, one guard recognized him from the day of the supermarket assault. Lin Yi glanced at the guard and inquired, "Who is the leader of the current gathering place?" The guard, well aware of Lin Yi's reputation, dared not act aloof and replied, "Mayuhu, bring him out." The guard hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate to summon their leader in such a manner. After all, while Lin Yi was indeed formidable, it was rather impolite to disregard protocol. "Inform Mayuhu that there's trouble outside," Lin Yi said, exasperated. "Do I really need to instruct you on such matters?" The guard, taking in Lin Yi's imposing presence with his long knife and the bow in Xiao Yu's hands, suppressed his rising anger and sent a message to the group as instructed. Meanwhile, Ma Yuhu was in his room, entangled with Wang Xiaoran. Despite her reluctance, Wang Xiaoran bore with it for the sake of her own privileges. Suddenly, Ma Yuhu's phone vibrated. With irritation, he glanced at the screen, only to be taken aback. Trouble? Which fool dares to cause a ruckus at the gathering place? He hastily donned his clothes and sent a message in the group to assemble his men. A cold smile crept across his lips. He had inexplicably acquired a sea-level ability yesterday, and this would be an excellent opportunity to test its power. Lin Yi stood at the entrance, waiting quietly. He was not kept waiting long. 3 minutes later, Mayuhu arrived with a dozen followers. Mayuhu recognized him, but displayed little caution, as Lin Yi's physique appeared tall and slender, lacking any intimidating presence. As for the rumors of him slaying zombies during the Blood Moon's onset, it was likely attributed to the long knife he wielded. Lin Yi was surprised at how many individuals recognized him. Fixing his gaze on the man at the center, he presumed that this was Mayuhu, whose build was only slightly less robust than Tian Shang's, yet he appeared rather dim-witted. "What brings you to the gathering place?" Mayuhu asked, his brow furrowed. Upon seeing Lin Yi's long knife and the girl behind him with the crossbow, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Resolute, he resolved to use the pretext of trouble to seize both the long knife and the crossbow for himself. "I need to find a few people," Lin Yi replied calmly, locking eyes with the leader of the gathering place. Hearing Lin Yi's response, Mayuhu's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. "You come here to stir up trouble and expect to take someone? Kid, you're a bit too full of yourself." Lin Yi had not anticipated resolving this without conflict. Clenching his palm, he charged forward with remarkable speed. Before Mayuhu could react, his sturdy body was slammed to the ground. A cold, long knife pressed against his throat. I asked that a problem? The onlookers were utterly astonished. What speed was this? Was this truly the speed of a human being? Was the individual before them still human? Mayuhu, now pinned to the ground, felt a surge of indignation. However, before he could utter a word, a sheet of paper was thrust before his eyes. "These individuals, I require." Mayuhu glanced at the names on the paper, his gaze landing on the first name, Wang Xiaoran. Realization dawned on him, and a smirk of disdain crossed his face. "So, you have your eye on this woman. How convenient. Why not this? The girl behind you looks rather appealing as well." With a swift motion, Lin Yi severed Mayuhu's head clean off, leaving the onlookers aghast. Lin Yi wiped the blood from his blade, wondering how such a person could ever become the leader of a gathering place. Ignoring the bleeding corpse at his feet, he approached the crowd, holding the paper. "Bring these individuals to me, and I shall take my leave. I advise against any rash actions." The gathered individuals fell silent. Aware they numbered over a dozen, while he stood with only two. Nevertheless, they were struck speechless by Lin Yi's decisive demeanor and overwhelming strength. That moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. "What do you want with these individuals?" The answer was glaringly obvious to everyone present. Given the situation, it was evident that Lin Yi intended to kill. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. He recognized that the man was merely seeking a way to ease the tension. "That I wish to take them for a few inquiries," he replied. Under normal circumstances, such an excuse might not hold water. However, in the apocalypse, where everyone was on edge and survival was paramount, who would concern themselves with the fates of others? They were certainly unwilling to jeopardize their own safety for the sake of a few individuals. The middle-aged man, clearly possessing some influence among the crowd, took the list. Though his expression soured, he resolved to summon the individuals listed. Lin Yi issued a warning. "Do not even think of hiding inside. You should be able to tell that a mere door cannot stop me." He chose not to leave any hostages behind. The more he spoke, the more uncertain the crowd felt. Eventually, after a lengthy delay of over 10 minutes, the 8 individuals from the list were brought forth at that moment. The 8 stood bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. It wasn't their trouble. "Why have we been summoned?" The astute middle-aged man, after ushering the 8 individuals outside, simply stated, "This person is looking for you," before promptly retreating with the others. Wang Xiaoran recognized Lin Yi first, her heart soaring with joy. Indeed, he had come for her. Yet, she was left puzzled as to why he had summoned a few men as well. Before she could voice her questions, a flash of steel loomed before her point 1 minute later. Lin Wang Yu produced another list, striking through the names of the 8 individuals. "Hooray! 8 down in one go." Lin Yi pointed a finger at Xiao Yu's forehead. "You're getting a bit twisted, you know." Lin Wang Yu pouted defiantly and retorted, "Anyone who dares to betray my big brother must be eliminated. Besides, you were the one doing the killing, weren't you? That woman was chopped into 8 pieces by you, so how can you blame me?" The two exchanged smiles, gradually walking away. Moments later, the middle-aged man emerged with 2 others. Upon seeing the numerous corpses strewn about, each with their necks neatly severed, he swallowed hard, silently vowing to avoid that harbinger of death in the future. Back at the safe house, Lin Yi summoned Wu Liang and sent 2 messages in the group. Wu Liang: "Hello everyone. I am Dr. Wu. Residents who have been scratched by zombies may come to the north side of the community, Qingfeng Road, to collect anti-infection medication. Taking the medication can reduce the likelihood of mutation into a zombie." Wu Liang: "Additionally, everyone can collect zombie corpses and bring them to the north side of the community, Qingfeng Road. For every 5 zombie corpses, you can exchange them for a bottle of mineral water or 2 packets of instant noodles. A zombie with 3 bone spikes is equivalent to the exchange rate of 30 ordinary zombies. However, these types of zombies are extremely dangerous, so please approach with caution." Once these 2 messages were sent, a stir erupted in the group. Zhou Qiang: "Holy cow, is this for real? Can being scratched still avoid infection?" Su Zixing: "Brother, could you please fetch me a bottle of water? I might perish from thirst if I don't get it soon." "Is it possible to acquire the zombie corpses later?" He Xiao: "What use could the zombie corpses possibly serve? They're hardly useful." Zhou Qiang: "Who knows? Could it be for some sort of biochemical weapon research?" Qiu Hao: "Holy crap. Does that mean we might actually be saved?" Wu Yang turned off his phone, disregarding the inquiries of the others. The reason he used Wu Yang's identity to send a message was that, prior to the apocalypse, Wu Yang had established a clinic in the community, which made him relatively well-known and more trustworthy. Given the current lack of pressing matters, it was an opportune moment to gather individuals who had sustained injuries for Wu Yang's research. Collecting zombie corpses served 2 primary purposes. Firstly, for upgrading the safe house, and secondly, for a sacrificial device known as the Wheel of Offerings that would be available once the safe house was updated. Although Wu Liang could manage this task himself, resources were abundant, and for matters that were not immediately urgent, why exert oneself unnecessarily? Moreover, gathering corpses could increase the likelihood of residents sustaining injuries to a certain extent. He could provide these individuals with supplies, but asking them to take on a bit of risk was not unreasonable. For the time being, most members of the safe house needed to ensure Wu Doctor's safety, leaving them little time to venture outside. Thus, Lin Yi decided to have the residents collect some zombie corpses in exchange for supplies. Why not take advantage of the situation? Managing the safe house was a straightforward task, as it had more than one entrance. Bedrooms, armories, dining areas, medical rooms, and dormitories all had doors. The doors to these facilities were quite sturdy. Apart from the doors to the dormitory rooms, Lin Yi could control all the others. Therefore, he simply opened the main entrance while shutting all the other doors except for the medical room. As for the specifics of the exchange location and operations, Lin Yi entrusted Tian Zhao with those arrangements. After finalizing these details, Lin Yi once again stepped outside with Xiaoyu. The boss is truly overstepping, taking his girlfriend out while leaving us here to guard the place, Chu Qing teased with a laugh. Tian Zhao adjusted his glasses and grinned. If the boss hears you, he'll hang you from the ceiling. Better to hang Tian Sheng. His skin is thick, came the retort, and the group burst into laughter. Gazing up at the sky, it seemed as if they could now walk confidently beneath the blood moon. This sensation was indeed delightful. Lin Yi had already taken Xiaoyu far away and was blissfully unaware of the banter occurring behind him. Even if he had heard it, he would not have minded. The two quickly arrived at their destination, the property management office building located along the north-south road of the community. This building housed the information of all the residents. The remaining names on the list belonged to those who had yet to join the gathering place in this life, which meant Lin Yi had to pay them a visit personally. The property management office was a two-story building, and the front door was wide open. It was uncertain whether anyone was inside, but two zombies suddenly charged out, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lin Yi's blade. Although there were only two, Lin Yi did not find the number lacking and absorbed their essence. The interior was dimly lit, but for the two individuals whose physical attributes had been enhanced. It was relatively clear. Outside one room stood a sign indicating it was the property management office, evidently the place Lin Yi sought. This time, no weapons were necessary. Lin Yi delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a sharp screech, the door buckled inward. With a forceful shove, the door's hinges snapped, unable to withstand the pressure. Entering the room, Lin Yi found numerous documents scattered across two desks. However, this was not what he was looking for. He approached a cabinet against the wall, which contained only a few file boxes. The leftmost box was labeled Resident Information Book of Xingfu Community. He had found it. Lin Yi retrieved the file, but it was stuffed with a thick stack of documents. Searching through these one by one would be tedious. He decided to return to the safe house and sort it out later. Upon reaching the safe house, he was surprised to find a crowd gathered outside. When had this group become so efficient? As he approached, he realized it was a mob. They were huddled together, chaotic, yet seemingly lacking a leader. Lin Yi ignored them, greeting Tian Zhao and the others at the entrance of the safe house. Tian Zhao had nearly arranged everything Lin Yi had requested, having procured a set of tables and chairs from somewhere and placed them at the entrance. Wu Yang was seated at one of the tables, tasked with recording the information of residents receiving antibiotics. This included details such as the location of their injuries, gender, health status, and the time elapsed from injury to medication. Behind Wu Yang, several mats were laid out for those taking medication to rest on until they either passed through the infection period or became infected themselves. These supplies likely came from a house that had been breached by zombies. The mats were adorned with colorful sheets and blankets, giving off a professional yet amateurish appearance. Another section was dedicated to tallying the number of zombies, as it was impractical for one individual to transport 5 zombie corpses at once. At that moment, a woman stood at the table, having just deposited a zombie corpse, while Wu Yang was busy recording. Lin Yi recognized her vaguely. She had passed by the safe house shortly before the Blood Moon reward distribution. He called out to her, "Would you be interested in taking on a task?" Xia Zhixin looked up, eyeing Lin Yi with suspicion. "Who are you?" "The leader here, that if you help me find a few names from this stack of documents, I can offer you a bottle of mineral water and 2 packets of instant noodles." Lin Yi was not about to take on the tedious task of searching through the documents himself. "Really?" Xia Zhixin's eyes lit up with joy. Finding a few names in the records could yield supplies equivalent to that which would require 10 zombie corpses, had it been before the apocalypse. She would have scoffed at such a proposition, but now, All she could think was, what a bargain. With that, Lin Yi returned to the safe house. The residents gathered there seemed to have finally reached a consensus. A middle-aged woman with a sharp demeanor led the crowd toward the entrance of the safe house. Tianzhao leaned against the door, watching the approaching group with a bemused expression, while Chu Qing, Tian Sheng, and Gao Yuan sat nearby chatting. Upon noticing the crowd, they too turned their attention that way. This group appeared to be members of a small gathering place, numbering around a dozen. They certainly had guts, daring to come here together, likely bolstered by the presence of a capable person among them. After all, while the zombies in the community posed little threat to them, they remained a significant danger to ordinary individuals. The middle-aged woman stepped up to Tianzhao and began to interrogate him. I believe since you have ample supplies, you should distribute them to help everyone, rather than imposing this meaningless process of collecting zombie corpses upon us. What an audacious opening line. Tianzhao was momentarily taken aback by the woman's brazen remarks. Seeing Tianzhao's silence, the woman pressed on. Furthermore, why is it only those who are injured that can receive medication? Can't you provide each of us with a dose? What if someone gets injured later and can't make it here in time? Will you take responsibility if they become infected? Feeling victorious as she cornered her opponent with questions, the middle-aged woman began to lay out her demands. How about this? You give us 22 bottles of mineral water, 30 packets of instant noodles, and 13 doses of anti-infection medication, and we won't pursue this matter any further. Her words flowed rapidly, leaving Tianzhao no opportunity to interject, as she had even premeditated her requests. Tianzhao found it somewhat challenging to counter her demands, her logic rather peculiar. However, he had anticipated this scenario and knew he needed a group like hers to establish authority. Losing interest in debating with the woman, he turned to Tian Sheng and the others. Who will handle this? Gao Yuan stood up, particularly disliking those who demanded services for their own benefit while standing on a moral high ground. Refusing to consider the bigger picture as Gao Yuan approached, the middle-aged woman shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Xiao Wang, make sure to record this on your phone, that if he lays a hand on me. Post the video in the group." Tianzhao had just opened his phone when he heard the woman's outburst and promptly put it away, surprisingly considerate. The young man stepped forward from the crowd, holding a phone. "Don't worry, Annie. I've got it all recorded. If he dares to make a move, I'll immediately post it in the group." Gao Yuan turned to the young man who had spoken. Wang Bohong was startled by his cold gaze, but managed to maintain his bravado. "What are you looking at me for? Do you want to fight?" Gao Yuan disregarded his provocation and inquired. "Have we commenced recording?" Wang Bohong let out a cold snort. "Don't even think about pulling any tricks. I've already started filming." Steady now, da. Before Wang Bohong could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed Gao Yuan break into a radiant smile and charge towards his second aunt. "You." The woman barely uttered a syllable when Gao Yuan swiftly drew his short sword and advanced towards her. With a single stroke, her head was severed from her body. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the bystanders. All stood in stunned silence. While they had anticipated the possibility of violence, they had not expected such ruthless severity. Wang Bohong's mouth fell open in shock as fear surged within him, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Gao Yuan frowned slightly and approached Wang Bohong. "No, I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Wang Bohong, terrified, fell to the ground and scrambled backward. However, Gao Yuan did not advance towards him, but instead bent down to retrieve the phone from the ground. "I told you to hold it steady." Seeing that no one spoke up, he simply unlocked the phone and sent the video to the group chat, adding a brief message. "Wang Bohong, my second aunt just caused a commotion at Qingfeng Road and was killed. Let this serve as a warning to everyone to abide by the rules." After sending the message, he tossed the phone back to Wang Bohong and scanned the crowd. "Is no one willing to avenge her?" A low voice emerged from the crowd. "Are you also an ability user?" Gao Yuan nodded and thoughtfully added, "We are all in the same boat. Do you wish to seek revenge?" The man shook his head and walked away from the group towards the residential complex. Behind him, Wang Bohong's trembling voice called out, "Second uncle, wait for me." Seeing the only ability user in their midst depart, the crowd hastily followed, fearing that Gao Yuan might target them next, leaving behind a headless corpse lying desolately beneath the blood moon. Indeed, after the message was sent in the chat, no one dared to make trouble again. Gradually, some individuals began dragging zombie corpses towards a safe house, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and a stronger yearning for sustenance. The initial corpses delivered were not freshly killed, but had been slain the previous week. No one had anticipated that these remains could be exchanged for supplies. In an instant, everyone rushed out to search for the zombies they had previously dispatched, particularly at the gathering point near Building 18, where they had eliminated the most. The middle-aged man who had been in charge hastily instructed his team to retrieve the zombies from the entrance of the building. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. Yet, the zombies themselves might have been perplexed, as more and more people began to gaze upon them with a mixture of trepidation and greed. Xia Zhixin, wielding a flashlight, scoured the list repeatedly until she finally located the last name. She had witnessed Gao Yuan's brutality earlier and felt a twinge of fear about approaching these individuals. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and made her way over. "Have you finished?" Tian Zhao asked as the woman approached. Xia Zhixin nodded, her mind already made up if they did not mention anything about her reward. She would feign ignorance. After all, her life was paramount. "Boss, we are done," Tian Zhao called out. Soon, Lin Yi emerged from the bedroom. After verifying the names, he instructed Tian Zhao to retrieve the agreed-upon supplies, seeing that the other party had no intention of reneging on their agreement. Xia Zhixin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She quietly expressed her gratitude and hurriedly departed with the supplies. Lin Yi, having located the corresponding information, quickly took Xiao Yu and left. Observing that individuals were indeed receiving supplies in the group chat, the crowd at the safe house entrance began to swell, prompting Tian Zhao and others to get busy. In Building 7, on the 5th floor. In the right side room, Wang Ming had just awakened. He opened his phone to discover a multitude of messages in the group chat. As he scrolled up, he nearly leapt from his bed upon seeing 2 messages from Wu Liang at the top. His food had long been consumed, and he could only hide at home, sleeping to stave off hunger. Fortunately, he had not yet encountered any zombies at his door. Time was of the essence. He needed to venture out and see if he could find a few zombie corpses. Surely that would be a salvation. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard footsteps echoing in the hallway, sending a jolt of panic through him. Damn it, could I be this unlucky? It seemed as if fate were conspiring against him. As the footsteps ceased right on his floor, Wang Ming cautiously grasped the kitchen knife hidden beneath his pillow, careful not to make a sound. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, followed by a sudden explosive sound. Wang Ming watched in horror as the door was kicked open. It's over. This is the end. Have zombies evolved to this extent? However, what shocked him even more was that the intruders were not zombies, but rather a young man and a girl. Lin Yi raised his phone, the beam of the flashlight illuminating Wang Ming's face. "Who are you? What do you want?" Wang Ming sighed in relief. As long as they were not zombies, he felt a sense of relief. Lin Yi did not respond, but instead scrutinized the man before him, confirming that he was the one he had been seeking. Without a word, he drew his long knife. Confusion filled Wang Ming's eyes until the very end. He had no idea whom he had offended. He did not recognize this young man or the girl. In this life, Lin Yi and Wang Ming had no prior connection, yet vengeance must be exacted. To Lin Yi, there was truly no distinction between past and present. After all, whether in his past life or this one, there was only one version of him. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, striking another name off the list. As the authenticity of the messages circulated in the group chat was continually validated, more and more individuals emerged from their homes. Correspondingly, an escalating number of battles erupted, for the zombies were no mere decorations. Even for ability users, unless they possessed high-level combat skills, encountering corpse bearers made survival exceedingly difficult. Throughout his journey, Lin Yi narrowly avoided several encounters with corpse bearers, all thanks to an enhanced field of vision that allowed him to circumvent them. Although corpse bearers no longer posed a threat to him, Lin Yi refrained from attacking them. He was patiently awaiting their evolution. Countless individuals had fallen victim to zombies, yet a fortunate few had evaded them and managed to gather an ample supply of corpses. It could be said that the message Lin Yi sent instilled hope in many, yet it also led countless others to meet their demise at the hands of the undead. However, Lin Yi remained indifferent. At present, he was merely a well-meaning individual helping the residents of the complex verify the security of their doors. Under the blood moon, Lin Yi resembled a grim reaper, ushering one deserving soul after another to their final resting place. Nonetheless, some rooms remained empty. Perhaps their inhabitants had ventured out in search of zombies or had already joined other small groups. Lin Yi had instructed Tian Zhao that whether for exchanging supplies or seeking anti-infection medication after being scratched, names must be recorded. Should a name from the list reappear, that individual would be detained. If they had joined another small gathering, then alternative measures would need to be devised. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the next location, Building 20. On the first floor in the left side room, he kicked the door open, and before the occupants could react, he had already stormed inside. The inhabitants appeared startled, letting out a shriek. Why did it sound like a woman's voice? Lin Yi found it peculiar and shone his flashlight in that direction. Xia Zhixin stood frozen, staring at Lin Yi, who she had only just met, realizing quickly that he was there to reclaim supplies. She thought to herself. Of course, she had known that these supplies could not be so easily relinquished. However, she pondered, if he chose not to give them, then that was his prerogative. She had not pressed the issue. Would he truly return to confront her later? Lin Yi was unaware of her complex thoughts and curiously asked, "Why is it you?" Xia Zhixin was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's question. Shouldn't it be her wondering why he was there? I didn't touch any of the supplies. I'll return everything to you. Please don't kill me. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi finally realized that the owner of the room had already departed and that Xia Zhixin had sought refuge there. How about I help you find another room? Lin Yi suggested, feeling a bit awkward for having kicked open a door that had served as someone else's hiding place. No need, I can find my own place, she replied. Xia Zhixin repeatedly waved her hands. Ability user? A woman finding a way to survive in such an environment was no easy feat. As for me being an ability user, you are one too. Xia Zhixin's thoughts became somewhat obstructed, and she suddenly realized her question was rather foolish. The other party had strong subordinates, so he must possess considerable abilities as well. May I inquire about your ability? Xia Zhixin glanced at the long knife in the other person's hand, glinting with a chilling light. It was indeed quite convenient. She possessed a D-class ability known as Aura of Chaos, which allowed her to emit a scent that could disrupt zombies, preventing them from recognizing the area within a small radius around the ability user, thereby ensuring that humans within that range would not be attacked by the zombies. That it was akin to a form of invisibility specifically against zombies. Although this ability was only effective against E-class zombies, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. This ability was quite impressive. Although it was a D-class ability limited to E-class zombies, its low rank was hardly a concern for him. Given his possession of the Wheel of Sacrifice, would you consider joining us? Not to mention anything else, we have plenty of food. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Xia Zhixin hesitated, pondering the sincerity in what he said. Noticing her indecision, Lin Yi assured her, "Rest assured, our organization's members are all very friendly." Friendly? Xia Zhixin doubted her ears. Not long ago, she had witnessed a member draw his knife and kill someone while grinning widely. Although she was unaware of the circumstances, such behavior hardly aligned with friendliness. With that thought in mind, she politely declined, saying, "Well, I'll think about it." Lin Yi did not press further, nodding before leaving the room to seek his next target. After Lin Yi departed, Xia Zhixin approached the door, glancing at its irregular shape, and gasped in astonishment. This person's ability was remarkably strong. It must at least be C-class. With the door dismantled, Xia Zhixin had no choice but to hoist her black backpack and search for her next hiding place. Shortly after she left, a man burst into the building, exhaling a sigh of relief upon realizing the zombies were not pursuing him. The man showed no trace of joy at his narrow escape. Instead, his expression was somber. His arm bore 3 gruesome claw marks from a zombie, oozing blackish red blood. Lu Dian sighed heavily as he made his way to the 4th floor, striving to adjust his expression. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. "Daddy, you're back," a sweet, melodious voice chimed. Lu Dian's face brightened with a hint of a smile. "Shaoran, have you been good at home?" The little girl beamed back. "Shaoran has been very good at home." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon her father's injured arm, and she worriedly asked, "Is Daddy hurt?" Lu Dian produced a cloth and briefly wiped his arm before turning to his daughter. "Daddy is fine. It's just a minor injury." He then retrieved a pen and paper, writing several large characters before hastily crossing them out. After a few moments of hesitation, he rewrote the characters. Once ready, He squatted beside his daughter. Shaoran, listen carefully to what Daddy is about to say. I have sustained a slight injury, so we need to find a doctor to bandage it. All right? Yes. The teacher said that if you're hurt, you must go to the hospital immediately. Shaoran replied earnestly. So, what should you do while Daddy is away? When Daddy is not home, I must drink half a bottle of mineral water and eat 4 packets of biscuits and 1 piece of candy. Shaoran exclaimed, pulling a piece of candy from her pocket and holding it high. I haven't eaten my candy today. Here, Daddy. This will help your wound not hurt anymore. Ludian tightly embraced his daughter, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. Silently wiping it away, he hesitated for a moment before looking at his daughter. Shaoran, if Daddy doesn't return for a very long time and your food runs out, you must go to this place. Understand? With that, Ludian handed the piece of paper to his daughter. Shaoran examined the paper, reading aloud each word. North side of the community, Qingfeng Road. Shaoran recognized that place. Her mother had taken her there to play before. Ludian was uncertain if he had made the right decision. Unsure whether Shaoran would be welcome there or what might happen, he did not know if the people there were kind. However, if he were to become infected, what would happen to Shaoran? After much contemplation, he resolved to give her the note. All right, Daddy has to go out again. Give me a hug. Shaoran hugged her father tightly. Upon stepping outside, Ludian sat on the stairs, unable to contain his tears any longer. His coat quickly became soaked with them as he raised his head and resolutely ran towards the north side of the community. Outside the safe house, Wu Liang was busy taking stock, and behind him sat 3 individuals, all residents who had been scratched by zombies. Chu Qing stood guard with a wolf's fawn club. Should anyone become infected, he would swiftly take action. This was something they had discussed in advance. Dr. Wu, I'm here to collect the anti-infection medication. Wu Liang paused his writing and looked at the middle-aged man before him. Please provide your information. There are 3 doses of medicine here. You may choose one, but I cannot guarantee which is more effective. The middle-aged man did not rush to fill out the information, but instead looked at Wu Liang. Dr. Wu, I have a daughter. If I don't make it, could you? Wu Liang interrupted. I'm sorry, but we cannot take care of your child. That if you truly love her, try your best to stay awake and avoid fainting. This will reduce the likelihood of infection. This was not the first time Wu Liang had heard such a request, but he felt powerless to help. Ludian's lips moved, but he ultimately could not find the words to speak. After completing the paperwork, he selected a dose of medicine and glanced at the mats behind him, somewhat astonished at, Is it really here? What if zombies attack? Suddenly, one of the injured individuals on the mat slowly rose. Moving in a strange manner, clearly infected. Be careful. Ludian shouted to a nearby young man who was dangerously close to the zombie. Due to the safe house's door being open, Lin Yi had not turned on the lights to avoid drawing too much attention. Ludian failed to notice the young man's wolf's fawn club at his feet. The young man turned back, smiled at him, and then raised a large iron object, swiftly sending the zombie flying. What? Ludian was taken aback. Was this right? Chu Qing disregarded the middle-aged man's astonished expression. He had deliberately held back his strength to prevent the splatter of the zombie's black blood from contaminating the mats they had painstakingly secured. The zombie landed on the ground, struggling to rise, but after Chu Qing delivered another blow, it lay still. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Chu Qing assured the remaining 2, also addressing Ludian. The other 2 individuals on the mats did not seem comforted by his words. Rather, they appeared even more frightened, contemplating that if they became infected, that large iron club would soon be aimed at their heads. Ludian swallowed hard. In the group, the term ability user was no longer unfamiliar. But this individual's abilities appeared remarkably formidable. Come over here. Ludian swallowed the medicine and, following the young man's instructions, took a seat on one of the mats like a tea that moment. A group of people approached from the distance. Leading them was the middle-aged man, Su Wei, who had recently handed over 8 individuals from the list to Lin Yi at the gathering place. He was now the leader of the community. Su Wei carried a headless corpse over his shoulder, and not just him. Every individual behind him bore a corpse as well. Some corpses had a small piece of bloody flesh still attached to their heads, while others had completely detached heads, which were cradled in their other arms. They had come to exchange supplies. Which area in the community had the most zombie corpses? Naturally, it was in front of the gathering place. Amidst the greenery on either side, All the zombies that had perished at the entrance of the gathering place had been discarded there. Upon seeing the message from Wu Liang in the group, Su Wei immediately set about collecting these corpses. "Hello, my friend, I've come to exchange supplies." Su Wei placed the corpses down and approached the table that Wu Liang counted the bodies. Exactly 25 in total. "Would you like to exchange for water or instant noodles?" "Water. I want to exchange everything for water." They had looted the supermarket, so the food reserves at the gathering place were still plentiful. But the water supply was dwindling. Wu Liang nodded, entered the safe house, and retrieved 5 bottles of mineral water from the medical room, which had been moved there in advance from the snack shop. Su Wei followed Wu Liang's retreating figure and noticed a familiar face leaning against the iron door. It was only when the person waved at him that Su Wei recognized it as their former leader, Tian Zhao. Soon after, Wu Liang emerged with the 5 bottles of mineral water and handed them to Su Wei, saying, "Just place the bodies beside the entrance of the safe house." 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi walked down the street with his sister after a few hours of busily visiting all the rooms. They had eliminated 10 individuals, and Tian Zhao had sent a message stating that 1 had been detained at the safe house, while 4 others were missing. Lin Yi pondered how to locate the hiding places of these individuals. He suddenly spotted a group of people approaching. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the middle-aged man from the gathering earlier that day. An idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind as he approached the group. Su Wei held the mineral water in his hands, feeling a surge of excitement. 0.5 bottles may not seem like much for the gathering place, but they still had plenty of bodies left to collect. More importantly, this presented a steady opportunity for acquiring water resources. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw the infamous killer from earlier had somehow made his way to the front of the group. It was over. Observing Lin Yi's faint smile, Su Wei mentally braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. "What should I call you?" Lin Yi inquired as he approached. Noticing the middle-aged man's stiff expression, Lin Yi found it peculiar. Was he truly that frightened? "Su Wei," came the reply. Su Wei was already contemplating the best way to offer the water while preserving his own dignity as leader and avoiding angering the killer. Upon seeing the water in Su Wei's hands, Lin Yi seemed to deduce the situation. "Don't worry. I'm not here to steal your mineral water," Lin Yi said, somewhat curtly. "I want to propose a trade." Relieved to hear that the other party wasn't there to rob him, Su Wei asked, "What trade?" "I need to find a few people, and I would like your assistance in locating their whereabouts. In exchange, I will provide you with 2 bottles of water for each individual you help me track down. By the way, I am the leader of the safe house to the North Point 1 location for 2 bottles of water." Without hesitation, Su Wei nodded in agreement. He then took a list from Lin Yi, which contained numerous names, most of which had been crossed out. Did the names that had been crossed out signify those who had already been dealt with? Su Wei inhaled sharply. Perhaps only individuals of such caliber could possess so many resources. There were many people in the gathering place, and numerous methods to investigate the whereabouts of these individuals could be attempted, such as the seduction tactic previously employed by Tian Zhao, or concocting a tale of a wealthy benefactor seeking protection. In short, there were many possibilities. After exchanging a few more words with Su Wei, Lin Yi returned to the safe house with his sister, casually disposing of the individual captured and tied up in the medical room by Tian Zhao. Wu Liang sent a message to the group, announcing that after 7 o'clock, the exchange of supplies and the distribution of anti-infection medications would cease for those who inadvertently became infected in the dead of night. They would have to fend for themselves. A total of 7 individuals came to collect anti-infection medication that day. 2 successfully survived the ordeal, while the rest transformed into zombies. Among those who made it through, one seemed to be named Lu Dian, a name Wu Liang vaguely recognized. Everyone tidied up the entrance before returning to the safe house, where Lin Jiao began preparing dinner. The corpses at the entrance had piled up into 2 heaps, totaling around 50. Half of them were contributed by the gathering place. Lin Yi chose not to absorb these bodies to meet the upgrade requirements of the safe house, as the absorption progress for level 0 zombies was nearly complete. He wanted to test the effects of the Wheel of Sacrifice. With a single thought, all the bodies were transferred to the Wheel of Sacrifice within the safe house. The Wheel of Sacrifice, which had never shown any activity before, emitted a crimson glow, and the pile of corpses began to stir. The bodies at the bottom melted away rapidly, as if encountering boiling water, in less than a minute. All 50 bodies vanished without a trace, including their clothing, which the wheel of sacrifice absorbed entirely. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt a change in the sacrifice points. Sacrifice points of the wheel of sacrifice. 53. Exchange ratio. Sacrificing a level 0 zombie grants 1 sacrifice point. Upgrading a D-level ability to C-level requires a consumption of 50 sacrifice points. The requirement of 50 sacrifice points to upgrade a D-level ability to C-level was now met. Conveniently, there was one D-level ability user in the safe house, Lin Jiao, who was currently cooking. Instead of summoning Lin Jiao immediately, Lin Yi decided to wait until after dinner that he walked towards the dormitory. Arriving at the door of one of the rooms and pushed the door open. Inside, Xiaohei was curled up on a bed. After indulging in a feast at the Fuan community the previous day, Xiaohei had quickly succumbed to sleep and had been resting for a full day and night without waking. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave the room, Xiaohei seemed to sense his presence and let out a weak whimper. Lin Yi turned back and entered the room, sitting beside Xiaohei. "Are you awake? How do you feel? Woof, are you hungry?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow. The zombie bodies exchanged earlier had just been sacrificed. However, it was of no concern. There were plenty of zombies available. He then called for Gao Yuan. "What's up, boss? You and Chu Qing go out and kill a few zombies to bring back. Xiaohei has woken up, but he seems a bit weak. He must be hungry." Gao Yuan led Chu Qing out. In less than 10 minutes, the two returned, carrying 7 zombies, one of which was a corpse bearer. Chu Qing placed the zombies beside Xiaohei, and upon catching the scent of food, Xiaohei's previously squinted eyes widened instantly. Weakly crawling towards the corpse bearer, he immediately began to devour it voraciously as Xiaohei fed. His size seemed to grow slightly, and the black fur on his back lengthened a bit. Soon his teeth and claws became longer and sharper. Almost reflecting the light, the corpse bearer was swiftly consumed, and Xiaohei then turned to feast upon the flesh and blood of the other zombies. Lin Yi made sure to absorb the bones of the corpse bearer through the safe house without wasting any part. After consuming 4 zombies, just as Gao Yuan was contemplating whether to head out for another batch, Xiaohei finally ceased eating. With a human-like burp of satisfaction, he turned to stare at Chu Qing and licked his tongue. "Ah, what is this?" Seeing Xiaohei take a few steps forward before suddenly crouching low, his limbs tense like a coiled spring ready to pounce. Chu Qing was somewhat bewildered. "Boss, what is going on here?" Before he could finish a sentence, "Woof!" Xiaohei barked suddenly and lunged forward. Damn! This move startled Chu Qing, who instinctively sidestepped. However, he soon realized it was merely a feint. Xiaohei squatted down and began licking his paw, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. This little creature has become quite clever. As Chu Qing approached with an annoyed expression, Xiaohei quickly darted behind Lin Yi, rubbing against his pant leg. This scene left Chu Qing grinding his teeth in frustration. "You ungrateful little rascal. I'm the one who brought you those zombies." Yet, Xiaohei paid him no mind. Lin Yi bent down to pet Xiaohei's head. Teasing, among all of us, this little guy seems to have the best relationship with Lin Jiao, that you're always hovering around her. So, of course, Xiaohei doesn't like you. "Boss, are you really defending him?" "All right, enough of this." Lin Yi stood up, eager to see what abilities Xiaohei had gained from his day-long slumber. The 3 of them took Xiaohei to the road outside the safe house. "Xiaohei, after sleeping for a day and night, show me what changes you've undergone." "Woof!" Little Black let out a bark and then darted forward, his form dissolving into a fleeting shadow in the night. Moving with remarkable speed. "Impressive." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Little Black's velocity had increased by roughly over a factor of 2 to originally. He was the swiftest among all members of the safe house, but after Lin Yi acquired his SS-level ability, his physical attributes underwent a significant enhancement, allowing him to surpass Little Black's speed. Now, Little Black had confidently reclaimed his throne as the fastest. Upon returning, he flashed his teeth at Lin Yi, whose fangs and claws appeared sharper than before. "Woof!" To Lin Yi's surprise, the mutated beings were so sought after. Not only could they earn rewards from the Blood Moon, but they could also grow by consuming the flesh and blood of zombies. Lin Yi felt a twinge of envy, though it was merely a fleeting thought without any desire to act on it. Firstly, mutation required being scratched or bitten by a zombie, a process that posed considerable risks even for someone with enhanced physique like him. Furthermore, even if one avoided infection, the likelihood of experiencing any significant change was slim, much like Tian Zhao. Only in a minuscule fraction of cases would mutation occur. However, the vast majority of mutations were malignant mutations, with only a rare few being benign mutations. After dinner, the group gathered in the courtyard, facing the disc. Lin Jiao curiously stood upon it. Could this object truly elevate her ability level? Lin Yi appeared increasingly inscrutable in the eyes of the others. What manner of being could alter the level of abilities granted by the Blood Moon rewards? Under Lin Yi's control, the disc emitted a surge of red light, akin to the eerie glow witnessed during the sacrifice of zombies, mysterious, chilling, yet seemingly possessing an alluring magic that beckoned one closer. Soon, Lin Jiao felt a searing pain coursing through her body, reminiscent of the discomfort experienced when her physique was enhanced prior to acquiring abilities, but far more intense. Could it be that along with the elevation of her abilities, her physique was also being fully enhanced? Observing Lin Jiao's condition, Lin Yi pondered internally. The difference in physical enhancement between D-level and C-level abilities was quite substantial. Thus, Lin Jiao's physique was currently undergoing an enhancement until it reached the requisite level for a C-level ability. "Boss, is this safe?" Chu Qing inquired anxiously from his side. Rest assured that a few minutes later, the enhancement was complete, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Simultaneously, she sensed the transformation of her abilities and proceeded to describe it to Lin Yi's level ability. Level 1 Chef. It was a success. Everyone, except Lin Yi, wore expressions of disbelief that Wu Liang eagerly approached, practically raising his hands in exultation. "Boss, look at me." "All right, you're next." The following morning, in the cafeteria, Lin Jiao's culinary skills had once again improved. Leaving everyone in WIT was indeed strange. Despite being in the apocalypse, their meals had somehow become even better. After dining, the safe house resumed its usual operations. Upon opening the door, Lin Yi noticed a survivor waiting at the entrance. Nursing a wound, Wu Liang, "Come out and get to work." With his mouth full, Wu Liang replied while rushing out with a medical kit. Yesterday, he had concocted a new batch of medicine, reducing the original 3 portions down to 2. The group set to work, with Lin Yi dividing them into 2 teams. Chu Qing and Tian Zhao in one team, while Gao Yuan and Tian Sheng formed the other. One team assisted Wu Liang, while the other accompanied him, his sister, and Little Black to continue exterminating zombies in the Fuan community, rotating duties as necessary. Just as Lin Yi was preparing to depart, he received a message. Su Wei. "Lin, I've located those 4 individuals. Point 2 are currently in the gathering area, while the other 2 are situated on the left side of the 7th floor of Building 8 and the left side of the 3rd floor of Building 19. Su Wei, the 2 not in our gathering area have joined other small groups. It was remarkable how Su Wei had managed to find all 4 individuals overnight. By pre-apocalypse moral standards, Su Wei would not be considered a good person. However, he was clever. In the shadow of the Blood Moon, good people were a luxury that could not survive. 2 kind-hearted individuals would perish at any moment. Even if one wished to assist others, establishing authority was essential. Otherwise, those whom you helped might drain you dry, revealing the harsh truths of human nature. Point 1 could be kind, but moderation was key, and a hard heart was often necessary. Lin Yi, I'm on my way. If all 4 individuals are fine, I will give you 10 bottles of mineral water. He was quite pleased with Su Wei's efficiency. Su Wei. Thank you. Brother Lin. Lin Yi then called upon Xiao Yu and set off, heading first to the gathering area at Building 18. But the 2 individuals there posed no threat, and Lin Yi swiftly dealt with them. Following Su Wei's directions, he went to the 2 locations, confirming that they were indeed small gathering areas, each housing fewer than 10 people. The individuals he sought were found therein, and as before, he eliminated them. As for the others, aside from one man who exhibited intense hatred, the rest were spared. Naturally, he would not compensate for the doors he had broken, considering the abundance of vacant units in the community. He needed to maintain his nature amidst the apocalypse, but could not afford to be overly merciful. This balance was challenging to achieve, yet failing to maintain it for an extended period could lead him to become a demon or be undone by his own compassion. After eliminating the 4 individuals, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Only one remained. Glancing at the time, he noted that Han Feng would arrive in a week. After resolving this matter, Lin Yi messaged Su Wei to inform him to head to the safe house and collect his reward from Wu Liang. He then proceeded with Xiao Yu, Gao Yuan, Tian Sheng, and Little Black toward the Fuan community. The hunt for zombies would continue. The corpses of the zombies would contribute to the safe house's upgrade requirements, and any surplus would be devoted to the sacrificial wheel. His talent allowed him to enhance his attributes through killing zombies, which essentially meant that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Moreover, defeating zombies would yield reward points. Although the subsequent rewards from the Blood Moon carried a bit more dilution, they were still Blood Moon rewards, and he would strive to obtain them wholeheartedly. As they traveled, they eliminated scattered zombies, eventually arriving at a new location. The fitness facilities in the Fuan community displayed signs of wear, with many pieces of equipment showing rusted surfaces. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Yi found it satisfactory. The terrain was opened. He casually sat on an iron bench. Now it was time to see Xiao Yu in action. Lin Yu raised her sniper rifle, quickly spotting a back-bearer through the night vision scope. She squeezed the trigger. A deafening crack echoed as the bullet sped forth with tremendous force. A headshot. The sniper rifle proved as formidable as ever. In an instant, the tranquil atmosphere of the community was shattered, akin to a pot of boiling oil receiving a splash of cold water, as countless zombies surged toward the source of the sound. Charge! Lin Yi called out, dashing toward one direction. His weapon, akin to a bloodthirsty blade, swiftly plunged into the neck of the foremost zombie. Gao Yuan sprinted in another direction, while Tian Sheng and Little Black took yet another. The group formed a triangular formation, keeping the zombies at bay. Lin Yu stood her ground, continuously observing through the scope, firing a shot at every back-bearer she spotted. Seeing two back-bearers charging toward him, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Defeating these creatures would yield a far greater enhancement to his physique than that of a regular zombie. Lin Yi quickly dispatched the few pesky zombies nearby and moved to confront the two back-bearers. Given his current strength, battling both simultaneously was well within his capabilities. Xiao Yu, observing the battlefield through her scope, understood Lin Yi needed to kill zombies to enhance his physique and trusted in his strength, chose not to fire. Instead, she turned her attention to the other two flanks. Lin Yi gathered his strength, swinging his long knife toward the nearest back-bearer. His speed and reflexes now matched, if not exceeded, those of the back-bearer, especially with a suitable weapon in hand. The back-bearer, unable to evade in time, had its hand severed by the razor-sharp blade without pause. With a furious roar, the back-bearer lunged at him, joining forces with another back-bearer nearby. The back-bearers collaborate with one another. This was the first time Lin Yi encountered such a situation, yet he remained utterly composed, responding to each challenge with deftness. Conversely, the parts on the two corpse-bearers diminished with each encounter. After exchanging several blows, Lin Yi finally seized an opportunity, swiftly decapitating one of the corpse-bearers. Upon witnessing this, the other corpse-bearer fled, but it was futile. Lin Yi had once surpassed even the speed of Xiao He. He pursued relentlessly, finding the motionless corpse-bearer far easier to handle, dispatching it with a few precise strikes. After eliminating both corpse-bearers, Lin Yi felt no exhaustion. His gaze swept across the battlefield, but he found no further clusters of these peculiar corpse-bearers. He had initially wished to test the limits of his own abilities, but it seemed that would have to wait for another day. He turned instead to charge into the throng of zombies, unleashing a storm of carnage. Xiao Yu continued to observe the battlefield, firing at any corpse-bearer she spotted. The thunderous gunfire resulted in the number of zombies not dwindling, but rather increasing amidst the chaos. Gao Yuan remained unhurried as he hunted zombies, executing each movement with precision, striving to achieve maximum effect with minimal exertion. That on another front, Tian Sheng and Xiao He engaged in their own battle. Due to Tian Sheng's focus on self-preservation, his speed in eliminating zombies lagged significantly behind Lin Yi and Gao Yuan. Nevertheless, with his hardening ability, he faced no real danger. The corpse-bearers on his side were dealt with by Lin Yu, with Xiao He offering assistance. Occasionally, one or two zombies would attempt to pounce, but they could barely scratch his skin, leaving only faint white marks. Xiao He performed admirably. After regaining consciousness, its combat prowess had notably increased. Even without considering the abilities granted by the Blood Moon reward, it had reached the level of a first-tier zombie. Within the horde of zombies, each time Xiao He leapt, It effortlessly punctured a zombie's throat. Moreover, its speed was remarkable. The zombies could barely graze its effort. It faced only minor inconveniences, having to leap for each attack. Otherwise, its rate of zombie kills would have soared. Brother, a pack of corpse dogs is approaching your direction. With the first 5 or 6 being significantly larger, likely first-tier zombie crawlers, Xiao Yu shouted. Observing through her night vision scope, she had a far superior vantage point than the others, being the first to notice the corpse dogs charging towards Lin Yi. "Leave it to me," Lin Yi exclaimed, feeling fortunate to finally have a chance to test his strength, as the old adage goes. Just as you begin to doze off, a pillow is offered. The corpse dogs, swift as the wind, closed in within seconds. "Woof!" Xiao He barked at Tian Sheng, eager to join the fray against the pack of corpse dogs. Fighting here was disadvantageous for it. Every time it killed a zombie, it had to jump, losing its sense of dignity. "Go ahead," Tian Sheng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Immediately, a large hand reached out to block the incoming zombies, pushing them aside, while he gripped his greatsword and swept through, shattering several zombie skulls. After all, these zombies posed no threat to his defenses. Upon seeing Xiao He approach, Lin Yi charged towards the crawlers, feigning an attack. As the crawler attempted to evade, he delivered a powerful kick, sending one sprawling. "This one is for you," Lin Yi called out, eager to test Xiao He's combat capabilities. Having said that, he advanced again towards the crawlers. The overall combat strength of the crawlers was inferior to that of the corpse bearers, their greatest weakness being their defense. However, they were swifter, and Lin Yi's combat style was rooted in technique. Thus, he found dealing with the crawlers somewhat easier than with the corpse bearers. However, if Tian Sheng or Chu Qing were to engage, they would likely find the corpse bearers easier to handle. Aside from one that had been kicked away, 5 crawlers now surrounded Lin Yi, not directly attacking but encircling him. The largest among them appeared to be the leader of this pack. With a roar, the others halted their eager movements, allowing the rear zombies to rush toward Lin Yi through the gaps. This indicated a notable difference between the crawlers and the corpse bearers. Although both were first-tier zombies, the other crawlers obeyed the commands of their stronger leader. Unlike the corpse bearers, who typically fought alone aside from their entourage, Lin Yi realized that the crawlers aimed to exhaust him by letting the corpse dogs drain his strength, planning to eliminate him at minimal cost. However, the number of followers they had was only a few dozen, seemingly insufficient. Furthermore, Lin Yi had no intention of adhering to their strategy. He charged directly at the largest crawler leader, the advancing corpse dogs merely slowing him down as they fell under his blade. Seeing their plan falter, the crawler leader roared again. The remaining crawlers gathered around him, while the corpse dog horde charged at Lin Yi from behind. Clearly intending to flank him, a glimmer of surprise crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He expected that these stray dogs, now zombies, would display superior tactical coordination compared to those humans who had turned into zombies. A striking contrast indeed. With a flick of his long knife, he shook off the bloodstains and charged straight at the 5 crawlers. He swung his long knife at the rightmost crawler, but leapt high to evade. The remaining 4 seized the opportunity, lunging at Lin. He quickly retracted his knife and executed a horizontal slash, targeting the collective bodies of the crawlers. The knife plunged into the abdomen of the first crawler, and Lin Yi could distinctly feel that its defensive capabilities were significantly weaker than those of the corpse bearers. The blade cut through the first crawler's waist with relative ease, cleaving it in 2. The remaining crawlers dodged, and seeing Lin Yi's overwhelming strength, they crouched low, emitting a low growl from their throats. They then charged at Lin Yi once more, this time not leaping directly. Instead, they utilized Lin Yi's knife swings to either leap sideways, retreat, or jump. Having learned from their previous encounter, all 4 crawlers successfully evaded Lin Yi's attacks that he aimed to kick at one crawler leaping in the air. As it soared, he swiftly thrust his knife forward. The crawler, suspended in midair, had nowhere to evade and could only watch as the long knife pierced its abdomen. With a quick flick, Lin Yi severed the crawler's body in half. With another swift motion, he dispatched several advancing corpse dogs, but his gaze remained fixed on the remaining crawlers. With a single step forward, Lin Yi surged like a coiled spring, instantly closing the distance to another crawler. Feinting an attack, as it dodged, he brought the long knife down once more. Only 2 crawlers remained. one of which was the leader. It seemed to finally recognize that Lin Yi's strength was beyond their capacity to confront. With a high-pitched howl, the crawler leader rallied the surrounding corpse dogs and the nearby crawler, charging at Lin Yi with reckless abandon. Faced with the onslaught, Lin Yi could not afford to evade. He fought back while retreating. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the crawler leader attempting to flee, urging its minions to engage Lin Yi in a desperate gambit while it sought to escape. Lin Yi made several attempts to intercept it, but was thwarted by the swarm of corpse dogs. Curse it, quite the loyal pack, he thought, though that explanation was flawed. The corpse dogs were devoid of emotions, merely obeying the commands of their leader. The advancing crawler also sought to escape, but Lin Yi offered it no chance, making it his primary target. With several swift strikes, it soon lay amidst the bodies of the fallen corpse dogs. Woof! Hearing Xiao Hei's voice, Lin Yi knew victory was assured. Thanks to its speed advantage, Xiao Hei had just dispatched the crawler it had been confronting. Seeing the crawler leader attempting to flee, Xiao Hei abandoned its spoils and dashed forward at a faster pace. The horde of corpse dogs indeed served to impede Lin Yi's advance. However, it also heightened Lin Yi's speed of slaughter. In less than a minute, dozens of corpse hounds were vanquished. Without delay, Lin Yi hastened towards the direction in which the leader of the crawlers was fleeing. At that moment, Xiao Hei was still leaping about, evading capture. The crawler bore numerous gory wounds, rendering it exceptionally irritable. The dog before it moved with remarkable swiftness, making it impossible to catch, and occasionally lunged at it, preventing it from turning to flee, though the harm was minimal. The insult was profound. Just as its agitation intensified, Lin Yi arrived. Upon seeing this harbinger of death, the crawler's fury appeared to diminish significantly. It immediately broke free from Xiao Hei's sharp fangs and attempted to escape. Yet Lin Yi would not grant it the opportunity to flee. He pursued it with his long knife that, in the absence of the crawler's fighting spirit, it was easily dispatched. Gao Yuan had already dealt with the surrounding zombies and was currently assisting Tian Sheng in clearing his side of the undead. Lin Yi's exploits had led to considerable gains, having slain 6 level 1 zombies, and he could distinctly feel an increase in his strength, speed, and reaction time. The SS level ability was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. The number of approaching zombies diminished, indicating that the nearby undead had largely been eradicated. Subsequently, Lin Yi began to tidy the battlefield, utilizing the body of the crawler leader as sustenance for Xiao Hei. He absorbed all the level 1 zombies first, followed by the ordinary zombies, leaving the corpse hounds aside for the moment. This was because the upgrade requirement for the safe house were calculated by weight, while the sacrifices for the Wheel of Offering were counted by quantity. That a single zombie weighed significantly more than a corpse hound, thus allowing him to exploit a loophole. Having previously amassed 17 tons of the required 20 tons of zombie flesh and blood, he finally completed the remaining 3 tons after absorbing most of the zombies that, in just a few days, he had fulfilled one of the upgrade conditions. The remaining zombies and the completely motionless corpse hounds could not be wasted either. So he collected them all back to the safe house for sacrifice. With a mere thought, numerous bodies vanished, landing directly on the circular platform in the yard of the safe house. It was exceedingly convenient. However, it startled a certain individual guarding the entrance. Tian Zhao, leaning against the door, suddenly heard a heavy thud behind him and quickly turned to look. To his astonishment, he saw a pile of corpses on the platform, which then glowed faintly red as they were swiftly absorbed. Feeling a twinge of envy, he yearned to slay zombies himself. It was far more engaging than maintaining order here. Nevertheless, he did not linger long, for the safe house was bustling much more than the previous day. Realizing that genuine supplies could be exchanged here, an increasing number of people began to arrive, although some would bring 1 or 2 corpses and then never return. It was only a little past 1 in the afternoon, and the pile of corpses at the entrance was already taller than the previous days. Moreover, many of the corpses appeared freshly killed, indicating that someone had set their sights on the wandering zombies. Consequently, the number of survivors injured by zombies also grew significantly. Wu Liang, tasked with both registration and patient observation, found himself overwhelmed with work and had to call Lin Jiao, who was busy contemplating new dishes, to assist with the registration in order to alleviate his burden. Among the numerous cushions behind the table, 5 were occupied by people that a batch had already departed earlier, and the effects of the 2 improved medicines seemed quite promising. After taking the medication, the probability of withstanding zombie virus infection was nearly 40%. At the same time, he discovered a new phenomenon, waiting for Lin Yi to return and report. Just as he thought of this, Lin Yi returned with his team. The onlookers were curious. The individuals beside him were smeared with ample zombie blood and flesh. Yet not a single zombie had been brought along. As Lin Yi was about to enter for a shower, he noticed Wu Liang running towards him. "Boss, there's a new discovery." The group halted, their curiosity piqued by Wu Liang's words. Today, a hapless soul arrived. He was scratched yesterday, managed to get through, but was scratched again today. Guess what? Has he developed resistance? Lin Yi speculated. Exactly. After taking the medication today, that individual hardly felt any intense pain and emerged unscathed. Wu Liang exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on Tiansheng. Very well. Let's observe further to see if anyone else experiences the same situation. Tiansheng felt his position as the team leader becoming increasingly solid. His already thick skin might now harbor antibodies. That was acceptable. After all, he had been struggling against the corpse bearers, so any potential benefit was better than none. The subsequent days settled into a routine. During the day, the safe house operated as usual, while Lin Yi led his team to the Fuan community to hunt zombies. Night, Wu Liang continued to refine his formulas, and Tian Zhao conducted inspections to see if any level 2 zombies had emerged in the Xingfu community. During this time, everyone's strength was rapidly advancing, and their proficiency in utilizing their abilities grew significantly. On the 4th day, following the Blood Moon rewards, a woman approached. Lin Yi opened the door in the morning. He was met by Xiaji Xan, standing at the entrance of the safe house. In truth, she had been coming to the safe house frequently over the past few days to exchange supplies, but had never encountered Lin Yi. However, after observing for several days, she found that the character of the safe house's members was quite decent. Can I still join? Previously, Lin Yi had invited Xiaji Xan, but she had politely declined. It was unexpected that she would seek him out now. Of course, Lin Yi replied. The contract was established. Today, you can help out here. When you have some free time, let Tian Zhao show you around the safe house. Upon returning to the Fuan community, it was evident that the number of zombies was visibly dwindling like tea times. Even when Xiaoyu fired a shot, only a few zombies would respond. The corpse bearers had nearly vanished altogether. In the Fuan community, some of the more resourceful residents had begun venturing out to search for supplies. Lin Yi occasionally encountered a few residents on their foraging expeditions, realizing that the commotion of the past few days had been caused by him and his team, prompting many to wish to join, though Lin Yi had declined them all. The Fuan community was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Occasionally, one might encounter a formidable zombie with bone spikes protruding from its back, which could outrun them. The level 1 zombies in the community had not been entirely eradicated. They simply no longer charged out at the slightest sound. The corpse bearers perceived humans much like humans viewed lions or antelopes, unable to accurately distinguish one from the other. Thus, in the interest of survival, these corpse bearers fled at the sight of humans. Lin Yi and his companions scoured the area all day, ultimately confirming that the Fuan community could no longer serve as a monster farming point in the short term. The group had no choice but to return to the safe house, hoping that the Xingfu community would provide some assistance. That evening, Lin Yi summoned Lin Jiao, Wu Liang, and Xiaji Xan to the yard. After several days of hunting, the sacrifice points for the Wheel of Offering had reached 672, sufficient to elevate all 3 of their abilities to be level point 1 by 1. They stepped onto the platform to undergo the painful ordeal. The most excruciating experience undoubtedly fell to Xiaji Xan, as her ability surged directly from D level to B level. Upon completion of the enhancement, the sacrifice points were entirely depleted, leaving only a meager 22 points remaining. However, the rewards were substantial. All 3 had exhibited marked improvements in their abilities. First were the abilities of Wu Liang and Lin Jiao, B-level medical expertise, which provided a profound understanding of various medications and the properties of medicinal plants that underwent mutations during the Blood Moon, and B-level culinary mastery, which endowed them with exceptional cooking skills and the ability to properly handle the special foods mutated during the blood moon. The two abilities were closely related, both evolving in the direction of the mutated plants from the blood moon. Lin Yi had gathered some knowledge about these mutated plants from discussions in the ability users group chat. Many of those that survived the blood moon exhibited unique effects. However, he had yet to encounter any mutated plants firsthand, though perhaps someone in the ability users group chat had. However, no one would be foolish enough to share such matters in a group chat, inviting the covetous gaze of others. Then, there is Xiaji Xin's ability, B-rank ability. Chaos Zone Introduction. It emanates an aura that disrupts zombies, confining this aura within a specific area. Humans within this region will not be sensed by zombies of level 2 or below. The enhancement direction of this ability is quite evident. The range of its application expands, and the threshold for confusing zombies is raised. Xiaji Xin is undoubtedly thrilled with her newly enhanced ability. She seems to be the only member of the safe house who is explicitly unafraid of level 2 zombies. The others have never encountered a level 2 zombie, yet she can evade their detection. Lin Yi's willingness to recruit Xiaji Xin was certainly based on a particular rationale. After all, Xiao Yu as a long-range sniper would not be well suited to stand alongside them. However, if she were positioned at a considerable distance, her lack of self-defense capabilities would be concerning. Additionally, gunfire could easily attract zombies, allowing her to become a mere accessory to Xiao Yu, thereby ensuring her safety. Prior to her ability enhancement, Xiaji Xin had mentioned that within this area, no attacks could be launched against zombies. Otherwise, these zombies would immediately break free from the chaotic perception and could identify the assailant. IT remains uncertain whether this will still hold true after her enhancement. Lin Yi promptly led the group outside, eager to test Xiaji Xin's ability. With Tian Zhao's super sensation in play, they quickly located a group of zombies, led by the familiar back-bearer, under Lin Yi's direction. Xiaji Xin unleashed her chaotic aura, which the group could not perceive at all. They slowly advanced towards the zombies, and as they approached, the zombies appeared oblivious to their presence. Lin Yi even waved his hand in front of the zombies. Yet they remained completely unresponsive. Lin Yi then began further testing, first placing his hand on the back-bearer, receiving no reaction, and then pinching it, still no response. That IT seems that simple contact poses no threat. Lin Yi instructed the group to retreat, then took up a long knife and slashed at the back-bearer. Now, there was a reaction. The back-bearer let out a furious roar, dodging Lin Yi's attack and charging towards him. Not only the back-bearer, but other zombies also awoke and surrounded Lin Yi. However, those within the chaotic zone remained undetected. Lin Yi was astounded, gripping his long knife as he engaged the zombies. He quickly dispatched them, and it became apparent to him that Xiaji Xin's ability provided them with a layer of camouflage. Once an attack was initiated against a zombie, this disguise would vanish, exposing the assailant to all zombies. IT seems this drawback has not been eliminated with the enhancement of her ability. While her strengths have grown, her weaknesses remain unchanged. Boss, we've got a situation, Tian Zhao suddenly interjected. It seems a level 2 zombie has appeared, its energy intensity far surpassing that of the back-bearer. Upon hearing this, the group became alert. They had waited so long, precisely for the evolution of the back-bearer. Which direction? Lin Yi inquired eagerly. Southwest, nearly 200 meters away. Let us go take a look, Lin Yi commanded, and the group promptly made their way in that direction. 0.5 minutes later, they found themselves within 100 meters of the level 2 zombie. And with Lin Yi's keen eyesight, he could barely make out its silhouette. IT appeared similar to the back-bearer, perhaps slightly taller, though the finer details were obscured. It seemed to carry 3 bony spikes on its back. Xiao Yu lifted her head and began relaying her observations to Lin Yi. It indeed resembled the back-bearer, with no discernible differences in appearance or structure. Was it merely a more powerful back-bearer? Its energy intensity continued to escalate. Tian Zhao furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation. Why was this back-bearer's energy intensity so high? Was it in the midst of evolution, and they happened upon it by chance? Lin Yi pondered a possibility. Let us go see for ourselves. Speculating without action proved futile. Thus, under the cover of Xiaji Xin's aura, they cautiously moved toward their target. Thankfully, with her recently upgraded ability, even if it truly was a level 2 zombie, it would not sense their presence. Just as they began to tread forward, an anomaly occurred. The zombie suddenly emitted a peculiar howl. The tone shifted from a low growl to one of intense frenzy. Had they been detected? Lin Yi frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Xiaojixin's ability couldn't have faltered. However, the back-bearer did not charge at them. Instead, it remained stationary, howling repeatedly. Lin Yi released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Perhaps it was merely part of its evolution process as the back-bearer howled. The surrounding area erupted in chaos, with countless zombies rushing towards it. Lin Yi suddenly recalled a question. Why were there no zombies surrounding the back-bearer? Typically, a back-bearer would have a dozen or so zombie minions at its side, unless it had just evolved into a back-bearer and hadn't yet gathered its followers. Yet this back-bearer appeared far from newly mutated. The group continued to advance slowly, and occasionally, a few zombies would dart past them towards the back-bearer. This further assured Lin Yi that the back-bearer had not detected their presence to avoid the occasional zombie. The group had to stick to the edge of the path. A rustling sound suddenly emanated from the right, causing the group to instinctively raise their weapons. Hold your fire. It's likely not coming for us. Lin Yi cautioned that in the next moment, a corpse dog burst forth from the greenery, sprinting towards them. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the long knife, but refrained from striking, but if he did, their disguise would be compromised. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the corpse dog was also drawn towards the back-bearers howling as it passed by them. It accidentally collided with Tian Sheng, who was on the outer edge. Nevertheless, the corpse dog still failed to detect the group, prompting Lin Yi to quietly marvel at Xiaojixin's ability. While lacking in offensive power, its practicality was undeniably formidable. Soon, they found themselves just a few meters from the back-bearer. Lin Yi finally understood why there were no minions surrounding it. One by one, zombies lunged at the back-bearer, not to attack it, but rather upon contact, their flesh and blood began to dissolve, merging into the back-bearer, even their bones being consumed. With each zombie that disintegrated, the back-bearer's form grew taller and more robust. Initially, Lin Yi had thought the back-bearer's height was due to its stature prior to infection, but it seemed this was not the case. The back-bearer must have absorbed all its nearby zombie minions. The scene was eerily surreal, as zombies like moths to a flame flocked towards the back-bearer. There was no struggle, no expression, merely the entranced obedience of puppets. Those present felt a chill run down their spines. Particularly Tian Zhao. Within his perception, the energy intensity within the back-bearer surged to a level that made his hairs stand on end. Yet Lin Yi was not preoccupied with these thoughts. Instead, he felt a strange familiarity with the scene of the zombies disintegrating. That's right, it resembled the scene of the circular sacrificial wheel in the safe house, during the sacrificial offering of zombies. Boss, should we act now? Tian Zhao, who was most acutely aware of the energy intensity of the evolving back-bearer, inquired. Lin Yi shook his head. The back-bearer had not yet completed its evolution, and even if they killed it, it likely wouldn't qualify as a level 2 zombie. How strong is its energy intensity now? Lin Yi asked. Tian Zhao's expression grew grave. It's nearly catching up to you. Lin Yi frowned. Over half of the zombies summoned by the back-bearer had already merged with it, and its size had grown to approximately 3 meters. Was it a titan? In a previous life, some individuals had bestowed names upon certain second-tier zombies. Among these was a name known as Titan. Although Lin Yi had never encountered a photograph of a second-tier zombie, and the corpse-bearer he had just seen did not correspond to that name. Yet now, as the corpse-bearer continued to absorb other zombies, its size grew increasingly formidable. Lin Yi sensed that this corpse-bearer was likely evolving into the second-tier zombie titan. Amid such a tense atmosphere, Lin Yi extracted some snacks and beverages from the safety of their hideout. Opting to munch while observing, the others, ever prepared for action, visibly relaxed upon witnessing his demeanor. If the leader had made such a decision, they might as well enjoy the show. Should any survivors happen to pass by and witness this scene, they would surely be left in utter disbelief that in the middle of the road, a colossal zombie was voraciously consuming its kin, its flesh and blood expanding uncontrollably. Nearby, a group of young individuals appeared to be picnicking. The zombie and these young people seemed to belong to entirely different realms, each oblivious to the other. The growling corpse-bearer emitted low roars, no longer summoning zombies. The sound carried an air of agony. The three bony spikes protruding from its back were gradually enveloped by the frenzied growth of flesh, until they vanished completely. Let us move. Lin Yi finished his drink in one gulp and led the group away. Sensing that the evolution of the corpse-bearer had reached its climax, the team arrived at a building approximately 100 meters from the corpse-bearer, climbing to the 6th floor to find a room that had already been breached by zombies. Looking out the window, there were no obstructions between them and the creature. No, it should now be referred to as Titan. Xiaoyu observed through her night vision scope that the surrounding zombies had been completely absorbed, and Titan no longer roared, indicating that its evolution was likely complete. Xiaoyu would remain here for long-range sniping, while Xiaoji Xian also stayed behind, knowing that gunfire would certainly attract numerous zombies. Once Xiaoyu fired, you must immediately activate the Chaos Zone to relocate. Tian Zhao would also stay, as your current weaponry posed little threat to Titan. Remain vigilant before Xiaoyu takes her shot. Ensure that the three of you are outside any zombie's sensory range. Otherwise, Xiaoji Xian's abilities would fail to provide camouflage. That I will take the lead with Chu Qing, while Gao Yuan will create distractions to divert Titan's attention, and Tian Sheng will employ hardening to rescue when necessary. Understood. The group replied in unison. Of course, it was also possible that Xiaoyu's shot could immediately take down Titan. Lin Yi chuckled. Brother, Titan has two weak points, one at the head and the other at the center of the chest. Lin Wang Yu gazed through the scope as she spoke. This was the second ability of her talent. Precision Strike. One aspect enhances proficiency with ranged weapons, while the other allows insight into vulnerabilities. The current energy intensity is approximately twice that of the leaders, Tian Zhao added. However, the intensity of the ability does not directly correlate with combat prowess. Much like a heavily muscle bodybuilder may not necessarily outfight a seasoned street fighter. Nevertheless, it does indicate that Titan is indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Yi nodded and led Chu Qing and the others down the stairs. Armed with weapons, they charged toward Titan, but at a distance of merely 40 meters. Titan became aware of their presence. The sensory range of ordinary zombies is around 10 meters, while the corpse-bearer could reach about 15 meters. It was unexpected that Titan's sensory range had increased to 40 meters. Upon detecting the scent of humans, Titan erupted into a frenzy, roaring angrily as it charged toward them. Its massive form stood at an imposing 4 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. 2 gunshots rang out. Xiaoyu had fired. One bullet struck Titan in the head, while the other hit the center of its chest, causing Titan to momentarily halt in its advance. With no time to observe the outcome through the scope, Xiaoji Xian swiftly released the Chaos Zone and led Xiaoyu and Tian Zhao to retreat upstairs. However, Lin Yi and the others clearly witnessed the explosion of blood from Titan's chest as the bullet detonated, creating a deep crater approximately 10 centimeters wide. The shot to its head shattered a significant portion of Titan's skull. The power of the sniper rifle was indeed formidable. Now's our chance. Even so, Titan remained alive. Lin Yi shouted, drawing his sword and charging toward Titan, followed closely by Gao Yuan, Chu Qing, and Tian Sheng. The long blade sliced through the air, aimed at Titan. Injured, Titan roared in fury, but upon seeing a human daring to approach with a weapon, its rage intensified. Titan swiftly retreated a step, its fist, nearly half a meter in diameter, descended upon the audacious human like a cannonball. As Titan stepped back, Lin Yi's long blade merely grazed Titan's calf. And soon, Titan's massive fists loomed large in Lin Yi's vision. In a critical moment, Lin Yi rolled to the left, barely evading the strike and creating distance. Titan's colossal fist struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, the earth cracking beneath the force of its blow. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and Chu Qing maneuvered to Titan's flanks. Gao Yuan, wielding a short sword, initiated the attack, gripping the sword with both hands as he slashed at Titan's leg. Their aim was not to avoid targeting Titan's vital spots, but its towering height made it exceedingly difficult. Even Tian Sheng stood at only half Titan's height, instead of attempting to block Gao Yuan's attack. Titan pivoted and hurled a punch toward Gao Yuan's face, believing the strike would pose little danger to itself. Unbeknownst to Titan, Gao Yuan's attack was merely a feint. As soon as he drew Titan's attention, he dodged away down on the opposite side. Chu Qing raised a Wolfang mace and struck down upon Titan's foot. The impact was thunderous, rivaling that of a sniper rifle. The Titan's left foot was battered and bloodied. And with an enraged roar, it turned its massive body, swinging a fist toward Chu Qing. "Watch out," Tian Sheng shouted urgently, rushing toward Chu Qing. Unlike Lin Yi and Gao Yuan, who possessed extensive combat experience, Chu Qing lacked the same agility. Despite her desperate attempts to evade, she could not escape Titan's attack range. Just as Titan's fist was about to connect, Tian Sheng arrived and pushed Chu Qing aside. Absorbing the full force of Titan's punch, "Old Tian!" Chu Qing cried out, her eyes wide with panic. There was no time to react. She could only watch helplessly as the punch landed on Tian Sheng. With a resounding thud, Tian Sheng was sent flying several meters away. Chu Qing's astonishment, Tian Sheng, after crashing to the ground, managed to shakily rise again, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and looking at Chu Qing with a teasing grin. "What? Want to acknowledge me as your adoptive father? What the hell, you little rascal." Withstanding a punch from Titan and still standing, truly worthy of being the strongest tank of the team, seeing Tian Sheng unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and once more charged toward Titan, albeit with heightened caution that Titan's strength and speed exceeded their expectations. Lin Yi took the lead, sliding to dodge Titan's massive fists, followed closely by a slash aimed at Titan's left knee. The long blade, razor-sharp, easily sliced through flesh, nearly severing Titan's lower leg. Titan roared in fury, attempting to pursue them but stumbled, almost falling. Clearly, although Lin Yi's strike had not completely severed Titan's calf, it had rendered its movements considerably more difficult. At some point, Gao Yuan had arrived, positioned near Titan's left leg. Seizing the opportunity, while Titan's attention was fixated on Lin Yi, he gripped his sword tightly and struck once more towards the gaping wound that was severed halfway. With a swift downward slash, the calf that was barely connected by flesh was reduced to less than a third still attached to the thigh. Having successfully landed the blow, Gao Yuan immediately leaped backwards, exchanging a glance with Lin Yi before they both charged towards Titan's soon-to-be severed left leg from either side. At this moment, Titan found it increasingly difficult to maneuver. His colossal form, coupled with the loss of control over his left leg, made maintaining his stance a formidable challenge. Seeing these humans intent on rendering his left leg completely useless, he could not afford to be careless. A seething fury ignited within him as he fixated on Lin. The greatest threat to his existence, in a flash, he unleashed a powerful punch. Despite their preparedness, the speed of this blow caught them somewhat off guard. Fortunately, their true target was never Titan's left leg. As they moved rapidly forward, they exchanged another glance, and in the next moment, they simultaneously shifted their focus. From the very start, their intention was not to completely incapacitate Titan's left leg. In truth, it was already rendered nearly useless. The only reason Titan could still stand was due to the strength of his right leg, while the left merely served a supportive function. Titan's massive fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, grazed the back of Lin Yi's head, sending a chill up his spine. Had he not already been in the process of turning, he might not have evaded the blow. Previous encounters had made Titan acutely aware of Lin Yi's skillful combat style. Thus this punch sought merely speed, sacrificing a degree of strength. However, he lacked the hardened resilience of Tian Sheng. Had he truly absorbed that punch, the consequences would have been dire. In an instant, both men reached Titan's right leg, where a long blade and a short sword simultaneously plunged into the knee. Titan, now feeling mocked, let out another roar of fury, and a massive hand swept out, its palm nearly half a meter wide. Since Lin Yi had evaded the punch, Titan opted for a palm strike, the weighty hand severing all of Lin Yi's escape routes. Lin Yi immediately raised his sword, confident that with a single stroke, he could sever Titan's hand. Yet, he knew he would still be propelled away by the sheer force of the palm. This outcome was unavoidable. Thus, he resolved to meet it head-on. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the long sword, lifting it for the strike. "Boss, go!" The enormous palm before Lin Yi revealed a gap that widened with each passing moment. Initially, he thought there was no escape, but unexpectedly, Tian Sheng arrived just in time, shouting a warning to Lin Yi. In reality, after being sent flying by Titan, Tiansheng had only taken a brief moment to recover before rejoining the fray. However, due to the intensity of Titan's attacks, he had struggled to get close enough to assist. When Lin Yi narrowly avoided Titan's punch, Tiansheng had already been rushing towards him. Fortuitously, he was in a position to help. Seeing Tiansheng cross his arms and kneel on one knee, Lin Yi instantly understood. He placed a foot on Tiansheng's crossed palms and, using the leverage, leaped up, successfully evading Titan's onslaught. Though Tiansheng was still sent flying, he managed to rise again after a couple of seconds, even brushing off the dust from his clothes. Witnessing this, Titan paused in astonishment. It could be said that throughout this battle, although Tiansheng had only struck twice, each time his contribution was invaluable. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Titan, giving a thumbs up with his other hand as Lin Yi maneuvered out of Titan's attack range. Titan redirected his focus onto Gao Yuan beneath him, finding these humans to be akin to pesky flies. Elusive and frustratingly difficult to catch. That moment, Gao Yuan had once again slipped to the left leg, attempting to launch yet another assault to Titan's other hand, still intact, reached out to grasp Gao Yuan, intent on crushing this insignificant insect. Suddenly, Titan sensed something amiss. His massive form seemed to tilt uncontrollably to one side. It was Chu Qing who had made his move, having patiently awaited the opportune moment. As Titan lunged for Gao Yuan, Chu Qing charged at Titan's right leg, wielding a spiked club. Empowered by giant strength, the club struck the gaping wound created by Lin Yi and his companion. The remnants of flesh connecting the calf to the thigh were utterly obliterated by the blow. Titan's calf was sent flying 2 meters away, and his enormous body finally succumbed to gravity. Tilting backward uncontrollably, with a resounding thud, the remnants of flesh from his thigh crashed to the ground, producing a dull echo. Despite this, Titan remained standing, his right knee planted firmly on the ground while his left leg maintained a half-kneeling position. Struggling to uphold his balance, they found themselves in a stalemate, and Lin Yi suddenly realized with astonishment that while they could barely reach Titan's chest area, it seemed easier for Titan to defend against their attacks. Previously, they had scurried around Titan like a swarm of frantic rats. However, as Titan knelt, their relative size appeared to increase significantly in his eyes, making their attacks more easily thwarted. The battle bizarrely came to a halt. Titan was immobilized, while Lin Yi awaited a signal. The night sky erupted with a thunderous sound as Xiao Yu and the others finally relocated to a new safe position, taking another shot at Titan. This bullet struck Titan's head once more. At this point, his skull was a grotesque mess, rendering it nearly impossible to discern where his eyes or nose had once been. The sight was horrifying. With flesh and blood spilling outwards, attack, without needing Lin Yi's command. The group surged forward in perfect unison towards Titan. With the foundation laid by the previous 2 shots, this bullet penetrated even deeper into Titan's skull. The arm that had been raised to strike at them fell limply as if Titan were a colossal electric toy running out of power. It seemed this bullet had indeed struck at Titan's weak point. Gao Yuan, sword drawn, aimed directly at the center of Titan's chest, targeting the critical weak spot. Observing Titan's reaction, Lin Yi swiftly adjusted their strategy. Gao Yuan acknowledged with a nod, accelerating his pace, leaping high, gripping the short sword with both hands. The blade parallel to the ground, he accurately plunged it into Titan's chest. Titan's massive form trembled once more. Lin Yi followed closely behind, leaping high and stepping onto the hilt of Gao Yuan's sword, using it for leverage to propel himself toward Titan's head. Reaching a level where he was eye to eye with Titan, Lin Yi struggled to locate Titan's eyes amidst the carnage. With a swift motion, he brought down his long knife. Titan's neck proved even more vulnerable than his palm. This strike successfully severed Titan's head, and a piece of flesh fell away, revealing one of Titan's blood-red eyes, filled with defiance. The battle had come to an end. Just before Titan collapsed, an incredibly pure energy surged into Lin Yi's body. This time, the enhancement brought by the killer was far more potent than any previous experience combined. It was more enduring as well. His physical form was strengthened, and perhaps other attributes were heightened as well. After all, the killer enhanced all aspects of physical capability, suggesting that it encompassed more than just physique and strength. Damn it, it's finally dead. Tiansheng spat out a mouthful of blood, He then crouched on the ground, coughing incessantly. This battle had been exceedingly arduous, making everyone acutely aware of their own insignificance. After awakening their abilities and defeating a few corpses, they had grown somewhat arrogant, believing that though they might not dominate the Blood Moon, they at least deserved the title of a strong warrior. Following today's battle, they fully grasped the true danger represented by the Blood Moon, which was far more severe than they had previously imagined. Titan was merely a second-tier zombie, if it had been this difficult to slay. How formidable would a third or fourth-tier zombie be? Lin Yi, Gao Yuan, Tian Sheng, and Chu Qing, 4 individuals on the main battlefield. Had it not been for Tian Sheng's timely interventions on 2 occasions, deflecting the attacks, Chu Qing would have sustained at least severe injuries, and Lin Yi would have also been harmed. Likewise, had Chu Qing not appeared just in time to shatter the Titan's right leg, Gao Yuan would have found it exceedingly difficult to evade being captured by the Titan, but on the surface, it seemed that only Tian Sheng had incurred minor injuries, while the rest remained unscathed. In reality, the opposite was true. Apart from Tian Sheng, the 3 others faced perilous situations. Nevertheless, they managed to eliminate the Titan, which brought a sigh of relief to all. Soon, Sun, accompanied by Xiao Yu and a few others, regrouped with Lin Yi in the chaotic area under the guise of concealment. Upon seeing Xiao Yu and the others safe, Lin Yi began to absorb the Titan's remains. The process took a full 3 minutes, and the results did not disappoint Lin Yi. Upgrade conditions. Zombie flesh, 20 tons completed. Level 1 zombie flesh, 5 tons, 25. Level 2 zombie flesh, 1,000 kilograms, 312-1000. Level 3 zombie, 101. High strength alloy, 30 tons, 030. Personnel configuration, 830. A single Titan weighed no less than 312 kilograms, which is over 600 pounds. As they surveyed their surroundings, the expressions of the group reflected a sense of defeat, particularly among those like Chu Qing, who had confronted the Titan head-on. Lin Yi shared this sentiment. In his past life, he had never fought against a level 2 zombie and had not anticipated such a stark disparity between the Titan and the corpse bearers. Recognizing one's own limitations is beneficial, yet it is crucial not to lose one's fighting spirit. After all, no matter how formidable the Titan was, it ultimately fell at their hands, did it not? Lin Yi encouraged his companions. No, boss, it's just that I felt a bit of a disparity for a moment. Chu Qing replied with a grin. That's good to hear. Lin Yi smiled and said, let us head back and summon Wu Liang and Lin Jiao for an evening feast. Hot pot it is. Tian Zhao raised his hand in agreement. Sounds great. I feel like I could devour 3 pounds of vegetables right now. Gao Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. You must be really hungry. Who eats hot pot just for the vegetables? Only you would do that. Vegetables are quite delicious. Tian Sheng chimed in, supporting his cousin. Not if they're so good. Why haven't I seen you eat them? You read today's great contributor. Whatever you say goes. Chu Qing remarked, scratching his head, conceding to Tian Sheng's great merit for the day. The group bantered, successfully dispelling the lingering gloom in their hearts. He Chao exclaimed, Whoa, am I hallucinating from hunger? Did I just hear gunfire? Could it be that the authorities have come to rescue us? Su Zisheng added, I heard it too. Is anyone being rescued? Give a shout. Tang Tao responded, It's unlikely. The gunfire has faded away for a while. If it were the authorities, they would have started rescuing by now. Zhou Qiang speculated, Is it possible that the rescuers were taken out by zombies? Are firearms really that powerful? Su Zisheng retorted, Shut up, you fool. Tang Tao suggested, What if it's the group from Qingfeng Road that got their hands on some guns? Su Zisheng shot back. Did he mention you? What are you thinking? No matter how capable they are, they can't possibly acquire firearms. Meanwhile, the few in the safe house enjoyed their hot pot, appearing quite content, expressing their ignorance of the situation. The zombies under the Blood Moon were akin to seeds buried in the earth. The emergence of the first level 2 zombie signified that others would soon follow. Consequently, in the ensuing days, the members of the safe house busied themselves. They operated as usual during the day, and after dinner, they began searching for signs of level 2 zombies. Perhaps due to good fortune, over the next 2 days, they managed to locate 1 level 2 zombie each day, all of which were Titans. Drawing from their prior experiences, the team had begun to formulate strategies for dealing with Titans, leveraging the Titan's larger size. They dispersed during combat, Tian Sheng, Xiao Yu, and Xia Jiexan continued to remain at a distance, sniping at the Titan. Xiao He also joined the fray. Despite its size, a bite from it would hardly inflict any damage on the Titan. However, Xiao He's speed allowed it to effortlessly evade the Titan's attacks, as an anomalous entity. Xiao He was rarely targeted by the Titans. Lin Yi was unconcerned. Any targeting was a boon. Whenever a Titan selected a target for an attack, that individual would strive to increase the distance and evade the assault. If all else failed, Tian Sheng was there as a safety net. The others would then charge from different directions, targeting the Titan's knees. Once the Titan's knees were broken and its mobility compromised, victory in the battle was effectively secured, with a resounding gunshot. The Titan's massive form collapsed to the ground, and Lin Yi rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow, severing its head. Another one down. Upon completion, the accumulation of level 2 zombie flesh in the safe house's upgrade conditions reached 965 kilograms. Only one more ordinary-sized level 2 zombie was needed to fulfill this condition. Lin Yi was in high spirits, pleasantly surprised that this condition was being fulfilled even more swiftly than accumulating level 1 zombie flesh. The requirement for level 1 zombie flesh stood at 5 tons, yet they had only amassed 3 tons so far. This was primarily because Lin Yi and his team had not rushed to hunt level 1 zombies. Otherwise, given the abundance of level 1 zombies in the happy community, they would have filled the progress bar long ago. "Boss, be careful," Tian Zhao suddenly exclaimed, his face filled with urgency that a zombie, slightly weaker than the Titan but considerably stronger than a level 1 zombie, had just entered his sensing range. This particular zombie moved at an astonishing speed, covering the 100-meter distance from its appearance to Lin Yi and the others in less than 4 seconds. It was significantly faster than Xiao He. In this critical moment, Tian Zhao could only shout a warning to Lin Yi and quickly indicate the direction of the approaching danger to Xiao Yu. Before catching sight of Tian Zhao and the others returning, they heard a loud shout. Instantly on guard, Lin Yi and his companions turned just in time to see a shadow darting out from the night, moving with incredible speed. Its target was Chu Qing, who stood at the outermost edge of the group. Xiao He, being closest to Chu Qing, reacted first, rushing towards his position. Chu Qing was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. Upon spotting the shadow, he swung his Wolfang club immediately as he predicted the shadow's trajectory. But the shadow was too swift. As the Wolfang club soared toward it, the shadow, calm and unhurried, ducked beneath the weapon and lunged at Chu Qing. But by the time Chu Qing attempted to swing again, it was too late. He could only watch as the shadow loomed larger before him. It appeared to be a mutated stray dog, likely a level 2 zombie evolved from a crawler. Realizing that his weapon was now ineffective, Chu Qing discarded the Wolfang club and instead threw a punch at the level 2 zombie. Yet he had underestimated the shadow's speed. The shadow swiftly extended its front paw, clawing at Chu Qing's arm, leveraging the force to launch itself toward Chu Qing's head, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench. In that critical moment, Xiao He arrived, crashing into the shadow and diverting its head, thereby saving Chu Qing. With this brief delay, Lin Yi, who had been a distance away, also reached Chu Qing's side. He swung his long knife swiftly, but the shadow evaded once more. The shadow's crimson eyes locked onto Lin Yi's, void of any emotion, only filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. Perhaps believing it could not secure its meal, the level 2 zombie, resembling a stray dog, swiftly leaped away, disappearing into the night. Gunfire rang out a moment too late as Xiao Yu finally pinpointed the level 2 zombie's location and pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, her haste and the zombie's erratic movements resulted in a miss. "Are you okay?" Lin Yi asked as he approached Chu Qing, only to find Chu Qing's expression grim. His arm was marred, the clothing and protective gear torn, revealing 3 bloody claw marks, injuries inflicted by the level 2 zombie during its assault. "Brother, are you all right?" Xiao Yu and the others rushed over, their expressions turning solemn upon seeing Chu Qing's injury. None had anticipated that after defeating the Titan, such an incident would occur. "He could be a night stalker," Lin Yi mused, frowning slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation. The only name that fit was this one. The Night Stalker was one of the level 2 zombie names he had heard in his previous life. However, previously, he only knew the name, and beyond that, there was no other information. Lin Yi had not anticipated that the Night Wanderer could move at such speed. Suppressing the turmoil within, Lin Yi cast a deep glance in the direction where the Night Wanderer had vanished and spoke, "Let's return to the safe house." Upon arriving back at the safe house, Tian Sheng anxiously shouted, "Wu Liang, hurry. Chu Qing is injured." After spending some time together, Lin Yi's relationship with Chu Qing had even surpassed that with Gao Yuan, whom he had known prior to joining the safe house. Upon hearing that Chu Qing was hurt, Lin Jiao immediately rushed out, and upon seeing the injury on Chu Qing's arm, she anxiously paced back and forth. Although they had encountered many scratch survivors at the entrance of the safe house over the past few days, those were merely strangers, and thus did not evoke much emotion among them. Inside the infirmary, Wu Liang prepared a dose of medicine. Despite his own anxiety, his long experience as a doctor allowed him to instinctively remain calm in this moment. There is no need to worry too much. Chu Qing possesses Class A abilities, and his physique is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. After taking the medicine, there is a 70% chance that he will be fine. Upon hearing Wu Liang's analysis, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief, though their brows remained furrowed. They felt helpless, as aside from Lin Yi, the rest waited in the infirmary. A 70% chance might be high for an ordinary person. But for Chu Qing, as a comrade in arms, even a 90% chance felt insufficient. As time elapsed, pain began to etch itself onto Chu Qing's face. However, just as Wu Liang had stated, Chu Qing's physique, enhanced by the blood moon, meant that this ordeal would not last long. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chu Qing's body ceased to tremble from the intense pain, although he was still sweating profusely from the discomfort. He could feel the pain beginning to subside, that a look of relief washed over Chu Qing's face, akin to one who had narrowly escaped calamity. I could see that moment. Lin Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. "How is it?" "It's nothing serious. The phantom pain hasn't completely dissipated yet. But in a way, this misfortune has turned into a blessing. I will no longer fear infection." Chu Qing resumed his usual playful demeanor. During this time, Wu Liang had observed and could essentially confirm that after surviving an infection, antibodies would indeed form within the body that if scratched again, the pain would not last long, and some individuals with strong physiques might not even feel significant discomfort. "As expected of you, to still be grinning at a time like this." Tian Sheng chuckled. He intended to lighten the mood, but Lin Yi merely nodded calmly and pushed the door open to leave. The others exchanged glances, puzzled by their leader's demeanor. Shouldn't he be pleased at a moment like this? Only Xiaoyu seemed contemplative as she followed him out of the infirmary, outside the safe house. Lin Yi sat by the roadside where Tian Sheng had been scratched earlier while chatting with Tian Zhao. He smoked one cigarette after another, while Lin Wangyu silently sat beside him. After a long while, Lin Yi finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, in this safe house, you are the most important. Your life and mine are paramount." "Brother," Lin Wangyu softly exhaled, then continued, "In my heart, you are the most important as well. But I know you are not that kind of person. Even after experiencing betrayal in a past life, you are not someone whose heart has turned entirely cold, that I saved them." Lin Yi interrupted his sister for the first time, his voice rising. "Even if they die, you cannot blame me." His tone grew increasingly agitated. "Yes, you are right, but why are you afraid?" Xiaoyu gently placed her hand on Lin Yi's head, resting it on her shoulder. "You fear treating them as friends and witnessing their deaths before your eyes. You dread recalling the moment from your past life when I rushed into the horde of zombies. You are afraid of not being decisive enough. You fear that you won't be able to protect me." Xiaoyu's tone was soft yet unassailable. "Xiaoyu, my advantage as a reincarnator is gone. Even though I possess memories of my past life, I cannot even confirm if that thing is called Night Wanderer or something I have never heard of. It's alright, big brother. If we cannot recognize it, we can simply give it a new name. If we cannot defeat it, we can retreat to the safe house. The Blood Moon is a world of predators. But big brother, I sent your slayer just a talent for devouring monsters. I believe in you." Lin Yi's voice was hoarse, unable to utter another word. "Brother," Lin Wangyu turned and embraced Lin Yi, unwilling to let go for a long time. "You're simply exhausted." The following day, early in the morning, after breakfast, they gathered in the courtyard. Tian Sheng, Chu Qing, and the others remained to assist Wu Yang. Lin Yi's tone once again became resolute as it had been before. The rest of you, follow me to seek revenge. Chu Qing, with a pained expression, protested, Boss, wasn't it me who got scratched? Why am I being left behind to seek revenge? Lin Yi laughed and scolded, Do you have an opinion, you rascal? No, may you have a safe journey. May all go smoothly. A chair was hurled at him in Siege Excine's Chaos Zone. The group returned to the location where they had fought the Night Wanderer the previous night. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few survivors hunting zombies, completely unaware of the Chaos Zone. In contrast, several survivors who frequently visited the safe house recognized a few members of their team and greeted them amicably. Following the path, Lin Yi and the others headed towards the direction where the Night Wanderer had fled, with Tian Zhao focusing most of his attention on his supersensory ability, ready to detect the Night Wanderer's presence again. However, until they reached the end of the neighborhood, Tian Zhao did not sense the Night Wanderer. Strange, could it have escaped the neighborhood? Lin Yi shook his head. The adjacent neighborhood was not very close. Logically, zombies should not leave until they had killed all nearby humans. Could it be that the Night Wanderer sensed the power of the shot Xiaoyu fired last night and left out of caution? Lin Yi felt a chill at this thought, that if that were the case, this second-level zombie was far too intelligent. After searching the vicinity of the neighborhood, the team redirected their efforts to search elsewhere. Before long, they located the Night Wanderer's position. Found it, boss! Tian Zhao successfully sensed the Night Wanderer's location in the southeast area of the neighborhood. However, the Night Wanderer had clearly fled in the southwest direction the previous night. This left only one explanation. The Night Wanderer had sensed a threat and changed its position. Lin Yi did not believe that anyone else in the neighborhood could drive the Night Wanderer away. It seemed that the Night Wanderer's intelligence far exceeded that of the zombies they had previously encountered, including the Titan. Although it had not escaped the neighborhood, it had indeed relocated. It appeared that higher-level zombies not only possessed greater strength but also enhanced intelligence. Though the Titan appeared to be a foolish giant, it was still smarter than a corpse-bearer. Dismissing further musings, Lin Yi commanded the group to gradually approach the Night Wanderer. And no matter how clever the Night Wanderer was, it could never anticipate that their team possessed both supersensory and the Chaos Zone. Upon reaching a distance of 100 meters from the Night Wanderer, the entire team finally had an unobstructed view of it. Xiaoyu successfully spotted the Night Wanderer's figure through a scope. At this moment, it was evident that the most suitable person to cooperate with Siege Exine's Chaos Zone during the battle was Xiaoyu. This was because the Chaos Zone had a limitation. Once an attack was initiated against a zombie, the attacker would lose the camouflage provided by the Chaos Zone. At that point, they would be detected by nearby zombies. Xiaoyu's sniper rifle, however, could strike from outside the zombie's perception range and then activate the Chaos Zone. Not only did this allow for a long distance, but the time taken from launching the attack to it reaching its target was extremely brief, nearly instantaneous. Currently, they were 60 meters away from the Night Wanderer, a distance that would allow Xiaoyu to fire and immediately enter the camouflage of the Chaos Zone. At this moment, she was not within the perception range of the Night Wanderer, allowing Lin Yi to pursue at a sufficiently close distance. The Titan's perception range extended to 40 meters, and Lin Yi did not believe that the Night Wanderer possessed attributes superior to those of the Titan. If that were the case, Tian Zhao would not have sensed that the energy intensity of the Titan surpassed that of the Night Wanderer. After briefly devising a strategy, Lin Yi gripped his long knife firmly and issued the command, "Fire." The sound of gunfire erupted. Even if the Night Wanderer moved with incredible speed, it was merely a level 2 zombie, incapable of evading the shot fired by Xiaoyu at that instant. Simultaneously, Xiao He dashed forward, not tasked with eliminating the Night Wanderer, but rather with restraining it. Lin Yi followed closely behind, trailed by Gao Yuan and Tian Sheng. Due to their rapid pursuit, they remained oblivious to Xiaoyu's astonished exclamations from behind. Had they truly lost their combat effectiveness? It was only when Lin Yi reached the side of the Night Wanderer that he discovered it lying horizontally on the ground, desperately attempting to rise as Lin Yi and the others rushed toward it, but failing after several attempts. Regardless of the circumstances, the first strike belonged to him. Lin Yi drew his long knife and delivered a fatal blow to the Night Wanderer. The resistance felt against the blade was minimal. slightly surpassing that of a level 1 zombie, the corpse bearer. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, his brow gradually relaxing. This was indeed reasonable. Although both were level 2 zombies, the Night Wanderer was faster, more agile, and possessed superior intelligence compared to the Titan. Yet, the Titan's energy intensity was greater than that of the Night Wanderer. Why was that? It could only be attributed to the fact that the Night Wanderer's attributes in strength and defense were significantly inferior to those of the Titan. No one had anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly. However, the ease of this confrontation alleviated some of the gloom hanging over the group. It seemed that level 2 zombies were not overwhelmingly powerful after all. Upon absorbing the Night Wanderer's remains, the condition for upgrading the safe house, specifically the absorption of level 2 zombie flesh and blood, was finally fulfilled. That a brief inspection of the community revealed no other level 2 zombies. And the group returned to the safe house. The entire endeavor took less than an hour, with over 40 minutes spent merely tracking the Night Wanderer. Upon returning to the safe house, they found it already surrounded by a considerable number of people, drawn not only by the allure of supplies or the exchange of anti-infection medication, but also because today was Sunday. Following the previous week's pattern, it was highly likely that at midnight, a second wave of rewards from the Blood Moon would arrive. Based on the survivor summaries regarding those who had acquired abilities, theories akin to a game point system had gradually spread among the group. Thus, many gritted their teeth, eager to make a final push for points on the last day. Seizing a moment of respite, Chu Qing hurriedly sought out Tian Sheng to inquire about the day's battle situation. In a state of urgency, he recalled, fortunately, he had anticipated this, wielding a heavy sword and striking down upon the Night Wanderer's head, causing it to bleed profusely. Oh, you believe that? Chu Qing looked at Tian Sheng with disdain, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Have you taken leave of your senses? You used to be so reserved, and now you're putting on airs. Realizing the absurdity of it all, he thought to himself that humanity could very well face extinction overnight. Why bother with reservations? Indeed, Chu Qing remarked, approvingly patting Tian Sheng on the shoulder, you've finally come to your senses. Not far behind. Lin Yi relaxed his previously furrowed brow, not because of any comforting words, but due to the fact that Tian Sheng's performance was rather conspicuous. Though he claimed to have gained clarity, his subsequent demeanor belied a hint of embarrassment. Regardless, having this group join them was certainly a boon. Lin Yi silently prayed that the rewards his group would receive tonight would not be mere supplies. The daytime passed in a flurry of activity, yet this night was unlike the last. Each survivor was prepared, anticipating another wave of blood moon fluctuations and hoping to be chosen as an empowered individual. However, each survivor's preparations varied as midnight approached. With only a few hours remaining, some continued to hunt zombies, muttering, just one more, please let me avoid any mishaps. As they passed a corner, they encountered a zombie, but this one appeared unusual, sporting 3 bone spurs on its back. Others sat at home in prayer, beseeching the heavens for an ability, offering to forego meals for an entire day. Then they heard the all-too-familiar sound of banging on the door. And it dawned on them that perhaps they would no longer require food, but rather human flesh. Inside the safe house, the sound of gurgling filled the air as the group once again indulged in hot pot. Lin Jiao had prepared a spicy sesame sauce and a mala broth. Absolutely delightful. The clock on the phone ticked closer to midnight, and the blood moon did not disappoint the hopes of the survivors. As a wave of energy swept through at the appointed hour, many residents who had diligently hunted zombies throughout the week wore expressions of excitement, anticipating a miracle. However, as the wave coursed through their bodies, they felt nothing. With a disappointed sigh, one caught a glimpse of new additions surrounding them. Inside the safe house, the group had long finished their hot pot, and Lin Yi returned to the bedroom with his sister. As the wave surged, Lin Yi felt a jolt through his body, and the familiar agony returned. He had gained an ability once more. The intertwining emotions of joy and pain overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but shut his eyes tightly. Whether it was an illusion or not, he thought he saw something fly past him just before closing his eyes. With no time to ponder, Lin Yi clenched his fists, bracing against the sensation of his muscles tearing apart. Fortunately, with prior experience, although beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, the pain was not severe enough to induce unconsciousness. Moreover, The intensity of this pain was slightly less than before. It likely wasn't an SS-level ability. Yet Lin Yi felt no dissatisfaction. Aside from the initial Blood Moon reward, subsequent rewards often lacked substance. Acquiring any ability was already quite commendable. Lin Yi decided to focus on the internal changes wrought by the excruciating pain, gradually losing track of time. Only when the pain subsided did he slowly open his eyes, filled with astonishment. S-level ability. Eye of Appraisal. He was thoroughly pleased with this ability, with the Eye of Appraisal at his disposal. The mysteries hidden within the Blood Moon would undoubtedly reveal themselves in due course. Just as he basked in his joy, Xiaoyu pushed the door open and entered. Noticing her arrival, Lin Yi took the initiative to ask, "I just acquired an S-level ability. What about you? Any gains?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu pouted and walked to the other side of the bed, reaching into Lin Yi's blind spot before pulling out a chicken. "Yes, a free-range chicken. What is this?" Lin Yi was taken aback by the flapping chicken. "How would I know what this is?" Xiaoyu replied, looking aggrieved. Lin Yi suddenly recalled that just before closing his eyes, he had seen something fly past him. So it was this creature. Xiaoyu released her grip, and the chicken landed on the floor, not making a sound, taking a few steps before standing still. Right, the Eye of Appraisal. Lin Yi directed his gaze at the chicken and activated the ability. Instantly, a flood of information entered his mind. Name: mutated free-range chicken. Description: a free-range chicken that underwent mutation during the Blood Moon, consumption of which can permanently enhance the eater's speed attribute to a certain extent. Interesting, Lin Yi mused, surprised that the Blood Moon could yield such a creature, one that was still alive. Really? Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yi with suspicion, feeling somewhat relieved. Heaven knows how distressed she had been when she saw a chicken flying overhead during the Blood Moon's fluctuation. "Brother, what's wrong with your eyes?" Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that Lin Yi's eyes appeared different. Approaching for a closer look, she discovered that his right pupil had transformed into a deep green. And now, Lin Yi retracted his ability. The color remained deep green, rather striking indeed. IT must be due to the ability. "I'm going to take a shower. Have they all come out?" Noticing the black substance secreted from within him, Lin Yi decided to postpone further experimentation with his ability and headed toward the bathroom. "They've come out. We were just waiting for you." As Lin Yi passed by the washstand, he couldn't help but glance at the mirror. Indeed, he appeared rather decent. After Lin Yi finished his shower and emerged, the others had already been chatting for a while. "Boss, have you acquired yet another S-level ability?" Chu Qing expressed a hint of envy. Lin Yi nodded, subsequently sharing a brief overview of the Eye of Appraisal with everyone. "Wow, this is quite impressive. Although the Eye of Appraisal does not directly enhance combat power, its utility is remarkably potent. Coincidentally, most of them were holding items from the Blood Moon." Lin Yi observed the various items around them, unable to suppress a chuckle, and teased, "What are you all doing with so many snacks? Planning a picnic? I suspect you might be mocking me, but I have no evidence." Tian Zhao glanced at a box of ham sausages at his feet, feeling quite helpless. "Boss, take a look at what I have," Wu Yang chimed in, extending his palm to reveal a small, pitch-black seed, roughly the size of sunflower seed. Lin Yi used his ability to inspect it. Name: anomalous seed. Description: a seed rich in energy, capable of sprouting and growing in the Blood Moon environment, infused with a strong life force. This is a seed that can survive under the Blood Moon. We could plant in a pot and see what kind of plant it yields. Soon after, Lin Jiao raised 2 mushrooms in her hand, inquiring, "Boss, are these anomalous food?" Lin Yi looked over. Name: anomalous mushroom. Description: a mushroom that undergoes mutation during the Blood Moon. Consuming it can permanently enhance the consumer's strength to a certain degree. Indeed, this qualifies as anomalous food, enhancing strength attributes. It pairs perfectly with the free-range chicken that Xiaoyu obtained for stewed, a match made in heaven. Are all of these anomalous foods? Tian Zhao and Chu Qing each lifted a large box of food from beneath their feet. "Boss, take a look at us. We've each gathered more food." Lin Yi examined their items. 1 box of instant noodles, unable to appraise, and another box of ham sausages, also unable to appraise. The Eye of Appraisal can only identify items or life forms imbued with Blood Moon energy. Thus, these are merely ordinary foods. Since we have already opened them, let us have the chicken stew with mushrooms for dinner, while you two can enjoy your instant noodles and ham sausages, Lin Yi jested. Upon hearing this, their expressions fell. It was indeed just ordinary food. "Boss, I have gained an ability," Gao Yuan exclaimed, somewhat smug upon seeing the items in the hands of others. Before he could finish, 3 pairs of eyes turned sharply toward him, glaring fiercely. "How dare you flaunt it? This is blatant mockery. Tian Sheng, teach him a lesson." Even Tian Zhao couldn't hold back, joining Chu Qing and Tian Sheng in giving Gao Yuan a good beating. Lin Yi watched the 4 of them playfully tussling, a smile in his eyes, and did not intervene. Suddenly recalling Tian Sheng's word from earlier in the day, he thought, indeed, perhaps there is no need to be overly cautious. Simply living well and striving to enhance one's strength is sufficient. As the group gradually calmed down, Lin Yi finally inquired, "What ability did you acquire?" Gao Yuan elaborated, "A level ability. Wind walk description. Speed attribute enhanced." Lin Yi nodded. This ability is quite commendable, especially when paired with Gao Yuan's first ability, Dagger Mastery. Now Gao Yuan's combat skills have been elevated to a new level. Lin Yi then turned his attention to Tian Sheng. "Boss, I think I have a sharp fong." Tian Sheng handed over his item to Lin Yi. Name. Corpse fong description. When pierced into a level 3 or lower zombie's flesh, it can immobilize the zombie for 1 to 10 seconds. The stronger the zombie, the shorter the immobilization duration. This is excellent. It can even be effective against level 3 zombies in critical moments. A second can be immensely valuable. The last to speak was Xia Zhixin. To everyone's surprise, she had not acquired an item or a new ability. Rather, her original ability had upgraded by 1 level, from B level to A level. Previously, Xia Zhixin could only mislead level 2 zombies. Now, at A level, she can mislead up to level 3 zombies. The upgrade was straightforward, and the effects remained significant, primarily serving as a survival capability. Xiao He bared its sharp teeth and yelped a few times. And Lin Yi then noticed that Xiao He's 2 pairs of fangs had become even sharper. Its reward was not an item or an ability, but rather an evolution of its fangs, making them sturdier and sharper. The reward from a second blood moon indeed seemed to lack substance, yet these gains were still acceptable. Lin Yi wondered how effective the Eye of Appraisal would be on zombies. He promptly led the group out of the safe house and into the community. First, they sought out a common zombie to activate the Eye of Appraisal. Name. Zombie description. The most common 0-level zombie during the blood moon. The first type of zombie to appear, bringing endless despair to humanity. Soon after, with Tian Zhao's ability, Enhanced Sensing, Lin Yi quickly located a backbearer. Name. Backbearer description. A human infected with a minuscule chance of mutating into a backbearer. Possessing greater strength, speed, and defensive capabilities, and the ability to command a certain number of ordinary zombies. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The description provided by the Eye of Appraisal was quite detailed. In the future, should he encounter unfamiliar zombies, he would not be left completely in the dark. Perhaps the recent frequency of hunting level 2 zombies had been excessive. Therefore, the group searched the community but found no more level 2 zombies. However, they did come across a zombie dog, whose description was nearly identical to that of a regular zombie, lacking any unique characteristics. "All right, let us head back for dinner." Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Yi saw Wu Liang just finishing up with a cardboard box, having dug up some soil to plant the acquired seed and watered it. Lin Jiao had also just completed cooking. A fragrant dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms was served at the table. Due to the previous few days of nightly zombie hunting, everyone had developed a habit of late-night snacking. Although they hadn't exerted themselves much this evening, their stomachs still growled as mealtime approached. 1 bite of chicken filled him with warmth that not only spread through his abdomen, but also coursed through his limbs. The serving of chicken stew was modest. But perhaps due to the anomalous food, everyone felt quite satiated that a sense of fulfillment washed over the group, not merely a psychological one, but a physical response. Once the food had been fully digested, each person distinctly sensed an enhancement in their strength and speed to a certain degree. By the way, Lin Yi recalled something. Wu Liang sent a message. "We are now beginning to recruit ability users. To upgrade the safe house again, we need to meet the requirement of 30 personnel." "Understood, boss. From this moment on, everyone present is considered an elder member." Lin Yi chuckled heartily. As our numbers grow, the safe house will require some transformation. Tian Zhao, Gao Yuan, Once we recruit ability users, you two will each lead a team as captains. Should there be any users with particularly unusual or powerful abilities, report them to me. Tiansheng and Chu Qing will serve as vice captains, with Gao Yuan's team leading the combat ability users. Xia Zhixin will serve as vice captain with Tian Zhao's team, guiding the support ability users. However, for more intense battles, we will still fight together. Moreover, any new recruits must contribute to the safe house to receive supplies and utilize the sacrificial wheel for ability upgrades. Naturally, special treatment will be afforded to those with significant abilities. Tian Zhao, I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. All right, boss. Tian Zhao's eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness. The safe house was about to come alive at Inyang City. A few kilometers away from the happy community, there existed a trade plaza. This area could no longer be deemed suburban, as nearly 10 residential complexes surrounded the plaza. Once, the trade plaza was the most bustling location in the vicinity, teeming with countless vendors and shops catering to all aspects of life. However, it now lay desolate. The blood moon had descended for 2 weeks, and no survivor dared to wander outside alone. Numerous vehicles lined the plaza's edge, yet they were all long abandoned, with only fallen leaves and uncollected litter dancing in the gentle breeze. The eerie silence enveloped the area. Not a single human soul could be found, nor any zombies. The only exception was a 4-story commercial building situated at the center of the plaza, where a faint glimmer of light could be seen through the windows. The first floor of the shopping center was shrouded in darkness, with various shops selling gold, silver jewelry, and luxurious clothing having long since drawn their metal shutters, never to reopen at this moment. No one harbored any intentions toward these goods. The elevators had ceased operation, and the escalators had all been dismantled, leaving only a staircase to access the upper floors. Faint voices could be heard from the second floor, where some mobile phones were affixed to the walls, serving as makeshift streetlights for illumination. There was no need to worry about battery depletion, as the phones drew their power from the blood moon, seemingly everlasting. This place was a sanctuary for survivors, exclusively for those with abilities. Most inhabitants resided on the second floor, while the third floor housed the leaders and influential figures, and the fourth floor was designated for storing supplies. Even under the blood moon, amidst the apocalypse, individuals were still ranked according to their strength. A billiards hall on the third floor had been temporarily converted into a conference room. Inside, a dozen ability holders were engaged in a discussion. Rumors circulated that the official sanctuary was beginning to recruit new members. How did everyone feel about this? The speaker was Han Yu, the leader of this survivor base. He turned his gaze toward the individual closest to him on the left. This person, clad in a suit that appeared somewhat comical on his corpulent frame, was nicknamed Golden Tooth III due to his third tooth being a gold cap. However, only a few present dared to call him that, as others would have been swiftly silenced, becoming a meal for the zombies. Golden Tooth III was the second in command of this base, possessing formidable strength and ruthless methods. Apart from Han Yu, the others in the room regarded him with considerable trepidation. Noticing Han Yu's attention, Golden Tooth III voiced his opinion. Why join? It's better to be a big shot here. Joining the official side would mean giving that up, which is hardly appealing to in truth. His sentiments echoed those of the vast majority, if not all, present. They had grown accustomed to their current lives, where their subordinates obeyed without question, and beautiful women were delivered to them without the constraints of law, relying solely on strength. Furthermore, the base had ample food in the short term, and just hours prior, several had received mutated seeds as rewards from the blood moon. That it was possible that they would soon establish a stable food source. Forcing them to adhere to new rules now would be more unbearable than death itself. Han Yu nodded. Since we share a consensus, our sole objective must be to enhance the base's strength. After a brief pause, he continued. Zombies are evolving rapidly, growing stronger to survive. We must also grow stronger to this juncture. A young man positioned third to Golden Tooth III spoke up. How do we bolster our strength? We've already lost so many combatants, and the zombies near the plaza have been exterminated. Only a handful have acquired a second ability. Han Yu, unfazed by the interruption, elaborated. As you mentioned, the area around the plaza is temporarily safe. This Tuesday, send a few individuals out to scout and recruit nearby ability holders to expand our influence. The group seemed to agree on the candidates, though this task was deemed perilous. yet to endure the increasingly terrifying blood moon. Someone must undertake it. The previous battles had claimed numerous lives within the base, and even among them, many had fallen to the zombies that a continuous influx of ability holders was essential to fill the gaps and strengthen their ranks. All right, you may disperse, Han Yu commanded, beckoning the earlier speaker, Han Feng, to approach. As the others filed out, Han Feng stepped forward, only to be met with two sharp slaps across his face. The blows were delivered without restraint, leaving two vivid red imprints on his skin. From now on, when I speak, do not interject, Han Yu said coldly. Han Feng covered his face, unable to meet his brother's gaze, his voice trembling. Understood, brother. Noticing the piercing glare directed at him, Han Feng quickly corrected himself. Boss. Han Yu nodded, his tone regaining its calmness as he instructed. Follow me to as they traversed the second floor. Many ability holders rose in respect upon seeing Han Yu, greeting him reverently. Leader, Han Yu paid them no heed. In his eyes, they were merely tools. Yet, none dared to voice any dissent, for Han Yu's strength far surpassed theirs. They arrived in the dimly lit hall of the shopping center's first floor. Han Feng switched on his phone's flashlight, trailing behind Han Yu into a corridor. A colossal shadow lay sprawled on the ground, which Han Feng immediately recognized as a level 2 zombie, the Titan. When did you bring the Titan's corpse here, boss? He asked. The Titan was no stranger to him. Days before the arrival of the Blood Moon's rewards, they had lost nearly a third of their mid-tier combatants while combating this particular zombie. Even among the ability holders on the third floor, 2 had perished in that confrontation. Wait. Han Feng's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Han Yu, unable to suppress his question. You don't mean to. Han Yu turned his head, his gaze unyielding as he calmly stated, We will subdue this Titan. You're insane. With my current strength, I would die. Han Yu appeared unfazed, fixating a stare on Han Feng. The latter nearly broke down. No, I can't do it. You're my brother. Are you trying to get me killed? His panic stemmed from the knowledge that he could not defy Han Yu's decisions. It had always been this way. Another slap landed on Han Feng's face, restoring a semblance of clarity. Han Yu seized his brother by the collar, lifting him up. Precisely because I am your brother, I will make you do this. Hurry, I will not repeat myself. Han Feng had acquired an S-rank ability to control corpses during the first Blood Moon rewards. Initially elated at gaining such power, he soon realized that the final warning in the description was not to be taken lightly. At first, when subduing ordinary zombies, he felt little discomfort, merely a slight headache that he brushed off. However, upon absorbing the third corpse holder, the pain had nearly surpassed his threshold of endurance. That experience had left him nearly incapacitated, even causing him to lose control of his bladder. To this day, it remained a haunting memory. Since then, every time he needed to subdue a corpse holder, he felt a surge of urgency. Each time he subdued one, he endured a tormenting pain that could drive him to madness. Now, with Han Yu demanding he subdue the Titan, it seemed utterly impossible. Despite these thoughts, Han Feng slowly approached, terror ingrained in his very bones, rendering him incapable of disobeying Han Yu's orders, even if it meant facing imminent death. Trembling, he drew a dagger from his waist and made a cut across his palm, observing Han Feng's actions. Han Yu finally nodded in satisfaction, but then instructed him, release the control of the 3 corpse holders, and then consume this. Speaking, he took out a fruit and tossed it to Han Feng. Within the base, someone had acquired the ability of botanist. Han Yu had sought out this survivor for identification and claimed that this fruit could enhance the mental fortitude of the capable. As for the exact function of this mental fortitude, no one could ascertain. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and promptly complied. The Titan on the ground was riddled with wounds, though the fatal injury lay at its neck, where its head had been severed. As long as the Titan could be resurrected, it could restore the rest of its injuries by absorbing the undead. Preparing himself, Han Feng gritted his teeth and inflicted a cut on his palm, revealing numerous scars that had yet to fully heal. Blood dripped from his palm. He dared not delay, immediately presenting his bloodied hand to the severed neck of the Titan, spreading it evenly before reattaching the Titan's head. Soon, the severed flesh visibly began to mend. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged into his mind, causing Han Feng to scream in agony. and lose control of his bodily functions once again. This cry attracted numerous capable individuals from upstairs, who, upon descending and realizing it was Han Yu, quickly apologized and retreated to their rooms. The pain drove Han Feng to repeatedly slam his head against the floor. Feeling as if he were truly on the brink of death, his teeth uncontrollably clashing together. Observing this, a complex expression flickered in Han Yu's eyes as he placed his foot on Han Feng's head to restrain him. This torment persisted for over 10 minutes, during which Han Feng rolled, struggled, and pleaded for death, becoming utterly filthy, until he finally endured through as the pain subsided. Han Feng lay still on the floor, his gaze silently fixed above him. "Let us conduct an experiment." Han Yu's cold voice elicited a flicker of emotion in Han Feng's eyes. Slowly, he rose, deliberately avoiding the chilling sensation below, and commanded the Titan to stand up. As soon as the order was given, the pain returned with a vengeance, excruciating yet bearable. Once the Titan rose, it was fortunate that the middle of the building was hollow. Otherwise, the Titan would have surely smashed through a massive hole. Subsequently, Han Yu seemed entirely unconcerned with Han Feng's suffering, instructing him once more to command the Titan to attack. Han Feng complied, and this time the pain was particularly intense, rivaling that of subduing the Titan. Quickly, he urged the Titan to throw a punch, hastily shutting off the command. The Titan then stood immobile in its place, while Han Yu had retreated several meters to avoid the blow. Not bad. Han Yu unexpectedly offered a rare compliment. Although the mental fortitude was likely still insufficient, he could nevertheless command the Titan, which could serve as a temporary trump card. He did not believe there were any capable individuals in the vicinity, aside from their base, who could slay the Titan. The following day, Han Feng spent nearly the entire time in bed, a pain akin to having his brain torn asunder, keeping him in a state of rest until he felt slightly better. On Tuesday morning, nearly half of the capable individuals on the third floor of the base mobilized to various neighborhoods. Han Feng's destination was the relatively distant Xingfu community and Fuan community. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, a massive Titan and 2 corpse bearers followed closely behind him. The survivors were oblivious to the fact that Han Feng was still enduring intense pain, as he needed to continuously issue the follow command to the Titan. However, Han Feng felt entirely the opposite. A morbid exhilaration and sense of freedom began to surge within him. He could finally escape from Han Yu for a few days. The distance from the base to the 2 communities was not excessively far. In normal times, a taxi ride would take merely a few minutes. Yet in this apocalyptic scenario, relying on foot while cautiously avoiding lurking zombies would naturally slow his pace considerably. As he walked along the road, sinister thoughts began to take root in Han Feng's mind. After all, he had been tormented by Han Yu for far too long, despite having no shortage of food or even women. A lingering frustration weighed heavily on his heart. Prolonged suppression had twisted his inner self into something pathological. This was not how he had been before. Han Yu, 3 years Han Feng's senior, though ruthless and unscrupulous, had treated his younger brother quite well. However, everything changed when the blood moon descended. In the early hours of the morning, zombies began to encroach at that time. Han Yu was not at home, but working several kilometers away from the community. Due to a shortage of rooms at home and both brothers being of age, Han Yu had rented a place to stay near his workplace. Han Feng's father was the first to be awakened by the noise of someone banging on the door in the middle of the night. Initially furious, he opened the door, only to be paralyzed with shock at the sight before him. Zombies lunged at him, causing Han Feng's father to instinctively step back, narrowly avoiding the jagged teeth aimed at his throat. However, he was still bitten on the arm, and the excruciating pain jolted him into clarity. He immediately shouted for Han Feng and their mother to flee. Han Feng's mother, roused by a shout, saw her husband grappling with something in the living room. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a monster pinning him down, its jaws having already torn into his flesh. The zombie incessantly gnawed at Han Feng's father's throat, but his father, still relatively robust, managed to fend off the creature. Under normal circumstances, Han Feng's mother could have escaped, but since Han Feng had not been awakened, how could she possibly run away on her own? She hurriedly opened the door to call for Han Feng. By the time they reached the living room, Han Feng's father was already lying in a pool of blood, and the zombie lunged at Han Feng. Witnessing this scene, Han Feng's mother, fueled by an unknown courage and strength, charged at the zombie, grasping it tightly and urging Han Feng to run. Han Feng's timid and cowardly nature starkly contrasted with his brother's. Paralyzed by fear, he hesitated to approach, only when his mother was bitten on the throat by the zombie. The warm blood splattering across his face did terror overwhelm him, and he fled in a frenzy. Later, when Han Yu awoke and sensed something was amiss, he quickly grabbed a bicycle and raced back to the community, only to find Han Feng wandering aimlessly. Han Yu immediately embraced his brother, learning the events that transpired from Han Feng's lips. Without hesitation, Han Yu retrieved a metal rod from his bicycle and rushed home. But there was no sign of their parents. From that moment on, Han Yu gradually began to harbor resentment toward Han Feng, questioning him as to why he had not perished alongside their parents. Yet Han Feng remained the only family he had left in this world. Ultimately, this led to the deterioration of their relationship. On one hand, Han Yu constantly sought opportunities to torment Han Feng, while on the other, he feared the prospect of Han Feng actually dying. Not long after Han Feng set out from the base with the Titan, he heard a series of screams. Help! Help! A woman and two men were being pursued by zombies. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Han Feng's eyes as he approached. He commanded the zombies to halt through the corpse bearers. The three initially believed they had been saved, but their expressions of relief quickly faded. The two men caught sight of a cold smile on Han Feng's lips, and the two corpse bearers lunged toward them. The woman was petrified by this scene. Han Feng intended to inquire if she was capable, but he opened his mouth only to close it again. Never mind, he wouldn't miss this one by the time Han Feng continued toward the target community. An hour had passed, leaving behind a corpse sprawled in a pool of blood. Limbs brutally severed and covered in grime, as he walked along the road. The throbbing pain in his head persisted, yet Han Feng felt a significant release from the oppressive weight in his heart. A crooked smile formed on his lips. He seemed to have discovered a method to alleviate his frustrations. Unfortunately, the journey ahead yielded no further encounters with survivors. Only the scraggly trees lining the roadside and a few abandoned vehicles crashed into obstacles remained. Yet it mattered little. There were bound to be survivors in those two communities. Han Feng's smile grew increasingly wild. Then, let them be punished, subjected to several hours of my torment. He found himself reluctant to return. In a world devoid of Han Yu, even the air carried the scent of freedom. Thinking of Han Yu once more filled Han Feng with agitation, prompting him to quicken his pace, eager to arrive at Xingfu community. An hour later, Han Yu reached the crossroads leading to the two communities, which to choose first. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Feng made his decision. Xingfu community, let me see just how fortunate you truly are. Stepping onto the north-south road of Xingfu community, Han Feng surveyed his surroundings, hoping to uncover a trace. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he infiltrated the survivors' ranks and allowed them to truly experience despair, would it not be far more entertaining? Yet, unbeknownst to him, over 100 meters away, a sniper rifle had already locked onto his position. Beside him, two corpse bearers and a Titan accompanied his brother. Their expressions tinged with a hint of anguish. A Titan? Lin Yi felt a moment of disbelief. In his previous life, he had never encountered a Titan. He only knew that Han Feng commanded two corpse bearers. Could it be that the timeline had shifted? After some contemplation, Lin Yi dismissed this notion that in his past life, he lacked understanding of S-class abilities, but from the perspective of this life, an S-class ability that could only control two corpse bearers seemed rather rudimentary. However, the ability to command a Titan appeared to be quite formidable. Coupled with Xiao Yu's information, which hinted at a measure of distress, it suggested that controlling this Titan might not be an easy feat for Han Feng. Thus, he kept the Titan hidden, reserving it as a trump card. Regardless, even if he could control the Titan, this was not their first encounter. Lin Yi resolved firmly and instructed Xiao Yu, aim for his left leg. Before the sound of gunfire rang out, Han Feng felt his footing give way, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. With a resounding bang, he realized his left leg had been shattered. The sensation of pain had yet to register, but he could already see his lower leg flung several meters away, while his thigh had been utterly obliterated. Gun. Shock and fury coursed through Han Feng. He had yet to comprehend the situation when he found himself inexplicably under attack. How could there be a gun, Just then, the familiar, excruciating pain surged through him as he cradled his head in despair. He suddenly spotted a group of figures rushing toward him, armed with an array of weapons. Resembling vengeful spirits from the underworld, fear gripped Han Feng, transporting him back to 2 weeks prior when his mother clung desperately to a zombie, urging him to flee. Yet this time, no one was coming to save him. "Kill them all," he commanded the Titan. Almost simultaneously, a dual wave of agony surged through his head and left leg, causing his vision to darken as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Titan, however, did not halt its actions due to Han Feng's incapacitation. Its blood-red eyes remained fixated on the approaching crowd as it charged forward. Han Feng's facial muscles twitched, indicating he was still grappling with intense pain. The Titan led the charge, flanked by the 2 corpse-bearers. Yet Lin Yi felt no fear. This was not his first time slaying a Titan. Each time he vanquished one, an immensely pure energy would flow into his body, enhancing his strength. The boost from defeating a Titan was exponentially greater than that gained from slaying corpse-bearers. Thus he felt considerably powerful now. His strength, speed, reflexes, and defensive capabilities had nearly doubled since his initial encounter with a Titan. As a fist the size of a basketball thundered toward Lin Yi. He did not flinch or evade, but instead struck directly at the Titan's colossal fist with his blade. The long knife remained sharp, cleaving deeply into the Titan's fist until it penetrated a third of the way through before he withdrew, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. "Everyone, stand down," Lin Yi called out to Gao Yuan and the others following closely behind. This was not out of arrogance. He wished to ascertain whether he could handle a Titan on his own with his current strength. Moreover, it would serve as a means to refine his combat skills, whether it was Gao Yuan's mastery of short blades, Xiao Yu's precision strikes, or the remnants of his past life's martial prowess. These abilities required honing rather than being perfected upon acquisition. In essence, these skills merely elevated their combat techniques with specific weapons, leaving ample room for further growth. What better way to expedite the enhancement of combat skills than to engage in life-and-death struggles with an equally matched opponent? He wondered if his present capabilities could be considered a match for the Titan. The Titan, having missed its initial strike, did not immediately retaliate. Instead, it seized the 2 corpse-bearers beside it, letting out a low growl as it consumed them whole. Almost instantaneously, the wound on its arm began to heal at an observable rate. Lin Yi's expression shifted, and he brandished his long knife, charging toward the Titan, seeing the seemingly frail human daring to advance. The Titan roared in fury, sweeping a leg toward Lin. The Titan's massive thigh moved like a stone pillar, generating a gust of wind. Lin Yi pressed forward rather than retreating, as his current position was near the Titan's knee. Retreating now would only intensify the force of the attack. Instead, by closing in toward the lower leg, he aimed to mitigate the impact. Despite its enormous size, the Titan moved with surprising speed, its attack imminent. Lin Yi deftly maneuvered, dodging the Titan's colossal fist and delivering another downward slash with his long knife directed at the Titan's thigh. This strike did not sever the Titan's leg, but sunk halfway in, halting at the bone. Subsequently, he kicked against the Titan's thigh, using his momentum to propel himself several meters back, evading the Titan's onslaught. Noticing this, a flicker of caution crossed the Titan's crimson eyes. Yet it could not defy Han Feng's command. In the moment of hesitation, Lin Yi seized the opportunity once more, slashing at the Titan's knee. However, the Titan quickly reacted, its knee thrusting forward, mirroring Lin Yi's previous evasive maneuver. The knife's edge grazed the Titan's knee, leaving merely a scratch without inflicting significant harm. Lin Yi stepped back, his eyes ignited with determination. This was becoming interesting. The Titan rose again, resuming its stance. Its mighty fist descending like meteors toward Lin Yi, he evaded deftly, his long knife unyielding as it struck the Titan's left wrist. Lin Yi exerted all his strength into this blow, and the Titan's wrist was far less resilient than its knee. The strike cleanly severed the Titan's fist. With its support gone, the Titan's body lurched downward uncontrollably. Even with its rapid reflexes, it could only brace itself with its right fist, yet Lin Yi had already identified his target. He leaped high, his long knife aiming directly for the Titan's heart. With a thrust, the blade penetrated deeply, embedding itself halfway into the Titan's chest. The Titan let out a roar, an expression of shock or rage, its body momentarily stiffening as it lost control. Lin Yi seized this moment, twisting the knife to inflict further damage upon the Titan's chest wound. He then charged toward the Titan's grounded right fist. By the time the Titan regained its senses, Lin Yi was already near its right fist. The right fist bore the weight of the Titan's entire body, making it impossible to withdraw in time. With a decisive strike, he plunged his knife into the Titan's wrist. However, a gust of wind howled from behind him. Without the need to turn, Lin Yi deduced the Titan's right arm, now weaponless, was swinging at him. Despite the left arm being rendered useless, it could still function as a weapon. There was no evading this blow. Lin Yi's knife cleaved through the Titan's right wrist, severing its remaining fist. Without pausing, he swiftly retracted his long knife to the safe house and pivoted, crossing his arms defensively in front of himself. With a resounding thud, Lin Yi was sent flying, just as his left arm fell. The Titan's right fist was also severed, resulting in a diminished force behind the blow. Nevertheless, Lin Yi felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth, though the injury was not grave. It was enough to illustrate the Titan's immense power. The battle between them was far from equitable. As long as the Titan remained alive, it could endure countless strikes from Lin Yi. Conversely, for Lin Yi, a single punch from the Titan posed a severe risk of injury. Yet it was precisely under such circumstances that Lin Yi found his combat skills being sharpened in a human confrontation. Reaching this juncture would typically indicate a decisive outcome. Titans, however, were different, devoid of pain. Even after losing both fists, they could still engage in combat using the stumps of their arms, albeit without the ability to grasp. While their combat effectiveness was diminished, they remained a formidable threat. The fire of battle ignited in Lin Yi's eyes, his spirit soaring as he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his strength over this period. Once more, Lin Yi, with a sudden thought, retrieved the long blade from the safe house and charged forward with it in hand. His movements growing increasingly agile and his strikes more ferocious. Despite having lost the use of his fists, Titan steadfastly executed Han Feng's commands, each move still demanding Lin Yi's utmost respect. Gradually, the surroundings blurred, and in Lin Yi's gaze, only Titan remained, along with a particularly noticeable target, his knee. Given Titan's towering height, any attempt to strike at his head or chest necessitated severing his knee or thigh, rendering him incapable of standing. Lin Yi lunged toward Titan's left leg. Titan, unwilling to be complacent, immediately retaliated. He pressed Lin Yi back, but after a few exchanges, Lin Yi employed the same tactic he had used against Titan previously, suddenly shifting his assault toward Titan's now closer right leg. Observing Lin Yi's intent, Titan hastily unleashed a fist in response. However, unlike before, Lin Yi did not yield. Instead, he stepped forward and leaped, evading Titan's attack and reaching his knee. Without granting Titan any time to react, he delivered a powerful downward stroke. With his significantly enhanced strength, the blade sliced cleanly through without hesitation. Titan's calf fell to the ground, and his entire body toppled uncontrollably to one side. His arms flailed desperately at Lin Yi, attempting to push him back. Yet Lin Yi deftly evaded each strike. As Titan's body crashed to the ground, Lin Yi narrowly avoided another of Titan's attacks and darted toward his head. In an instant, he severed it cleanly from his body. Gao Yuan and the others stood in stunned silence, fully aware of Lin Yi's escalating prowess with each battle, yet they could hardly fathom that he had grown this formidable. Further back, several newly joined abilities users, who had witnessed only the mightiest of zombies, were equally astonished. Their leader was now capable of single-handedly slaying a second-tier zombie that a glimmer of relief flickered in their eyes. It seemed their decision to join this faction was indeed the right one. Lin Yi cast a glance at Han Feng, who lay on the ground, his face ashen, yet, being an S-class ability user, his recovery capabilities were formidable, and the bleeding from his severed leg had ceased. Bring him back to the safe house and let Wu Liang attend to his wounds, Lin Yi commanded coldly. Leading the group back to the base. The day prior to Han Feng's arrival, the others had not been idle. Several ability users had joined, and following their suggestions, the safe house's external name was changed to Eternal Night Base. After all, the faction was destined to grow, necessitating a name of a certain caliber. Subsequently, Tian Zhao completed the tasks Lin Yi had assigned him, establishing a series of rules for the newcomers and implementing a points system akin to that of Blood Moon. Completing missions such as zombie slaying would earn points, which could be spent on snacks, cigarettes, or enhancing one's abilities, among other things. Moreover, a minimum point threshold had to be met weekly. Failure to do so would result in expulsion from the Eternal Night base. There is no need to worry about them revealing the base's secrets, as joining the safe house required signing a contract with Lin Yi. Additionally, Lin Yi imposed a strict mandate forbidding them from ever harboring animosity toward the Eternal Night base or disclosing any of its circumstances to outsiders. Even in the event of expulsion, the contract would remain unilaterally binding. In summary, the Eternal Night base offered only dormitory accommodations and basic food and water, which could be provided free of charge. To enjoy a meal prepared by Chef Lin Jiao, one would need to expend a considerable amount of points. Despite this, numerous ability users still sought to join, as the primary goal for the majority remained mere survival. However, Lin Yi was not indiscriminate in accepting applicants. Those wishing to join had to undergo Tian Zhao's scrutiny, with those deemed lacking in ability being summarily rejected. Of course, individuals with exceptional prowess, such as Xiaji Xin, who was indispensable to Lin Yi's team, were exempt from the points system and received the same treatment as Tian Zhao and the others. A sudden wave of pain jolted Han Feng awake. Although the bleeding from his severed leg had ceased, the agony was still excruciating, yet his mind was free from any pain. As his senses gradually returned, Han Feng became acutely aware of a pressing question. Where was he? The last thing he remembered was arriving at Happiness Community, only to be ambushed. Before losing consciousness, he had commanded Titan to eliminate those assailants. But where was Titan? Panic surged within him as he realized he could no longer sense his 3 zombies. What was happening? Had that group killed Titan? Han Feng shook his head in disbelief. It was impossible. Titan must have annihilated that group. But what had happened to him? Had someone rescued him? He began to survey his surroundings. The room contained little in the way of distinguishing features. Just 2 beds, one of which he occupied, indicating he had indeed been saved. He gazed up at the ceiling, sensing something was amiss. After some thought, he realized there was a light. Could this be an official shelter? Given the government's strength, they might have been able to reconstruct electrical appliances. Han Feng struggled to sit up, only to discover his hands and feet were bound. Perhaps it was a precaution to prevent him from moving and causing further injury to his wounds. Is anyone there? Han Feng called out, his voice tentative. Shortly after, a figure entered the room. Hello? Thank you for saving me. I am awake now. Could you please untie me? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and replied coldly. What are you talking about? Weren't you the ones who rescued me? I am the brother of the leader of the survivors' base. Please take me back. My brother will surely reward you with plenty of food. Han Feng coaxed, sensing that remaining here offered him no sense of security. Returning to the base would be far safer. As for whether Han Yu would provide a reward, the answer was a resounding no. Any additional intelligence? Lin Yi shook his head and inquired, where is the survivors' base located? I have not heard of it. It's south at the trade square, southwest of Happiness Community. Understood. Lin Yi nodded. You know who I am. Han Feng shook his head. This was their first encounter. How could he possibly know? Lin Yi smiled and produced a scalpel. I am here to perform surgery on you. Startled by the man's demeanor, Han Feng instinctively recoiled, only to jolt his injured leg, stifling a groan that no, I don't need surgery. Hurry and take me back. My brother is Han Yu. If he finds out, he will not let you go. And he, expressionless, approached the bed with the scalpel in hand. Han Feng struggled, but the ropes binding his hands and right leg were too tight, and he lacked the strength to resist. He pleaded, how about this? Let me go, and I'll give you all the resources from the base. Seeing the man halt, Han Feng thought, there's hope. Once he was safe, he would ensure this man was captured and tortured before being killed. A glimmer of malice flickered in Han Feng's eyes, though his words remained persuasive. Our base has plenty of resources, enough for you to live without worry for the rest of your life. Let me go, and I will give you everything. Lin Yi leaned closer, whispering in Han Feng's ear, I was the one who attacked you yesterday. Do you truly think you would let me go? What? Han Feng froze, the bloodshot rage in his eyes betraying his mounting fury. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Lin Yi remained silent, instead wearing a smile as he gazed at him. Let us play a game. Han Feng shook his head vigorously. You have the wrong person. I don't know you at all. Let me go, and I'll pretend this never happened. Lin Yi shook his head, continuing his previous line of thought. I'll give you a choice. Should I cut a piece of flesh from your right leg or from the stump of your left leg? Damn it. Let me go. Han Feng panicked completely, his body thrashing violently, causing the wooden bed to creak ominously. Since you refuse to choose, I shall take one from each leg. Lin Yi extended his hand to press down on Han Feng's leg, carefully wiping it with an alcohol cotton ball, completely disregarding Han Feng's profanities. Suddenly, Lin Yi caught a whiff of scent, and Han Feng, frightened, lost control once more. It was akin to a child receiving an injection, where the true fear lies not in the needle piercing the skin, but in the doctor brandishing the alcohol swab. The former inflicts physical harm, while the latter inflicts psychological distress. Han Feng's curses swiftly morphed into screams. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi completed his task, slicing 2 pieces with uniform thickness. Han Feng was drenched in sweat, already weakened, and this ordeal further drained his strength. Now, you have another choice. Left arm or right arm? Tears streamed down Han Feng's cheeks as he pleaded, Big brother, I beg you, spare me. I would do anything you asked. I truly do not know where I have offended you. Lin Yi sheathed the knife and regarded him with a cold smirk. Oh, no more curses? In Lin Yi's demeanor, Han Feng glimpsed a glimmer of hope and hastily responded, No more curses, big brother. I swear I won't curse again. However, Lin Yi merely picked up an alcohol cotton ball, cleaned the surgical knife, and then reached towards Han Feng's right arm. Han Feng's heart plummeted as he shouted, Right arm. I choose a right arm. Your response was too late. Next time, be quicker. Another round of torment ensued. And even Lin Yi, engrossed in his task, broke out in a sweat. Turning away to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, Lin Yi asked again, right eye or left eye? This time, Han Feng refrained from any further hesitation, quickly answering, left eye. Yet, Lin Yi shook his head. Since you chose the left eye, I shall choose the right eye. Damn it, if you have the guts, just kill me. Han Feng struggled, but Lin Yi did not intervene. Instead, he stood still, awaiting the outcome. It was not until 10 minutes later, when Han Feng finally ran out of energy, that he noticed the silence surrounding him. Had the man left? With a flicker of hope, Han Feng slightly opened his eyes, only to see the blade descending rapidly above him. 3 hours later, Lin Yi emerged from the vacant dormitory, carrying a large package, and exited the base. Drops of blood trickled from the package. Finding a disheveled thicket, Lin Yi discarded Han Feng's dismembered remains within the last. He had put to rest the obsessions of his past life. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yi took a shower. Feeling a sense of lightness, especially mentally, he drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, the base operated as usual. The entrance, Xiaji Xin was maintaining order alongside several newly joined abilities users, while Xiaohei stood guard nearby. The remaining members, led by Gao Yuan and others, set off to the happy community to hunt zombies. Observing the current team, Lin Yi nodded in approval. It truly resembled a functioning base. Just as he was about to return to his quarters, Xiaji Xin rushed over to stop him. Boss, there's an exceptionally rare abilities user who wishes to join the settlement, but he has one condition. His daughter must accompany him. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, initially inclined to refuse. After all, if everyone brought their family members, it would create chaos. There were only 30 slots available, and if too many ordinary individuals infiltrated, the combat strength of the Evernight base would undoubtedly be compromised. However, Xiaoxin insisted that this person's ability was quite extraordinary, and with nothing pressing at the moment, Lin Yi decided to take a look as he approached the entrance. Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the man, as if he were one of the first individuals to survive the infection after the safety house opened. Lu Dian, upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, pleaded, Chief, could I bring my daughter along to join the base? Lin Yi regarded him and inquired, What is your ability? If it were a mundane ability, he would certainly decline. Yet if it were a highly effective ability like Xiaji Xin's, fulfilling the request would be reasonable. He would not exchange Xiaji Xin's ability for 10 ordinary ones. Lu Dian, somewhat anxious, replied, Chief, my ability is Blood Rune Master. What? Lin Yi was taken aback that, if he understood correctly, the term rune referred to a symbol. Lin Yi remained silent, allowing Lu Dian to continue his explanation. I can use my own blood to draw runes. Thus far, I've only comprehended one type of rune, which enhances the user's combat strength. Truly astonishing. Lin Yi felt as though the world had become surreal. Was this not an apocalyptic setting? Runes were typically associated with the supernatural and mystical. Moreover, Lin Yi noted a particular word in Lu Dian's explanation. Comprehend that is this rune something you possessed upon gaining your ability? Lu Dian shook his head. No, did you obtain something like a technique? No, so how did you come to comprehend it? I simply doodled, and without realizing it, I came to understand. Lin Yi made his decision. This ability's user was a must-have. Regardless of the strength of the ability, the research potential alone justified accommodating his request. Additionally, based on Lin Yi's experience, such peculiar abilities often prove to be formidable. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remained curious and asked, which Blood Moon reward did you acquire this ability? The second one, how many zombies did you kill? 13. All ordinary zombies. Yes. What level is your ability? B level. Lin Yi was left astounded by Lu Dian's response. This was a stroke of extraordinary luck. The first Blood Moon reward had a correlation between higher points and stronger abilities. The subsequent rewards, however, diverged, where higher points increased the likelihood of obtaining powerful rewards. This involved the concept of probability. To receive a B-level ability after slaying only a handful of zombies. What were the odds? 1 in 10,000. Lu Dian then recounted a hobby he had prior to the apocalypse, suggesting that his ability might be linked to it. Before the apocalypse, Lu Dian had been a teacher, and the source of his ability was likely connected to his passion for calligraphy. He had a profound love for writing with a brush and possessed remarkable talent. To what extent? His works were selected for a prestigious calligraphy exhibition in Yang City. Yet he had not profited from it, or else he would not have been living in such a remote community. After the arrival of the Blood Moon, during the first week, Lu Dian and his daughter had sheltered in their home, fortunate to have a stockpile of food. However, as the second week approached, their supplies dwindled. To procure food, Lu Dian had to venture out to hunt zombies in exchange for resources at the safety house. During one such outing, he was accidentally scratched by a zombie, but fortunately, he survived after taking Wu Liang's medicine. When the second Blood Moon reward arrived, he acquired this ability, and upon reading the accompanying information, he was somewhat bewildered. B-level ability Blood Rune Master description. Can utilize one's own blood to draw runes. Comprehension is relatively low. Lu Dian was aware that after the first week of the Blood Moon, some individuals had gained abilities and become abilities users. However, he felt that his ability was somewhat distinct. In the group chat, others discussed their abilities, which were predominantly straightforward and focused on enhancing strength. More importantly, he was unaware of the practical application of his ability. Lu Dian, having managed to keep his daughter alive until now, was not one to easily give up. Thus, he began experimenting, using a small knife to cut his palm, collecting a small bowl of blood, and attempting to draw on paper. Initially, he was at a loss, but after persevering for 2 to 3 hours, inspiration struck. It was akin to solving a problem that had eluded him until he finally glimpsed the answer. Subsequently, he comprehended a rune, and with a heart full of trepidation, Lu Dian grasped the rune, as if sensing a connection, and willed the rune into action. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, and the rune turned to ash without burning, the sensation of strength only dissipating after nearly 5 minutes. Lu Dian named this rune the Strength Rune and, after drawing a few more, began experimenting with the development of new runes. However, after a day of attempts, no further runes could be deciphered. Upon finishing his words, Lu Dian produced several rectangular sheets of white paper from his pocket, each the size of a mobile phone, adorned with intricate crimson symbols that resembled a jumble of unfamiliar characters pressed together. Lin Yi took the sheets, and indeed, he felt an unusual sensation. It seemed as though with a mere thought, the paper could turn to ashes and serve a purpose. Quite magical. Lin Yi ushered Lu Dian into the base and requested him to inscribe a rune on the spot, identical to those already drawn. After employing the rune, Lin Yi sensed a surge of power within him, akin to the enhancement he felt from the chicken and mushroom stew he had consumed earlier. However, one was a permanent augmentation, while the other provided only a fleeting boost. Lin Yi glanced at Lu Dian, his mind already formulating plans at a commendable ability. Once Tian Zhao returns, you shall report to him. Lu Dian nodded gratefully, his gaze shifting to his daughter. Lin Yi followed his gaze. Since their conversation began, the little girl had not uttered a word, merely casting timid glances at Lin Yi, fearing he might deny her the opportunity to accompany her father. What is your name? At last, the little girl found her voice and hurriedly replied, My name is Lu Xinran. Brother, could you allow me to join my father at the base? Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Certainly, but I have a condition. That he pointed towards the eastern side of the base, where the cafeteria was located. After tidying up, let your father take you to the cafeteria to find Lin Jiaojiao. From now on, you will assist her. The personnel at the base gradually increased. Although newly arrived abilities users had to expend considerable points to enjoy a warm meal, many still toiled to earn points to satisfy their appetites. After all, it had been a long time since they had savored a proper meal. In the trading square of the survivor base, the atmosphere in the conference room was so heavy it seemed palpable. The individuals dispatched to recruit abilities users had returned within a day, save for one, Han Feng. Despite Han Feng possessing a Titan as a trump card, Han Yu still felt a twinge of unease and glanced at his phone. To his shock, he discovered Han Feng's avatar had vanished from the group chat. This indicated that Han Feng was dead, not turned into a zombie, but truly deceased. After transformation, an avatar would merely change to gray. Jin Yasin glanced at the brooding Han Yu and murmured, Chief, my condolences. Han Yu lifted his head. He had anticipated a wave of panic, yet his mind was remarkably clear, albeit fueled by a raging fire of fury within. Taking a deep breath, Han Yu endeavored to calm his emotions and spoke. Han Feng was accompanied by a second-tier zombie. How could he have died? Was it an ambush? Impossible. The Titan's sensing range extends a full 40 meters. Had there been anyone within that vicinity, Han Feng would have been aware. The group began to deliberate, fully aware that Han Yu's character would compel him to seek vengeance for Han Feng. Moreover, they had grown accustomed to exerting their dominance. Now that someone dared to trample upon their pride, they could not tolerate it. The immediate priority was to ascertain how Han Feng met his demise. No one believed he could have fallen to a zombie, for with the Titan nearby, ordinary and first-tier zombies would not dare to attack him. Even if misfortune struck and he encountered a Titan, there would have been no opportunity for him to send a message. Could he have encountered two Titans in succession? Such a scenario was nearly impossible. Thus, it was highly likely that Han Feng had perished at the hands of another survivor. Yet, this too seemed implausible. Was it possible that an abilities user feigned allegiance, taking advantage of Han Feng's guard being down to slay him? If Han Feng died, the Titan would lose its mental control and perish as well. Han Yu shook his head. He knew Han Feng had changed profoundly under his torment. Though he appeared submissive before him, internally he harbored malice and was wary of everyone. Even if he managed to recruit a few abilities users, Han Feng would never allow them close. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Was there a means to kill Han Feng from 40 meters away? A bow and arrow, perhaps even a firearm. Just because they lacked proper weapons did not imply others did as well. Han Yu promptly ordered his subordinates to summon the recently recruited abilities users. Among them, there should be individuals who had joined the same group chat as those from the two residential districts. The division of abilities users group chats was based on geographical areas and updated weekly during blood moon fluctuations. If an abilities user ventured to another area, they would automatically join the group chat for that location when the blood moon swept through, exiting their original chat. Han Yu was aware of this because they had previously relocated. Soon, dozens of abilities users were brought forth, most appearing gaunt and emaciated, having gone a long time without a proper meal. This was also their motivation for joining the survivor base, where food was at least plentiful. Among you, is there anyone who shares a group chat with abilities users from Xingfu District and Fuan District? Xingfu District? Yes. A young man stepped forward. I have heard in the group chat several times that there seems to be a Yongya base in Xingfu District, which is quite powerful and actively recruiting abilities users. As the young man mentioned Xingfu District, a glimmer of longing flickered in his eyes. However, due to the distance, he hesitated to approach. Recently, they were also collecting zombies. It is said that 5 ordinary zombies can be exchanged for a bottle of mineral water. Furthermore, they seem to possess some anti-infection medication that can reduce the risk of infection after being scratched by a zombie. Gathering zombies may also be for developing this medication. The young man divulged everything he knew about Xingfu District in one breath. Han Yu listened intently, gradually furrowing his brow. When had such a figure emerged in Xingfu District, establishing a base? Han Feng's death must be connected to these individuals. Lend me your phone for a while. Han Yu prepared to contact those who had spoken in the group to gain further insight into Xingfu District at UM. The young man hesitated. After all, the survivors' understanding of external information relied entirely on their phones, making them incredibly valuable. Genius-san, give him 2 packs of instant noodles. Han Yu looked at the young man and continued, rest assured, once I have gathered the information, I will return it to you. Han Yu refrained from forcefully taking it, as the newly recruited abilities users were watching, that if he tarnished the base's reputation by mishandling the situation, who would wish to join them? Upon hearing about the food, the young man readily agreed, fearing Han Yu might retract his offer. Han Yu waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. A flicker of coldness crossing his gaze that it was normal for newly joined abilities users to be disobedient. Under normal circumstances, he had various methods to deal with them. But now he had more pressing matters. Han Yu opened the phone and began to scroll through. Unbeknownst to him, outside the building, 2 figures approached from the shadows. Found it, boss. The newcomers were Lin Yi and Tian Zhao. Having learned about the survivor base from Han Feng, Lin Yi understood that their discovery was merely a matter of time. After all, Yongya Base had already gained some notoriety in both the residential district group chat and the abilities users group chat. Han Feng, after all, had a second-tier zombie and was the brother of the base's leader. It was highly likely that their issues with the survivor base could not be resolved in light of this. They needed to gather intelligence on their adversary first. Tian Zhao's superior sensing could be utilized not only for zombies, but also for humans. The 2 drew closer until Tian Zhao's sensing range enveloped the entire building. Closing his eyes, Tian Zhao focused intently, and after a moment he spoke. There are 7 individuals inside with considerable energy intensity. The strongest among them possesses energy intensity that reaches 3/4 of yours, boss. The remaining 6 have energy levels below that. Based on the energy intensity, it appeared that all within were abilities users, with no ordinary individuals present, totaling around 50. Lin Yi nodded, surprised by the number of individuals on the opposing side. However, despite their small numbers, their prowess in high-end combat surpasses that of their adversaries, especially with the presence of Xiaoyu, the sharpshooter. While a sniper rifle might not guarantee instantaneous kills on monsters, it certainly ensures a swift demise for ability users. Not to mention Lin, even Tian Sheng, who possesses the hardening ability, would struggle to withstand a single shot from Xiaoyu. This exemplifies the formidable power of firearms. Let's go, Lin Yi said, giving Tian Zhao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It was evident that the overall strength of this survivor base was indeed impressive. Not a single zombie could be seen in the square, suggesting they'd been cleared out prior to the second Blood Moon wave. The opposing side is undeniably strong. Yet he is stronger. At the very least, if Lin Yi remains in the safety house, this group would be powerless against him, especially since he had yet to test the safety house's counterattack function. After gathering information, the 2 blended into the night and departed without alerting anyone. Upon returning to the base, Lin Yi dutifully transferred the day's spoils of the squad to the Wheel of Sacrifice for offering. During this period, they had successfully completed all upgrade conditions that were achievable. Upgrade conditions. Zombie flesh, 20 tons completed. Level 1 zombie flesh, 5 tons completed. Level 2 zombie flesh, 1,000 kilograms completed. Level 3 zombie flesh, 1 completed. High hardness alloy, 30 tons in progress. Personnel configuration, 16 in progress. Thus, recently, all the zombies collected by the exploration squad have been utilized for the Wheel of Sacrifice, resulting in a rapid increase in sacrifice points. Sacrifice points. 2414 exchange rate. Sacrificing level 0 zombies grants 1 sacrifice point. Sacrificing level 1 zombies grants 10 sacrifice points. Sacrificing level 2 zombies grants 50 sacrifice points. Upgrading D-level abilities to C-level costs 50 sacrifice points. Upgrading C-level abilities to B-level costs 200 sacrifice points. Upgrading B-level abilities to A-level costs 800 sacrifice points. Upgrading A-level abilities to S-level costs 2,000 sacrifice points. Upgrading S-level abilities to SS level costs 10,000 sacrifice points. Upgrading SS level abilities to SSS level costs 500. 000 sacrifice points. These sacrifice points are sufficient to elevate the abilities of 3B level ability users to A level, or to enhance 1A level ability to S-level.AS for his and Xiaoyu's abilities. An upgrade in the near term seems unlikely. Presently, within the base, excluding newly joined ability users, there are 4B level abilities. Wu Yang's superb medical skills, Lin Jiao's exceptional culinary skills, Xiao Hei's agile maneuvering, and Lu Diyan's blood runes master. Although Lu Diyan is a recent addition, his ability is quite rare, thus making him an exception today as for A-level abilities. There are even more, including Gao Yuan and Tian Zhao, among others. After careful consideration, Lin Yi decided to enhance Tian Zhao's A-level ability, Enhanced Sensing, that if Han Yu intend to take revenge on Han Feng, he is likely to arrive within the next few days, providing them with the perfect opportunity to surprise their opponents. With this in mind, Lin Yi called Tian Zhao over, and after a somewhat arduous process, Tian Zhao's ability was successfully upgraded to S-level. S-level ability, Exceptional Sensing, Description, able to sense the location of all zombies and living beings within a radius of 500 meters. The sensing range has increased from 200 meters to 500 meters. This enhancement allows Lin Yi's plans to proceed with greater safety. The trade square is surrounded by numerous residential complexes, and it is likely that level 3 zombies will emerge there within a short time. That location has been of interest to Lin Yi for quite some time. Additionally, the 30 tons of high-hardness alloy needed for the safety house upgrade must also be prioritized. The survivor base. Han Yu gazed at his phone screen, increasingly alarmed. According to intelligence he had gathered from an ability user not affiliated with the Eternal Night base, it was revealed that the Eternal Night base possesses firearms. The informant claimed to have heard gunfire emanating from the residential area on several occasions. However, judging by the sound, it seemed to be a sniper rifle, as there was a considerable delay between each shot. Furthermore, this base appears to harbor many secrets. Why are they willing to exchange their food with others? What is their motive for collecting zombie corpses? Is it truly for the development of anti-infection medication? Or is there another reason? Where did they acquire the sniper rifle? Later, Han Yu inquired if the informant had ever encountered a level 2 zombie, to which the answer was negative. Fortunately, Lin Yi and his team had been diligent in their inspections. Whenever Tian Zhao located a powerful backbearer, he would immediately mark its position and conduct checks twice daily. Thus, apart from the members of the Eternal Night base, no one else had seen a type. Zhou Qiang, brother, are you really preparing to join us at the Eternal Night base? I must warn you that their recruitment criteria are quite strict. I tried once and failed. Han Yu coldly scoffed as he looked at his phone. Rest assured, I will be there soon. The allure of these secrets was too great for him to ignore, and that sniper rifle. He must have in that moment. Han Yu felt his anger dissipate, leaving only greed in its wake. An ambition quietly took root. He aspired to become the king of Yang City. Even the official shelters would be beneath his feet. A meeting was swiftly convened. With Han Yu gathering several individuals from the 3rd floor to discuss tactics, he was not asking whether they desired revenge, but rather how they would execute it. After all, here, he called the shots. I have gathered information. These individuals do not possess considerable strength. After all, their residential area has yet to see a level 2 zombie. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the group breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon considering the presence of a sniper rifle, their eyes gleamed with a mix of greed and wariness. Yet, Genius Sansoon proposed a clever idea. How about we let the ability users on the 2nd floor take the lead? While we blend in the midst, even if we are discovered, they won't be able to ascertain who the leader is. Han Yu nodded in approval. Swift action is imperative. We will launch our attack tonight and catch them off guard. At midnight, Han Yu gathered the majority of the ability users, leaving behind those lacking combat capability, along with a few others, and a team leader residing on the 3rd floor to defend the base. The remaining 36 individuals assembled outside, with those on the 2nd floor still unaware of their objective. Han Yu simply stated, "Revenge, seize resources," and the group swiftly made their way toward the happiness community. Meanwhile, Not far away on another street, two figures were concealed within a building, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the man on the left sat up straight. Damn, they're launching an attack so soon? The boss's guess was spot on. The two were Gao Yuan and Tian Zhao. After enhancing their abilities, Lin Yi had promptly dispatched them to monitor the actions of the survivor base. Gao Yuan was assigned to provide protection. Tian Zhao quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lin Yi, soon receiving a reply. Lin Yi understood. You and Tian Sheng take another route back. As they exited, Gao Yuan hoisted a bicycle over his shoulder. The very one Lin Yi had ridden to work before the blood moon. Gao Yuan patted the seat and chuckled. Brother, don't falter at a critical moment. Shut your crow's mouth and hurry up. The boss has further arrangements. Receiving the message, Lin Yi summoned everyone in the base to rise and begin preparations. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, their movements had been completely monitored. Having Tian Zhao in the Eternal Night base was akin to having a cheat code. An hour later, Han Yu's team trod along a main road. With only 1,000 meters left to the happiness community, Gao Yuan and Chu Qing had returned long ago and were now stationed at a distance, reporting the positions of the crowd to Lin. Almost there, Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Yu. They found themselves beside the fitness equipment in the Fuan community. After a week of rest and recuperation, the number of zombies in the Fuan community had surged once again. And even a titan had appeared. Xiao Yu nodded, lowering her gaze to the scope of her rifle, aligning it with the titan in her sights. In the next moment, she fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Yet none struck the titan's vital areas. The crimson sky echoed with a chilling roar that instilled fear in the hearts of all who heard it. Almost immediately, the titan charged toward their position, followed closely by hordes of back corpses and an even greater multitude of zombies. Indeed, the titan had its minions. However, when back corpses evolved into titans, they absorbed all surrounding zombies, significantly slowing their recruitment rate. Furthermore, due to their previous swift actions, the titan had scarcely gathered any followers before being hunted down. Yet this titan in the Fuan community had been evolving for over a day, thus surrounded by an overwhelming army of zombies. Retreat, realizing they had attracted the titan's ire. Lin Yi swiftly urged Xiao Yu to flee toward the outskirts of the community. The titan's pace was not excessively rapid, allowing Lin Yi to maintain a steady speed for both of them. Before long, they burst from the community, with Lin Yi not heading toward the Xingfu community, but rather diverting toward the highway, all while keeping approximately 40 meters distance from the titan at that moment. Han Yu's team was less than 500 meters away from Lin Yi and Xiao Yu. Given the distance and the suppressor fitted on Xiao Yu's sniper rifle, Han Yu and his companions were oblivious to the gunfire. However, they soon heard other sounds, a cacophony of footsteps and the growls of zombies. What is happening? Han Yu whispered, halting his team. Before he could ponder the cause, Lin Yi, Xiao Yu, and the recently joined Xia Zhixin appeared before them. About 50 meters away, close enough for Han Yu and Lin Yi to discern one another's faces clearly. With a single glance, Han Yu surmised that the man who had unexpectedly appeared was the leader of the Eternal Night base. However, he was perplexed as to why this individual had come with only 2 companions. Lin Yi did not search for Han Yu amidst the throng, but that mattered little. A smile graced his face as he waved to the crowd. Subsequently, the 3 of them moved toward the roadside, at which point Han Yu noticed the massive horde of zombies trailing behind them. Had he lost his mind? Han Yu initially believed Lin Yi intended to perish alongside him, but soon realized his mistake. The multitude of zombies surged down the street, completely ignoring Lin Yi and his companions. A few zombies even brushed against Lin Yi as they were jostled to the periphery. Stay calm. Prepare for battle. Han Yu roared, lowering his head, uncertain whether snipers were still lurking nearby. The Titan, having lost its target, discovered a larger group of humans, roaring commands to the zombies trailing behind it to charge toward the crowd. At the forefront of the group were relatively weaker ability users, caught off guard by the zombie ambush. They immediately panicked and began retreating. However, with the rear also packed with people, they could not outpace the zombies. Soon, the undead surged into the crowd, inflicting severe losses on Han Feng's team. To make matters worse, the Titan had also plunged into the fray. Its colossal form and massive fists crushed several individuals into a grotesque pulp. Damn it, stay composed, prepare for battle. Han Yu's eyes burned with rage, yet he dared not lift his head. Issuing commands from a lowered position, he longed to tear the young man who had unwittingly summoned this horde of zombies into shreds. Had Lin Yi been aware of Han Yu's current sentiments, he would have chuckled softly, for this tactic had been inspired by Han Yu's own brother. After the initial panic and upon hearing Han Yu's voice, the chaos within the team visibly subsided, allowing them to organize a counterattack. Yet Han Yu and several of the stronger ability users were dispersed throughout the ranks, unable to rush to the front lines immediately. Moreover, those residing on the third floor of the survivor base were well aware of the snipers at the Eternal Night base, rendering them hesitant to press forward too boldly. Despite the ability users at the front regaining their composure and organizing a semblance of resistance, they could not halt the relentless tide of zombies and back corpses, not to mention the Titan. The team continued to suffer casualties, and Han Yu's eyes brimmed with fury. These were the subordinates he had painstakingly gathered since the onset of the apocalypse. With every death, the strength of the survivor base diminished. Eventually, most of the ability users at the front had perished, allowing the stronger members of the team to finally push forward to the front lines. However, a new problem arose. They dared not display their true strength, fearful of being targeted by any snipers hidden in the shadows. Nevertheless, being a team comprised of ability users, they began to stabilize as the weakest members fell. The numbers of zombies and back corpses dwindled, yet the battle near the Titan remained devastatingly fierce. After nearly 10 minutes of combat, the zombies and back corpses had been entirely eradicated, leaving only the Titan. Still, no sniper had taken a shot at any of them. Han Yu contemplated a crucial question. Was it possible that, although the opposing side possessed a sniper rifle, they lacked a suitable scope for night operations? He hesitated to draw conclusions, opting to continue observing. They conserved their strength, advancing together toward the Titan. Just then, the Titan swung a fist at Genius San, who narrowly dodged it, only to be met with an even swifter blow. Genius San, unable to evade in time, gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength. He could not ascertain whether there was a sniper aimed at them, but bracing himself against the Titan's punch would spell his doom. Gritting his teeth, he emitted a muffled grunt as his muscles bulged, even elevating his stature slightly. With a resounding crash, Genius Sam launched a full-force strike against the Titan's massive fist. The impact sent him staggering back several meters. Yet he sustained no severe injuries. His abilities likely enhanced his physical prowess. Realizing he had revealed himself, Genius San broke into a cold sweat. Unwilling to linger in place, that he promptly ceased using his power, striving to blend into the crowd once more. However, he knew that if there truly was a sniper present, he would not be granted such an opportunity. As he melded into the throng, he remained unscathed. "Hanga!" Genius San called out to Han Yu, not far from his position, urging him to consider the possibility of there being no sniper. Han Yu refrained from jumping to conclusions, brow furrowed as he replied, "Let's wait a moment." Due to several stronger ability users hesitating to unleash their full strength, although the Titan bore numerous wounds, none were substantial enough to impede its movements that in effect, it was as though it had sustained no injury at all. Before long, more and more ability users, forced into revealing their identities, found themselves injured, with 3 individuals struck down by the Titan in quick succession. While Han Yu had once viewed the earlier casualties as expendable, the current injuries were inflicted upon the backbone of the survivor base. There is no sniper. Counterattack. Han Yu gritted his teeth, filled with both rage and humiliation. His fury stemmed from the heavy losses his subordinates had suffered, leaving the survivor base significantly weakened. The humiliation arose from the leader of the Eternal Night base, who, for reasons unknown, seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of their movements. They had not even reached the Xingfu community or encountered the ability users from the Eternal Night base. Yet they had already been reduced to this state. In truth, Han Yu's earlier trepidation had been well-founded. The 3 individuals had successfully lured the zombie horde, and they certainly would not remain idle. At that very moment, on the street between the Xingfu and Fuan communities, a striking figure crouched beside a discarded vehicle, peering through the front window. Who else could it be but Xiao Yu? From her vantage point, she observed the unfolding situation of Han Yu's group with absolute clarity through her night vision scope. However, she did not hasten to fire, but rather waited for Han Yu and other formidable ability users to reveal themselves. After all, they They were still unaware of Han Yu's true identity. Due to the densely packed personnel opposite them, Tian Zhao's extraordinary senses could not discern precisely who Han Yu was, only that he was somewhere within the group. Through the night vision scope, Xiao Yu quietly observed the distant battle, committing to memory the faces of each ability user exhibiting formidable power but on the opposing side. Han Yu realized that no sniper was targeting them, and thus ceased to conceal his strength. The crowd vented their accumulated resentment fiercely upon the Titan, whose power was indeed not to be underestimated. After all, they had been capable of hunting a Titan even before the second blood moon. Let alone now. The ability users within the team unleashed their full potential, and the tide of battle swiftly turned. The once mighty Titan was suddenly suppressed. Damn it! As Han Yu gazed upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Some even reduced to mere fragments by the Titan's onslaught. His heart swelled with fury and sorrow. With a fist brimming with rage, he struck the Titan's calf, sending flesh and blood flying. The Titan roared in anger. Realizing that these cunning humans had hidden their true abilities, a pair of colossal fists descended toward Han Yu's head. Seizing the moment when the Titan's attention was diverted, Jin Yi took aim with a cleaver, slicing towards the back of the Titan's knee. This strike caught the Titan off guard, yet it did not connect, for Xiao Yu had acted that a gunshot rang out, and Han Yu froze, suddenly comprehending that the lack of gunfire from the opposing side was a ruse to wait for them to expose themselves. He watched in horror as Jin Yi's head was shattered by a bullet, his headless body tumbling backward to the ground. Another gunshot followed, and yet another powerful ability user was sent flying, meeting a fate identical to that of Jin Yi. Han Yu was taken aback. Was this not a sniper rifle? How could the rate of fire be so rapid? Nearby, the booming gunfire attracted a considerable number of zombies. But Xiao Yu seemed oblivious, continuing to fire shot after shot. Beside her, Tian Sheng and Chu Qing, along with a host of newly joined ability users, stood ready at various positions, tasked with eliminating the approaching zombies. With most of the zombies from the Fuan residential area having been lured away, only ordinary zombies advanced toward them, occasionally accompanied by a few corpse bearers, which posed no challenge to them. On Han Yu's side, ability users fell one after another. Retreat, without needing to call for it. The group had already lost the will to continue fighting and immediately fled to concealment. Han Yu understood that he had been utterly defeated in this battle, without even having encountered many of the opposing ability users. Alas, they were on a broad road, with some distance remaining to the intersection behind them. Some individuals hid behind trees at the roadside, attempting to conceal themselves. In the next moment, a bullet struck a tree trunk, effortlessly piercing through it, along with the head of the ability user crouching behind. Fortunately, the trunk had not entirely failed in its purpose. At least the user's head was not obliterated, leaving a possibility of revival, albeit as a zombie. The relentless gunfire sounded like a death knell, mercilessly claiming one life after another. Suddenly, Han Yu felt every hair on his body stand on end as an intense sense of dread surged through him, nearly stealing his breath away. Without hesitation, he leapt sideways that a bullet grazed his arm, the tremendous force creating a mist of blood as the bullet whizzed past. A deep crater appeared on Han Yu's arm, flesh stripped away to reveal stark white bone. Yet he dared not pause, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain as he swiftly changed position, for he was at the forefront, with many ability users behind him. Moreover, Han Yu deliberately used the numerous ability users behind him as shields, making it difficult for Xiao Yu to pinpoint his exact location. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu redirected her focus to other powerful ability users. When the group reached the intersection, only 5 ability users, including Han Yu, managed to escape to the survivor's base. Among the powerful ability users residing on the 3rd floor, only he and one remaining ability user captain were left, the rest having perished. Furthermore, he bore a new gunshot wound on his calf, blood flowing profusely. This was despite his keen instincts and efforts to evade. Otherwise, his leg would have been reduced to nothing but pulp. Evidently, Xiao Yu also recognized that Han Yu's strength far surpassed the others. Once she had cleared away most of the obstructive ability users, Han Yu had already fled to the intersection in a hurried attempt. She fired a shot, yet failed to take him down. Venturing onto another path, they entered the sniper's blind spot, allowing a momentary sigh of relief. However, they dared not linger. They had been thoroughly terrified. With a breath of relief, Han Yu quietly retrieved a grape-sized fruit from his pocket, poised to place it in his mouth. Suddenly, from a nearby patch of withered grass, a figure lunged forth, charging towards him at a long knife sliced through the air with a sharp scream. Aimed at Han Yu's head, in a moment of crisis, Han Yu swiftly stepped back, causing the fruit to fall from his hand, so vigilant. Lin Yi observed Han Yu, realizing that this adversary was not to be underestimated. As for the ability users behind, witnessing Lin Yi, the harbinger of death, blocking their path, they had no desire to fight and simply circumvented Han Yu, continuing their flight. Lin Yi did not pursue, for others awaited them behind. Lin Yi and Han Yu locked eyes from several meters apart. Whereas Lin Yi's gaze was filled with amusement, Han Yu's was rife with hatred and trepidation. This person dared to stand alone in his path. So self-assured? At this moment, Han Yu could no longer afford to underestimate Lin Yi. Gradually moving his arm, Han Yu swiftly retrieved another fruit from his pocket and consumed it, identical to the one that had fallen. In an instant, the wounds on his arm and calf visibly began to mend. Why do you have such a fine item? Why not give one to Han Feng? Perhaps he wouldn't have perished so swiftly. Lin Yi taunted, charging toward Han Yu that he was not foolish enough to stand idly by, waiting for Han Yu to recover. Seeking death, he shouted in anger, but Han Yu was not incited by Lin Yi's words. Rather, he remained eerily calm. The audacity to block him alone indicated formidable strength. Nevertheless, he too was powerful, possessing an SS-level ability. SS-level ability, Fist Intense Summary. Your understanding of boxing techniques has reached a state of perfection, with movements flowing seamlessly like clouds and water, executed with utmost ease. The reason for his SS-level ability stemmed from the death of his parents. After their demise, only hatred remained in his heart. In contrast to Han Feng's cowardice, he loathed the zombies far more. Every zombie he encountered was to be exterminated, even at the cost of his own life. Thus, not a single zombie roamed the square where the survivor's base lay, granting him the SS-level ability. Fate is fickle. When he harbored thoughts of death, he fortuitously survived. Later, upon acquiring the SS-level ability, he found himself no longer wishing to die, only to cross paths with Lin Yi. The mysterious fruit took effect rapidly. Within mere seconds, Han Yu's 2 wounds ceased bleeding, and signs of healing began to manifest. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's long knife had already cleaved downwards. Han Yu's aura shifted dramatically, transforming from that of a cornered dog to one filled with battle intent, his eyes aflame with fervor. With a slight movement, he sidestepped Lin Yi's long knife, then launched a punch with fluid grace, exuding a sense of calm amidst chaos, transcending the mundane SS-level ability. The moment he struck, Lin Yi discerned that his opponent undoubtedly possessed an SS-level ability, and a formidable one at that. Lin Yi's own movements were equally swift. He transformed his strike into a slash, pivoting the long knife to slice towards Han Yu's arm. With a powerful lift of his elbow, Han Yu struck the blade's body, sending the blade upwards. In the next instant, a fist surged from beneath the long knife. Bang! Lin Yi's foot collided with Han Yu's fist, and they both staggered back a few steps. Lin Yi gazed at Han Yu, his expression filled with astonishment. Previously, he had accompanied Tian Zhao to scout the survivor's base, during which Tian Zhao had mentioned that Han Yu's energy intensity was only 3/4 of his own. Moreover, during the battle, he could sense that, whether it be physical constitution, strength, speed, or defense, Han Yu was inferior to him by a fraction. The only area where he significantly lagged behind Han Yu was in technique. Just moments ago, as both retreated simultaneously, Han Yu employed a unique technique to dissipate force, swiftly shedding the power weighing upon him with a grace that surpassed Lin Yi's own. This singular maneuver enabled him to launch his attacks more rapidly. Seizing the initiative, however, Han Yu did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he regarded Lin Yi with a cautious gaze, his peripheral vision scanning for an escape route. Disappointment washed over him as he realized the path was straightforward and lengthy. He had never perceived such a broad avenue as a disadvantage before, but now, his sole chance for survival was abruptly cut off. Damn it, he never imagined that this wide road led to the underworld. It wasn't that Han Yu felt utterly devoid of hope. Rather, he had once again become agitated. I could see the intersection. Xiao Yu and the others, having dispatched the zombies and the Titan, swiftly pursued the direction in which Han Yu had fled. Through the scope, they witnessed the clash between Lin Yi and Han Yu, astonished to see that Han Yu, who had appeared grievously injured moments ago, had almost fully recovered. Lin Yi sensed something amiss and grinned. He felt akin to an ancient young master, protected by a powerful guardian. Today, he intended to engage you in battle, but you must not win. Should you triumph, my formidable protector will emerge to deal with you. The only distinction was that while others had guardians of power and influence behind them, he had a sniper rifle. Far more convincing that if that were the case, then he would engage earnestly, striving to learn as many techniques as possible. Lin Yi brandished his longsword, advancing toward Han Yu. With the sniper rifle aimed at him, Han Yu had initially no intention of fighting. Yet Lin Yi's moves were astoundingly fierce, and his strength exceeded Han Yu's. After exchanging a few blows, Han Yu suffered a gruesome gash on his arm from a momentary lapse in focus. He dared not contemplate any escape strategy, otherwise he might perish in the next instant. His only hope lay in the few who had fled, carrying news to the base, summoning reinforcements to aid him, perhaps granting him a sliver of a chance to survive. Unbeknownst to him, those few had no intention of returning to the base. With the leader engaged in battle, if they returned, it would be acceptable for Han Yu to perish outside. However, should they return alive, it would be their turn to wait for death soon. They arrived at the next intersection. The path leading to the survivor base was straight ahead, yet they exchanged glances and darted down the right path. Suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. They realized that two young men awaited them at the crossroads, one wielding a short sword and the other in recurved bow. Finally, they had arrived. So slow was their pace that it felt as if the bicycle chain had nearly sparked from the effort of detouring. Gao Yuan stretched languidly and calmly approached the group, positioning himself in their path. Finish this quickly, Tian Zhao urged, drawing his bow and swiftly shooting at one of the individuals. The man attempted to evade. But with his capabilities, how could he possibly outpace the feathered arrow? An arrow struck his eye socket, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining members contemplated fleeing, only to see the short-sword wielder charging towards them at an astonishing speed. Gao Yuan possessed two A-grade abilities, short-sword mastery and windwalker, leaving no chance for these mere underlings to escape. What awaited them was a short sword glinting ominously. Meanwhile, at the survivor base, the only remaining capable leader reclined in a lounge chair. Beside him stood a woman with an exquisite visage and a voluptuous figure, gently massaging the captain's shoulders. Qinggu. When will the leader return? Qinggu opened his eyes, grasping the soft, boneless hand of the woman behind him, and smiled. What are you in such a hurry for? They've only been gone a short while, and besides, the leader's with them. What could possibly go wrong? When Han Yu was mentioned, a flicker of apprehension crossed Xinji's eyes. He recognized Han Yu as a person whose strength and ambition far exceeded their own. Yet, what concern was it of his? While he still wielded some power, he ought to indulge in the moment. Qinggu turned, enveloping the woman in his embrace, and the spacious room was filled with her delicate laughter. Oh, Qinggu, here you go again. Han Yu remained unaware that the glimmer of hope in his heart had already been severed by Gao Yuan. I could see this moment. Beads of sweat adorned his brow, and several long, narrow wounds marred his body. Lin Yi too was not unscathed. Although he bore no apparent injuries, he had sustained several hidden wounds inflicted by Han Yu, each exertion sending sharp pangs through his muscles. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi charged once more. Had Han Yu not been Han Feng's elder brother, Lin Yi might have genuinely spared him a life. After all, individuals of such caliber were rare. During the mere 10 minutes of combat with Han Yu, Lin Yi had gained invaluable insights. Regardless of how ferocious his assaults were, Han Yu consistently countered with the simplest of techniques, and that was not the end. Han Yu could seamlessly follow up with his own offensive maneuvers. The majority of Lin Yi's hidden injuries stemmed from this pattern. Conversely, most of Han Yu's wounds were due to the subtle discrepancies in strength and speed. Dominating through sheer force could not truly be counted. At that moment, Lin Yi resembled a humble and eager student. Once more, he lunged at his old mentor. Han Yu finally perceived the pattern. This scoundrel was attempting to provoke him into revealing his techniques. Alarmed and enraged, he retaliated with increasing ferocity. Lin Yi found himself captivated by the intricacies of Han Yu's techniques, his excitement mounting. These techniques greatly aided him, while he was not the kind of genius who could grasp and master them with a mere glance. It was impossible to replicate Han Yu's techniques during their skirmish. Nevertheless, these techniques had opened a new avenue of thought for him. With further contemplation and practical application, his combat skills would undoubtedly see significant advancement. Xiao Yu, meanwhile, focused intently on Han Yu through her scope. Even if Lin Yi failed to defeat Han Yu, she could deliver a fatal blow at a moment's notice. Despite this, Xiao Yu maintained confidence in Lin Yi. As Lin Yi and Han Yu battled, Gao Yuan, Xiao Yu, and the others gradually encircled them, completely sealing off Han Yu's escape routes while observing the confrontation. Everyone was astounded by the clash between Lin Yi and Han Yu. Gao Yuan, particularly, was a technique-based ability user with short sword mastery, yet the fluidity of Han Yu's maneuvers and his unpredictable counterattacks left him with a profound sense of helplessness. Even if Gao Yuan possessed the same physique, strength, speed, and reflexes as Han Yu, he would struggle to endure even a minute under Han Yu's onslaught. Witnessing the gathering of so many individuals, despair deepened in Han Yu's gaze, quickly morphing into resentment. If it weren't for this individual, how had he fallen to such depths? Even in death, he would drag the leader of the Evernight base down with him. It seemed that familiarity with the other's fighting style, combined with Han Yu's desperation, allowed their exchanges to accelerate. Their figures blurred as dozens of strikes later, Lin Yi's blade struck Han Yu's arm, while simultaneously Han Yu kicked Lin Yi squarely in the chest. Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, while Han Yu fared worse. His left arm was severed at the elbow by Lin Yi's strike. Han Yu crouched on the ground, pressing his right hand against the stump of his arm. His complexion ashen. "I have lost," Han Yu rasped, uttering those words before falling silent, adopting a demeanor of resignation to whatever fate awaited him. But he spoke the truth, for an ability user reliant on their fists. The sudden loss of an arm resulted in a combat effectiveness drop of at least 70%. However, Lin Yi remained vigilant, slowly approaching. When they were 2 meters apart, a flicker of malice flashed in Han Yu's eyes. Silently, his right hand, which was clutching the wound, stealthily grasped a near 20-centimeter-long spike from beneath the severed arm. Suddenly, he sprang forth. Fortunately, Lin Yi did not let his guard down. He had already anticipated Han Yu's slight movement of his right hand. The long blade drew forth a stream of crimson blood, with his left arm severed. How could Han Yu possibly contend with Lin Yi? He was swiftly beheaded by Lin Yi's clean and decisive strike. It was only when Han Yu collapsed that Lin Yi's other hand unfurled, revealing the crumpled white paper, which he now smoothed out. On it were inscribed peculiar runes, the power runes drawn by Lu Dian, which had gone unused. Immediately after, Lin Yi's Slayer ability activated, a pure surge of energy coursing into his body, rivaling that obtained from slaying a Titan. His Slayer ability was not limited to zombies. It proved equally effective against ability users. After enjoying a brief enhancement, Lin emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Although he had vanquished Han Yu, he too bore significant wounds. Where he'd shed his garments, he would undoubtedly reveal multiple bruises from punches that had turned purple. Moreover, Han Yu's punches were exceedingly peculiar. Each strike inflicted internal injuries. In the heat of battle, he had not felt the full extent of the pain, but now that it was over, Lin Yi was acutely aware of the intense discomfort radiating from his body. Xiao Yu hurried over to support him, her eyes brimming with concern. After a brief moment of respite, Lin Yi finally regained a modicum of strength. He then instructed Gao Yuan to retrieve the grape-sized fruit that lay on the ground, as well as the sharp spike clutched tightly in Han Yu's hand. After searching Han Yu's body thoroughly, he found no additional items of interest. Lin Yi first held the fruit in his hand. Its exterior was purple, resembling a cherry. He had witnessed Han Yu consume such a fruit, which had exhibited formidable effects, prompting him to activate identification EYE.name. Aberrant fruit description: a fruit imbued with potent life force. Consuming it rapidly heals wounds and staunches bleeding. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation, though he silently lamented that Han Yu had squandered one that the spike could not be identified, indicating it bore no blood moon energy. Yet its quality was commendable, and Lin Yi did not waste it, storing it in the safe house. Upon returning to the safe house, he found Lin Jiao had prepared a delicious meal. A plentiful spread meant for all members of the Eternal Night base. This was a deliberate directive from Lin Yi, as their resounding victory warranted celebration. Although the newly joined ability users had not directly participated in the battle, they had provided cover for Xiao Yu as she sniped at the opposing ability users from the car's roof. In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing could invigorate those with abilities more than a warm, hearty meal. After dining, Lin Yi summoned Gao Yuan. Take a team to deal with the ability users left at the survivor base. With Tian Zhao's super sensation ability, Lin Yi was well aware that 14 individuals remained stationed at the base. However, the strongest among them was still inferior to Gao Yuan in terms of power. This would serve as an excellent trial for the newly joined ability users. Without experiencing bloodshed, how could they possibly grow? Mere skirmishes with zombies were insufficient. In this battle, there might be casualties among the new ability users, but Lin Yi remained resolute. The bottom line was that he sought warriors who could thrive in the Blood Moon's wake, not timid souls who merely wished to survive temporarily. For this conflict, Lin Yi and Xiao Yu would not participate. The remaining ability users, with the exception of Wu Liang, Lin Jiao, and the newly joined Lu Dian, were all dispatched. Lu Dian also inscribed power runes for each ability user. Lin Yi did not concern himself with subsequent events, retreating to his bedroom to rest and recuperate. Merely 3 hours later, Gao Yuan returned with his subordinates. All the ability users at the survivor base had been dealt with. One of the ability users, Gao Yuan, had taken along sustained minor injuries, but nothing severe. The ease with which they captured the survivor base was primarily due to Han Yu's decision to leave behind a contingent of ability users, nearly half of whom lacked any significant combat capability. Given the disparity in strength between the two factions, Gao Yuan's surprise attack, coupled with Lu Dian's power runes, ensured that they faced minimal resistance in taking the base. The lone injured individual had faltered due to his lack of experience in killing, momentarily hesitating and allowing the enemy to retaliate, resulting in a minor wound. Additionally, the returning team brought back a young man in custody. This youth possessed a sea-level ability as a forger. However, this was not the reason Gao Yuan had spared him. The true motivation lay in the young man's profession. His name was Qi Huan, and prior to the apocalypse, he had operated a small blacksmith workshop. This workshop had been inherited from his father. However, in this era dominated by large factories, such small enterprises struggled to survive. Fortunately, Qi Huan had taken an alternative route. He did not forge mundane tools like kitchen knives, but instead ran a small online shop where he customized weapons according to client specifications. His clientele primarily consisted of enthusiasts and collectors of cold weapons. Being immersed in this industry, Qi Huan had a deeper understanding of the field than most, and he happened to possess information that Lin Yi was seeking. Gao Yuan was aware that the boss had been gathering intelligence on high-hardness alloys. He had even messaged in the community chat, but had made no progress. Today, upon encountering Qi Huan, Gao Yuan was about to strike when he heard the young man's pleas for mercy. Qi Huan was astute. Rather than pleading incessantly, he quickly explained that he possessed forging abilities, hoping that such skills would be of value to Gao Yuan and his team, thus sparing his life. Upon hearing about Qi Huan's abilities, Gao Yuan's interest was piqued. Having experienced 2 waves of the Blood Moon, he understood that many abilities rewarded during these events were often linked to the recipient's profession. This was particularly true for occupational abilities, such as Wu Yang's exceptional medical skills and Lu Dian's Blood Rune Master, which related to his passion for calligraphy. Thus, upon hearing Qi Huan's words, Gao Yuan sheathed his weapon and inquired whether he knew of any factories that produced high-hardness alloys. Qi Huan eagerly nodded, fearing that any delay would result in his demise at Gao Yuan's hands. Afterward, Gao Yuan escorted Qi Huan back to the base. Sensing Gao Yuan's return, Lin Yi emerged from his room. Upon learning of the events that transpired, he scrutinized Qi Huan with skepticism. Your profession before the apocalypse was forging iron. It was only natural for Lin Yi to harbor doubts, for Qi Huan appeared frail and did not resemble someone accustomed to the rigors of blacksmithing. Particularly his arms and shoulders, Typically, individuals in such professions possessed well-developed muscles in those areas. Qi Huan recognized Lin Yi's skepticism and, with a pained expression, explained that my time studying blacksmithing was brief, only 2 to 3 years. Originally, my father did not intend for me to inherit his craft, as this skill was destined for decline. Unfortunately, my academic performance was mediocre. Although I managed to enroll in a university, I struggled to find work after graduation. Eventually, I followed my father into the trade. After the apocalypse, he had been largely starving. Under duress, he had slain a few zombies and obtained a sea-level ability. This was initially a matter for celebration. Yet it proved futile. He had the tools but lacked the materials and coal needed for forging. Since joining the survivor base, he had only crafted a mountain-cutting knife for Genius San. Since then, his ability had not seen any further application, resulting in his lackluster treatment within the survivor base. Lin Yi continued to question him. You claim to know where high-hardness alloys are produced? Qi Huan nodded and inquired, I wonder if what you refer to as high-hardness alloy is the same as hard alloy. Noticing that Lin Yi had not comprehended, Qi Hung proceeded to elucidate. The so-called hard alloy, also known as tungsten steel, is an alloy forged from high-hardness powders such as tungsten carbide and titanium carbide that IT possesses an extraordinarily high degree of hardness, primarily utilized in cutting tools for large machinery. However, this alloy is notoriously challenging to shape, rendering the fabrication of more intricate metal components nearly impossible, especially under the current apocalyptic conditions. Lin Yi refrained from explaining its applications to Qi Hung. Yet his eyes brightened upon hearing the term tungsten steel. This can essentially be regarded as the hardest alloy in the world. The requirements for upgrading the safe house encompass a broad spectrum of high-hardness alloys. Even the steel employed in the previous upgrade could serve as a material for enhancement. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to absorb resources from that steel mill. Based on his conjecture, it was likely that a harder alloy would be used, leading to a higher defensive value for the upgraded safe house. Moreover, he had yet to fulfill other upgrade conditions, so he was not pressed for time. Upon learning that Qi Hung knew where to find tungsten steel, he certainly would not opt for steel as a material. How far is it to the factory you mentioned? It should be over 50 kilometers away. Not too bad. Lin Yi decided to rest for another day before having Qi Hung accompany him to the factory. After all, he still bore hidden injuries, rendering movement somewhat inconvenient. At that time, he would also transfer the base to the trade square. Given that the surrounding areas had seen a significant reduction in zombies, remaining here could afford them a brief respite. Yet, the situation with the blood moon afforded him no leeway for relaxation. Within just the second week, second-tier zombies had already emerged. Should they linger here for an extended period, who could predict the extent to which the zombies outside might evolve? If the entire city were to fall, the zombies would inevitably find their way here, and by then, it would be too late. With the current level of the safe house, it might withstand second-tier zombies, and perhaps even third-tier ones. But what if fourth or even fifth-tier zombies were to arrive? Lin Yi was not one to sit idly by. Thus, he would not remain here. As for the survivors in the community, Lin Yi had already assisted them considerably. He could not allow strangers to impede his quest for strength. Contemplating this, Lin Yi turned to Qi Hung and stated, I offer you 2 choices. First, after you lead me to what I need, I will release you. Second, you may join the Eternal Night base. I choose the second. Qi Hung did not hesitate. With his abilities, survival alone during the blood moon was utterly unfeasible. Lin Yi nodded, for Qi Hung's choice was anticipated that it seemed that the Eternal Night base had little need for a blacksmith, given that the safe house could autonomously generate weapons. However, Lin Yi speculated that regardless of the abilities, upgrading would inevitably involve the energy of the blood moon. Thus, following this logic, Qi Hung's abilities, once enhanced, would likely extend beyond merely forging ordinary weapons. The following day, Lin Yi informed the members of the Eternal Night base of the plan to relocate to the trade square that evening. Gao Yuan led the team out to hunt zombies as usual, but this time their approach was more meticulous. After all, this was an old community, and most of these ability users had grown up here, harboring a certain emotional attachment. Before departing, they endeavored to accomplish whatever tasks they could manage, serving as a farewell to the place. Lin Yi did not disclose the news of the base's relocation to the survivors in the community. Otherwise, Some oblivious individuals would likely attempt to obstruct him, and he would have to deal with yet another batch of people before leaving, which would be rather unpleasant. Such is human nature. For many, their survival hinged upon the resources exchanged with Lin. Once he departed, their hopes would be dashed in the face of life and death. Most individuals cannot maintain a calm demeanor. Principles such as helping you is a duty. Not helping is a kindness simply do not apply in such moments. The only principle that matters is survival. Thus, as night fell, Lin Yi and Xiao Yu stepped out of the safe house, retracting it in thought. Miraculously, everyone within the safe house followed suit, entering Lin Yi's mind, an astonishing occurrence. This was due to one of the safe house's functions, protection. When the safe house's owner reclaims the safe house, no harm will befall those within. Xiao Yu clasped her hands behind her back, walking ahead of Lin Yi, glancing back with a complex expression. She had not anticipated that she would feel somewhat nostalgic upon departure. Indeed, there were certain sentiments. Suddenly, Xiao Yu halted, prompting Lin Yi to become alert and approach her side. "What is it?" Hee. Xiao Yu wore a mischievous expression, saying, "Carry me that I won't." "Will you or won't you?" "I will not." Xiao Yu extended her hand and pinched Lin Yi's waist fiercely, but he inhaled sharply, and it dawned on her that he still bore hidden injuries, leading her to hurriedly ask with concern, "Are you all right, brother?" However, she was met with Lin Yi's gaze, mirroring her earlier expression. "You rascal, Lin Yi. What are you doing?" Lin Yi effortlessly scooped up the blushing girl in a princess carry and strolled away. Meanwhile, the members within the safe house remained oblivious to their new location. Although Lin Yi had informed them in advance, they felt not a hint of motion. Gao Yuan and the others exchanged contemplative glances. As veterans of the Eternal Night base, they certainly knew more than these newly inducted ability users. Lin Yi and Xiao Yu ambled leisurely toward their destination. Currently, in this area, no zombies posed a threat to him. Ignoring the occasional splattered blood on the ground and the seemingly immovable blood moon in the sky, the scene resembled the days before the apocalypse, akin to Lin Yi taking his sister for a stroll. As they neared the trade square, about a kilometer away, Lin Yi turned into a small street. Prior to their departure, Chi Hung had mentioned that his blacksmith shop was located on this street. Equipped with all the necessary tools for his craft, with the remaining materials only sufficient to forge a mountain cutting knife for Genius San, Han Yu had not exerted effort to transport these items to the survivor base. This area had previously been a food street, with colorful food carts densely lining both sides. Lin Yi often brought his sister here. The food was delicious and affordable. However, now, various soups and sauces lay scattered across the ground, with some food carts overturned, indicating that this street had undergone significant looting. Unlike most, at midnight when the blood moon began, the vendors were likely experiencing a surge in business. One could only wonder how they had reacted. Everything had changed. Lin Yi chose not to dwell on it and sought out Chi Heng's shop based on the description provided earlier. Despite having a detailed address, Lin Yi found himself searching for some time, as he had never seen Chi Heng's shop before. Ultimately, after navigating through the narrow gap between two food stalls, Lin Yi discovered the iron shop at the back. Above the entrance, a few small characters read Chi Jia Iron Shop, seemingly fearful of being discovered. The roll-up door was tightly shut, yet with Lin Yi's current strength, prying open this locked door was as effortless as drinking water. Besides the heavy items like the furnace and anvil, all other tools had long been gathered by Chi Huan. Lin Yi swiftly transported these items into the safe house. Afterward, he took Xiao Yu to the trading square, just a day after the fall of the survivor base. A few zombies could already be seen wandering in the square, likely having drifted over from a nearby residential complex. Ultimately, Lin Yi positioned the safe house beside the original survivor base building, where the terrain was relatively open. A dull thud echoed, attracting the nearby wandering zombies, which Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched with a few swift strikes. Upon opening the door, the many newly joined ability users realized they had arrived, erupting into a chorus of astonished gasps. Next came the time for harvesting. After Gao Yuan had captured Chi Hung, he had not had the chance to inspect the supplies on the fourth floor of the survivor base due to concerns about unforeseen complications, and had promptly returned to the Eternal Night base with Chi Hung. Everyone emerged from the safe house and ascended to the fourth floor of the survivor base. They indeed discovered a substantial stockpile of supplies and drinking water. Conservatively estimated to last a team of 30 for nearly a year. It was unclear where Han Yu had procured such an abundance of resources, but Lin Yi held little interest in them. After all, the safe house produced supplies daily, while Xiao Yu and a few girls like Lin Jiao rummaged through for snacks not available in the safe house to carry with them. The warehouse contained only basic living supplies. After searching through it, the group stumbled upon a small room. Inside were several flower pots filled with soil, presumably the mutated seeds obtained as rewards from the second blood moon. These were indeed valuable items, and Lin Yi ordered the pots to be moved into the safe house. Beyond that, no other noteworthy items were found, lacking anything akin to the corpse teeth previously acquired by Tiansheng, which could counter zombies. It appeared these individuals were not particularly lucky. Perhaps after the first blood moon rewards, they had grown complacent and seldom hunted zombies actively. Regardless, acquiring several pots containing mutated seeds for free was quite satisfactory, and Lin Yi was pleased. Moreover, as it was Saturday evening, the third blood moon rewards would soon arrive. One could only wonder if anything valuable might be obtained, especially considering they had slain numerous second-tier zombies throughout the week. With the final day approaching, there was still an opportunity to accumulate more points. Thanks to his robust physique, the internal injuries sustained during his earlier fight with Han Yu had nearly healed after a day of rest. It was the perfect chance to test out some tactics he had conceived during his battle with Han Yu against the zombies tomorrow. Despite having Chi Huan around to connect with the survivors in nearby complexes after settling here, Lin Yi opted not to issue any announcements about exchanging zombie corpses for supplies or offering free anti-infection medicine for those injured, as he had previously. The former was too slow. The number of zombie corpses collected over several days did not match the kills made by Gao Yuan and his team in a single day. And Wu Yang had already accumulated numerous experimental cases. They were entering the theoretical phase now, and perhaps when they achieved further results, the probability of obtaining anti-infection medicine would increase significantly. Ultimately, he merely posted a message in the group seeking to recruit ability users. On the following day, Sunday, in accordance with the base's customary practices, they were sure to push for performance. The crowd gathered early outside the safe house. "Let us go." With Lin Yi's command, the team set off towards the nearest residential complex. They quickly arrived at the closest one to the base. With Tian Zhao having advanced to S rank, his sensing range had reached 500 meters. Therefore, they no longer needed to circle the complex to detect zombies. Arriving at the center of the complex, Tian Zhao activated his ability and swiftly pinpointed the locations of the highest energy signatures. There were a total of 3 second-tier zombies, one of which was likely a Night Wanderer, while the others were Titans. Tian Zhao opened his eyes and indicated the direction of the 4 second-tier zombies to Lin Yi. Aside from the Night Wanderer, the remaining 2 Titans were positioned far apart, alleviating concerns that the sounds of battle would attract them. "I'll handle that, Night Wanderer. You all deal with the Titan on the left. Once I finish my fight, I'll meet up with you." Lin Yi instructed that he chose not to join the team in battle. For them now, Titans were no longer insurmountable barriers. With the strength of Gao Yuan and the others, devising a strategy to tackle a single Titan was manageable. Lin Yi opted to face the Night Wanderer alone. Its high speed and agility were ideal for testing his newly conceived techniques. This marked Lin Yi's second encounter with a Night Wanderer. The last one had been swiftly dispatched by Xiao Yu's gunshot to the head, rendering it incapacitated. Thus, he had yet to engage in direct combat with a Night Wanderer, based on Tian Zhao's provided location. Lin Yi approached a flower bed situated about 100 meters from the Night Wanderer. He could already discern the vague silhouette in the distance, accompanied by several crawlers and a considerable number of corpse dogs. The Night Wanderer was not particularly large, just slightly taller than a crawler, making it somewhat difficult to distinguish from afar. After confirming the number of zombies, Lin Yi charged forward with his blade. He quickly entered the Night Wanderer's sensing range. The creature let out a low growl and swiftly charged at Lin Yi, accompanied by its minions that a gunshot echoed from the distance, indicating that Xiao Yu's battle had commenced as well. Zombies have poor hearing, and beyond a 200-meter range from Xiao Yu, they would likely remain oblivious to the ongoing fight. With a horizontal slash of his long knife, Lin Yi dispatched the leading crawler and a few corpse dogs. In comparison, he felt a marked improvement in his own strength. Previously, a single crawler might have given him a bit of a challenge, but now It was effortlessly cut down in a single encounter. His speed, power, and technique had all seen significant enhancement. More corpse dogs surged toward him, while a few crawlers stealthily circled around his rear. Yes, several corpse dogs lunged at Lin Yi without hesitation. Fully aware of their role as cannon fodder, they all met their demise under his long knife. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi struck, two crawlers seized the opportunity to leap at his back. Lin Yi did not turn immediately. Instead, he halted his blade and then thrust sideways towards the rear as his long knife made contact with the flesh of a crawler. Lin Yi swiftly turned around, delivering a kick to another crawler that had lunged at him, sending it flying. With a flick of his wrist, he eviscerated the crawler he had stabbed. It was decent, albeit not quite polished, leading to a slightly off-target thrust that did not instantly kill the open crawler. Lin Yi compassionately delivered a finishing blow. After eliminating the crawler behind him, Lin Yi immediately dashed toward the Night Wanderer, with the corpse dogs and crawlers obstructing his path, proving utterly insufficient to impede his advance. All turning to corpses beneath his long knife, the Night Wanderer let out an enraged roar, no longer able to restrain itself, and charged at Lin Yi. However, it was clever, avoiding a direct leap at Lin Yi to prevent being caught in midair. Instead, it utilized its speed advantage, crouching low and constantly pivoting, making it difficult for Lin Yi to predict its next move. Had it been his first encounter with a Night Wanderer, Lin might have truly felt a loss. Yet now, his speed was only slightly inferior to that of the Night Wanderer. If he couldn't predict its moves, then there was no need to try. Lin Yi positioned his long knife in front of him, his gaze fixed on the Night Wanderer. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound behind him, instantly realizing the Night Wanderer's strategy, that a crawler had stealthily risen from the pile of corpses behind him. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had been slicing through corpse dogs,